Imagine a world ruled by supernatural powers, where blood is the most valuable treasure, and only the strong are destined to survive. In this dark reality filled with secrets and monsters, an ordinary individual suddenly finds himself trapped in forces he cannot. This newfound power doesn't bring safety, it brings danger. Hunted by those who crave it and feared by those who cannot control it, he is forced to walk a path he never chose. From an outcast with no place in the world, he begins to rise as an unexpected player in a conflict far. Every step forward pulls him deeper into a web of lies, hidden enemies, and truths darker than he ever imagined. The more he uncovers, the clearer it becomes. Survival will demand sacrifices, and the cost of power may be humanity is at war with the vicious Dalki. When they needed help more than ever, a new kind of hero began to emerge. For hundreds of years, humans with special abilities had hidden in the shadows. Now, they were stepping into the light. Some chose to share their knowledge to win the war, while others kept their incredible powers to themselves. Quinn had lost everything to the war: his home, his family. All that remained was a single old book he couldn't even open. But when the book finally unlocked, it granted him a system, and his life was turned upside down. He completed one quest after another, growing more powerful with each task, until one day, the system presented him with a quest he wasn't sure he could complete. It is time to feed. You must drink human blood within 24 hours. Your HP will continue to decrease until the task has been completed. The scorned and the broken. Try not to die by tripping over yourself, Quinn. A boy shouted down the hallway, erupting into a fit of laughter. Quinn ignored the cruel taunt, continuing his walk down the school corridor. The harassment was a daily ritual, but it never lost its sting. A familiar desire for retaliation bubbled up inside him, and he couldn't hold it back. He slowed his pace and stopped, pushing his crooked, heavily worn glasses back up the bridge of his nose. The taped-up temples and lopsided frames screamed for a replacement, a fact that was painfully obvious to anyone who looked at him. He turned, raising his middle finger in response to the slander. "I bet you don't even know how many fingers I'm holding up," he retorted. Enraged, the other boy clenched his fist and began to run toward Quinn. "You level 1 piece of crap! When are you going to learn you don't belong in this world?" The boy brought his hands together, and a ball of green light began to form between them. When he was just a few feet away, he thrust his hands forward, and a green beam shot from his palms. With nowhere to run and the beam too fast to dodge, Quinn knew all he could do was brace for impact and grit his teeth. The light slammed into him, lifting his body into the air and sending him flying backward, crashing into the far wall of the corridor. "What's going on?" a student among the quickly forming crowd asked. "Are they fighting on the last day of school?" Students immediately gathered, eager to see the spectacle. A girl from the crowd rushed to the damaged wall to check on the injured student. As the dust settled, Quinn's slightly curly black hair came into view. When the smoke cleared, the girl saw who it was, and her expression froze. She instantly backed away, returning to her friends as if nothing had happened. The moment she rejoined her group, she saw them laughing at her. "I can't believe you tried to help him," one said. "I didn't see who it was," the girl retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Quinn slowly picked himself up and retrieved his glasses from the floor. To his dismay, one of the hinges had broken again. Instead of putting them back on, he let them dangle from his hand. "Damn it! Not again!" It was the last day of school, and Quinn had hoped to make it through without incident. He was sick of their actions, but he wasn't the type to ignore them either. He had seen what happened to those who kept their heads down and tolerated the abuse. Their treatment was far worse than his own. He didn't bother to linger like the other students. He picked up his broken glasses and left the school. As he walked past, he saw students gathered in small circles, some laughing, others crying, convinced this was the last time they'd ever see each other. But Quinn wasn't part of any of that, and he didn't want to be. The cliques wouldn't welcome him anyway. He was the odd one out. When he finally arrived home, he immediately went to work. His single-bedroom apartment, just large enough for a bed and a desk, was provided by the government since he was a 16-year-old orphan. A television was mounted on the wall, but he only ever used it for background noise. On his bed lay a single suitcase containing all his worldly possessions, neatly packed. He walked to a cabinet, pulling open a drawer to reveal a single, large, thick, hard-bound book weighing about half a kilo. Its cover was a lighter shade of blood, with the lonely, swampy brown fronts of an upper and lower jawbone in the center. The upper jaw had 4 separated fangs, while the lower had 2 sharp teeth on the ends and 5 evenly spaced ones in the middle. "Let's try again today," Quinn said, lifting the book and placing it on his desk. He went to his bag and pulled out a small test tube half filled with a colorless liquid. "Test 112. Hydrochloric acid. Let's see how this goes." He slowly poured the liquid onto the book, but there was no reaction. He continued to pour the rest of the contents, but the book remained unchanged. Carefully, he examined it, jotting down the results in his notebook. Despite his efforts, the book looked exactly the same as always. "Another failure. Why won't you open? Why did Mom and Dad even have this thing?" He had tried 112 different ways to open the book, yet it wouldn't budge. He had tried burning it, cutting it, and melting it, but nothing worked against its seemingly impenetrable durability. Lying on his bed, he turned on the TV for its sole purpose, creating background noise. He never paid attention to what was on, but the sound of other voices made him feel less lonely. The TV was broadcasting an ongoing news program. "The peace treaty with the Dalkey race has lasted for 5 years now, but officials are saying that tension is rising once again. We must prepare for another war." The word war had been a constant on TV ever since the Dalkey first appeared 30 years ago. They had a human-like physique, but their bodies were covered in scales, and they had tails like dragons. With no clear reason for their arrival, they immediately demanded humanity's resources and wanted to use them as slaves. Humans, of course, fought back, but they quickly learned that their modern technology was useless against them. Bullets couldn't penetrate their skin, and their airships made tanks obsolete. Everyone, regardless of gender, was told to fight for their planet, including Quinn's parents. The war raged for years, and Quinn grew up never knowing what his parents looked like. When humanity was on the brink of defeat, a select group of people with special abilities came forward. They began sharing their knowledge, hoping to turn the tide, and thankfully, it worked. Still, the Dalkey were strong, and an endless stalemate led to the signing of a peace treaty 5 years ago. But human greed got the better of them. Instead of sharing these powers with everyone, high-ranking government officials kept them for themselves. Only the wealthy could afford powerful abilities, while everyone else was left with scraps. It was a grim necessity. Poverty had taken over the world, and people with newly acquired powers were using them uncontrollably. When his parents died, Quinn was given nothing. The government paid for his living expenses while he was in school, but that was it. When he was 10, an agent appeared at his doorstep and handed him a book. It was the only thing his parents owned, passed down to him after they died. "Why is the world so unfair?" he muttered, lamenting his situation. He got out of bed and walked to his desk. He picked up his broken glasses and decided to fix them. He noticed one of the lenses was slightly out of place and tried to push it back into its frame. "Come on, just get in!" he shouted, his frustration boiling over as he furiously struggled with the lens. Suddenly, the lens crumbled into pieces, and one of the plastic shards created a deep gash in his thumb. He screamed, kicking the table. "Why does the world hate me?" After a moment, he calmed down and began to clean up the broken pieces. He noticed a shard had landed on top of his book. As he removed it, a drop of blood from his thumb landed on the cover. The object on the book's center began to glow. The book itself started to float, hovering until it was at eye level. Quinn darted back and away from it. The glow made his small room feel even emptier, illuminating the solitary bed and desk. What the hell is happening? The book started to emit a blinding radiance, shaking uncontrollably. A few seconds later, it finally opened, pages turning one after another. Quinn was in a deep trance, unable to look away. The words written on the pages were in a language he had never seen, yet for some reason he could understand them. When the book reached its last page, it began to disappear, gradually turning into dust. At the same time, his body felt weak, his vision started to fade, and his eyes fell shut. But just before he passed out, he heard a single message. "Congratulations, you have been granted the Va." He couldn't maintain consciousness long enough to hear the final word. Quinn passed out. Gradually, Quinn's eyelids fluttered open, and his vision returned. His head felt heavy, and his body was slightly sore. He lifted himself off the ground, gently touching his head to see if he was injured. "Why does my head hurt so much?" he thought, bewildered. He found his glasses on the floor and, out of habit, put them on. He felt disoriented and his vision became blurry. He took them off, realizing his vision was only hazy with the glasses on. "Wow," he thought, rushing to his desk to grab a pencil. He drew the letter A on the wall and stepped back all the way to the other side of the room. The A was still there, and he could see it perfectly. "What? But how?" Quinn said, his mind blown. Somehow his vision was now perfect. He had lived his whole life with terrible eyesight, yet now he could see clearly. His mind replayed the events leading up to his collapse. The more the memories flooded back, the more one thing stood out: the book. Panic began to build as he surveyed the room. The book was gone. "The book! Where the hell's the book?" He searched everywhere, but it was nowhere to be found. "Whoa," Quinn said. It was just like the old games people used to play before the world was endangered by alien creatures. He noticed more tabs at the top of the screen. He just had to think about them, and the screen automatically switched to the Skills tab. Skills, 0 skill points available. Skill locked? Skill locked. It was strange, but his curiosity compelled him to play along. His life was normally defined by boredom. He had no friends and was the loneliest kid at school. On the Skills tab, everything was locked and grayed out, so he quickly moved on to the next tab, Shop. Shop unlocks at level 10. Can I do anything? He wondered. The last tab was Quest. Finally, a tab that wasn't locked. Main quest reach level 10. Daily quest. Drink 2 liters of water. Reward, 5 XP. After checking everything, he thought about closing the system, and it vanished. When he thought about opening it again, the screen immediately popped up. A new idea formed in his mind. The book his parents left him was an ability book. These books could often be bought from the military or corporations for exorbitant prices, and some were even sold on the open market. He had only heard whispers about them from other students, never having seen one himself. However, he had never heard of an ability book that vanished and gave the user a system. Ability books were meant to be studied manually. They weren't something one could pick up and instantly understand, and they certainly didn't appear as a screen. A smile slowly spread across his face. This was fantastic news. He had always been a level 1 ability user because he couldn't afford a book. Now, he had something he could use. His mind raced with possibilities. He had things to practice, things he had never done before. The book would help him, he thought. "Water bending, come on," Quinn said, raising his right palm toward the kitchen sink, expecting water to gush from the tap. Nothing happened. "Okay, next. Wind out." He tried again, but still nothing. After trying every ability he had ever seen before, he realized he couldn't perform any of them. He dejectedly sat on his bed. What the hell is this useless thing? Is it really just a system ability? He thought about it for a while. If it truly was like a game, then perhaps by completing quests, he would grow stronger and unlock new skills. He had heard students at school talk about these games, passed down from their parents as antiques. Maybe he was wrong to treat it like a regular ability book. Ability books didn't disappear into thin air. Usually, ability books were based on one power. It was crucial to choose your first ability book carefully, as a normal human body could only handle one attribute. For instance, if you got fire as your first ability, you could only acquire fire-related skills. But this book was different. He felt it. What kind of ability book could completely heal his eyesight? Quinn opened his mini-fridge and grabbed a bottle of water. He began to down them one by one. Damn, how much is 2 liters? My belly feels like it's going to burst. After finishing his 4th bottle, the screen popped up with a new notification. Daily quest complete, 5 XP has been granted. 5 to 100. Well, at least I know how the system works now, Quinn said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. A loud knock startled him, and he almost dropped the empty bottle. It was the knock of a real soldier. He dashed to the door and opened it to find a large, muscular, bald-headed man in a black military uniform, signifying the Earth attribute. Several medals adorned his chest, and his name tag read Sergeant Griff. Boy, it's time for you to vacate your room immediately. The vehicle has been waiting outside for 5 minutes already. With everything that had happened, Quinn had completely forgotten about moving today. It's time for you to head to military school, Griff announced. A world of levels and lies. Due to the war with the Dalki, every individual was required to attend military school for 2 years. Although humanity and the Dalki were in a period of peace, no one believed it would last forever. The Dalki were not to be trusted. Their hunger for power and their desire to control creatures they considered beneath them could hardly be contained. Every day, news reports warned of rising tensions. Quinn quickly went to the bathroom, his bladder feeling like it would burst from all the water he had drunk. Once he stepped outside, something strange happened. A new notification screen appeared before his eyes. Your body is being hit by direct sunlight. You are affected by the sunlight. All stats will be halved while you are exposed to the sunlight. Suddenly, his body felt incredibly sluggish, as if he had just run a marathon. His arms and legs were heavier than usual. Quinn inspected his status while Sergeant Griff gave him a strange look for stopping. "Are you okay, boy?" the sergeant asked, ready to apprehend him if he tried to flee. But Quinn wasn't listening. He was too busy looking at the screen, which showed his stats had been cut in half. His HP had been drastically reduced as well. HP 5-5, Strength 5-5, Stamina 5-5, Agility 5-5. What kind of drawback is this? Quinn wanted to shout, but he was still aware of his surroundings. "Quinn!" the sergeant called out again. He was still staring at the screen when another notification appeared. You have received a new quest. Daily quest. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Reward 5 XP. Quinn's mood lifted instantly. This was something he could easily do just by sleeping. If the system worked like the games he had heard about, once he earned 100 XP, he would level up and increase his stats. The more daily quests he got, the better. "What are you doing walking so slowly? The school will eat you alive if you carry on like that," Sergeant Griff bellowed, pulling him from his daze. Quinn reached a large bus parked outside his apartment. He entered and saw it was already full of students his age. Griff stood outside, his hands behind his back. Quinn turned back and saw him, rigid as a stone statue. He turned back to the bus, relieved that he didn't recognize any of the students. They must have come from different schools. With a fresh start, maybe the bullying would stop. Maybe he could even make some friends. He took the only available seat at the front. The screen popped up as soon as he sat down. Stats have returned to normal. Avoiding direct sunlight meant his stats would instantly return to normal. He was happy about that. His body felt invigorated again, as if a heavy weight had been lifted. Well, at least it looks like it's only direct sunlight. The students were all talking excitedly, but the chatter stopped as Sergeant Griff boarded the bus. "All right, it's time for us to head to the military academy," he announced, signaling the driver. The bus rumbled to life and began to move. Silence fell over the students. If anyone started to speak, Griff would glare at them until they fell silent. He didn't have to say a word. Everyone understood. About 10 minutes into the journey, another message appeared. "A substance in the air has been detected. You are feeling sleepy. Resistance. Bus 1. Quinn found this strange and looked around the bus. Half the students were already asleep, and the other half were drowsing off. He tried to fight it, but his body grew heavy and his eyelids shut. At last, even Quinn felt dizzy as sleep overcame him. "Your resistance to the substance has increased. Resistance Parza 1. Then, he heard the sound of loud footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Sergeant Griff standing over him. "Looks like a few of you were able to resist the sleeping gas. Guess we'll just have to bag you." A black bag was thrown over his head, covering his vision. The gas slowly overpowered him. His hand fell limply to his side, and he passed out. A splash of cold water immediately jolted Quinn awake. The only thing he could see was a greenish smoke filling the air. He and several other students lifted their heads, looking around in confusion. 500 students stood in an open, strange field. "This is where you'll spend the next 2 years of your life," Sergeant Griff's voice boomed. In front of them were 3 massive futuristic buildings, sculpted entirely from glass, each at least 60 feet tall. But that wasn't all. They were on an elevated platform overlooking a hidden city. Everyone was dressed in a military uniform, and technological marvels were everywhere. The technology was far too advanced for their time. Mechs moved crates, enormous building machines laid glass panels on a skyscraper under construction without anyone inside, and flying ships followed a specific path in the air. Levitation trains ran on invisible rails. Some of this technology had yet to be made public. After the First War, humans had made huge technological leaps by salvaging Dalki equipment. The military had kept most of it for themselves, claiming it was too dangerous for the public. When Quinn finally stopped gawking, he felt a weight on his hand and noticed a digital watch on his wrist. Its screen was blank. "On your wrist is your lifeline," Griff said. "It will identify you as a student at this military base. It will allow you to access certain areas, pay for food, and all sorts of other things. When not in use, it will display a number, your corresponding power level." Quinn felt like he was listening to a foreign language, and the confused faces of the other students confirmed he wasn't the only one. He had hoped military school would be a new beginning, but it seemed like the same old game, just in a new location. "We will immediately begin testing your respective levels. Don't move until you are called forward, understand?" Griff shouted with a frightening smile. Everyone simply nodded. "Good luck." When abilities were first discovered, people quickly realized some were far more powerful than others. The abilities were different for each person, dependent on how many mutant cells could be activated in the body and how much a person could withstand. Soon after, the power level system was introduced, with 8 total levels. These levels indicated the number of mutant cells, but not the strength of the ability itself. The military further divided them into subcategories like 1.1, 1.2, all the way to 1.9. People obtained abilities in 2 ways: through a family bloodline, known as originals, or by learning one from an ability book. During the war, some people under extreme stress began to exhibit powers. Scientists called it humanity's last stand. These new superheroes realized they could share their powers. They wrote down how they accomplished this, creating the first ability books. After the war, the books were no longer distributed freely, they were sold. The first ability users realized their powers put them at the top of the food chain and wanted to profit. The military kept the most powerful abilities for themselves. Ability books ranging from level 1 to 5 were sold to the public, while corporations and the military conspired to keep higher-level versions for themselves. If you were an ability user, you were either an original or had learned from a book. Originals were typically stronger and could reach higher levels. Some originals never shared their abilities at all, keeping them exclusive to their bloodline. Originals usually had the strongest abilities, ones that couldn't be measured by the power system. After his parents' death, Quinn had no family to support him. He couldn't afford even the cheapest ability book, and as far as he knew, his family wasn't an original bloodline. Now, after all these years, he seemed to have obtained an ability. He had never heard of an ability book like his, so he had no clue what power level his cells had mutated to. The books usually contained a technique to help master the ability, but his book had disappeared, taking the knowledge with it. He lifted his hand to look at his watch. It read 1. He looked around and saw everyone else's watches showed the same number. Sergeant Griff began calling names in groups of 5. The students were then transported to be tested. At first, Quinn was hopeful, but the screen that popped up next filled him with dread. You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be halved. He had no idea how good 10's strength, 10 agility, and 10 stamina were, but he knew they were better than his current 5. If his eyesight was any indication, his normal stats were at the peak of a regular human. But right now he felt incredibly weak and sluggish. His body was hot, and he was sweating. He was glad he had drunk so much water beforehand. "Hey, are you okay?" a stranger next to him asked. The stranger had slick blonde hair, hazel green eyes, a chiseled face, and a sharp jawline. He was 6'2", a stark contrast to Quinn's 5'11". He was the type of person Quinn normally avoided, the kind who attracted attention. "If you want, I can call someone for help," the stranger offered. "It's okay. I'm just a little nervous about the testing," Quinn lied, trying to stand up straight despite his exhaustion. The stranger looked at him with concern. Quinn was skinny and didn't have much muscle. He looked weak, a perfect target for bullying. Quinn sighed. If he was rated level 1 again, the same thing would happen here. "Well, don't be. I'm quite strong, you know. If anyone messes with you, you can come and ask me for help," the stranger said with a smile. Quinn smiled back, but he felt uneasy. He didn't get along with optimistic, outgoing people. He didn't get along with anyone, but he found it hard to dislike this boy, the first person to offer him help. "The name's Vorden, by the way," the boy said, offering his hand. Quinn looked at Vorden's hand. It was the first time in his life someone had treated him like a normal human. But he was afraid it would change once his low-level ability was revealed. For now, though, he just wanted to forget about that. "My name's Quinn," he said, shaking Vorden's hand. "Use of an ability has been detected. The ability has been rejected." Quinn looked at the messages strangely, then noticed Vorden hadn't let go of his hand. The message repeated. Use of ability had been detected. The ability has been rejected. Quinn pulled his hand back forcefully. The system was telling him Vorden had tried to use his ability on him. Vorden had a puzzled look on his face. "What is your ability?" Vorden asked. Quinn paused, wondering if he should answer. He wanted to see Vorden's true reaction. "I don't have an ability." The puzzled look on Vorden's face was replaced by a look of dissatisfaction. He seemed to have more questions, but before he could say anything, Sergeant Griff made an announcement. "Next group, Quinn Talon, Vorden Blade, Peter Chuck, Layla Monroe, and Aaron Healy. Come to the front to take your test." Testing their limits. The 5 students walked toward the sergeant. Besides Quinn and Vorden, there was Peter Chuck, a small, fidgety boy who looked nervous. He was the spitting image of Quinn, with a small frame, glasses, and scruffy brown hair. The other 2 were girls. Layla had short brown hair, a tall figure, and a bow on her back. This surprised Quinn, as most people didn't carry weapons these days, except for a rare group called Pure. They believed abilities were a blight on humanity and used weapons instead. Quinn had only heard stories about them. Erin, on the other hand, was stunningly beautiful, with long, golden hair and perfect proportions. But her expression was cold and neutral, and she walked with a stiff posture. The awe on the other students' faces was lost on her. As Quinn walked to the front, he realized he didn't recognize anyone, and they didn't seem to know each other either. He assumed this was intentional. Their group stopped behind another, waiting to be transported. Vorden walked around, shaking hands with everyone in the group with a confident smile. Most of them accepted his greeting, except for Erin. She just stared at his outstretched hand, then turned her gaze away. "Come on, you don't have to be like that," Vorden said, placing a hand on her shoulder. It was a terrible mistake. Erin moved faster than anyone could react. She grabbed his wrist and twisted it, and specks of ice crawled up his arm, beginning to freeze it. They were making a scene, and everyone gleefully watched. "Wow, she has ice abilities?" one boy said. "Isn't that very rare? I would let her freeze me any day." "Stop it, you two!" Griff barked. "If you have that much energy, save it for the test." Erin immediately dropped Vorden's hand, leaving him gasping in pain. Slowly, his arm defrosted. He scrambled back in line behind Quinn, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Can you believe her?" Vorden complained. "I nearly lost my hand." "You can't just go around touching people without their permission," Quinn replied. "Yeah, I know. She's lucky I didn't wipe the floor with her just because she's a pretty girl." His words created a crowd of enemies, all of them Erin's admirers. Instinctively, Quinn moved away, hoping no one would mistake them for friends. At last, Quinn and the others were called forward and told to stand in a square drawn with white lines. A hooded man stood nearby. "Send them away," Griff ordered. The hooded man placed his hands on the ground, and the square lit up with a bright purple light. "An ability to transport others, huh?" Vorden whispered to Quinn. "What a rare ability." The fields faded from sight, and they were enveloped in a whirlwind of colors. The next second, they were in an empty wasteland. Two people stood before them, a woman in black and a man with a hidden face. Quinn couldn't make out their ranks. The woman held a tablet, thumbing through it. She ignored the group until she was finished, then shifted her gaze to the students. "Hello, I am Jane, and I will be in charge of your test today. Once the test is complete, I will update your information and your score will be reflected on your wristwatches." Quinn noted that her face was as expressionless as Erin's. "Now, who should we call first?" "Oh, it looks like we have a couple of previously leveled ones," Jane said, her eyes on the tablet. The information had been transferred from their previous schools. "Peter Chuck, step forward." The nervous Peter did as he was told, looking even more frightened than before. He looked like he would fall over at any second. "What is your ability?" Jane asked. "Hey, I don't have any ability," Peter answered quietly. Quinn and the others now understood why he was so nervous. Having no ability wasn't rare. The war had created many orphans like Quinn who couldn't afford a book. "Don't be afraid, Peter," Jane said. "Here, take this." The hooded man beside her conjured a book out of thin air and handed it to her. She gave it to Peter. For me? You're just giving this to me for free?" Peter asked, his voice full of excitement. "Thank you. Study the book in your own time. When you learn to use it, you can come back and redo the test, but for now, I'll temporarily award you a level 1 power status." Peter didn't care about the status, he only felt hope. His life could finally turn around because of this book. "Quinn Talon, step forward," Jane ordered, looking at him. Quinn did as he was told. "What is your ability?" Quinn thought the whole charade was ridiculous. The tablet clearly had his information. They knew he had no ability and couldn't afford one. Yet he struggled to answer. Before military school, he had done some research. Unlike Peter, he knew the military gave ability books to all students without powers. Everyone got a level 1 Earth ability book. This made students indebted to the military, who had a monopoly on Earth-type ability and skill books. If you wanted to get stronger, you had to stay loyal. Before getting his system, Quinn had planned to accept the book. An Earth ability was useful for construction, a stable career. But now, he already had an ability, so the book was useless. And he was sure they would keep tabs on everyone, expecting him to use Earth powers one day. Quinn took a deep breath and answered, "I don't have an ability." Just like with Peter, the hooded man conjured a book and handed it to Jane. Her eyes were cold and emotionless as she gave it to him. Quinn took the book, and a screen appeared before him, unable to learn this ability. "Would you like to convert the book into 10exp?" The second message genuinely surprised him. He was tempted to take it for the exp, but he knew there would be questions later. "I'm sorry, but I don't want it," Quinn said, handing the book back to Jane. The instructor raised her eyebrows, the first sign of emotion she had shown. In her 5 years, this was the first time someone with no ability had rejected the book. "Please give me a moment." Jane walked away from the group, who were all staring at Quinn like he was a freak. She activated a comm in her ear. "A student named Quinn Talon doesn't want to accept the ability book. I await instructions on how to deal with this outlier." "No need to force him. Just let him take the test and report back if he shows promise," the mysterious man on the other side instructed her. The tests. After the call, the man checked Quinn's file, puzzled. The student had no ability and no connections to the pure group. "Let's see how long you can survive in this cruel world, Quinn," the man said to himself, leaning back in his seat. Jane returned to the group. "Apologies for keeping you all waiting," she said stiffly. She turned to Quinn. "Although you don't wish to accept the ability book, you're still required to take the test." Quinn thought it was a bizarre request. It felt like they wanted to humiliate him for refusing their help, to make him feel small enough to beg for the book later. "Please follow me." Jane led him to a field with huge craters and scorch marks. "Please proceed to destroy the targets in front of you as quickly as you can," Jane instructed. "The test will begin immediately." 3 metal targets with red dots popped up. Quinn's perfect eyesight was suddenly a blur in the distance. He realized it was because he was in the sunlight. He had no choice but to slowly run to each target and punch it. His time was incredibly slow. Next was the strength test. He had to punch a huge, drum-like machine. Quinn gave it his best shot. "Strength 5, Jane announced, noting it on her tablet. The final test was a circular machine that fired holographic spikes. He had to avoid them for as long as possible. The machine sped up, firing more spikes, and Quinn eventually got hit. "Agility 5, Jane announced, noting it down as well. Quinn realized there was a link between his scores and his stats. He sighed internally. If only he could have taken these tests at night, he would have doubled his scores. But if his ability was truly about evolving, he could always try again. "Quinn Talon, your overall current power level is that of a level 1 ability user," Jane informed him. He clenched his fist and returned to the others. He knew the days ahead as a level 1 user would be harsh, but he hoped that would change. Layla was next. She had a beast weapon, a bow made from the body parts of a beast. This was the first time Quinn had ever seen one. When the Dalki War began, humanity had learned to travel to other planets to find beasts. The stronger the beast, the better the weapon. It was strange that someone so young had one. Layla stood in the center, and unlike Quinn's test, they waited until she was ready. When the test began, 5 targets appeared. She knocked 5 arrows, shooting them all at once. They flew fast and strong, then split off, each heading for a different target. "What a good combo," Vorden said. "She has a weak telekinesis ability, so she uses it with the bow to control the arrow's movements." All 5 targets were hit instantly. The beast weapon had made her weak ability strong. On the strength test, Layla didn't do as well. She used her powers to speed up her punch, but her score was only an 8. She also did poorly on the agility test, relying on her ability to block the holographic spikes, which had no effect. She scored the same as Quinn. "It looks like you have the ability level of a level 2 user," Jane said, and the number 2 appeared on Layla's wrist. Layla was clearly unhappy, stomping back to the group. Quinn thought it was unfair. With her bow, she could easily beat some level 3 or 4 users. He realized the academy only measured raw ability, not fighting prowess. Erin was next. She walked forward confidently and stood in the center. She formed an ice spear and threw it at the first target, hitting it dead on. She did this one after another with incredible speed. On the next test, she was even more impressive. She gathered ice in her palms, and after a minute, a huge ice column shot from her hands, hitting the drum. The number went up to 50. "No wonder she's so confident," Vorden said. Quinn realized it was a good thing they didn't fight. On the final test, she was told not to use her ability. She moved swiftly, but eventually the machine got too fast and she was hit. "Impressive," Jane said. "Best result so far, power level 5. Erin walked back as if she had known all along. Finally, it was Vorden's turn. "Time to show you what I got. Wish me luck." Quinn was surprised to find Vorden was talking to him. Vorden winked and walked to the center. Could that idiot actually be strong? Quinn wondered. When the tests began, everyone's mouths were agape. Vorden did the exact same thing as Erin on every single test. He used the same ice ability and performed just as well. "See, I told you I was strong," Vorden said, showing his new friend the number 5 on his wrist. What was Vorden's ability? Quinn thought. When Vorden tried to shake his hand, the system said his ability was rejected. If it was ice, surely his hand would have frozen, unless Quinn had an ability that blocked powers, which was highly unlikely. Vorden had also seemed surprised, asking about his ability afterward. Then Quinn had another thought. Why was Vorden so eager to shake everyone's hand? He remembered Vorden touching Erin's shoulder after she refused his handshake. It wasn't a coincidence that they both had the same powers. Vorden's ability must be able to copy others. It didn't work on Quinn because his ability wasn't straightforward. "Hey, Vorden," Quinn whispered. Are you able to copy other people's abilities?" Vorden smiled. "I'm surprised you figured it out so fast. How did you know?" "When you shook my hand, you seemed surprised that nothing happened." Vorden was impressed. It was far more likely that he had learned the ice ability from a book. But the power to copy wasn't available in ability books, which meant only one thing. "Are you an original?" Quinn asked. Vorden didn't say anything but gave him a wink, confirming Quinn's suspicions. Vorden was an original, from a family that kept their powers to themselves. He was someone who could easily surpass level 8. After the test, the hooded man teleported the students to the front of the academy, the tallest building in the city. 10 teachers stood waiting, and more students were teleported in front of them as they finished their tests. "Okay, you all need to follow me as I take you around the school," said a middle-aged man with curly blonde hair and glasses. His name was Dell. He smiled the whole time. "You guys should start to get to know each other," Dell said. "After all, the people you are with now will be your classmates." Everyone started talking, but Quinn noticed something. The mid-level students were trying to befriend the high levels, while the low levels were ignored. Quinn and Peter were the only 2 level 1s, and they were pushed to the back. Peter was trudging along with his head down, but Quinn had expected this. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name. "There you are," Vorden said. "Man, people just started jumping all over me. I looked over and you were gone. Come on, let's look around together, friend." Quinn thought Vorden was strange, but not in a bad way. Vorden then noticed Peter. "Come on, stop being a downer, and you come over here too." Peter pointed to himself. "Who else do you think I'm talking to?" Vorden asked. The 3 of them hung out at the back as Dell showed them around. They saw the battle arena, homerooms, and sports rooms. But Quinn was only interested in the library. "The library is split into 3 floors, Dell explained. First-year students can only access the first floor, second-year students can access the second, and the last floor is only for military personnel." Quinn was interested because it contained books unavailable to the public. He hoped he could find information about his ability on the first floor. The tour ended at the dorms. "And this is where you will be living," Dell said. "Once you've dropped off your things, you can explore. There are no lessons today." Each student was given a paper with their room number. Quinn saw Vorden coming toward him. "Hey, Quinn, what room number did you get?" Vorden asked. 23. "No way, you're kidding, right? I got the same number. Maybe fate is really bringing us together." "Maybe," Quinn replied. Somewhere down the hall, 2 other students were talking. "Whoa, what happened to you?" one asked. "I don't know, man. Some guy just appeared and hit me out of nowhere, forcing me to swap room numbers." "Should we try to get it back?" "Nah. If I saw his wrist correctly, it said he was a level 5. Best if we just leave it." Theories and new quests. After unpacking, Quinn was free to explore. It was still noon, and he had plenty of time. He was sharing his room with Vorden and Peter. The room was empty except for 3 beds, a desk, and a cupboard for each of them. Students were expected to spend most of their time studying or practicing, not on pleasure. "What do you guys want to do?" Vorden asked. "I'm still unpacking," Peter replied. "You 2 don't have to wait for me." Peter had opened up a little, likely feeling comfortable around Quinn, another level 1. "I was thinking of heading to the library," Quinn said. "That will probably be too boring for you." "Boring? I can make anything fun. Besides, I haven't read a book in—" Vorden paused. "I can't even remember." The 3 of them laughed, and Vorden and Quinn decided to go to the library. The first floor was already busy. Quinn saw round desks with a glowing orb in the middle. "Ah, you're wondering what that orb is," Vorden said. "Looks like they don't have them at public schools. If you touch the orb, you create a space where only those invited can be heard. This way, people can talk without disturbing others." Technology sure has come a long way. They chose a table with 2 other people sitting on the other side. As Vorden explained, Quinn saw them talking but couldn't hear a word. The orb's range seemed limited to the table. Quinn looked for books about abilities. Vorden picked a random fiction book. They sat at their table, and Quinn began to read. After several books, he found nothing new. He already knew about most of the abilities, and none of them were like his. Vorden noticed the kind of books he was picking out. "What's with all the books? Are you looking for something in particular?" Quinn thought about it. Vorden wasn't an academic, but he knew a lot about abilities because of his own. "I was trying to decide what ability to get since I turned down the school's offer." "Oh, right, I forgot. I thought you might have been one of those pure members. Turns out you just didn't want to be a military dog." Vorden replied. "Well, is there anything specific you're looking for?" "Not really. But there was something interesting in one book. Have you ever heard of an ability that gets weaker in sunlight?" Vorden burst out laughing. "What are you, crazy? I've never heard of something like that. Abilities are things our bodies learn. But for one to get weaker because of the sun? Sounds like you're a vampire or something." Quinn felt a little embarrassed, but it was true. In direct sunlight, all his stats were cut in half. He continued to look around, then looked at the second floor where second-year students were. "Maybe there's something up there, but I can't imagine what the academy would do to me for breaking the rules." He eventually ventured into the fiction section, and a title caught his eye. "The Truth About Vampires." Vampires were fairy tales, myths. Even with the emergence of powers, no one claimed to be a vampire. But Quinn couldn't help himself. He began to read, hoping to find something he could relate to. Most of it was useless. Vampires had to drink blood, some could turn into bats or cast illusions, and others were skilled with swords and hypnosis. Quinn had none of those things. The only thing he could relate to was being weaker in the sun. He decided to close the book. Ding. You gained more knowledge about the system. 10 XP received. 15 or 100 exp. It couldn't be, could it? Quinn stared at the message, rereading it. Did I get exp from reading that fantasy book? He had to test it. He picked up another fantasy story, reincarnated into a human, and skimmed through it. When he closed it, there was no reaction. He picked up another vampire book. The same thing happened. He theorized that he had gained so much knowledge about abilities that the system gave him a delayed message. But there was a second possibility, one he didn't want to believe. He didn't want to believe that the vampire book was related to his system. When he finished, he noticed Vorden had disappeared. He must have gotten bored and gone somewhere else. He looked outside and saw the sun was setting. He had been in the library for 6 hours. Just as he was about to leave, another message appeared. Daily quest has been completed. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. 5 exp has been awarded. 2100 exp. Quinn had completed his second daily quest. The bus ride was 2 hours long, and with the time he spent indoors, he had completed the task with ease. Each notification gave him a sense of satisfaction, seeing the number creep closer to 100. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. His best guess was that he would level up. The only thing he wished for was a faster way to level up. With just 2 daily quests, it would take days to reach level 2. He left the library and decided to head to the battle arena to test a theory. As he walked down the hallway, he saw a kid being pushed against a wall by another student. The boy on the wall had already been hit. So it started already, Quinn thought. He saw the number on the boy's wristwatch, 1.2. The bully was weak himself, which was rare. Then Quinn realized who was against the wall. It was Peter. He hadn't recognized him at first. Quinn debated whether to get involved. He hated bullies, and he was likely to be a target himself soon. He also wanted to test his current strength. The bully was only level 1.2. He had found the perfect guinea pig. The bully lifted his fist again. "You think you can just bump into me like that and say sorry?" he shouted, swinging. Quinn pretended to fall and bumped into the student, causing him to stumble and miss. "Quinn?" Peter said, looking up. "What the hell was that for?" the bully said, looking at Quinn. He saw the number on Quinn's watch, and his confidence surged. "What the hell is a level 1 piece of rubbish like you doing?" "I was waiting to see how long it would take for someone like you to appear," Quinn said. "It seems I lost a bet with myself. I thought it would take at least a couple of days." "And what do you think you're going to do about it?" Peter was worried. He knew Quinn had no ability, and the bully did. Peter had been hurt his whole life and didn't want to be hurt anymore. This was just how the world worked. The strong bullied the weak, and the weak bullied the even weaker. The bully had found someone weaker than him, and he wanted someone else to feel his pain. Quinn noticed the student holding his hands behind his back. The next thing that happened confirmed his thoughts. An ability has been detected. Initiating battle mode. New quest has been given. First fight, power level 1.2. Win the fight to gain 50 exp. A huge grin spread across Quinn's face. This was how he was going to level up faster. The student opposite Quinn still held his hands suspiciously behind his back. Even without the system's aid, Quinn knew the student was deliberately hiding his ability. "Come on," the student sneered, his tone brittle with impatience. "Where's that big talk now?" "I think you're still playing with it behind your back," Quinn retorted. The insult landed perfectly, just as Quinn intended, and the student's face twisted in fury. "You weak piece of garbage!" he snarled, charging forward and lashing out with a hand. Quinn's reflexes flared, his arm shooting up just in time to block and recoil. But the student's hand, a blur of motion, sliced right through the skin of Quinn's forearm, drawing blood. "Damn it!" Quinn cursed. A cold, unwelcome message appeared in his field of vision. HP 810. Quinn looked at the student, who now held his hands openly. The student's ability was a limited transformation, affecting only his hands. It caused his fingernails to harden into razor-sharp claws, like those of a tiger. Though Quinn had been fast enough to block, the claws had still ripped through his skin. Is the system saying if I take 4 more attacks like that, I'm dead? Suddenly, everything became far more serious. The stinging pain on his arm was shockingly real. This wasn't just a game. The playful, video game-like nature of his system had made him reckless, but he was quickly and painfully reminded that this was a real fight for survival. The student charged again, his clawed hands at the ready. As he swung with his right, Quinn managed to duck and retaliate with a solid punch to the student's stomach. What the hell? This guy hits hard, the student thought in surprised pain. But he didn't give up. The student pivoted and struck at Quinn's exposed back, leaving another long, deep claw mark. HP 610. "Shut up, I know!" Quinn shouted, his frustration boiling over. He lifted the student by his legs and, with a surge of strength, hurled him against the side wall. Peter, watching from the sidelines, felt a jolt of disbelief. How did Quinn manage to pick him up like that? They're roughly the same size, and he threw him with ease. Does he really not have an ability? Quinn didn't stop there. He knew it was important to teach people like this a lesson, otherwise they would just come back for more. He had to show him that messing with him was a mistake. He ran up to the student, who lay groaning on the floor, and delivered a full-force kick to his stomach. The blow was so hard, it caused the student to cough up a little blood. Congratulations. Quest has been completed. 50 exp received. 7,100 experience points. Is he dead? Peter asked, his voice shaking. The student immediately started to cough some more. No, Quinn said, looking down at him. But if he attacks us again, he's going to wish he was. Quinn felt a rush of relief. He didn't know what the punishment was for killing another student at the academy, even in self-defense. He also didn't want the burden of death on his shoulders at such a young age. He was glad the system had rewarded him without requiring him to cross that line. Then, another message appeared. Additional quest reward. Skill unlocked. Inspect LV1. Excitement filled Quinn's mind. He had finally received his first skill. He hoped this would help him figure out what kind of ability he had, but the name didn't sound very promising. Inspect? So maybe it can tell me my opponent's weaknesses? He decided to test his new ability on Peter, who was standing right next to him. But now came the next problem. He had no idea how to use it. The moment he focused his thoughts on the word inspect, the skill activated on its own. A faint screen shimmered into existence right next to Peter. Name: Peter Chuck. Race: human. Ability: none. HP 35, blood type A+. Quinn looked at the information. It seemed like some sections were blanked out, which he assumed was due to his skill only being at level 1. The information he did get, however, was incredibly useful. It told him what type of ability they had, which would be a huge advantage in a fight, and it also told him their health. But one piece of information was particularly strange: the blood type. It seemed odd for the system to provide such a specific detail, and Quinn couldn't imagine how it would ever help him in the future. He then moved to the student still on the ground and used the inspect skill on him. Name: Kyle Main. Race: human. Ability: transformation. HP 18, blood type B+. Checking Kyle's status revealed a few new things. The information about the ability was general, only giving him the type. There were hundreds of different transformation abilities, so it couldn't pinpoint it further. The HP also showed that his victory only required the student's health to drop to 1. He still didn't know if 0 meant death or just being knocked out. Immediately after inspecting Kyle, another notification popped up. Optional quest has been granted. Drink the blood of your victim to absorb a stat point. Is this thing crazy? Quinn thought. Even if it gave him a stat point, there was no way he was going to drink someone else's blood. The very idea of it made him feel sick. For a brief moment, though, Quinn's eyes flickered to the ground where Kyle had coughed up some blood. Maybe a little bit wouldn't hurt. "No, Quinn. You're going crazy. Stop it." "Come on, let's go," Quinn said to Peter, his voice firm. The two of them continued walking down the hallway, but Peter noticed Quinn kept turning his head to look back at Kyle. He must be worried about him. Quinn's a nice guy after all, Peter thought, a small smile on his face. What he didn't realize was that Quinn wasn't looking at Kyle at all, but at the pool of blood on the ground. As they walked, Quinn started to feel a strange, tingling surge through his body. "Hey," Peter asked, "shouldn't you go to the doctor? I'm sure they have a healer who can patch that up." "Yeah, thanks. I'll head there now," Quinn replied. "You don't have to come with me. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow, so why don't you head back to the dorm?" Though Peter was worried, he didn't want to linger in the halls where other students could see him. Quinn could see his hesitation. "Look, don't worry. Vorden just went to the bathroom. He'll be back any second. Don't worry about it." With that, Peter rushed off, heading back to the dorms, making sure to keep his wristwatch covered most of the time. He didn't want another incident to happen. Quinn, on the other hand, immediately rushed to the nearest boys' toilet. Once inside, he went straight to the mirror and looked at his arm where Kyle had scratched him. He watched in a state of disbelief as the torn skin visibly, impossibly, began to mend. Though it looked slow, in reality, it was incredibly fast. To actually witness his skin scabbing over and healing was an amazing sight. Quinn had felt something strange happening to his body during this process, and he'd noticed it while talking to Peter. It was why he'd been trying to get Peter to leave him alone. If Peter had seen this, there would be no doubt in his mind that Quinn had an ability. After a few minutes, Quinn opened his status screen. It was just as he thought. His HP was slowly regaining. HP 810. Eventually, the wounds on his arm and back had completely healed, leaving only the rips in his shirt. HP 1010. Your HP has been healed. Your hunger has grown. Just as the two messages appeared, Quinn's stomach gave a low rumble. Does the system use food to heal my wounds? It makes sense. The energy has to come from somewhere. The ache in his belly was slight, like he had just missed breakfast. When he had the chance, he would get a quick bite to eat. Before heading back to the dorm, there was one more thing he wanted to do. Visit the training room they'd been shown during the school tour. It was getting late, and with an early start in the morning, most students had already returned to their dorms. This was the perfect chance to go to the training room without anyone seeing him. Quinn finally reached the academy's training room. It was a large, dome-like building with a huge open space in the middle. Along the edges were rows and rows of technological equipment. Giant mech robots, shooting targets, and other machines Quinn had no idea what they did. But what he wanted to see most was the power-level testing equipment. He had spotted the same machinery used at the testing field inside. As he expected, the room was completely empty. He walked past the different machines and stopped in front of a drum-like one. This was the same machine that tested a user's strength. Unbeknownst to Quinn, Layla had also come to the training room late that night. She always practiced her archery when she was nervous, and she couldn't help but worry about tomorrow. The sound of the doors opening startled her. Being her usual shy self, she immediately hid behind one of the giant robots. She saw a student walk towards her and then recognized him. "Isn't that the boy I took the test with?" If I remember correctly, he had no ability, Layla thought. Her curiosity piqued. She watched as Quinn approached the large drum. "Here it goes," Quinn muttered, preparing his fist. He swung his arm back and hit the drum as hard as he could. A number appeared, slowly rising until it stopped at 10. "Seems like I was on the mark," he said to himself. Quinn had a theory that his status screen stats matched the school's equipment. He had only tested it on his own, so he wanted to confirm it now. Layla, watching from her hiding spot, also noticed the new score. 10? Didn't he get 5 last time? Was he hiding his ability? That score's higher than my own. Suddenly, she was intrigued by the mysterious student and continued to watch him. Next, Quinn went to the hologram spike machine. The last time he used it, he had lasted 10 seconds before the attacks became too fast for him to dodge. If his theory was correct, he should be able to last at least 20 seconds now that his stats were no longer halved. He started the test, and when it finally ended, the timer showed exactly 20 seconds. It looks like I was right. With his results confirmed, there was nothing left to do but head back to the dorm and wait for the next day. Layla, who had seen everything, was even more puzzled. She couldn't understand why a student would hide his strength. A low power level made you an easy target. She had only one thought as she watched him leave. Interesting. She decided to keep a close eye on Quinn from now on. The next day at 8 a.m., the students were woken by an alarm. It was the signal to get dressed and head to the canteen for breakfast. Quinn woke up to a pleasant surprise from his system. You have completed your daily quest. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Reward 5 exp, 75-100. The daily quest had reset at midnight, and Quinn had slept for 8 hours, earning him a quick 5 experience points. He was pleased. This was an easy way to gain experience without going out of his way. A loud rumbling sound came from his belly. I'm hungrier than usual for some reason. Maybe my body really did use up a lot of energy in that fight, Quinn thought as he headed down to the canteen. The canteen was a large, plain hall. In fact, most of the school was plain. Single white walls, no picture frames, just windows here and there. It was the sleek, modern, clean look that the world had adopted. The canteen itself was filled with large tables that could seat 3 people on each side. As soon as Quinn entered, he noticed something. There were no assigned seats, which immediately led to a clear divide. The low levels sat with the low levels, and the high levels sat with the high levels. While Quinn, Peter, and Vorden were waiting in line, they saw a student come in late. He walked past most of the others and simply cut to the front of the line. Not a single person said a word. The simple reason was that he had a higher power level. Quinn hated this type of behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. Once the 3 of them got their food, they looked for a place to eat. Why don't we go over there? Vorden pointed at an empty spot. Are you sure, Vorden? Peter asked. That's a level 1 area. You don't have to sit with us if you don't want to, right, Quinn? Yeah, don't force yourself, Quinn replied. Quit talking nonsense, you two. We're friends, Vorden said firmly. I don't care about this stupid power level hierarchy. The 3 of them went to sit at a table with the other lower-level students. The area slowly started to fill up, but no one else chose to sit at their table. The reason was simple. They were scared of Vorden. They could see his high power level and chose to stay away. As soon as the food was on the table, Quinn began to eat everything, even the parts he usually didn't like. Hey, if you're not going to finish that, do you mind if I take it? Quinn asked Peter. Sure, go ahead, Peter said. Quinn not only ate all his own food, but also everything the other 2 left behind. He also grabbed 8 bottles of water, as he wanted to complete his quest as soon as possible. He had noticed the previous day that he sweated more than usual in the sun, and the water would help him avoid dehydration if they went outside again. For a skinny guy, you sure did pack down all that food, Vorden said, impressed. Despite eating so much, Quinn still felt a nagging hunger that wouldn't completely go away. Luckily, it was bearable and didn't distract him too much. A daily quest has been completed. Drink 2 liters of water. Reward 5 exp, 8100. Quinn was now just 20 points away from leveling up, and he was eager to see what benefits that would bring. He suddenly remembered his new inspect skill and decided to use it on Vorden. HP 10/10, race human, ability none, blood type O. Quinn paused for a second as he read the screen. The system was stating that Vorden had no ability. Hey, Vorden, can you still use Aaron's ice powers? Wow, I didn't know you were so interested in me, Vorden said, rubbing the back of his head. My ability actually resets every day, and I haven't touched anyone today. Besides you two, of course, but you're both duds for my ability. With breakfast over, it was time to head to class. On the way, in the middle of the hallway, Peter and Quinn spotted Kyle. He looked to be in top condition, having completely healed. As he walked past, he made sure to avoid eye contact. "Do you think he'll tell the teacher what happened?" Peter whispered. "No, I doubt it. It's too embarrassing for him to admit he was defeated by someone weaker than him, and it would only make him a target if people found out." They arrived at their tutor room for the first class of the day. Their teacher was Dell, the same person who had shown them around the school. The students took their seats, and just like in the canteen, people chose to sit with those who had the same power levels. All except Vorden, of course. Vorden sat at the back of the class with the level 1s and 2s, choosing to sit between Peter and Quinn. Immediately, other students started whispering. "What does he think he's doing sitting with those bottom feeders? I saw he sat with them in the canteen, too." "Won't this cause a problem for the hierarchy at school? Won't the second-year students do something about this?" "Yeah, if he keeps breaking the rules, they'll definitely step in." The difference in treatment wasn't just a school thing, it was a societal one. The higher your power level, the better your job, and the more you could earn. The government supported you, while the rest were forgotten. The people at the top had no problem with this, of course. Lower-level people would do anything they were asked just to obtain a new skill, hoping one day they could increase their power level. Anyone who tried to upset this balance was quickly silenced. This was the whole reason the Pure Group existed, to fight against this system, and why they were treated like terrorists. Dell began his lecture, a brief introduction to the school and the Great War. When we were losing the Great War against the Dalki race, that was when they came forward. We call them the Originals. This was the first time the whole world was introduced to abilities. Unknown to all of us, they had kept these abilities to themselves for hundreds of years, passing them down only to their family members. Thanks to them, they shared their abilities with others, but not all of them, of course. When we talk about an original, we're either talking about the founders of an ability or a group that decided not to share their abilities with the rest of the world. Dell's face turned serious. "Although we are currently in a time of peace, who knows when the war will start again? And that is why you are here." Once the class was over, it was time for a break. Vorden, Quinn, and Peter headed outside for a snack. The moment Quinn stepped outside, the familiar message appeared. "All stats have been halved." The three of them sat on a nearby bench, and Quinn once again felt a strange weakness in his body. "Hey, are you all right? You look sick again," Vorden asked, "and you're sweating like crazy." "Yeah, I just get hot easily," Quinn replied. They continued to talk about nothing in particular until a group of 6 second-year students appeared in front of them, each wearing a black arm badge. "Looks like the rumors were true," one of the students said. "We have some business to discuss with you three. Do you mind coming with us?" Quinn, Peter, and Vorden were escorted to a separate part of the school. The second-year building was separate from the first-year one, meaning there wasn't much interaction between them. "Shouldn't we just run?" Peter whispered. "It might just make the situation worse," Quinn replied. "If they were going to do something to us, they would have waited until we were alone. It seems they did this in public intentionally, as if to make a statement to all the other low levels." After a while, they arrived at their destination, a quiet area on the side of the second-year building. There were a few students walking past, but it was relatively quiet. Sitting on a staircase outside the building was a tall man with brown hair tied in a ponytail. "We brought them here as you asked, Mono," one of the students said. "You guys can leave," Mono replied, standing up. The second-year students did as they were told, leaving the trio alone. "It seems there have been rumors going around about a high-tier student hanging around with a bunch of low-tier students." Quinn noticed Mono's wristwatch, which displayed the number 6. "Is that against the rules?" Vorden asked. Mono laughed. Not quite, but there are some unwritten rules of the academy. He walked over to Quinn. You see, the moment you start treating this trash like they're useful to society, they start to get a big head. Now that Mono was close enough, Quinn tried to use his inspect skill, but the screen that appeared was blurry. It looked like it was melting, and all the information was unreadable. Is it because I'm out in the sun? Quinn wondered. Look at this scum, Mono continued. I'm only a few feet away from him, and there isn't even an ounce of fear in his eyes. You know, I'm happy that the war started because it got rid of people like you, and only the strong survived. Quinn's blood started to boil. He hated the war, and how it had taken everything away from him, including his parents. He no longer cared if he was going to take a beating. All he wanted to do was punch Mono in the face right there and then. At this distance, even if his punch was slow, it should still hit. Quinn couldn't hold in his anger any longer and threw a punch. But before his fist was even fully out, Mono had already taken a step back, leaving Quinn to hit only the air. Vorden took this chance to grab Mono, but once again, Mono moved before Vorden had even started his action, causing Vorden to grab nothing. You think I'm going to let someone touch me whose ability I do not even know? Mono said. I didn't come here to fight you guys. Today was just a warning. There are some people in this school that not even the military can touch, and if you continue acting this way, they will get involved. With that, Mono headed back up the stairs and into the second-year building. Do you think he's serious? Peter asked. I know at school they didn't like this stuff, but it seems even worse now that we're in a military school. Why don't the teachers do something to stop it? Because it works in their favor, Quinn replied. The strong bullying the weak causes the weak to seek more power. But if you were weak to begin with, and don't have the family backing to help you, where would you go to get this power? The military, Vorden answered. Exactly, Quinn said. The teachers and the school don't do anything because it benefits them. After experiencing hell for 2 years, your mind will be broken down. You would do anything to seek power and protection, and the military can offer that for you. Quinn then looked at Vorden. It might be best if we comply with their wishes and go our separate ways for now. Why should I listen to them? Vorden snapped back. The outburst surprised Quinn as Vorden was strangely against his suggestion. Look, I understand you might think you're helping me and Peter, but maybe you don't understand because you've never been powerless like us. When we break their rules, they won't go for you. It will be me and Peter they go for. Quinn hated saying this to Vorden. After all, Vorden was the first person with a high power level who didn't discriminate. So far, Vorden's presence had helped. Whenever Quinn and Peter walked around, the higher levels did nothing to them because of Vorden. But this had only attracted bigger fish, something that neither Quinn nor Vorden could handle, at least not yet. Fine, have it your way, Vorden said, angered, and stormed off back to the dorm building. Maybe we should have explained it to him better, Peter said. No, it's fine. It's better this way, Quinn replied. Although it looked like Vorden had stormed off in anger due to Quinn's words, that wasn't true at all. Vorden was angry at the whole situation. Even here, it seemed like people were telling him how he should live his life, who he could and could not hang out with. Vorden also didn't want Quinn to get hurt, so he knew it was the right choice, but he wasn't going to let these people get away with trying to control his life. Vorden was going to go after all of them. Layla had been tracking Quinn and the others for a while and was even there when Quinn was busy dealing with Mono. She didn't plan to help, but she was amazed that Quinn was able to attract so much attention in one day. The only thing that confused her was why Quinn's punch seemed so weak and slow. From what she had seen at the training center, that was definitely not his best. After Vorden had stormed off, Peter and Quinn decided it would be best to head back to class for their next lesson. They walked for a while, but just before they reached the first-year building, a group of first-year students was standing in front of the staircase. There were 3 of them in total, with power levels between 2 and 2.5 on their wristwatches. What are we going to do? Dan asked for 50 credits by the end of this week. one of the boys said. I know, another replied. Why did they have to pick on us, just because we're weaker than him? Credits were the school's and city's currency. Even though they were at a military school, the rest of the city functioned as normal, with restaurants, shops, and entertainment. Students received free food at school, along with a daily allowance of 10 credits sent to their wristwatches. They could earn more by performing well on missions, school activities, and with rewards. Peter and Quinn continued to walk past the boys to head to class, but one of the boys called out to them. "Wait! Stop right there, you two!" the boy shouted. Peter stopped immediately, but Quinn kept walking. "Hey, are you listening? I said stop!" Another boy immediately got in front of Quinn and pushed him back to where Peter was standing. Quinn was hoping another incident wouldn't occur, at least not while he was in the sun. If he could just get inside the building, he thought he would have a fighting chance. "I think I might have just solved our credits problem," the boy said. "You must be the only level ones in this whole school. Hand over 10 credits each, and you can go inside." "But that's all the credits we have," Peter complained. "Look, I don't want to do this, but if I don't, then my ass gets beat. Hand over the credits now." Peter looked at Quinn hopefully, perhaps thinking Quinn could do something like last time. But after trying to hit Mono, Quinn knew he would have no chance. Besides, these were level 2s. Even at full strength, he might not be able to beat them. Quinn decided it would be better to just hand over the credits. It was better than losing a fight and being forced to hand them over anyway. Just then, Quinn received another system message. A new quest has been given, a power level difference of 2 has been detected, additional XP will be awarded. Defeat the student known as Riley. Suddenly, Quinn wanted to test his chances. The idea of gaining additional experience and leveling up became very attractive to him, but he wouldn't let his greed win him over. There were 3 level 2 users, but the system had only asked him to defeat one of them. The first thing he needed to do was get inside so he could use his inspect skill and find out which one was named Riley. Right now, if he used it outside, it would only appear as a blur. In the end, Quinn decided to hand over the 10 credits. He placed his watch on the other boy's watch, and the credits were transferred. Peter did the same, and the 2 of them were allowed to enter the building. "Hey, that was a great idea, man," one of the boys said. "Should we just stay out here until we find someone weaker again?" What? Quinn thought. He had hoped that once they had paid, the boys would go inside, but it looked like they were going to stay outside for a while. Quinn stopped and waited. "What are you two doing? Scram, unless you want an ass kicking," a boy said. Then Quinn clenched his fist and shouted, "Riley!" All 3 boys turned their heads at the same time, but not one of them replied. Quinn's bad luck continued, but he had one more plan to find out who Riley was. "If you pull this sort of thing on me again, Riley, you're dead," Quinn said. Suddenly, the red-haired boy in the center of the trio stood up and shouted, "What the hell did you just say to me, you little punk?" "Run!" Quinn shouted. Like a bolt of lightning, Peter and Quinn ran as fast as they could to their next class. "Why did you do that?" Peter asked. "I just wanted to annoy them a little." Peter couldn't help but think Quinn was a little mad, but he liked that Quinn didn't seem to take crap from people stronger than him. He looked up to him a little bit. Once they were just outside their class, Quinn opened his status screen to check if the quest was still active. Good. Even though Quinn was away from Riley, the quest was still active. He would get the experience as long as he completed it at any time. And now he knew which one Riley was and who his first target would be. "You're going to help me level up." Classes for the day had finally finished. Since it was the first day, most of the classes were just introductions to what they would learn. Peter and Quinn did their best to avoid most of the other students for the day, and it seemed like, after everything they'd been through, they weren't going to get into any more trouble. Once classes were over, it was time for dinner. Quinn still had that hunger in his stomach, so he was looking forward to dinner more than usual. This time, Quinn and Peter sat on their own at a table in the low-level area. Peter started to look around the room as if he was trying to spot someone. "I don't see Vorden anywhere. Do you think he's okay?" Peter asked. Quinn scouted the room and couldn't see Vorden either. "I wouldn't worry about it too much. Trust me when I say this, but he's a lot safer than us in this school." The two continued to eat, and once they finished dinner, they headed back to their dorm room. To their surprise, Vorden was already there, lying on his bed. When they closed the door, Vorden lifted his head and smiled at them. "Hey, I've been waiting for you two for a while now," Vorden said, getting off the bed. "I wanted to say sorry about earlier. I wasn't angry at you guys, just at this whole situation." When Vorden stood up, Quinn noticed a slight red mark on the side of his face. "What happened to your face?" Peter asked. "Oh, this?" Vorden said, touching the mark. "I got into a little scuffle of my own, but don't worry. I didn't lose. You don't have to worry about me, I'm strong." Suddenly, a loud growling noise filled the room. Peter and Vorden immediately looked at Quinn, whose face had gone bright red. "Sorry, I guess I'm still hungry after dinner," Quinn said, laughing nervously. "Why don't you grab something from the convenience store?" "It's not too far away," Vorden said. Quinn looked at his watch and realized that even if he did go, he wouldn't be able to buy anything since he had no credits. But before he could say anything, Vorden came over and tapped his watch against Quinn's. "Transfer of 10 credits successful," the notification sounded. "Don't even say anything, just go grab something," Vorden said with a smile. "Thanks." With that, Quinn left Peter and Vorden and rushed off to the convenience store, which was a 20-minute walk from the military school gates. At the front of the school was a huge gate with 2 guards. Only students, teachers, and certain military personnel were allowed on school grounds. To exit and re-enter, students were required to show their wristwatches. Once past the gates, Quinn decided to test out his 10 stamina points. He started jogging at a relatively fast pace. After about 5 minutes, he realized he wasn't out of breath at all. He decided to run even faster, eventually making it to the convenience store in 7 minutes. "I think I was doing about a kilometer in under 5 minutes, and I'm not even out of breath," Quinn thought. The stats given to him were those of an athlete's body. It wasn't the same weak body he had before, but it wasn't a supernatural body that surpassed human limits either. Another thing he noticed while running at night was that he could see everything with perfect clarity. Even with no streetlights, it was as if the moon had lit up everything. A sort of night vision. Your hunger grows slightly. I know, I don't need the system to tell me when I'm hungry. When Quinn entered the convenience store, he grabbed a few of his favorite snacks, some late-night ice cream and potato chips. That's when he spotted Riley and his friends down another aisle. Quinn quietly ducked down and waited for them to finish shopping. What luck. I thought I would have to track him down, but it seems he came right to me. While hiding, he noticed he was in the mask section. One particular mask stood out to him. It was fully black, covering the top half of the face, with a blood splatter across it. Kinda spooky looking. Once Riley and the others had left, Quinn grabbed the mask and his snacks and placed them on the counter. Layla, who was also in the store, noticed the mask Quinn had bought. "What the? It's not Halloween yet. Why is he buying a mask like that?" Layla decided to continue following Quinn as he, in turn, followed Riley and his friends. "Hey, we're going to shoot some hoops in the park. You want to join?" one of the boys asked. "Nah, you know my ability is useless for games like that," Riley replied. "I think I'll just head back and wait by the school gate, see if there are any more suckers I can leech some credits from." The other 2 boys looked at each other. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but they only did it because they didn't want to get beaten up by a higher power level. It seemed Riley was starting to get a little pleasure from bullying those weaker than him. Riley started to head back to school and eventually reached a small park on the way back. The area was completely empty of people and had very few lights. There were also plenty of trees for Quinn to hide behind. "It's showtime," Quinn said as he put the mask on. He continued to follow Riley into the park until he had reached a spot mostly shrouded in darkness, with a single street lamp providing the only light. Even if he spots me now, he won't know who to come back to for revenge. Riley was currently checking his watch, the glowing screen displaying a total of 80 credits. "I'm a genius," he said to himself. "I don't know why I didn't do this sooner. I have more than enough to pay Dan and keep some for myself. As long as I stay on Dan's good side, no one will try to attack me." The moment he finished his thought, he felt a large impact on his right side. Quinn had come out from the trees and delivered a kick, causing Riley to stumble to the ground. When Riley looked up, all he could see was a student wearing a horrifying mask with a blood splatter on the front. "What the heck? Who are you?" Riley shouted. Quinn, of course, didn't answer and wanted to finish the fight quickly. He ran up to Riley and threw another kick, but this time Riley was prepared and lifted his hands to block. When Quinn's leg hit Riley's hands, it felt like he was kicking solid rock. "Ouch!" Quinn said, quickly leaping backward to check his leg. He lifted his trousers and saw his leg was badly hurt. It looked like his bones had even bent inward slightly. "What?" Riley thought as he saw his attacker recoil. He then spotted the attacker's wristwatch, which lit up brightly in the dark and displayed the number 1. Riley started to laugh. "I see now. You're probably one of the students I took the credits from earlier, and I'm guessing you thought you could get some revenge." Quinn quickly used his inspect skill. HP 8 to 10. Race, human. Ability, hardening. Blood type, B+. Damn it, no wonder my leg felt like it hit a rock. Although Quinn's surprise attack hadn't worked, he still felt he could win this fight. He charged in again, this time throwing a punch. The attack was faster than Riley had expected, and he didn't have time to use his hardening skill. He took the blow right in the face. "I think he cracked my tooth. How hard does this kid hit?" Riley thought. Quinn threw another punch, but Riley had predicted this and hardened his face in time. When Quinn's fist hit Riley's face, it felt like he was hitting a rock again. "Your fist is broken." 710 HP. Quinn stepped back, creating distance between them. Again, what am I supposed to do if he just keeps hardening his body? A thought came to his mind. If Riley could harden his body, why didn't he keep it hardened all the time? If he did, Quinn's first attack wouldn't have gone through. Did this mean that Riley could only harden a single part of his body at a time? It was just a theory, but Quinn had nothing to lose, and it gave him a plan. Quinn ran forward one more time, shouting, "I'm going to punch that ugly face of yours if it's the last thing I do." Riley hardened his face again, ready for the blow. But at the last second, Quinn changed his punch to a kick to the stomach, causing Riley to bend over. It worked. Quinn then moved to knee Riley in the stomach again, but, at the last second, stopped and punched him on the back of the head. Riley fell to the ground, defenseless. Quinn delivered one final swift kick to the back of his head, and Riley was knocked out. "Did you really think I would tell you where I was going to attack?" Quinn said. Quest has been completed. 50 XP will be rewarded. Power level difference of 1. 20 additional XP will be awarded. 100, 100. You have reached the maximum amount of XP. Would you like to level up? Would I like to level up? Why even bother asking? Quinn thought. Yes. Once you have leveled up, any changes will be irreversible. Who cares? Yes. Congratulations, you are now level 2. Evolution process has started. Evolution. Suddenly, Quinn felt a large, searing pain in his heart. It started to beat faster than ever before. Blood rushed through his veins, all over his body. The pain was so intense that Quinn fell to his knees, but he did his best to keep in any screams, fearing he would alarm anyone. The pain continued. His broken hand started to heal along with his legs, and then a sharp, stabbing pain could be felt in his teeth. The pain lasted for another 5 minutes until it finally stopped. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. You are now a halfling. Quinn stared at the words the system gave him, but they didn't make sense. He had never heard of the term halfling before. Then even more messages started to appear. Your stats have increased. A new skill has been unlocked. LV1 Blood Swipe. Blood Swipe. a skill that has a range of 5 meters. It will fire out a red line of energy from the user's hands. To use the skill, the user must use their own blood, causing 1 HP per blood swipe. Before Quinn had time to check the changes to his stats, another message appeared, which was the most shocking of all. Your hunger grows. You can no longer suppress your need for blood. Your HP will decrease by 1 HP every hour until you have consumed human blood. Quinn had to take a few steps back and take a minute to process everything. He couldn't believe what he was reading. After seeing that last message, only one thought came to his head. That confirms it. I'm a vampire? Maybe he had just been trying to avoid the truth this whole time. But this was the final confirmation. He had his suspicions after reading the book, but everything was adding up. His weakness in the sun, his night vision, and the fact that the system wanted him to drink blood. But now, it was telling him that he would have to drink blood or he would die. While there were other creatures in folklore that were affected by these things, only one stood out when talking about consuming human blood. Quinn stood there looking down at Riley, who was passed out on the ground. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to complete his quest. He gulped as spit started to fill his mouth. For some reason, something was drawing him to Riley's body. Without realizing it, he was slowly moving forward. Suddenly, he could see Riley's pulse beating through his neck, the blood flowing through his veins. Bonus quest granted. Consume your victim's blood to gain a stat point. How am I even meant to do this? Quinn thought, looking at Riley like a piece of meat on a plate. I don't have to bite him, right? And how much do I need until my hunger goes away? Will he die? There were so many questions he was unsure about and had no answers to. Layla had continued to watch Quinn since he left the convenience store. When she saw him following Riley and holding the mask, she had an idea of what he was planning to do. She kept a safe distance, staying between the trees to avoid being seen. That's when she saw the whole thing. She saw Quinn put on the mask and beat Riley to the ground, but then she wondered what he was doing. She saw him kneeling on the floor as if he were in pain, and now he was looking at Riley very strangely. The next second, she saw Quinn go to the ground and lift Riley's body slightly off the floor. What the? Layla said. He can't be planning to kiss him? What is wrong with this person? Quinn continued to lift Riley off the ground and place him back down, his mind going back and forth. Damn it, in the movies it's so much easier, Quinn said. The idea of sticking my teeth into someone, I just can't do it. Maybe I can just make a small cut on his arm. Trying to confirm what she was seeing was real, Layla started to creep closer through the bushes. Suddenly, her foot landed on a small twig, and a snapping sound was heard. What was that? Quinn thought. He turned and looked around but could see no one. In a panic that someone was coming and would find him, he left the body where it was and headed back to school. Layla was unaware of the small twig she had stepped on. She hadn't even heard the sound herself. In her eyes, Quinn had just suddenly left. I wonder what that was all about. In the end, he didn't do anything, Layla thought. Quinn started to head back to school and placed the mask back in his shopping bag. He noticed the ice cream he had bought had melted, but for some reason, when he looked at it, it no longer looked appetizing. There was a hunger in his stomach that he knew wouldn't be satisfied with food, and he wondered just how long he would be able to hold it in. When Quinn arrived back at school, he decided to stop by the toilet first. He looked at himself in the mirror to see if there were any noticeable changes, but he looked the same as before. He lifted his lips to get a better view of his teeth, but they too had stayed the same. Phew, at least it looks like no one will be able to tell. I wonder why I felt pain in my teeth at the time then. Quinn then opened his status screen to see if there were any differences now that he had leveled up and evolved. Name, Quinn Talon. Race, Halfling. HP, 1515. Exp, 50, 200. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Attribute points available, 1. Quinn's health had increased by 50%, while everything else seemed to have remained the same. He was a little bummed out about that, but he could see that there was a single attribute point. When he pressed on the system, it would allow him to increase his strength, agility, or stamina by 1 point. He thought about it for a while and decided to add a point to his agility. Agility 11. Even though he wanted to put it into strength in case he met more people like Riley, he figured he could overcome that problem with a good beast weapon. What he wanted most right now was to be fast and agile, like an assassin. He wondered if there was a reason why the system had only given him 1 point. Then he remembered the optional quest. As long as he consumed the blood of his victim, he would gain a stat point. So far, Quinn would have been able to get an additional 2 stat points, while leveling up only gave him 1. If he wanted to get stronger, this would be the quickest way. But Quinn was unsure whether he would be able to do it. He needed to do more research into the system and see if there was anything he could find out. He now had a direction and knew his system was similar to that of a vampire. Perhaps if he learned more about them, he would be able to figure out a way around drinking the blood. With that, Quinn decided to head to his room, where he could hear Vorden and Peter practicing together. Peter was trying to learn the skill book the military had given him, while Vorden was tutoring him. When Quinn entered the room, they greeted him as usual. "What took you so long?" Vorden asked. "We thought you might have gotten lost." "No, I just went exploring the city a little," Quinn replied. "I'm a bit tired. I think I'm going to go to bed early." "Maybe we should call it a day too," Peter said. With that, the group turned off the lights and went to sleep. All except for one person, that is. Quinn was unable to sleep. His stomach was in a tremendous amount of pain, and he had too much on his mind. If what the message said was true, he didn't have enough time to solve his problem. However, there was nothing he could do. The school had a curfew of 10 p.m., and if you were caught outside, there would be major punishments. All he could do was try to get some sleep and deal with the problem in the morning. Eventually, he finally managed to close his eyes and drift off. When he woke up the next day, the pain was worse than ever. His head was ringing, and his senses felt like they were on high alert. The first thing he did was open his system. 10 hours have passed. Your hunger grows. You have lost 10 HP 515. Your HP will continue to decrease every hour. This was bad. Quinn finally realized he had no choice and didn't have time to figure out another way. He needed to drink human blood, and he needed to do it in the next 5 hours. Even though he had lost 2/3 of his health, it didn't feel like he was hurt or dying. It wasn't like when he was in the sun and felt weak. Instead, it felt like all his senses were heightened. "Hey, Quinn, are you all right, man?" Vorden asked, seeing the shock on his face. "Yeah, I just gotta go somewhere," Quinn said as he rushed out of the room and headed down to the canteen. Everything that had happened so far was a miscalculation on Quinn's part. Although the system had told him he would lose 1 HP every hour, he didn't expect his body to react like this. Originally, he had planned to sleep for only 5 hours, as he was too worn out after the fight yesterday. That way, he would still have at least 10 hours before classes started. He started to calculate how much time he had left. Breakfast was a requirement, lasting from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then classes went on until midday for lunch. That meant he had 4 more hours where he was required to be somewhere in the school. Of course, there was always the option of skipping, but this wasn't like a regular school. The army would severely punish you and hunt you down if you did. But what did that matter if he was going to die anyway? Quinn was currently in the canteen queue, breathing deeply and slowly, trying to get a handle on his heightened senses. He could hear a conversation from the other side of the room. The clanging of pots and pans in the kitchen sounded as if they were right next to him. Slowly, he was figuring out how to ignore all this, and it was making his mind clearer. Just then, Riley entered the canteen. He had no marks on his body from the fight yesterday, as he had made a full recovery at the medical center, but he was in a terrible mood. As soon as he saw Quinn, he had found a target to take out all his pent-up frustration on. Riley walked past all the level 1s in the queue until he reached Quinn. "Hey, Pipsqueak, you got a problem if I cut in front of you?" Riley asked. But Quinn was too busy trying to focus the sounds out of his mind. "Are you ignoring me? Today is not the day to ignore me." Riley looked at Quinn's wristwatch, seeing the number 1 shine brightly. Bad memories of yesterday's fight flashed in his mind. All he wanted to do was kill the person, but that would have to wait. Quinn would have to do. "I said, don't ignore me," Riley said as he grabbed Quinn by the collar. In that instant, Riley's face was incredibly close to Quinn's. Quinn could hear Riley's heartbeat. He could feel the blood flowing through his arm and the muscles lifting his shirt. Something had taken over Quinn's body. He immediately hit Riley's arm away and pounced on him, causing them to fall to the ground. Quinn was on top of Riley, his hands pinning him down. "Get off me, you crazy animal," Riley said. But when he tried to overpower Quinn, it was impossible. Even his ability was useless in this situation. It only hardened his skin, it didn't make him any more powerful. Then Quinn started to feel something growing in his mouth. He placed his head just a few inches away from Riley's neck and was ready. Just as Quinn opened his mouth, he felt someone pull him by the back of his collar and throw him off Riley toward the people in the queue. "Don't touch one of my boys," Dan said. Dan was a large man for his age with a muscular build. He looked more like a bald adult than a teenage boy. "Dan, thank you so much," Riley said, standing up, sweating. "You're dead now, boy." As soon as Dan took one step forward, Vorden stepped in front of Quinn, with Peter right behind him. "Do you really want to cause a problem?" Vorden said, lifting his arm to show the power level on his wristwatch. The truth was, Vorden was only bluffing. His power depended on what ability he copied, and right now, all he had was Peter's level 1 Earth ability. If they were to get into a fight here, there was no contest as to who would win. But Vorden's plan seemed to work, as Dan decided to back down and take Riley with him. Before Riley walked off, he made a sign to Quinn, imitating someone cutting their head off. "Oh, thank you, I can't believe that worked," Peter said, knowing Vorden's secret. After the canteen incident was over, one thing became clear to Quinn. The teachers wouldn't step in no matter what happened. There were many guards in each corner of the room, but not once did they step in to help. After the group finished eating, it was time for them to go to their morning classes, but Quinn was unable to concentrate on anything. All he could do was try to calm himself down while in the middle of class and watch his HP slowly tick away. It was driving him insane seeing the number go down hour by hour, and he now wished he had just bitten into Riley's neck yesterday. When it came to lunchtime, Quinn once again rushed off without Vorden and Peter, this time to the library. 15 HP. "What the hell is happening to me?" Quinn said, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Each time his HP went down, it was getting harder and harder to control his own body, and sooner or later, he would go crazy. During class, he had multiple visions of tearing the place apart and ripping the blood out of people's necks. Without realizing where he was walking, he ended up in the library. In a quiet corner down one of the aisles was the fiction section. "Please have something I can use," Quinn said as he took out fantasy book after fantasy book about vampires. In some of the books, vampires were able to live off animal blood, but Quinn's system clearly stated he needed human blood. Not only that, but it would be hard for him to find an animal in time. In other stories, there were talks of going to the hospital and raiding their supply. But the city's hospital was heavily guarded, and he didn't have time for that. Finally, for the first time, Quinn could feel himself getting weaker. He sat on the floor and read one last book, finding nothing of use. When he closed the book, he saw Layla standing opposite him. "Are you okay?" Layla asked, concerned as Quinn was starting to look very pale. Layla bent down so she was at eye level with him and placed her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. "You're so cold? Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office?" Layla asked. Quinn replied with one word. "Sorry." He said it as he pulled Layla's arm, bringing her close to him, and bit into her neck. As he opened his mouth wide, he could feel the ends of his teeth start to grow. He didn't know what had come over him. It was as if his body had just taken control. His mind wasn't all there. His teeth quickly sank into Layla's skin, and at the same time, a gush of blood entered Quinn's mouth. Layla, however, didn't feel any pain, but instead it felt like pleasure. A tingling sensation ran through her body as she felt the blood rush up and out of her neck. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. The bite seemed to have a paralysis effect. Finally, Quinn's hunger was going away. Your hunger has decreased. Your hunger has decreased. You will no longer lose HP. Even though the messages had appeared, Quinn continued to suck Layla's blood. HP regenerating. HP regenerating. 1515 HP. When the last message appeared, Quinn's mind finally came back to him. He let go of Layla, causing her body to fall to the ground. "What the?" Quinn said, looking around, only then noticing Layla on the ground. "Did I do that?" Images of what he had just done popped into his head. Although he felt like he had no control at the time, his whole body was still working, causing him to remember everything he had done. A+ blood type has been absorbed. You have gained 1+ strength. Although Quinn wanted to check what the message meant, he needed to get Layla out of the library fast. Even though they were in a quiet part of the library, there was no telling when somebody would come back. Thankfully, Quinn could see Layla breathing, so he knew she wasn't dead. But there were 2 clear bite marks on her neck that needed to be dealt with. He then lifted Layla up with his 2 hands, finding her surprisingly lighter than he thought. As Quinn headed to the doctor's office, he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. A part of him thought the system might have just been playing tricks on him. Even though he could see his HP going down, he never felt like he was going to die. And he didn't even know if 0 HP meant death. But after what had happened today, he didn't want to find out. There were a few things Quinn needed to do. He had to find out how frequently his body required blood. To do this, he would have to once again starve his body, but this time he would get blood beforehand so he would be better prepared. But before all that, he had a more serious problem. Layla. Would she remember anything when she got up, or would he have to convince her to keep it a secret? If others were to find out about his rare ability, it would start a bidding war between private companies and the military. They would do anything to get their hands on a new type of ability. Before anyone could find out, Quinn needed to be strong enough to protect himself. As Quinn walked down the hallway, he got quite a few looks from other students. It wasn't strange to see someone carry an injured person at the school, but it was strange for a boy to carry a girl unless they were an item. Finally, he reached the infirmary, where a single female doctor named Haley, who looked to be in her early 30s, was working. She wore round glasses and had her hair up in a ponytail. Quinn never got the chance to mess around with girls while he was at school, but looking at the doctor, he couldn't help but appreciate her natural beauty. "Another one?" Haley said. "There's a bed free at the back. Take her over there." Quinn did as he was told and gently placed Layla on one of the beds. The infirmary was quite large. He had never seen a school have one so big. There were a total of 30 beds, but Haley was the only one working there. Half the beds were filled with students, and Quinn couldn't help but notice that most of them were low levels. There were the odd high levels as well. Even they got into their own fights. Haley came over and started to examine Layla. She placed her hand around her wrist and did a few other checks. That's when she noticed the 2 small hole marks on her neck. "What happened?" Haley asked. "I'm not sure. I was in the library when I saw her on the ground like that," Quinn replied. "I don't know how long she was passed out, but the wound on her neck looks like it's already healing on its own," Haley said. "Still, I can't be sure it will heal perfectly, and it would be a shame if a pretty girl like her got a scar." Haley then placed her hand on Layla's neck where the bite marks were. She closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she lifted her hand, and the bite marks had vanished. "Is it okay if I wait here for her?" Quinn asked. "Oh, you young kids these days," Haley said, laughing. I didn't realize you two were like that. No, 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 Quinn said, waving his arms. We're just friends, that's all. After Haley had gone to look after other students, Quinn decided to open his system. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Stamina, 10. It really did give me an extra stat point after all. After sucking Layla's blood, it seemed he had gained a stat point. He remembered that after defeating opponents, the system would give him an additional quest to suck his victim's blood. The reward was a stat point, but it seemed there was no need for a quest. Was I able to drink anyone's blood and gain stat points? What would happen if I were to drink Layla's blood again? Would I gain another stat? So many questions. He looked at Layla, lying there peacefully. Right now, he was in complete control of his body, and there was no urge for him to suck on her neck again. After checking his teeth, he realized they had gone back to normal. That's when Quinn decided to look around the room until he found what he was looking for, a syringe with a needle. He looked around the room and saw that Haley was busy dealing with another student. He carefully took the syringe, hid it behind his back, and then quickly scooted over to Layla once more. "I'm really sorry about this, Layla," Quinn said, "but you're going to have to be my guinea pig." He took out the syringe and carefully looked for her veins. Luckily, Layla was quite pale, making her veins more visible. He searched for the right spot and was ready, but just as he was about to extract some blood, he heard someone crash into the room. "Is Quinn here?" a boy's voice said. "Isn't that Peter?" Quinn immediately put the syringe in his trouser pocket and went to see what was happening. "Quinn, you're here! Come quick, I've been looking everywhere for you. It's Vorden, he's in trouble." Quinn had no idea what was happening, but one look at Peter's face told him it was serious. He glanced back, seeing Layla still peacefully asleep. It was vital for Quinn to be there when Layla woke up. He had to convince her to keep his secret. But right now, it seemed Vorden was in trouble. He remembered the cafeteria incident. When Quinn was in a bind, Vorden had stepped up to help him. Even though Quinn probably couldn't do much, he had to try. What kind of person would he be if he didn't help Vorden now? "All right, come on," Quinn said. "Let's hurry." The two of them sprinted through the hallways until they reached the assembly hall. It was a large, empty space with marble floors and a stage at the front, used only for school meetings. As they entered, they saw a crowd of students muttering about a commotion. "Did you see what happened?" "Yeah. That guy is a monster. How could he do that?" Good thing the second-year students were here to stop him. The hall was a wreck. Craters and rubble littered the walls and floor, burn marks stained the surfaces, and there was even the metallic tang of blood, a scent Quinn could identify the moment he stepped into the room. "What happened here?" Quinn asked. "Where's Vorden?" A fight had clearly taken place, and Quinn feared the worst. "I don't know," Peter replied. "Vorden and I were just messing around, practicing my Earth ability, when a bunch of second years I'd never seen before came up asking for him. Vorden told me not to worry, but I did, so I followed them. That's when I saw them take him to the assembly hall. Two of the students stood guard and wouldn't let me in. I didn't know what to do, so I came looking for you." Quinn and Peter began asking students what happened, but they either avoided the question or ignored them completely, as if they had been warned not to speak. While Peter continued his fruitless questioning, Quinn knew they wouldn't get any answers, so he started his own inspection. The scent of iron was strongest in one area, leading him to dried blood on the floor. Inspect. Name, Vorden Blade Race. Human blood. Type, O. Quinn inspected more traces of blood, but his skill showed no information at all, only, "Do I have to use the inspect skill on them in person?" he thought. It was a shame the blood had already dried. Otherwise, Quinn would have used the syringe he had. Peter returned, having given up on his questioning. "Doesn't look like anyone wants to talk," he said. "Figures. Let's head back to our dorm. Who knows, he might have already returned." The two of them went back to their room and were surprised to find Vorden there. But something was off. Vorden wasn't his usual self. He looked like he had been in a brutal fight. with bruises, scuff marks, and large cuts on his back. He didn't even greet them. The Vorden they knew was not the Vorden in front of them now. He just lay on his bed. "Vorden, what happened? Are you all right?" Peter asked. "Yeah, just leave me alone. I'll be fine," Vorden said. "If you stay near me, you'll just get hurt anyway." "What are you talking about, Vorden?" Peter shouted. "Look at you. You need to go to the doctor's office. Come on, let's go." "Just leave me alone, please," Vorden said quietly. "Quinn, come on, say something. He needs to go to the doctor's office, right?" But as Peter turned to Quinn, he was gone. "Even he thinks I'm a monster," Vorden mumbled to himself. Just outside the dorm room, Quinn leaned against the door, panting and sweating. He was usually unfazed, but seeing Vorden covered in fresh cuts, the smell of his blood was overwhelming. Quinn felt a craving, a need for a taste of blood. It wasn't like the last time where his body took over, but it brought back bad memories and a hint of fear. "I really need to find out what's going on with this strange ability I have." Then a thought came to his head. He had a more pressing problem. Although Vorden was acting strange, Quinn knew he was safe. Whatever problems Vorden was dealing with now would have to wait. Every second wasted meant Layla could wake up, and he had no idea what would happen then. At that same moment, in a quiet corner of the doctor's office, Layla's eyes slowly fluttered open. "Huh, what happened? Where am I?" she said, rubbing her neck. Images of the library flashed in her mind. She remembered everything. As the memories came back, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. It was a reaction to the memory of Quinn biting her. It wasn't a painful memory, but an oddly addictive feeling. The sensation of the blood rushing through her body made her face flush. She reached up and touched her neck. "Huh, I can't feel anything?" "Oh, so you're awake," Haley said with a smile. "You were sleeping so peacefully I didn't know when you would wake up." "How did I get here?" Layla asked. "A boy came in and dropped you off. He said he was your friend. I can't remember his name, but he had short black curly hair," Haley said, smiling at the thought of them. This confirmed Layla's suspicion. Quinn must have brought her here after biting her. Haley noticed Layla rubbing her neck. "Oh, I got rid of those 2 marks for you. Do you remember what happened?" Once again, as she thought back to the memory, goosebumps spread across her skin. "I'm not sure. Maybe it was a beast?" Layla replied. "A beast?" "Yeah, I hear sometimes a stray can come out with the students while they are training through the portals," Layla said nervously, hoping Haley would believe her lie. "Well, whatever it was, I'm sure someone else will deal with it. It's just a good thing you're safe now." Quinn ran through the school halls as fast as he could. He had to get to the doctor's office before Layla woke up. He had no idea how she would react or what the consequences of biting someone were. He had read novels where vampires could turn others, and right now, that seemed like a better situation than everyone finding out about his ability. He finally reached the doctor's office and pulled the door wide open. "Oh, hello again," Haley said. "If you're looking for the girl, you just missed her. She left a little while ago." "Really? Did she happen to say anything?" Quinn asked. Haley's reaction didn't suggest Layla had said anything, but he had to be sure. "Oh, you mean about the wound? She said a beast might have attacked her, although I highly doubt that. It looked more like a snake bite. But how did it manage to get into the school and all the way up her neck?" Haley continued to ramble on. She was often lonely as the only doctor stationed at the school. "Thanks for letting me know," Quinn said, closing the door. Why did Layla decide to keep it a secret? Quinn wondered. He had basically assaulted her. Could it be she didn't remember? Or was she planning to use it to blackmail him? But that didn't make sense. She had nothing to gain. Quinn's cynical mind believed that people always did things for selfish reasons. He couldn't believe Layla would keep this a secret for no reason. Just then, outside the doctor's office, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "You and me, we need to talk," Layla said. She had been waiting here all this time. This was bad. Layla clearly knew something, which meant losing her memory was unlikely. They walked to the library where the incident had taken place. Quinn felt a bit more relaxed, as taking him here meant she wasn't looking for a fight. There were other students around. They sat at a table and activated the sound orb so only they could hear each other. As they looked into each other's eyes, Quinn ran multiple scenarios through his head. If the worst came to worst, he might have to silence her. "What happened at the library? What did you do?" Layla asked, rubbing her neck. "Why bother asking if you already know?" Quinn said. "Just tell me what you want." "I don't know if you know this, but I've been keeping an eye on you for longer than you think. After observing you for a while, I came to a conclusion. You're a vampire, aren't you?" Quinn laughed nervously, hoping to throw her off. He was amazed she had come to that conclusion so fast. Even if she had seen everything he had done, he didn't think this was a natural conclusion. "And why would you think that?" "I saw you lifting that boy's neck. At the time, I thought you were doing something else because I couldn't see clearly," Layla said, her ears heating up. "But after what you did to me, it confirms it." Quinn started to sweat slightly. He wasn't worried about Layla, but the trouble she could cause him. He didn't know what to say and waited for her to make her demand. Layla took a deep breath before speaking her next words. This was what Quinn had been waiting for. "I want you to hear me out. I want you to make me a vampire." Quinn was so shocked he nearly fell out of his seat. "What? Do you realize what you're saying?" "Please," Layla said, as if begging. "It's a childhood dream of mine. These types of things only happen in books or fairy tales, and now I have the chance for it to happen right now." Her eyes were lit up. Now Quinn understood why Layla hadn't told anyone. The girl was crazy. Layla had grown up reading fantasy stories and comics. Before the war, her father was a writer, and their home was filled with books. Her favorites were always about vampires. She loved everything about them, their secret identities, their super strength, their super speed, and their immortality. When abilities were revealed, fantasy stories became a thing of the past. People read them to imagine doing things they never could. But now that humans had special powers, what was the point? However, Layla's love for vampires only grew. If abilities existed, maybe vampires did too. When she saw Quinn's actions, she had already convinced herself he was one. Quinn was right. A normal person wouldn't have come to the same conclusion, but Layla wasn't normal. Layla suddenly got out of her seat and bowed down to Quinn on her knees. Other students, unable to hear their conversation, couldn't help but stare. "Please, I'll do anything for you," Layla said. "All right, I understand. Please get up," Quinn said. They sat down again, and Quinn let out a sigh, wondering how he was going to explain this to her. "It's not what you think," Quinn said. "I'm not a vampire. I became like this from an ability book." Layla's smile vanished. "You know what that means, right?" Quinn asked. Layla nodded. Quinn was basically telling her it was impossible for him to give her this ability. A human body could only activate one ability. Once the genes were mutated by an ability, they couldn't be changed or mutated a second time. Since Layla already had telekinesis, she couldn't learn a second ability. "Then why did you hide this from the academy? Why did you tell them you had no ability? If you got this from an ability book, you can't be an original," she said. "Have you ever heard of an ability like this?" Quinn asked. Layla thought for a while and realized there was nothing quite like it. No records of an ability requiring someone to drink blood. "But if you told the school you got it from an unregistered ability book and you're not an original, you could make a fortune selling the book," Layla said excitedly. "I wish that was true, but I can't do that either," Quinn explained. "When I learned the ability, the book simply vanished." Layla debated whether Quinn was telling the truth, but had no choice but to believe him. It was the only explanation for why he was so determined to hide his ability. Ability books didn't just vanish, they could be passed on. If people found out, companies and the military would pressure Quinn to share the ability, and without a powerful family backing him, Layla couldn't imagine what they would do. They would never believe him if he said the book disappeared. Quinn proceeded to tell Layla everything that had happened, leaving out the details about the game-like system. He explained that he had this incurable hunger. Layla felt it was a mix of things she had read about vampires. He didn't die in the sun, but felt incredibly weak. She was just as interested as he was to learn more about his vampire-like ability. "Fine, I will keep this a secret, but on one condition. I want to help you out," Layla said. "Clearly you don't know much about this thing. You went out of control and bit me in the neck. We can't have you going around school biting people. They'll take you away in a heartbeat. If you need to feast on someone, then feast on me," Layla said, placing a hand on herself. Quinn thought about the situation. Having Layla as a helper was a huge advantage. He wanted to test multiple things about the system, and here was someone offering to help for free. Layla seemed sincere, and she also seemed to know more about vampires than he did. Maybe she could even help with his research. "It's a deal," Quinn said, and they shook hands. Layla was happy he had accepted. She still hadn't given up on the idea of becoming a vampire. Unlike Quinn, she wasn't so sure what he had was just an ability. An ability was a specific set of skills. But Quinn had changed completely, as if he was no longer human. "All right, first things first. You're going to need to take some of my blood," Layla said. "That way, if you get hungry again, you can drink some of that." She pulled down her shirt slightly and showed her neck to Quinn. "What are you thinking? We can't do it here in the library, and I'm not just going to bite into your neck." As they continued to talk and chat about what to do next, Vorden entered the library and saw Quinn and Layla talking and smiling. "Have you forgotten about me that quickly?" Vorden muttered. "You're mine, and I'm not letting anyone hurt you." Peter was currently running around the school looking for Quinn or Vorden. For some reason, both of his new friends had started acting very strangely, and Peter didn't know what to do. His life at his previous school had been hell, and he had done everything to serve those above him. For the first time, he had friends who protected him. Quinn, a low-level himself, had stood up for Peter, and Vorden had not only protected him, but helped him learn his new ability. Something had happened to Vorden, and he was acting strange. Peter had no clue what was going on with Quinn, but he had an idea about Vorden. It was after whatever had happened at the assembly hall with the second-year students. But no one would give him an answer, and some even threatened him. That's when Peter heard a familiar voice. He turned a corner and saw Vorden standing there, staring at the ground. Peter quickly hid. So far, whenever Peter had seen Vorden, he would ignore him, but now it sounded like Vorden was talking to someone else. "Would you two calm down?" Vorden said. There was a brief pause before Vorden spoke again. "I don't care if he hurt the little one's feelings. It's not like Quinn isn't allowed to talk to other people." Again, a slight pause. "Look, if you get involved and hurt them, I won't forgive you. I won't let something like last time happen again." Peter only heard Vorden's voice, but it was clear he was talking to someone. Peter couldn't take it anymore and peeked around the corner. The only person he saw was Vorden. Did the other person leave already? Peter thought. Vorden began to walk off. The bell had rung, marking the end of lunch and the beginning of afternoon classes. The library doors opened, and Quinn and Layla appeared, walking together. "Quinn," Peter said, waving him over. "I'll meet you at the front gate tonight after classes are over," Quinn said to Layla before joining Peter. They started walking to class together. "Hey, are you okay, man?" Peter asked. "I was worried when you suddenly bolted out of the room like that." "Yeah, sorry, man. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Otherwise, my underwear would have turned brown." Whoa, too much information," Peter said. "Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Look, I'm really worried about Vorden. Ever since he came back from that assembly hall, he's been acting strange." Quinn placed a hand on Peter's shoulder, seeing he was clearly shaken. Quinn had been worried about more important things, but now that he had handled the most pressing matter, he could focus on this. "Don't worry. We'll find out what's going on together." When they entered their next class, Vorden was already in his seat. "Oh, hey, guys. How are you doing?" Vorden said with a smile. Peter sat to Vorden's right, and Quinn sat to his left. "Hey, are you feeling better?" Peter asked. "Earlier you seemed kind of sulky." "Yeah, don't worry. I just got kind of thrown around by the second years and it got me pretty down," Vorden replied. "What happened at the assembly hall?" Quinn asked. Vorden's face slightly changed. He clenched his fist for a few seconds before relaxing it. "Guys, don't worry about it too much. You know I'm strong and can handle myself." Peter seemed satisfied now that Vorden was back to his regular self, but Quinn noticed Vorden was suppressing something, almost holding something back, when he asked the question. As other students entered the classroom and saw Vorden, they immediately started to whisper. If Vorden looked at them, they would turn their heads away. Words like monster, freak, weirdo, and crazy were aimed at Vorden. It was as if the whole school shared a secret that Peter and Quinn weren't allowed to know, and Vorden himself wouldn't say what had happened. After hearing these words, Quinn noticed Vorden stayed motionless with his head down, not even writing notes in his notebook. No one would tell him or Peter what had happened, but now Quinn had another ally who might be able to help: Layla. At the end of class, the teacher, Dell, projected a screen with a list of names sorted into different categories. "Please look at this carefully and see where your name is, as tomorrow will be the start of your combat classes," Dell explained. The list was split into categories: elemental, transformation, enhancement, and so on. Quinn noticed his name and a few others, including Vorden's, were not on the list. If your name is not on the list, it's because your ability doesn't fall into one of the categories, or you are an original with a unique ability. You are free to choose to go to whichever class you believe suits you. Students can also switch between combat classes if they wish. These are not set in stone, but are the school's recommendations based on your ability. The list of available classes was sent to each student's wristwatch, where they could register. "I wonder what combat class would be best for me," Quinn thought, looking at the long list. After classes, Vorden offered to help Peter with his training again, especially since they would be in the same elemental combat class tomorrow. "Hey, do you want to come with us?" Peter asked. "Nah, I won't bother you guys. I wouldn't be much help anyway," Quinn replied. Peter was pleased that the group seemed back to normal. There was no tension between them, and he wished it would stay that way forever. When Quinn left, Vorden asked Peter a question. "Hey, have you seen Quinn hanging around with a girl lately?" Vorden asked. "Come to think of it, I saw him exit with a girl at the library. It was the same one who was at the test with us with the bow and arrow." After Peter's answer, he felt he saw Vorden's expression change for a split second, but when he looked again, Vorden seemed fine. "Maybe he's gone and got himself a little girlfriend," Vorden said, laughing. Quinn had, of course, ditched the other two. He had already made plans to meet Layla at the school gate. But first, he stopped by the science lab. Science was a core subject, and students were encouraged to continue learning it. The classrooms were empty, and the important equipment was locked up. But Quinn just needed test tubes and corks. He found them and took 5, wrapping them in a spare shirt in his messenger bag. Quinn had 6,200 XP until his next level up. 50 XP had carried over from the last quest, and he had received 10 XP from his 2 daily quests. Each level up gave him 1 stat point and 5 HP. It wasn't the fastest way to improve. Quinn realized the system offered him an extra stat point if he drank a victim's blood. He had gained a stat point from Layla's blood, and this was what he wanted to test today. It was 6 p.m., and the sun was setting, so Quinn wasn't affected. Layla was waiting for him at the gate with her bow. Students with weapons carried them at all times in case of an attack or a beast escaping. They walked to a nearby park and ventured into the woods, away from the trail. It was secluded and hard for anyone to see them. "So, are we going to do this?" Layla asked excitedly. Quinn still found it weird that Layla was excited instead of scared. "All right, close your eyes," Quinn said. Layla closed her eyes, ready. She remembered the satisfying feeling from last time and couldn't wait to feel it again. She was a bit nervous at the thought of Quinn's lips on her neck. Suddenly, she felt a small prick in her arm. She opened her eyes and saw a needle. "What? You didn't think I was just going to bite you, did you?" Layla's cheeks turned bright red. If not for the needle, she would have kicked him. Once the syringe was filled, Quinn squirted the blood into a test tube. "Is it okay if I fill another one?" Quinn asked. Layla didn't say anything and held out her arm, still a bit embarrassed. Once he had 2 test tubes, he put one in his bag and held the other. Inspect. Name: blood of Layla Monroe. Blood type: A+ Quinn, then used his inspect skill on Layla again. Name: Layla Monroe. Race: human ability, telekinesis, HP 1212, blood type A+. Just as he thought, inspecting the blood only showed him the blood type and the person it was from. The blood marks at the hall had shown question marks, so he had to either have run into the person before or used the inspect skill on them. Quinn looked at the test tube and gulped. He pulled out the cork and sniffed the blood. "You're not going to drink it right here, are you?" Layla asked. "Why not? I need to know if it will make any changes." "I don't know, it feels kind of embarrassing. I can't explain." Quinn ignored her and looked at the blood. The fragrance smelled sweet, different from how he remembered it. Then he lifted the tube and drank the blood in one gulp, like a shot. As the blood went down his throat, he felt a warm, tingling sensation. It was surprisingly sweet, not metallic. His race change had changed his taste buds and sense of smell. "Your HP is already full. The blood will have no effect. Blood from this person has already been consumed. No stat points will be given." Quinn was surprised by the messages. The blood from last time seemed to have a healing effect. If he was injured, Layla's blood would help him regain HP. The second message interested him more. Since he had already consumed her blood, he wouldn't get a stat point. This meant that as long as it was a new person's blood, he could get an extra stat point. Quinn smiled. This was just a theory, but he wanted to test it out right away. "I guess whatever you wanted to test worked, judging by your creepy smile," Layla said. "If only there was someone else's blood I could test this on." Just then, they heard 2 people entering the woods from the playground. Quinn and Layla immediately hid behind a tree. They saw 2 students. "Now hand over your credits, otherwise I'll dig your grave right here, and no one will ever find your body," a boy's voice said. Quinn immediately recognized the voice. It was Riley. He still hadn't learned his lesson. Last time, Quinn had let him go without taking his blood. This time, he wouldn't. Quinn took out the mask he had bought and put it on. He moved closer to Riley and the student, making sure to stay hidden among the trees. "Hey, do you want a beating? Hand over the credits now," Riley said, holding the student against the tree. "But I only get 10 credits a day. They're mine. This isn't fair." "Since when has this world ever been fair? Blame the people at the top for not looking out for us," Riley said. Quinn realized Riley was in the same position as him, a low-level user being pushed around. But that didn't mean he could do it to others. That would fix nothing. Layla followed Quinn closely, her bow ready. She knew if Quinn put on the mask, he was going to act. "Do you want me to help? It will be easier with the 2 of us," Layla asked. "It's okay. There's something I wanted to test out," Quinn said. "Last time he was only level 1. Now he was level 2 and had a new skill. Riley was a perfect test subject." Quinn moved closer, hoping to finish Riley in one shot while his back was turned. Just as he was in striking distance, the student against the tree spotted him. "Please help me!" the student cried. "You idiot!" Quinn shouted as he leapt forward, hoping to be fast enough to hit Riley before he could activate his ability. The student's warning gave Riley enough time to turn around and activate his ability. However, Quinn's fist was fast. Even though Riley put up his hands to block, Quinn's fist still hit his stomach, hurting him. The attack was stronger this time, and Quinn's fist didn't break. "You! I've been waiting for you," Riley said, putting 2 fingers in his mouth and whistling. 2 more students came running from the park. "You think you can take on 3 of us?" Riley said. Quinn looked at the 2 students. An arrow came flying from the woods and hit one of them in the knee, causing him to fall. The other student knelt down to help his friend. "What happened?" he said. "Where did this come from?" Quinn saw his chance and dashed towards the other student. "The skill said 5 meters, right? Well, show me what you've got." As soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he activated his blood swipe skill, swinging his hand. A red line of power surged from his fingertips and hit the student's chest, leaving a claw-like mark. It wasn't enough to knock him out. Blood swipe, blood swipe, blood swipe. Quinn cast 3 more swipes. Each hit the student, who finally collapsed. HP 1115. An opponent has been defeated. 50 XP granted. 110 200 XP blood swipe had no cooldown but used 1 HP per swipe. As long as Quinn had HP, he could use it. Riley, seeing his 2 equal-level teammates defeated instantly, felt scared. His body shook. He turned and ran deeper into the forest, but Quinn's speed was greater, and he caught up. He cast 2 more blood swipes at Riley's ankles, making him fall. "Please, please don't hurt me, I'll do anything," Riley begged. "Oh, really?" Quinn placed his watch against Riley's. "Hand over all your credits." "But if I do, I won't have enough for Dan. He'll kill me," Riley said. "Is now really the time to worry about Dan?" Quinn asked. Riley quickly transferred the 50 credits he had earned that day. "So will you let me go now?" Riley asked. A sinister smile appeared on Quinn's face under his mask. "No," he said, getting behind Riley and putting him in a chokehold. Riley tried to activate his hardening skill, but Quinn's strength was too much, and he passed out. "That's for pushing me around in the cafeteria." Quinn looked at Riley's bleeding ankles. He took out a test tube and held Riley's leg up, letting the blood drip until it was full. He filled a second tube for later testing. Next were the other 2 students. Layla had taken care of one with her arrow, and the other had passed out from Quinn's blood swipes. Quinn collected blood from their wounds as well. After they finished, it was time to leave. It was getting late, almost curfew. If students were out past 10, guards would come looking for them. Their watches were not just for credits and power levels, they were also trackers. They arrived back at school at 9 p.m. and went to the school roof. It was quiet, and they could talk freely. "So, what do you need all the blood for?" Layla asked. "You know, if you need some, you can just take some of mine any time. I really don't mind." "Thanks, but I just wanted to test something out." "Inspect." Quinn used his skill on each test tube. The first was Riley's blood. Blood type B+. "Here goes," Quinn said, popping the cork and drinking the blood. "You have regained 5 points of HP. HP 1415 B+. Blood type has been absorbed. Pod's 1 point of agility has been added." Quinn couldn't stop smiling. He drank the second tube. The taste was now sweet, no longer bothering him. "You have regained 1 point of HP. HP 1515. This person's blood has been consumed before. No extra stats will be given." As Quinn thought, the blood regained his health, like a potion. But once a person's blood was consumed, it would no longer give him stat points. Quinn drank the 2 other tubes. Blood type A has been absorbed. +1 strength point has been added. Blood type AB+ has been absorbed. +1 stamina point has been added. Quinn noticed a pattern. Layla's A+ blood gave him strength, and the A blood did the same. Riley's B+ gave him agility, and the AB+ gave him stamina. The O blood type was the only one he hadn't tried. He couldn't help but wonder what it would do. After absorbing all the blood except the spare Layla's, Quinn felt stronger than ever. Name: Quinn Talon Race, Halfling, HP 1515, 110, 200, Strength 12, Agility 12, Stamina 11. Quinn's body now surpassed a regular human's, but he was still weak compared to those with abilities. Luckily, Riley and the other two weren't great fighters. In his old school, Quinn got into fights all the time, which helped him understand different fighting styles and abilities. If he faced a skilled level 2 user like Layla, he would most likely still lose. He needed more skills. He couldn't get new skills by buying books or being taught, as no one else had his ability, and the book had vanished. Before Layla and Quinn split up, Quinn had one last request. "Do you know what happened to Vorden?" Quinn asked. "Oh, your blonde friend," Layla replied. "Honestly, I don't know much because I was stuck in the hospital bed because of someone." Layla pointed at Quinn. Quinn laughed nervously. "Well, do you mind finding out for me? It seems the second years are behind this and are stopping me and Peter from getting any information." "The second years are involved? That's not good. You're not planning to get involved, are you?" Layla asked, concerned. Quinn thought back to when the second years had called him, Peter, and Vorden out. That Momo person had warned them not to disturb the system. Quinn had wanted to punch him, but he couldn't. Now, with this ability, he could grow stronger without relying on others. He couldn't wait for the day he could punch that smug face. "Yeah, but I need to get stronger first." There was one big difference between the first and second years: awakening. The second years had learned to awaken their abilities, which gave them a power boost for a short time. After awakening, they could form their soul weapon, a powerful weapon unique to each user. This was different from a beast weapon, which anyone could use. After finishing with Layla, Quinn said he would contact her via his watch when he needed her. He kept the test tube of Layla's blood on him. He needed to figure out how long he could go without blood. If he went on a mission, he needed to know how many test tubes to take. So, for now, he would avoid blood until the system message appeared again, saving precious stat points. He headed back to his dorm, where Vorden and Peter were still practicing their Earth abilities. "I did it! I finally did it!" Peter shouted. Peter held a small, solid lump of mud. He moved his hands, changing its shape from a ball to a long staff and back again. "The only problem is, as a level 1 user, you'll need to keep some mud on you at all times," Vorden explained. "It's best you keep it as a staff and carry it around." Vorden grabbed the mud and demonstrated. He changed the mud ball into different shapes, but his speed was much faster. "Wow, is this because you're a level 5 user?" Peter asked. "No, this is something you should be able to do as well. It just takes practice. When I copy someone's ability, I also copy their power level. So everything I can do with this mud, you should be able to as well." Vorden turned the mud ball into a sharp dagger and placed it against Peter's neck. "See? Not so useless after all." Peter gulped, but Vorden had already changed the mud back into a harmless stick and handed it to him. "Oh, Quinn, you're back," Vorden said, smiling. "Did you have fun?" "Yeah, a little bit," Quinn said. "Vorden here said you got a girlfriend," Peter quickly added. "What?" Quinn said. "You know, that girl with us at the testing?" "Oh, her. No, we're just—" Quinn thought about his relationship with Layla. Not friends, and definitely not lovers. Layla did everything he asked without question. It was almost a master and servant relationship, but he knew they would get the wrong idea. "We're just acquaintances. I was talking about how she got to use her weapon and discussing what classes to take since I won't be going to the elemental class with you two." "Oh, so you finally decided?" Peter asked. "Yeah, I'm going to join the beast weapons class." The next morning, Quinn packed his bag, Layla's blood tube, the 4 empty tubes, and his mask. He never knew when a situation would arise. The 3 boys went to breakfast as usual. People gave them looks. Vorden split off and sat at a higher-level table, but no one sat next to him. The second-year students were clearly targeting him, even though he was no longer with Quinn and Peter. "Do me a favor," Quinn asked Peter. "Keep an eye on Vorden in your combat classes today. If anything happens, let me know. But if something happens, I won't be strong enough to help, and you can't exactly do anything either," Peter replied. Peter was right. Quinn could barely handle level 2 first years, let alone second years, but he hated that they were targeting Vorden just for hanging out with them. Maybe he could find a weak one in the group and target him at night. These groups always had a weak person who acted as a gopher. "I'm not telling you to get involved. I don't think Vorden expects you to help him either. Just let me know what you see." Peter gave a quick look around to make sure no one was listening before nodding. After breakfast, it was time for combat classes. Quinn had chosen the Beast Weapons class. He was a no-ability user, so it was his only option other than sitting in the back of another class. The weapon hall was in a separate, large, one-room building that looked like an Asian palace. Students scanned their watches to enter. The inside was a large room with a high ceiling, walls covered in weapons, and a raised platform in the center. A bald man in leather armor with a long katana stood at the back, his eyes closed. Quinn assumed he was the teacher. The room filled with about 30 students. Layla entered and spotted Quinn coming over to chat. "This class is a lot more popular than I thought," Layla said. "Yeah, I wonder what weapon I should pick," Quinn said, staring at the wall. "Well, I already have mine," Layla said, pointing to her bow. Many students had their own weapons. Quinn and a few others were the only ones without. Just then, a commotion started as someone else entered. "What is she doing here? Isn't she an elemental user? Why would she be here?" "Who cares? Maybe we can spar with her, and if we beat her, we can ask her on a date." Quinn turned to see the girl everyone was talking about. It was Erin Healy, the ice ability user. "I wonder why she decided to go to this class instead of the elemental class," Layla asked. The bald man opened his eyes and shouted, "Attention!" Everyone froze and looked at the old man. "My name is Leo, and I will be your teacher for today." Leo pulled out his katana. "Your first task is to pick your weapon. You must think carefully. Your weapon is your lifeline. When your ability won't work, the only thing you can rely on is your own skills. Now, go and choose one from the wall." Students fanned out and looked at the weapons. Even those who had their own were trying out new ones. Quinn looked at a large sword on the wall and used his inspect skill. Korg's sword, tier. Basic beast weapon, strength, +3 agility, 2. The sword is incompatible with the skill Blood Swipe. The sword was heavy. Quinn needed to be fast, so losing agility was a no-go, but he was surprised at how much information his skill gave him. He could now find the perfect weapon. He ruled out anything too heavy. He needed to be fast and agile at night. All the weapons he had inspected so far were at the basic tier, the lowest level. Weapons were categorized into 8 levels based on the beast core used to make them. There were also demon weapons, which were even stronger. Quinn came across a weapon that stood out. Black-horned gauntlets, basic tier, beast weapon, strength, +3, agility, +0, stamina, +0, defense, +2. This weapon is compatible with the skill Blood Swipe. When used with the gauntlets, Blood Swipe will have an increase of 5% in power. The gauntlets were black with tiny horns and bladed fingertips, looking like dragon claws. They were the only weapon that gave a defensive stat, but the most interesting part was that they increased the power of his Blood Swipe skill. 5% didn't sound like much now, but it would make a huge difference in the future. The gauntlets also acted as armor for his hands. "What a strange choice, young boy," Leo said. Quinn looked to his side and saw the bald teacher. "It's not many people's first choice. With a weapon like this, you have to have no fear and get close to your enemy. But that is also why it is sturdier than most and can be used for defense." Quinn was used to fighting with his fists. Blood Swipe meant he didn't always have to get up close. "Do you mind if I try it?" Quinn asked. "Go ahead," Leo said, leaving to check on other students. Basic horned gauntlets equipped. Strength, 12-3, agility, 12, stamina, 11, defense, 2. Quinn's status screen now showed his equipment level. He had 15 strength points and felt 3 times stronger than before. He was ready to test his new strength. When everyone had their weapons, Leo called them to the center ring. "Now I won't claim to be an expert in every weapon," Leo said. "Some of you might be able to use your weapons better than me. But I am an expert in fighting with weapons alone. Fighting is a game. You must predict your opponent's moves and measure their ability. For your first lesson, I want to see what you've got. We will have a sparring match, 2 people at a time. We will all watch and commentate on what could be improved. Now, are there any volunteers?" Erin Healy immediately raised her hand and went to the arena. She held a long, silver sword that wasn't on the wall, so Quinn assumed it was her own. At first, a lot of students were hesitant to go up against her. Her reputation as a high-level user was well known. "Oh, I also forgot to add abilities will be banned during today's sparring sessions," Leo added. "It is important that you know how to use your weapon first. Only then can you truly bring out its full potential with your ability." After he said those words, hands shot up. Everyone wanted a chance to beat the Ice Queen now that she couldn't use her abilities. A large man with a 2-handed axe was chosen to fight her. He was twice her size. "I think you chose the wrong club. Your ice abilities will be useless here," the man said. Erin didn't reply and simply took her stance. The man charged, swinging his axe over his head. Erin spun to the side, avoiding the blow, and at the same time slashed at the back of his legs, causing him to stumble. She placed her blade at his neck. "I give up," the man said. Everything had happened in an instant. The room was silent. They all knew Erin was strong, but they didn't expect her to be so skilled. Most strong ability users relied on their power and didn't bother to learn a weapon, but it was clear she had practiced. 2 men in black military uniforms appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the student, and escorted him to the doctor's office. The group continued to watch a few fights. The others lasted much longer, as the students were equally matched without their abilities. It all came down to skill and physical strength. The next fight that caught Leo's attention was Layla's. Even though she couldn't use telekinesis, she used her bow to predict her opponent's movements. She trapped him multiple times and told him to give up. But her opponent, a level 3 user, was too proud to admit defeat to a level 2. He charged forward, but a few arrows in his legs stopped him before Leo called the match. The next pair, Quinn Talon and Brad Richardson, to the arena. Now it was Quinn's turn. The weapons hall was indoors, so Quinn could use his full stats and his opponent couldn't use his ability. Quinn finally felt equal. In the novels he had read, a vampire's strength was far greater than a human's before the introduction of abilities. Brandon, his opponent, was a power level 3. If they were fighting outside, Quinn felt he wouldn't have a chance. But here, Quinn's body was stronger than most, his speed faster. Brandon held a large spear. Opponent power level 3. Bonus exp will be rewarded. Quinn's day was getting better. "Begin!" Leo shouted. Brandon immediately charged, thrusting his spear forward. It was fast and impressive to the audience, but to Quinn, with 12 agility points, it was easy to dodge. He ducked, grabbed the spear with one hand, and with the other he punched the spear as hard as he could, slicing it in half. "What the hell?" Brandon said, trying to pull the spear back. "Let go!" Quinn rushed forward and punched Brandon hard in the stomach. His feet lifted off the ground. Inspect Brandon Richardson ability. Elemental HP 515 blood type O+. Quinn knew if Brandon flew out of the arena, he would win, but the system required him to beat his opponent down to at least 1 HP. So before Brandon could fly away, Quinn pulled him back down and kneed him in the face. Brandon's nose bled, and he collapsed. "Winner Quinn Talon," Leo said. "Opponent has been defeated. 50 XP rewarded. First time higher power level bonus, 50 XP rewarded. 200 XP congratulations. You are now level 3. 400 XP 1 attribute point awarded. New skill. Blood Bank unlocked. Quinn had leveled up and unlocked a new skill. He looked at Brandon lying on the floor. Blood dripped from his nose. What a waste, he thought. He couldn't drink Brandon's blood with everyone watching. The 2 military men appeared again and took Brandon away. Before Quinn could leave, 2 boys from the crowd shouted, "That's not fair," one said. "Brandon was using a faulty weapon." "Yeah. And what was that anyway?" another said. "That idiot still attacked him after seeing his weapon break. He should be punished." These were Brandon's friends, Faye, a level 2.5 user, and Loop, a level 3 user. Leo stepped onto the stage, picked up the broken spear, and inspected it. "I can guarantee you that all the weapons in this hall are not faulty. Each one has been given the same care as the next." "Then how can you explain the weapon breaking?" Faye argued. "Unless he cheated and used an ability." The crowd started murmuring. They could see Quinn's power level, but didn't know he had no ability. Maybe he had a strength enhancement ability, they thought. "Settle down, everyone. I can guarantee that no abilities were used," Leo said. "How can you be so sure?" Faye argued. An unexpected person chimed in. "You fool! Will you stop being so disrespectful to the teacher?" Aaron said. "Do you not know who he is? Perhaps if I told you his war name, you would know. This man is Sergeant Leo, or the Blind Swordsman." The students' chatter got louder. The name was well known. Leo had helped a great deal in the war against the Dalki. "He's blind?" Loop said, unsure. "Doesn't that mean he definitely couldn't tell if the person used an ability?" Leo threw a piece of the broken spear at Loop. It missed, but a sharp sting on Loop's cheek showed a scratch mark. "I can see and hear very well. Better than most of you. My ability allows me to see the aura of people. When people use their ability, their auras change. And I'm telling you now, Quinn didn't use a single ability." The students settled down. It had been a memorable first day. The class was over, and it was time to go home. Leo, however, couldn't stop thinking about Quinn. He inspected the spear again and again, finding nothing wrong. What Leo didn't reveal was that from the moment Quinn stepped into the room, his aura was slightly different from everyone else's. It wasn't the same as an ability user's, but it reminded him of a beast's or a Dalki's aura, one that wasn't human. "Pull up the file on Quinn Talon for me." "File found," Leo's watch replied. "Ability?" "No ability. Power level 1, the watch said. Just what are you hiding, Quinn?" A polished retelling. When class was dismissed, Quinn had to return the gauntlets to the weapons hall. They weren't his, after all, just a means for him to get accustomed to using a weapon. He wouldn't be able to hunt for a beast of his own and craft a personal weapon until his first portal excursion. Only then would he be granted permission to borrow the specialized equipment. As he made his way back to his dorm, Quinn decided it was time to allocate his newly earned stat point. He pulled up his status screen, curious to see if anything had changed. HP 2020, Strength 12, Agility 12, Stamina 12. All stats are currently halved due to direct sunlight. The system was consistent with his previous level up. While there was no evolution this time, he still gained 5 HP and 1 stat point. The one thing that continued to bother him was the fact that his stats were halved in direct sunlight. He knew a time would come when he'd need to be at full strength, even under the sun. At least, unlike the vampires in novels that burned to a crisp, he could still function. Quinn decided to stick with his plan and add the point to agility. As long as he could hit his opponents without getting hit back, he couldn't see himself losing. And in a worst-case scenario, if he couldn't hurt his opponent, he could always run away. It was an especially sensible choice for using the clawed gauntlets, which required him to be fast to get close and use his hand-to-hand combat skills. Agility 13. The next thing he wanted to check was the new skill he'd gained from leveling up. Skill, Blood Bank Levitiu. The skill Blood Bank will allow you to store up to 100 milliliters of blood in your reserve. Quinn stared at the skill in disbelief. It seemed too good to be true. The blood bank essentially acted as a second life. As long as it was fully stocked, he could restore up to 50 points of HP. It also solved his storage problem. While test tubes and corks slowed the oxidation process, they wouldn't keep the blood fresh for long, 8 hours at most without special storage. He could rely on Layla, but she wouldn't always be by his side. Quinn took out the test tube of Layla's blood and used his inspect skill. It seemed fine for now. Skill, Blood Bank. The blood in the tube began to glow and, in an instant, vanished. Blood Bank, 10-100. Your hunger grows. Quinn was thrilled with the convenience of his new skill. Finally, after a short wait, he received a familiar message. The last time he'd seen the hunger message, the system told him his HP would drop if he didn't consume blood. With his new blood bank skill, however, that was no longer a concern, as long as he kept it topped up. After checking all the information, Quinn finally arrived back at his dorm to find Peter and Vorden looking a little roughed up. "Wow. What happened to you two?" Quinn asked. "The second years again?" "Nah, don't worry," Vorden replied. "Just our combat class. The teacher had us do a sparring session on the first day." "Any problems?" "Not really," Peter explained. "I was humiliated and lost my fight. I still can't control my ability well enough. I think I was too nervous. When I brought out a stick of mud, the other students started laughing, and I got distracted. But Vorden, on the other hand, was so cool. He told those kids to shut up and asked them to fight him next. Then, with the same ability as mine, he managed to defeat a level 3 user." "Oh, shut up," Vorden said, playfully punching Peter on the shoulder. "You're embarrassing me." "But it's true. You were so cool." The three of them continued to share stories about their combat classes. Quinn even talked about his victory against Brandon. At first, they were surprised, but when Quinn explained that the use of abilities was banned, they understood. Exhausted from their first day, the trio decided to get some rest. The next morning, Quinn woke up to another message. "Daily quest complete. 5 XP has been rewarded. 25,400 exp. Your hunger grows. Your HP will now drop by 1 HP every hour until human blood has been consumed." The message had appeared roughly 2 days after he'd last consumed blood, confirming that this was his new feeding timeline. Skill Blood Bank. 10 milliliters of blood will be consumed. Would you like to proceed? Yes. After selecting yes, a sweet fragrance filled his mouth. The gnawing hole he could feel in his stomach vanished, and he was satisfied, back to normal. Now, all he needed to do was meet up with Layla and fill his blood bank to the maximum. For the next week, combat class was a regular requirement for students, a routine that would continue until the teachers deemed them ready for their first portal outing to hunt beasts. Once the students had selected their weapons, Leo again stood at the front to give further instructions. "Today's lesson will be sparring once again. But this time you will pick your own opponents. You'll fight with them for a minute before switching to the next opponent. On the battlefield, there will be all types of different opponents who use different weapons and abilities. It's important for you to get used to as many of these as possible." The students immediately paired up, and Layla rushed over to Quinn. "Don't worry, Quinn, I'll let you win the first one," she said with a wink. Just then, Leo walked up to them. "I'm sorry about this, young lady, but I'm going to have to ask you to sit this one out," he said. Layla took a step back. Leo then drew his katana and pointed it at Quinn. "Show me what you've got, boy, and don't hold back." Without him even realizing it, the rest of the students stopped paying attention to their own matches. They were all watching Leo and Quinn, eager to see how the blind swordsman fought. 3 people in the room in particular were intently focused on Quinn. "Look at him. He cheats in my match and now he's getting special treatment," Brandon complained. "Didn't Leo say he didn't use any ability?" Loop asked. "Don't be a fool, of course he did," Brandon shot back. "He managed to break a beast weapon. Have you ever heard of that? Maybe if he had a higher tier weapon, but all the weapons in this room are the same tier." "Yeah, I agree," Faye added. "The weakling must have never won a fight in his life." He saw an opportunity and just had to take it. Before the match began, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill, but for the first time ever, not a single bit of information appeared. Does this mean he's too powerful? Maybe when the skill levels up, I'll be able to see something, Quinn thought. Just then, a new message from the system appeared. A strong opponent has appeared. Defeat the opponent for an instant level-up reward. Suddenly, Quinn's blood began to rush with excitement. He hadn't planned to go easy on Leo, but if the match proved too easy, he'd figured he would ease up to avoid suspicion. But with a reward like this, he'd worry about an explanation later. Every time he'd leveled up, the EXP requirement doubled, making it harder and harder to progress. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. "What's wrong?" Leo asked. "Oh, nothing, sorry," Quinn said, getting into a fighting stance. "All right, students, the minute starts, now!" Leo shouted. In an instant, the sound of clashing weapons filled the room, but those closer to Leo and Quinn fought half-heartedly, wanting to watch the main event. This included Brandon's group. As the fight began, Leo lunged forward with a strike, but it wasn't a speed Quinn couldn't handle. He blocked the first blow, knocking it away. Another attack followed, but Quinn blocked that one as well. "A bit sloppy and rough, but your reflexes are good," Leo said. "Now let's take it up another level." Before Quinn could catch his breath, Leo attacked again, this time faster than before, but thanks to his high agility, Quinn was still able to keep up. "Ha ha, I can't believe I'm actually having fun fighting a student," Leo laughed. The attacks sped up again. This time, Quinn looked like he was getting knocked around like a rag doll. The watching students thought Leo was toying with him, but Leo was truly impressed. Though Quinn looked clumsy, he was still able to block every one of his attacks with the gauntlets. "Now try this!" Leo shouted. The attack from Leo's katana came from underneath. Quinn held out both hands to block, but suddenly the blade seemed to disappear and phase through his hands. Before he knew it, the blade was right under his chin. Beep, beep, beep. "Oh, looks like our time is up," Leo said. "Level 13 or 14, maybe. That's pretty good for a first year." Quinn was in admiration of the weapons teacher. At first, he didn't have much respect for the school's instructors. They usually just dominated students and told them to toughen up. But Leo felt different. Quinn could tell that Leo could have beaten him at any time. He was just testing his strength. Quinn also learned a crucial lesson. Just getting stronger and faster wasn't enough. He needed to learn how to fight properly. "Please, would you be able to teach me how to fight?" Quinn asked, bowing his head. "Unfortunately, I don't specialize in the weapon you've chosen," Leo explained. "Though I think it suits your fighting style, it seems like you've had some experience with hand-to-hand combat. There is one thing I can suggest. There's a popular VR fighting game that military students from all the other schools play. The first thing you need is experience. While the use of abilities isn't prohibited in the game, you might have a hard time, but I still think it will be a good experience for you." "Thank you so much," Quinn said, bowing again. "Oh, and before I forget, it's been a while since I've had fun like that. As a prize, feel free to keep the gauntlets. When you get better, come and challenge me anytime. I'll be happy to fight you again," Leo said as he walked back to the center of the hall. After watching the fight, many of the students were disappointed. Having seen Quinn fight well against Brandon, they hoped he could hold his own against Leo. To them, it looked like Leo was just toying with him, tossing him around like a rag doll. Brandon then got a brilliant idea and whispered into his friend Faye's ear. "All right, students, it's time to get into your next pairing," Leo shouted. Just as Layla was about to ask Quinn for a match, Brandon stepped in front of her. "Do you mind if we have a round?" Brandon asked. Layla scoffed, but had no good reason to say no. After all, it was only a minute. Then, Brandon's friend Faye walked up to Quinn. "I'd like to be your next opponent," Faye said, drawing his two short swords. "I don't see why not," Quinn replied. Quinn didn't mind. So far, every new opponent he defeated granted him 50 EXP, and this was his best chance, the weapons hall, where abilities were off limits. "And begin!" Leo shouted. Faye seemed to have some experience with dual swords. His movements were fluid and his attacks flowed naturally from one to the next. But after fighting Leo, his attacks seemed slow. Quinn could see the trajectory of each strike. However, as Leo had said, experience was the most important thing. Instead of relying on his supernatural strength to end the fight instantly, Quinn decided to prolong it. Meanwhile, in Layla and Brandon's match, Brandon wasn't doing much at all. He didn't charge in or attack, he just avoided Layla's arrows. It was as if his mind was focused on something else. Then, a noise was heard. Faye was charging at Quinn, letting out a small battle cry. That was Brandon's signal. Brandon lifted his hand and, at the perfect moment, cast his wind blast right at Quinn's back. Quinn saw Faye's blades and was ready to block, but then he felt a powerful force shove him from behind. It knocked him off balance, and at the same time, Faye's blades plunged into his stomach. 1020 HP. "You bastard!" Quinn groaned. For a brief moment, Quinn had forgotten about a world with abilities, a world where people would betray one another for the sake of... what? Pride? He looked down to see the two blades sticking out of his stomach, blood dripping from the hilts. Faye had let go of the blades and stepped back, his mouth agape, as if the whole thing had been an accident. But Quinn wasn't buying it. He had a good idea what had happened, and as he looked around, he caught a glimpse of a smile on Brandon's face. Quinn grabbed the hilts of the two blades and, using his strength, snapped the ends off. With the other halves still in his stomach, he began to walk toward Faye. "So you want to play games?" Quinn said. "Then let's play. You've taken some of my blood, so it's only right that I take some of yours." As Faye heard these words, he couldn't help but back away from Quinn. Something was different, the look in his eyes. "Why is my body shaking? He's only a level 1 user. Calm down." When Quinn was only a few feet away, he swung his clawed hand out. "Blood, swee!" Before Quinn could finish casting his skill, his hand was knocked away by a blade. "Enough! Stop now!" Leo said, pointing his blade at Quinn. "Two wrongs don't make a right." He then turned to the other two. "And you two? Don't think your little plan went unnoticed. I will not have students who can't follow the rules in my class. You can leave your weapons here and are banned from any more combat classes in the weapons hall." Just then, two military men appeared out of nowhere, standing by Quinn's side. "Take him to the doctor's office and make sure he gets treated," Leo said. "Wait!" Layla shouted. "Maybe I should go with him, make sure he's okay." "He's a strong boy. Don't worry, young lady, he can take care of himself." Layla was worried about Quinn being hurt, but that wasn't her main concern. From his wounds, it looked like he had lost a lot of blood. Even if vampires could heal at supernatural speeds, that energy had to come from somewhere and would soon need to be replaced. The two men grabbed Quinn by his arms, and a few seconds later, he was transported just outside the doctor's office. "Please get some rest once you've healed up," one of the men said before teleporting away again. What a handy ability to have. After checking that the men were gone, Quinn decided to head to the closest bathroom on the same floor. Nearly all the students were in combat classes at the moment, so the halls were empty. He headed to the bathroom instead of the doctor's office because he could already feel his body healing. His status screen confirmed it. 22 HP. Just like before, as soon as he was out of combat, his body began to heal at an incredible rate. He looked down and saw that most of his wounds had already closed. However, it wasn't able to heal the area where the blades were stuck. "This is going to hurt." Luckily, he still had his gauntlets on, so he didn't have to grab the blades with his bare hands. 1, 2, 3, he said, pulling the blades out as fast as he could in one swift motion. The pain was quick and sharp, and he did everything he could to stifle his scream. Finally, the wounds around his stomach began to slowly heal until he suddenly received some new messages. Your hunger grows. Your hunger grows. 1520 HP. You will no longer heal. Your HP will continue to decrease by 1 HP until human blood has been consumed. Quinn looked at the message, trying to figure out what had happened. During his tests, he'd found that his body only needed blood every 2 days. But this message had appeared even though he'd consumed Layla's blood this morning. The time limit hadn't been reached. Then Quinn thought back to how the blood was able to heal his health. If it worked the same way, that meant his body was using blood as energy to heal himself. Once this energy ran out, he would no longer be able to heal and would again have to consume blood. He felt a pang of hunger in his stomach and looked at himself in the mirror. His clothes were bloody, and he was in slight pain, but he cracked a smile. That's when he noticed that his top 2 teeth had grown slightly. Unlike the last time when he had panicked, this time he felt calm. He was used to taking blood and already knew who his next targets would be tonight. The hunger pangs were bearable this time, perhaps because Quinn wasn't in a critical condition. He headed back to his dorm, threw his bloody clothes on the floor, and changed into a different uniform. While he was getting changed, he heard 2 students talking as they walked down the corridor. "Why did I get kicked out too? You were the only one who used an ability," Faye complained. "Hey, you were fine with the plan when I told you about it earlier. Why are you so annoyed about it now?" Brandon said. "You were the one who dragged me into it, all because you lost to a level 1. "Embarrassing," Faye chuckled. Just then, Brandon slammed Faye against the corridor wall and held him by his collar. "Do I need to remind you that I'm a higher level than you, Faye? Or do we have to fight so you can learn your place?" Faye said nothing until Brandon eventually let go of his collar. That's when Faye decided to walk off in the opposite direction, away from the dorms. "I thought we were friends, Brandon, not just some lackey you control because I'm a lower level than you." Then, as Brandon entered his dorm room, he slammed the door behind him. "Oh, a lover's quarrel, huh?" Excellent, Quinn thought. He grabbed his bag and headed out to follow Faye. Combat classes had finished, and the sun was beginning to set. With that, a rush of students headed back to their dorm rooms, including Peter and Vorden. As the 2 of them entered the room, Vorden's eyes widened. "What the... Are those Quinn's clothes?" Peter said, lifting them from the floor. "They're covered in blood. Did he get hurt during training?" Vorden's whole body was shaking as he looked at the blood. What happened to him? Vorden thought. Did the second years target him too? Or did something happen in training? "I told you we should have kept an eye on him," one voice said. "We should have killed those second years when we had the chance," another replied. "Stop it," Vorden said out loud. "Huh? Vorden, are you okay?" Peter asked. Without another word, Vorden opened the door to search for Quinn. But as he did, Layla was standing there with her hand raised, as if she was just about to knock. "Oh, is Quinn here?" Layla said. The next second, Vorden grabbed Layla by the hand, dragged her in, and slammed the door shut. He then immediately pushed her against the door and pressed his forearm against her neck. "Tell me what happened to Quinn now." Layla struggled against the dorm room door, finding it difficult to breathe. Vorden was applying an incredible amount of force with his forearm, his face only inches away. "What the hell's wrong with you?" Layla managed to groan. "Hey, Vorden, I think you're hurting her," Peter said quietly. Vorden suddenly started pressing harder against her throat. Layla was struggling with all her might to get air, and she worried she might pass out if she didn't do something soon. "The little one didn't like you, and the other one told me not to get involved, but in the end, I'm always the one that has to deal with things," Vorden said. Layla's face began to turn bright red, the veins on her neck threatening to explode as she struggled to breathe. "Hey, seriously, Vorden, you're going too far," Peter shouted. "Shut up!" Vorden screamed, turning to look at Peter. "My name is not Vorden either." That's when Layla saw her opportunity. The grip around her neck loosened slightly as Vorden was distracted. She reached into her quiver, attached to her waist, and pulled out an arrow. Then she stabbed it into the top part of Vorden's thigh. "Ah!" Vorden cried, flinching and letting go of Layla. Layla quickly pulled out another arrow with her telekinesis ability and hovered it right in front of Vorden's face. "Don't you dare move, you psycho!" Layla said. "I swear if you do, I will not hesitate to shove this arrow right in your head." Peter began to panic. There was no way he could jump in the middle of these two. He was too scared of getting hurt himself. "I don't even know why Quinn asked me to look out for you. If you ask me, he's better off without someone like you." "Wait, Quinn really said that?" Vorden said in a gentle tone. "Look, I'm sorry about what just happened, but I just want to know what happened to Quinn." As Vorden said these words, his eyebrows twitched slightly. His personality had taken a complete 180-degree turn, and Layla didn't know what to make of it. Something told her that this boy was dangerous, and if she could, she'd have nothing to do with him. But right now, she needed to find Quinn. Who knew if he was going on another rampage? She was the only one who knew his secret, and he needed her. "It was just an accident in combat classes today," Layla said. "He wasn't at the medical bay, so I thought he was in his room. But it looks like he already left. I wouldn't worry about it." Layla then recalled her arrow back into her quiver and rushed out of the room. As soon as she left, Vorden lifted the arrow out of his leg with his copied telekinesis ability and threw it to one side. "Hey, are you all right, man? You were acting a little strange there," Peter asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Vorden said. "She's lying to you. Did you see how she rushed off? Something's up. Let's follow her. Or we could try asking the other students who were in the same combat classes as Quinn. They might be able to tell us who did this to him." "Oh, payback? I like it. And then on the way back, maybe that pretty girl can get into an accident." "No, I told you she's just Quinn's friend. Can't you see she's just as worried about Quinn as we are? She's a good person." "Well, I don't like her." "I agree. We should get rid of her." Vorden, are you okay?" Peter asked again. "You've been standing there looking at the floor for a while now." "Huh?" "Oh yeah, I just need to head off to the doctor's office to get this wound on my leg checked out. I'll be back when I can," Vorden said as he left the room. Quinn had been following Faye from a safe distance for a while, but it didn't look like he was leaving the school, and time was running out. 1220 HP. If he lost any more health, he would have to go search for Layla and find his target another time. However, Quinn felt he would never have an opportunity this good again. It was rare for people to be on their own, especially someone Quinn held a grudge against. Then Faye started to head up the stairs, eventually reaching the school rooftop door. After he went through, Quinn quickly moved and opened the door just enough to peek through. He glanced around the rooftop, pleased with his luck. Faye was the only person up there. "Lady Luck is on my side today." Quinn took the mask out of his bag and put it on. Before he moved onto the rooftop, he wrapped a piece of ripped cloth from his old uniform around his watch to hide his power level. There weren't many other level 1 users who used gauntlets in the whole school. If Faye saw his power level, it would be a dead giveaway. As soon as he opened the door, he knew the metal creaking would alert Faye. He had to be as fast as possible. Ready, and go. Quinn pushed open the door and instantly ran over to where Faye was standing. As Faye turned around, all he could see were red claw-shaped lines shooting out from a mysterious masked man. "What the?" Faye was too slow to react. He managed to lift a hand, but the blow was incredibly powerful. When the red lines touched his skin, blood was instantly drawn. It felt like 5 sharp knives were cutting him at the same time. The force was so strong that it threw Fei into the air. With his 12 strength and the extra 3 from the gauntlets, Quinn now had a total of 15 strength, and the gauntlets also increased his attack power by 5%, making the attack far stronger than he'd predicted. Fei continued to fly until his body hit the gated fence. He then collapsed to the floor and passed out. Hattus 20 HP. Fei didn't even have a chance to use his ability to fight back. It was over in an instant. Blood started to drip from his arms, creating a small puddle, and before Quinn realized it, his teeth had grown into fangs. He slowly walked over to Fei, his heart beating faster. The sweet fragrance grew stronger, but Quinn didn't care about the blood on the floor. He was more interested in the single vein pulsating in Fei's neck. Quinn lifted Fei slightly off the ground and, without even thinking about it, sank his fangs into his neck. He continued to drink until multiple notifications appeared. 20 HP. Blood bank has been filled 100 ml. A+. Blood type has been consumed. +1 strength stat. 50 XP has been awarded. As Quinn was enjoying the last few drops of blood, he heard the sound of the rooftop door opening. So why did you want to meet me on this roof again? Loop said, rubbing his head. Then he looked up. He could see his friend covered in a pool of blood and a masked man with his teeth in his friend's neck. "You monster, get off of him!" Loop shouted. Inside one of the dorm rooms, Peter was waiting patiently for either Vorden or Quinn to return. He would usually have gone with Vorden, but the way Vorden had acted earlier had given him second thoughts. It made no sense for Vorden to attack someone as soon as they opened the door, even if he was worried about Quinn. It was irrational, and something else had stuck out to him. The fact that Vorden said Vorden wasn't his name. Peter wasn't exactly sure what he meant by that. While Peter was busy worrying, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Are they back already?" Peter thought as he answered. When he opened the door, however, Peter immediately tried to close it, but a hand shot out and held the door open. "Looks like he's not here," Momo said, looking around the room. It was Momo at the door, and behind him were 2 other second-year students. Peter had a bad feeling about this. He remembered the last time they'd met and how Momo had given Vorden a warning. He also recognized one of the students standing behind Momo, the same one who had stood guard outside the assembly hall when Vorden was taken away, not allowing Peter to pass. "Well, since you're the only one here, why don't you come with us?" Momo said. "We have some plans, and we think you might be the perfect person to help us." Peter felt he had no choice but to listen. Momo was a level 6 user, stronger than any of the current first years. He knew if he refused, he would become a target. Vorden would have been able to help him before, but not against these guys. They were too strong. Back on the school rooftop, Loop had just arrived to see his friend being held by what looked like some humanoid creature. He and Fei had agreed to meet on the roof to discuss which combat classes they should change to, now that he and Brandon had been kicked out. When he arrived, he was surprised to see his friend lying there covered in blood. It was dark, so it was hard to see clearly, but as the creature held Fei and bit into his neck, Loop could make out its glowing red eyes. His mind immediately jumped to the conclusion that it was some kind of monster, but then he noticed that the so-called monster was wearing the same school uniform as them. An object began to grow out of Loop's body. It was a long, thin, white piece of bone, the same size as a small sword. He pulled it out and threw it straight at Quinn. The flying bone sword flew straight at Quinn, but he knocked it away with his hand. Almost immediately, another piece of bone came at him, and behind it, Loop came running. In both of his hands, he held 2 white bone swords and swung them down at Quinn. However, Quinn managed to grab onto both of the bone swords, stopping them in place. When Quinn tried to use his strength to break the bones, nothing happened. That was due to the difference in ability level. Loop was a level 3 ability user. The special substance he could create out of his body was stronger than a basic tier beast weapon. As the 2 of them were locked in place, Quinn realized his strength was greater and began to push Loop back. When he started to push, Loop quickly took a deep breath and exhaled, causing white bone spikes to appear all over his body. The spikes pierced Quinn in several places, but luckily, he was able to avoid a blow to the head, and his hands were protected by the gauntlets. 1020 HP. It was a strong attack, and it had hurt Quinn badly. Loop retracted the bone spikes into his body and prepared to repeat the attack. As he inhaled, he saw Quinn swipe his hand like a claw. Loop ducked, and the attack went past him, the red lines eventually disappearing into nothing. "Let's see what you're hiding under that mask," Loop said as he stabbed one of the bone swords into Quinn's foot and raised another at his face. However, Quinn decided to use all his strength to pull his foot free. The bone sword stuck in his foot ripped through his skin and tore through his shoe. His foot was now a mangled mess, but at least he was free. Doing his best to ignore the pain, Quinn jumped back a few feet to create distance. This was bad. Not only did Loop have a strong ability, but unlike the people he had faced before, he was also a good fighter. Quinn's sloppy skills weren't going to save him. Sure, he had more strength, but that meant nothing if he couldn't hit his opponent. 520 HP. Blood Bank Auto Use. 10 to 20 HP, 90 millimeters left in Blood Bank. In nearly an instant, Quinn's foot had healed. That's when he came up with a plan. Utwantazi, 20 HP, 70 millimeters left in Blood Bank. Quinn had used the rest of his blood bank to heal himself. With this, he would be able to bridge the skill gap. O blood type has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. Blood bank has been filled. Quinn had a few guesses as to what the O-type would do, but this was better than he had imagined. He quickly opened his status screen to decide where to put the new stat point. Strength 13, 3, Stamina 12, Agility 13. Quinn debated whether he should put the point into Stamina. If he did, his stats would be well-rounded. But he thought about all the strong people in the world. They were usually specialists in a certain area. A jack of all trades was too weak in this day and age. Not only that, but Quinn felt his growth would be quicker if he specialized in strength or agility. It would allow him to continue beating weak opponents, and he could increase his stamina later. It wasn't like he was going to be facing an army anytime soon. Agility 14. In the end, Quinn decided to stick to his original plan and add his stat point to agility. He stood in place, looking at the bodies, wondering what to do. He was fairly certain that he'd acted fast enough during his fight with Faye and hoped he hadn't seen anything that could give him away, but he couldn't say the same for Loop. When Quinn inspected Faye's body, he noticed that the bite marks on his neck had already disappeared. The doctor said the same thing happened with Layla. Perhaps it's an effect of my ability? Quinn thought. Well, that solves that problem. Now what to do with you? Quinn pondered, looking at Loop's body. Although he wore his mask, there was still a chance someone could figure out it was him. After all, how many students used gauntlets as a weapon and had a grudge against these two? However, Quinn wasn't that afraid of them finding out his real identity. The school didn't really care if a student beat another half to death. Actions like this were commonplace at the academy. Quinn wasn't afraid that Loop might tell everyone what he had seen. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Throughout the history of abilities, there had never been any reports of an ability where someone had to consume something to gain power. The power had always come from within, and with no markings on their necks to prove it, they would be treated as madmen. While Quinn was in the middle of his thoughts, he was startled to hear the door opening again. He moved at lightning speed to flee, but quickly stopped when he saw someone familiar. "There you are," Layla said. She then looked down and noticed the two bodies on the floor. "Quick! We have to get out of here. The guards will be here any second." Quinn had taken too much time. He wasn't planning on taking out two people. When a student was knocked out or badly beaten, their wristwatch would ping their location to the school, informing them that they were hurt. The guards would then pick up the student and take them to the hospital. No one knew how it worked, but it was rumored to be the ability of an original who created the watches. Quinn and Layla hastily ran down the stairs, but stopped when they heard footsteps coming in their direction. "Oh no, we can't go this way," Layla said. She looked around the roof. "I have a plan. Grab me and let's jump." "Are you crazy?" Quinn said. "Even with my strength, I'd at least break my legs from this height, and even if I can heal, I still feel pain." "Just trust me." As long as he didn't take a fatal blow to the head, he was sure the system would heal him in time. This time, as Quinn rushed forward, he was no longer reserved about using his skills. He cast blood swipe after blood swipe, swinging his arms out, 14-20 HP. He had thrown a total of 6 blood swipes in rapid succession. They came out fast, and all Loop could do was defend with his bones. The first few attacks were blocked, but Loop could feel how powerful they were. 20 HP. After defending against the first 6 attacks, Loop thought he was done, but another 6 blood swipes came straight after, and his bone swords could no longer take the punishment and eventually snapped. 18-20 HP. 50 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. Seeing Quinn continue to rush toward him with his bone swords broken, there was only one thing Loop could do. He took in another deep breath, and just as Quinn was close enough, he exhaled, making bone spikes appear all over his body. However, Quinn didn't slow down and ran straight into the bone spikes, which pierced several parts of his body. At the same time, he threw a punch as hard as he could, sending Loop flying backward. Then, to follow up, Quinn released another barrage of blood swipes, 5-20 Taurant HP, 10-20 Taui HP, 40 milliliters of blood left in blood bank. As each of the blood swipes reached Loop's body, he stood his ground, reinforcing himself with bones, but he couldn't take any more punishment and collapsed to the ground. Opponent has been defeated. 50 exp has been received, 130-400. The fight was a lot tougher than Quinn had expected. The only reason he was able to be so reckless was his blood bank. He hated to think how he would have fought if he didn't have the skill. Quinn then looked back at Faye, who was still on the ground. It seemed that after being bitten, his targets would stay asleep for some time, which was a good thing. But now it was time for him to feast on a new person. Quinn walked over to Loop's body and cast his Inspect skill. Loop Savvy, Ability, Bone Manipulation, HP 125, Blood Type, O. Finally, Quinn was going to find out what use the O blood type had for him. As he looked at Loop's body on the ground, he noticed something strange. His current health was at 10 HP, and his body was naturally drawn to the blood. Whenever his health was low, he would get hungrier. That much was a given. But something else also happened. His 2 canine teeth began to grow longer, making it easier to pierce his victim's neck. Although Loop was bleeding and Quinn could just drink from the open wound, this would only give him the extra stat point. He needed a good supply to also fill his blood bank. When inserting his teeth into a victim, it felt as though he instinctively knew the best location to take as much blood as possible. Quinn lifted Loop's body slightly off the ground, only a few inches separating their faces. I do not know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm finding this easier every time I do it. Quinn opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs, brought his mouth near Loop's neck, and finally bit into it. A rush of blood entered his mouth. It tasted sweet. Tapa 20 Fabi, HP restored. "Come on, I can use my ability." Despite his protests, Quinn quickly lifted Layla with both arms. With his strength, she felt lighter than ever. He jumped onto the fence and looked down. The school was incredibly high, at least 4 stories. "I'm counting on you," Quinn muttered as he leaped off the building. As the duo fell at an incredible speed, Layla closed her eyes and began to concentrate. Sweat formed on her brow. Suddenly, the two of them started to decrease in speed. They eventually reached the ground. "Hey, that was pretty cool. You can fly?" Quinn asked, stunned. "No, my ability isn't that strong yet," Layla replied. At most, I can only slow us down. Come on, let's head back to our rooms. As they walked, Quinn explained everything that had happened on the rooftop. Wait, what? Then aren't you worried that Loop might tell someone what happened? Not really. He has nothing to gain from it, and without any proof, no one would believe him anyway. But there is one problem. There's a chance that if he does find out it's me, then he'll come back with the others and attack me. I could take them out one-on-one, but as a group, I don't feel like I'd stand a chance. It's true, Layla replied. A lot of students have already formed their own groups and gangs to protect each other. All that's left are the ones who are too weak to be a part of anything. I know. Why don't you create your own group? I could be like a sub-leader. Of course, we would keep your thing a secret. That's not a bad idea, especially if we get targeted more in the future. Maybe I should ask Vorden if he knows anyone. The look on Layla's face suddenly dropped. That crazy guy! I told you he was bad news, Quinn. What? Did something happen? It's best if you hear it from your friend Peter. Maybe then you'll realize how bad it was. After all, he saw the whole thing. In the doctor's office, the two students who had been beaten on the roof were lying on hospital beds. The single doctor, Haley, was busy, as usual, especially at night when the guards brought in the beaten students. How can the school just let these sorts of things happen? Surely there's a better way, Haley thought. As she went to check on Faye, she noticed he was now sleeping peacefully. After healing the claw marks on him, there was nothing unusual. However, when she looked at Loop, something caught her eye that concerned her. In a certain spot on the boy's neck, there were two small puncture wounds similar to a snake bite. She had seen these signs before on another student, and just like before, the wound was already starting to heal itself. Haley tapped her watch and waited for a few moments for it to connect. Hey, General, I believe there might be a stray beast roaming around the school. What? That's impossible. We've seen no signs indicating the presence of one, the voice on the watch replied. But there have been some strange signs on two students. I'm a little bit worried, Haley said. Please, for me, would you just investigate it? Fine, whatever you want. How can I say no to my daughter? Just then, as Haley ended her call, two military men came rushing in with another student on their back, soaked in blood. Hurry, this student is in critical condition, the guard shouted. They quickly placed the student on the bed, and Haley got to work. She tried to use her abilities, but it was useless. The student was already too far gone. He had died. Haley tapped her wristwatch again to open a digital report log. Report. Confirming the time of death, 9:30 p.m., a first-year student named Brandon Richardson. When Quinn arrived back in his dorm room, he was surprised to see that neither Vorden nor Peter was there. It's nearly curfew time. I wonder what they're doing out so late? It was a shame because Quinn had hoped to ask Peter or Vorden what exactly had happened between them and Layla. But with it getting late and Quinn low on energy, he decided to get some sleep. The moment his body hit the bed, he was out in an instant. He didn't even change his clothes. He just laid there on top of them like an old drunk man. A few moments later, Peter was the first to arrive back. He slowly entered the room and didn't even acknowledge that Quinn had returned. He walked slowly over to his bed and pulled the quilt over his head, shaking slightly. Then Vorden arrived. He could see a bulge wrapped underneath the sheets on Peter's bed, then noticed that Quinn was sleeping. As he looked at Quinn's peaceful face, he smiled. Looks like you were fine, Vorden whispered to himself. I'm sorry. Each of them was dealing with their own problems, yet none of them knew about the others. With a lot on their minds and no one to share it with, they had to sleep with their demons that night. When Quinn woke up, he was greeted by his usual morning message. Daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. 1 to 35 Dow 400, OW. XP. Quinn was satisfied with his growth in strength, but he couldn't say the same about his leveling speed. He was currently only level 3 and had 2 skills he could use. Unlike other abilities that gave you control of something, Quinn's skills were one-action type things. If he wanted to be on an even playing field with the higher-level ability users, he would need more skills. After fighting with Loop yesterday, he realized he needed a few things. First, he needed to get better at fighting. While his skills had been fine for defeating low-level opponents so far, he couldn't say the same when it came to those who knew how to fight. His victory against Loop was only because of his blood bank, which allowed him to fight so recklessly. This meant he needed to learn some hand-to-hand combat skills. Second, he couldn't go out fighting students every day. Yesterday was a close call, and he still didn't know if Loop knew it was him who attacked. If he wanted to keep this a secret, he would have to limit his nightly activity or get strong enough that he didn't have to rely on the gauntlets, which were a dead giveaway. That left him with a new goal. When checking out the system, Quinn remembered that there was a shop function that would only open at level 10. This was now his new target. He had no idea what the shop would contain, but so far the system hadn't let him down. When Vorden woke up, he acted like his usual self in front of Quinn. "Hey, did you get a good sleep?" Vorden asked. "When I came in yesterday, you were completely knocked out." "Yeah, I was pretty worn out after combat classes yesterday." "I heard you got in an accident. Is everything okay?" Vorden asked. "As you can see, I've made a complete recovery. You don't need to worry about me." "Hey, seriously though, Quinn, if you're getting bullied or hurt, just tell me. I know we said not to help each other out so the second-year students wouldn't get involved, but I can handle them. Don't worry." Quinn smiled back at Vorden. He couldn't understand what Layla was so worried about. The Vorden in front of him now was the Vorden he had grown to like. Sure, he seemed to have his problems and lash out at times, but who didn't? Not wanting to ruin the nice atmosphere, Quinn decided he would ask Peter what happened once they were alone. Besides, if he asked Vorden, he would likely get a one-sided view of the events. When Peter woke up, Vorden greeted him too, but Peter only gave a few short words in return. Now even Peter was acting strangely, Quinn thought. "Is everything okay, Peter?" Quinn asked. "Huh, yeah, I'm fine," Peter replied, getting dressed into a new uniform, a little spaced out. The three of them then started to head to the canteen, and as they were walking through the hallways, Quinn spotted someone he didn't want to see first thing in the morning: Loop. As the two of them locked eyes, Loop instantly broke out into a sweat, his hands shaking uncontrollably. When they walked by each other, Loop stopped and called out to Quinn. "Hey, is it okay to talk to you in private?" Loop asked. Quinn immediately started to look around to see if any of Loop's friends were nearby. If he was calling out to him, it was most likely because he had figured out that Quinn was the one who attacked him and Faye. Quinn had already calculated that they might group up to attack him, but he didn't think something would happen so soon. However, when he looked around, there was no sign of Brandon or even Faye nearby. With multiple students around them, Quinn felt it was unlikely that Loop would try anything here, and even if he did, he could at least defend himself without revealing his skills. "Hey, is everything okay?" Vorden said in a stern voice, not breaking eye contact with Loop. "Yeah, it's fine, Vorden. You two go ahead. I'll catch up with you in a bit." As Vorden and Peter walked away, Vorden couldn't help himself. He kept staring back at where Quinn was. The two of them walked into a nearby classroom just down the hallway from the canteen. It was breakfast time, so classes hadn't started yet, and the rooms were empty. Of course, Quinn made sure to stay by the door just in case Loop started to attack. That way, he could run out into the hall where the rest of the students were. Loop stood there nervously, fidgeting. He seemed to be struggling to get his words out until he finally spoke. "I'm sorry about yesterday," Loop said, bowing. "I know we hurt you in training, and you probably came back for revenge. But please forgive me." Quinn was speechless. This was unexpected, and he had no clue what was going on. "I promise I won't tell anyone about your secret. Please, whatever you do, just let me live. I won't bother you again, and no one will ever know anything happened." Although Quinn had his suspicions that this was all an act, Loop seemed genuine. Either that, or he was the best actor in the world. but Quinn didn't understand what on earth had happened to make Loop act like this. Thanks for keeping my secret. Besides, I don't really have a grudge against you. Although your friends were the ones who acted on me, you didn't do anything. You were just trying to help your friends, Quinn said. Thank you. Thank you for sparing me, Loop said. I promise if you need anything, I will help you. I just don't want what happened to Brandon happening to me. Brandon? Quinn said, confused. What happened to Brandon? At first, Loop was confused by Quinn's words. There were two possible reasons he could be acting like this. Either Quinn was just pretending not to know, or when Brandon entered the hospital, he was still alive at the time, meaning Quinn thought Brandon was still alive after attacking him. Look, I promise I'll keep your secret. I know you attacked Faye because of what happened at the weapons hall. It had to be you. Who else would attack him and have gauntlets like you? So you decided to go after Brandon next after taking down me, Loop explained. Look, I just want to continue living in school as normal. I don't want any drama. I don't know why you're hiding behind that fake power level of yours, but please, I just don't want to get involved and I'll stay out of your way. Quinn was trying his best to process the information. A student had died. To be honest, he wasn't really sure what the process or punishment was for a student's death, and at the same time, he didn't want to find out. If the other students were to learn about the attacks on Faye and Brandon, they would naturally assume it might have been Quinn wanting payback. However, the one thing that would make them doubt that was the fact that he was only a level 1 student. Right now, only Loop knew his secret, so it was no wonder Loop was afraid of him. With all this information, for now, Quinn felt it was best to play along. You don't have to worry, Quinn said. Like you said, you were only protecting your friend, and you didn't actually do anything to hurt me during the combat class. As long as you stay out of my way, I will stay out of yours. Thank you, Loop said as he bowed and left the room. After Loop left, a thought lingered on Quinn's mind. Who did kill Brandon? Was there anyone in the school who had a grudge against him? They had only been at the school for a few days, and the school purposely made sure no one knew each other before sending them here. It was hard for Quinn to come up with a suspect. All he knew about Brandon was what had happened at the combat classes. If a petty person like him was able to plan an attack like that, then perhaps he had already made many enemies. After finishing his talk, Quinn headed to the canteen to catch up with his other 2 roommates. But when he entered, instead of seeing Vorden and Peter sitting together like usual, Vorden was sitting on his own, and there was no sign of Peter. Quinn quickly grabbed his food and decided to sit next to Vorden. Hey, aren't you worried about the second years coming to attack you? Vorden said. From the looks of it, people will continue to bother us anyway, so we might as well live how we want, Quinn replied. Hey, so where's Peter? Didn't you 2 come here together? You're looking in the wrong places, Vorden said, pointing to a different section of the canteen. The 2 of them were sitting in the low-level section where the level 1 and 2 students usually sat. But Vorden had pointed to the higher-level tables, the level 4 and 5 tables, and sitting with them was Peter. What is he doing over there? Are they targeting him? Quinn asked. Who knows? When Peter entered the canteen, he looked at me and said, I'm going to hang out with some new friends I made the other day. I asked him if he needed help, and he said not to worry. As the 2 of them watched Peter hang out with the others, it seemed like he was getting along with them well. He wasn't being asked to grab food or carry their things like the other lower power levels in other groups. Well, maybe we should just keep an eye on them for now. It doesn't look like he's in trouble, and we can always ask him about it later. Just then, as Quinn and Vorden were eating, another tray of food was slammed down. I hope you 2 don't mind, but I've come to join you, Layla said as she sat down. As soon as Layla sat down, she couldn't stop staring at Vorden, and the same was true for him. In the middle of the 2 was Quinn. He could feel the heat and tension in the air, and he had no clue what had happened. So I see that hole in your leg healed up nicely, Layla said. Vorden's face twitched slightly. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Sorry. My name's Vorden. I don't believe we've met, Vorden said, holding out his hand for a handshake. You are crazy if you think I'm going to shake your hand and you're just going to pretend nothing happened, are you? Layla then turned to Quinn. Quinn, can you not see this guy's crazy yet? Don't call me crazy, Vorden said, slowly enunciating each word. Hey, I think you both need to calm down, Quinn said, feeling like any second the two were going to clash. I don't even know what happened between the two of you. Please explain? This crazy boy attacked me when I went to your room last night. Look, Layla said, pulling down her uniform slightly to reveal the red marks on her neck. I keep telling you, Quinn, he's dangerous. Leave him. Vorden was visibly shaking at this point, but it was hard to tell if it was from anger or something else. I said don't call me crazy. Again, just like last time, Vorden said each word slowly, one by one. Judging by the tone of Vorden's voice, it felt like he was going to snap at any second, and Layla was prepared for it. She kept her senses on high alert, ready to use her ability. Even Quinn was unsure about what Vorden was about to do. Vorden, is what Layla said true? Did you attack her? Quinn asked in a soft voice, hoping to defuse the situation. After hearing Quinn, Vorden stopped shaking and lifted his head. I'm sorry about attacking you. When I saw Quinn's blood, I thought that maybe the attacker had come back to get revenge. I thought you might have come in to attack me and Peter as well, Vorden explained. I don't know if you know this, but Peter is only a level 1, and even though my indicator says I'm a level 5, I have to touch people to use my abilities. When you came through the door, I had no choice but to act first. How can we even believe you? Layla said, still annoyed by the whole thing. It was clear to her that Vorden was unstable. It was as if his mood and mind were changing all the time. Just seconds ago, she felt like he was going to attack her again, and all of a sudden he was calm. Layla wasn't buying it. However, even Quinn felt like Vorden was acting strange. It seemed like he was always trying to hide something. When Vorden was asked about what happened between him and the second years, and even now with what had happened between him and Layla. I'll just leave you to be for now, Vorden said. I'm sorry about what happened. Quinn, if you need anything, just let me know. He then got up from his seat and left them alone. Do you see what I mean? Layla said. The man is unstable. I understand he might have protected you a few times and he hasn't hurt you yet, but someone like him can hurt you at any time. Quinn knew what Layla was saying was right. This wasn't the first time he had seen Vorden lash out, and it didn't seem like it would be the last. But for some reason, Quinn was unafraid of Vorden like the others. All the acts of aggression that Quinn felt never seemed to be aimed at him. In the hallway, while Vorden was heading to his elemental combat class, he decided to quickly step into an empty classroom. He leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. As he looked at his hand, blood could be seen. He had clenched his fist so hard that his own fingernails had pierced his palm. Why did you get in my way? We could have taught that girl a lesson. What did I tell you? It's because of you we're in this mess in the first place. You attacked her. It's our fault to begin with. Fine, but you understand that if you keep suppressing us, the little one's anger will only build up. The more he thinks Quinn is trying to get away, the angrier he will be, and then when he takes over, there is nothing you and I can do. I won't let it get to that point. I'm sorry, Quinn, for getting you involved in this, but you were just unlucky the little one chose you. With breakfast over, it was time for Layla and Quinn to head to their beast weapons class. When they entered, Faye, Brandon, and Loop were nowhere to be seen. Of course, Faye and Brandon were banned from the class, and Loop had decided to transfer to another. He just wanted to be as far away from Quinn as possible. Leo stood at the front of the class, prepared to give out his instructions for today's lesson. Now, for today's lesson, it will be individual practice. You have fought for the last couple of days with your weapon. Now you must learn how to get the hang of it, how to make it a part of you. Maybe come up with unique ideas to combine the use of your ability with the weapon. Then, tomorrow, you shall put today's hard work into practice." With that, everyone went into a separate space with their weapon. A few students sat down and started to think about how they could use their ability with their weapon. One covered their whip in flames, making a fire whip. Another held a shield and managed to alter its shape to form spikes. Meanwhile, Quinn had no clue what to do. His only skill was easy to use, and there wasn't much to do with it other than swing his hand. But what he wanted to do more than anything was learn how to fight. "I wish there was someone who could teach me how to use these things," Quinn said with a sigh. Request of combat lesson activated. A suitable weapon is currently in use. Hand-to-hand combat lever 1 will now be shown. Just as Quinn said those words, he seemed to have activated something within the system. A video began to play in front of his eyes. Quinn quickly looked around to see if anyone else could see what he was seeing, but he appeared to be the only one. The video showed a single, tall, long-haired blonde man in a large, empty room. On both of his hands, he wore 2 gauntlets similar to Quinn's, but they looked much more powerful. His beauty was unmatched, something Quinn had never said about a boy before. There was one other thing he noticed: his piercing red eyes. "Hello, and welcome to hand-to-hand combat classes for beginners," the blonde man said in a cheery voice. "I don't know how much time has passed, but if you have come across this video, that means you're one of us. And I hope that the information being provided isn't useless in your day and age." The man's appearance and words made Quinn think about who he was, and he had good reason to believe that he was a vampire. He had read about several things in fantasy novels that all pointed to the tall man being a vampire. The ghastly pale skin, the beautiful looks, and finally, the red eyes. Not only that, but the man in the video also stated that Quinn was one of them. The man's words also made him wonder if the video was made a long time ago and if he was even still alive. For now, Quinn had to put all of these questions aside, as there was nothing he could do to confirm them. The video continued to play, and the tall blonde man started to speak again. "To whomever this video happens to be shown to, I will now demonstrate a set of skills that you should be able to perform at your level. Our kind and our abilities work best when we use a weapon that covers our hands." The man then got into a fighting stance. "I will cover 2 sets of basic moves, and it's up to you to learn them and figure out how to use them in fights. If you forget, feel free to open up your system at any time and watch the videos again." The first move is a defensive one. I call it Flash Step. To perform this, if the system has been set up correctly, you will need at least 15 points of agility. The man then proceeded to perform the Flash Step. He crouched down and moved to another corner of the room in an instant, leaving an afterimage behind. Now, this skill uses up a lot of stamina, so even if you have enough agility points to perform it, be careful not to wear yourself out. I would only use it when avoiding a fatal blow or going in for an attack. Please also note that although the move is fast and hard to be seen by the naked eye, at most, it can only move you a distance of 5 meters. Looking at the move, Quinn immediately realized how handy it would be. In his last fight against Loop, he could have avoided several blows at the last second. The only problem was that he currently didn't have enough agility points to practice it. The next skill I will show you is the Hammer Strike. Once again, the man got into a fighting stance. This time, he lifted his right foot and slammed it onto the ground, while at the same time pulling back his left hand and throwing out his right. All of this was done in one smooth motion. Just from watching the video, Quinn could see that the air had slightly moved. "Cool, right?" the man said, smiling. "For this skill, you will need at least 15 strength. That is all for today. When you are ready, the next set of hand-to-hand combat classes will be unlocked for you. If you want a slowed-down and more detailed version of these videos, they will be saved in your system. Good luck, my friend, and I wish you all the best." After the man finished speaking, the video ended. When Quinn opened his system, there was now an extra tab that said Tutorial, and in it were 2 videos of the skills he had just been shown. The videos contained slowed-down versions of the skills with detailed commentary on how they would work and what he needed to do. Quinn couldn't help but wonder who this guy was. The way he spoke clearly meant he knew about the system. Did that mean he was the creator of the book his parents had left him? But it was hard for Quinn to remember meeting anyone like the man in the video. He didn't even know what his parents' faces looked like that well. Whatever it was, he was happy that the system was starting to help him out more. He felt like the system had given him a hard time at first, giving him quests to drink blood and drawbacks such as having his stats in the sun. But now, Quinn was starting to feel happier than ever that he had discovered the system. He immediately began to watch the Hammer Strike video. As long as he wore the gauntlets, he technically had more than 15 strength. He wasn't sure if that counted, but there was no harm in trying. But as he was watching the video, Leo came up and approached him. "Quinn, I'm afraid I have some bad news," Leo said. That's when Quinn also noticed 2 military men standing behind him. "I'm afraid you will have to follow these men. They have a few questions they would like to ask you. Don't worry, I will be coming too." With that, one guard held Quinn while the other held Leo. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Student said, noticing the commotion. "Is he being taken somewhere?" "Students, we shall be back in a while," Leo said. "Please continue to watch, and if I spot any of you slacking or breaking the rules, you know the consequences." A few moments later, the 2 of them were teleported into a small, square room. There were no windows and a few lights above them. Inside was a single table with a hooded female sitting on one side and an empty chair on the other. Standing behind the female was a man who had the rank of general on his clothing. "Please sit," the general said. Quinn did as he was told, but with the atmosphere in the room, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Don't look so worried, boy. As long as you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about." A million thoughts started racing through Quinn's mind. Had they found out about his ability? Were they going to force him to give it up? Or had Loop informed them he had killed Brandon, and they were here to punish him? He tried his best to calm down, but it was nearly impossible. His heart hammered in his chest, a frantic drumbeat trying to escape. "Boy, calm down," Leo said, a touch of amusement in his voice. "I think even the others can hear your heartbeat." "Before we begin, I must inform you of a few things," the sergeant said. "A student by the name of Brandon Richardson has passed away. Your teacher informed me that he and another student named Fei Lan attacked you during combat class yesterday. Not only is one student dead, but Fei was admitted to the hospital late last night. So it was about Brandon's death after all. We currently have no leads, which led us to you. While it's hard to believe someone with no ability like you could do this, there's always a way. The woman sitting opposite you has the ability to detect the truth. Please proceed with her demands." "It's okay," the lady said gently. "I just need you to place your hand over mine." As Quinn did so, a strange, calming sensation washed over his body. An ability has been detected, unable to block the user's ability. "Now, tell me," she asked, "did you kill Brandon Richardson last night?" The calming feeling allowed Quinn to answer naturally, as if he were floating on a cloud. "No, I did not." The woman held his hand for a moment longer before letting go. "He's telling the truth." "As I said, I couldn't believe he would do such a thing," Leo chimed in. "I mean, how would it even be possible? He's only a level 1. "It seems we no longer have any leads," the sergeant said. "It's a shame. But accidents like this happen from time to time. It's to be expected. I'm sorry for wasting your time. You're free to head back to class." With the questioning over, the 2 guards grabbed Leo and Quinn by the arm once more, and moments later, they were teleported back to the weapons hall. "Boy, your heartbeat was starting to give me doubts that you were hiding something," Leo said. "But I'm glad you weren't the culprit." I would have lost a promising student. Leo walked away, offering advice to other students. Layla approached Quinn. What happened? Is everything okay? She asked. Yeah, it seems like it will be for now, at least, Quinn replied. He explained everything. Layla was shocked to hear of Brandon's death, but happy that Quinn was cleared. However, as she thought about it, she wondered who could be crazy enough to kill a student, and for what reason. Hey, Quinn, you might not like what I'm about to say, but do you think maybe Vorden did it? What makes you say that? Did something happen between Vorden and Brandon? No, I mean, isn't it strange that Vorden approached you in the first place? He's a level 5 user and you're just a level 1. And when he attacked me the other day, he kept shouting about you. Trust me, the guy seems crazy enough to do something like that. Really? But why? Vorden and I haven't known each other for long. Do you really think anyone would go to such extremes for something like this? Yeah. Even if I do think he's crazy, I don't think he's that crazy. Quinn and Layla continued their combat class. Quinn tried his best to learn the hammer strike, but he couldn't concentrate. Layla's words echoed in his mind. There were no suspects for Brandon's death, and Vorden had acted strangely a few times. The last thing was the fact that Vorden wasn't in his room when Quinn returned last night. What was he doing so late? After combat class, Layla and Quinn decided to hang out for a while. They wanted to do a few tests with Quinn's ability. He wanted to find a way to stop the sun from affecting him and learn more about it, while Layla wanted to see if there was a way she could be turned into a vampire. As they left the weapons hall, they and several other first-year students were stopped. The people stopping them were second-year students who told all the first years to gather at the assembly hall. What's going on? Layla asked. I have no idea, Quinn replied. The second-year students were powerful, and the first years had no choice but to comply. Even the higher-level students agreed to go, afraid something might happen. About 100 first-year students gathered in the assembly hall. There were no teachers, only several second years. On the stage, the curtains were drawn, and in front of it stood Momo. Welcome, every single one of you, Momo said. Today we have a special event, a special message to all you first years. You see, there has been someone going around trying to go against us, thinking he can break the precious system that has been in this school for years. I am here to tell you that this is what happens to those who do not obey. Momo pulled a string, and the curtains on the stage began to open slowly, revealing a student who was tied up and placed on a large piece of wood. The student was bloody and had beatings all over his body. Have all the students arrived yet? Momo asked. Yes, everyone from Dell's class and the weapons combat class should be here. Well, it's time to show everyone what happens when you don't follow the rules. Momo pulled the string, revealing a badly beaten Vorden tied to a large wooden plank. Both of his hands were in slots, and his body was wired down by some kind of ability. Suddenly, several second-year students pulled out carts filled with large black circular stones. Momo picked up one of the balls and held it in his hand. This here is a metal ball that has been embedded with the power of a beast crystal, Momo explained. When humanity found a way to mix the beast crystal with our weapons, it was a turning point in the war. But what they do and teach you as first years is that beast weapons need to be activated with your ability. Once activated, they can give out extra power. The higher the beast crystal used to make the weapon, the higher the power. Quinn, watching the whole thing, couldn't help but stare at Vorden. He wondered how Momo could stand there and talk so casually as if he were giving a presentation. So us second years have decided to give you from the beast weapons class and some of you other first-year students a shortcut. Today we will show you how to activate a beast weapon using these balls. A first-year student raised his hand to ask a question. Excuse me, but do any of the teachers know about this? For a moment, there was silence. The first years couldn't believe someone would ask that in this situation. It was obvious this was being done behind the teachers' backs. Then, a second-year student came from the side of the hall and immediately punched the student in the face. He punched the boy repeatedly until he passed out. Are there any more questions? Momo asked. The first-year students stood in silent fear, not wanting to say anything, especially after what they'd just seen. "Good," Momo said, continuing. "Now to explain, these beast stones were made to help you activate your equipment, so they're quite useless but handy for demonstrating. Just like when you activate your ability in your body, you need to concentrate on the ball in front of you. Think of it as part of your body and focus your ability on it." The stone ball in Momo's hand suddenly changed from black to a glowing green. Usually your weapons wouldn't change color when activated, but as I said, these balls are just to help you learn. Once the color has changed, it means the weapon is activated and its strength has increased. Today, we will be practicing target hitting. The second-year students moved Vorden down from the stage and onto the floor with the other first-year students. "The board here is special," Momo explained. "Even a bullet wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Only the power of a beast weapon can. So today's lesson is to throw the ball and hit the target. Simple, right?" "What? Is this really allowed?" a student whispered. "And what do they mean by the target? The board is so thin. They're basically telling us to hit him." "Won't we get into trouble for doing something like this?" "What do you mean? The teachers didn't care when we got beaten before. Why would they care about this now? The second years are doing this only because they know they can get away with it. They've been here longer than us." Momo looked at the crowd and his eyes met Quinn's. "Oh, I almost forgot," he said. "This crazy boy has been targeting us second years one by one, thinking we wouldn't notice. Not only did he not heed our warning, but he completely ignored it and came after us. We dealt with him in this very hall back then, but he still didn't listen. Now, this is a warning to you all. This is what happens to those who try to disrupt the flow in school." The second years then poured the crates of black beast stones onto the floor. There were more than enough for each student to throw at least one at Vorden. "Now, who wants to go first?" a second-year student asked. "Hurry now. If no one volunteers, then I'll just have to pick one of you." As expected, no one volunteered. The students were cruel to those weaker than them, but not like this. It seemed like the second years were targeting Vorden. Whatever Vorden had done, he had really annoyed them. "All right then, you. The girl with the brown hair. You go first," the second-year student said, placing a ball in her hand. I can't," she stammered. "Really? Well, if you can't, then we have no choice," Momo said. Two second-year students grabbed the female by her arms and spread her out. She struggled to break free, wondering if she should use her ability. She looked around, hoping someone, anyone, would stand up for her, but they all looked away, avoiding eye contact. Momo picked up a ball, and it glowed green. "What's wrong with you first years? When we ask you to do something, you do it." The ball flew from his hand and hit the girl square in the stomach. Though Momo was careful not to use his full strength, the impact still left her gasping. "Get her out of here," Momo said. "Next." The next student was a male with an ability level of 2.5. When he held the ball, it changed color, activating the Beast Core's power. Unlike the female, the boy didn't hesitate. He had time to think about what he needed to do. He threw the ball hard, and it hit Vorden straight in the stomach. The impact was strong, and Vorden coughed up blood onto the floor. "You see that? That was perfect. That's exactly how everyone should throw the ball." Layla and Quinn were at the back, watching everything. They were among the last to enter the room, and even though Layla had her grudges against Vorden, she knew this wasn't right. "Those bastards, how could they do something like that?" Layla said. "Quinn, go call Leo. He might stop this mess." But when she turned to look at Quinn, he was nowhere to be seen. "Pick me. I don't mind having a little try," Quinn said with a smile, standing at the front of the students. Layla was stunned. What was the crazy boy thinking? As Quinn volunteered, Momo couldn't help but think he was up to something. He knew the two of them were friends, so why would he volunteer? In a way, this whole demonstration was to show the first years that they were to obey the second year's commands. Every year, it had become a sort of tradition at the academy. a display of power to make them realize they needed to work harder. It was never meant to go this far. At first, they had given Vorden a simple warning, but he had attacked them first, trying to weaken Momo's gang one by one. That's when they decided to punish him publicly. Quinn looked around at the second years. There were a total of 8 of them, 4 on each side, surrounding the 50 or so first years. There were also 2 students by Vorden, 1 on each side of the board. These were the weakest of the bunch, both with a power level of 2. While they were second years, they all followed Momo, meaning they were weaker than him. It was unlikely they had learned to use a soul weapon yet. The real problem was Momo and the 2 by his side. Momo was a level 6, and the 2 beside him were level 4s. It was unlikely any of the first years would help Quinn. The strongest first year in the room was Aaron, a level 5. It was no wonder the first years were afraid, despite outnumbering the second years. As Quinn held the ball, a message appeared. Basic tier, beast weapon, round ball. How would you like to activate? Strength of weapon will increase by 5%. The percentage stood out. It was the same as his gauntlets. Maybe he didn't need to figure out how to activate beast weapons. The system would do it for him. Activate. The black ball began to glow, brighter than any of the other students' balls. How is that possible? Momo thought. He was able to activate the basic tier weapon fully? That means its strength has increased by at least 5%. If he had a higher tier weapon, I wonder if he could do the same. Wasn't he just a useless level 1? Quinn walked in front of Vorden, a good 5 meters of distance between them. Why do we have these powers? Quinn said out loud. Isn't it to protect ourselves, to fight those who harm our friends and family? Vorden, hearing Quinn's words, started to lift his head. He had a feeling he knew what Quinn was planning to do. Quinn? No, don't. What are you doing? Vorden mumbled, but he was unheard. I have taken a beating my whole life, and I was weak back then. What do I care if I take another beating now? Quinn threw the ball with all his strength. With his 16 points of strength and the added 5% power, the ball shot out lightning fast. Instead of hitting Vorden, it landed straight in the stomach of the student standing by the side of the board. The power was so strong that the student was lifted off his feet and knocked out in one blow. 50 XP gained, 175 400 XP. What the hell are you guys doing? Get him! Momo shouted. Quinn knew there wasn't much he could do against all the second-year students, so he wanted to cause as much chaos as possible. The 2 level 4 students who stood by Momo's side started to come towards him. But instead of running towards them, Quinn suddenly ran into the crowd of first years behind him. He bent down, picked up 2 more black balls, and started heading for the weaker students on the side, weaving through the crowd. When he was within range, he found his targets, the weak level 2s. He threw out 2 more balls at full strength. One student managed to avoid the ball, but the other wasn't so lucky, getting hit and knocked out. 50 XP gained, 225 to 400 XP. This was Quinn's plan. He knew that every time he leveled up, he got a new ability, and he hoped it would help him win the fight. There were enough second-year students for him to take on to cause a level up. He went back into the crowd to pick up more balls, using the other students as cover. What are you guys doing? Anyone who manages to hit or capture that guy will be free from any form of punishment, Momo said. The first-year students looked at each other. They didn't want to be involved and were unsure what to do. Why should we listen to you? Layla said. Just a second ago, you dealt with one of us for asking a question. Who knows if we can trust you? Fine. You don't want to help? Then attack them all. The 2 level 4 students chasing Quinn no longer cared about injuring the first years. They gathered their abilities. One of them swung his arm, and a large line of water shot out. But before it could reach the students, an ice ball was shot out, freezing the water attack in place and causing it to fall to the ground. The person responsible stepped forward and drew her sword. I wasn't going to get involved, but you guys attacked me first, Aaron said. Ha! Even if you're a level higher than us, do you really think you can take on 2 level 4s? Just then, an arrow came shooting out, aiming for one of the students, but an earth wall was raised before it could reach him. She won't be alone, Layla said. Honestly, Layla hadn't planned to get involved. If Quinn wanted to take a beating, there was no reason for her to get one with him. However, she too had experienced mistreatment at the school. She had no idea how strong Quinn really was, but felt he must have some plan to fight back. It looked like the first-year students were going to get hurt anyway. With Layla and Aaron distracting the high-level second years, Quinn felt this was his chance to deal with the rest of the level 2s. However, it wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. A long, thin object came lashing out at him from the side. It was too fast for Quinn to react, hitting him across his body. The attack pierced his chest and sent him tumbling to the ground. 13-20 HP. 7 points of HP with one attack? What was that? Quinn thought, looking at what had just hit him. Momo was coming towards him, a beast weapon whip in his hand. "You have caused so much trouble," Momo said. "I don't know how you can activate the beast weapon so well, and your surprise attacks seem to work, but you will always be a weak level 1. Before Quinn could even get up, he was surrounded by the other 6 second-year students. Vorden, watching the whole thing, felt useless. "I have to help him. He's only getting hurt because of me. This is all my fault," Vorden said. "If you want to help him, then let me take over," a voice said in Vorden's head. There was one boy in the hall who was unsure what to do. Peter. He had been there the whole time, but chose to hide in the crowd. When he saw Quinn try to help Vorden, he felt even more guilty. Why? Because the whole reason Vorden was tied up on the slab was because of him. The other day, the second years came to Peter with a proposal. Help them get Vorden to the assembly hall, and he would be protected. Peter felt he had no choice. If he refused, they would have tortured him anyway. After combat classes, Peter had asked Vorden to go with him to the assembly hall to practice. When they entered the room, the second-year students, including Momo, were waiting. When the time was right, they all jumped him. But what surprised Peter was that Vorden had turned and pushed Peter out of the way. "Run! I'm sorry. This is all my fault," Vorden said. Vorden thought the second years had targeted him because of what he had been doing in his free time. Fighting them one by one, trying to weaken Momo's gang. Not knowing what to do, Peter ran out of the room, only to return later with everyone else. Then when he saw Quinn, someone just as weak as him, stand up to the second years, Peter felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had betrayed them. But Peter was going to make things right. While no one was looking, with everyone's attention on the fights, Peter managed to leave the hall. In the center of the hall, Aaron and Layla were busy confronting the 2 level 4 students. The first years had spread out to avoid getting hurt, but did nothing to help. It was unclear who would win, and they felt that joining the wrong side would only make things worse. "Hey, do you mind if we switch?" one of the second-year students said. "My water abilities are weak against her." "I see. So you want the level 2 user, huh?" the other student replied. "Oh well, just finish her off quickly." With that, the 2 second years charged in. The water user went after Layla, and the earth user went after Aaron. As the earth user got closer, he stomped the ground, and a spiked earth mound shot towards Aaron. But she remained calm. As the spike came towards her, she slashed her sword, cutting it in half. "What the? That beast weapon! If it cut through my earth ability, is it an advanced tier beast weapon?" the earth user thought. He didn't have much time to think. With her other hand, Aaron formed an ice spear and threw it at him. The earth user raised his arms, creating a wall of earth to block the attack. He then moved his hands apart, and the wall split in 2. But when the view in front of him was clear, Aaron was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he felt his legs getting cold. When he looked down, he saw they were starting to freeze. "For a second-year level 4 Earth user, you are incredibly weak." Before the boy could react, Aaron hit him in the back of the head with the hilt of her sword. As he fell, she froze his arms and limbs in place, making sure he would stay down. "How did she win so easily?" The first-year students watching said. "Yeah, shouldn't a match between a level 4 and 5 be closer than that? And he was a second year. Maybe they aren't as strong as we thought." Usually, a fight between a level 4 and 5 user would be closer, but there was a major difference between the two. Fighting IQ. It wasn't just about the strength of an ability, it was about knowing how to use it and when. This could be improved with experience, but some people were just naturally gifted. Erin was one of them. While Erin finished her match quickly, the same couldn't be said for Layla. Her attacks were basically useless. As an archer, her skills were best used when surprising her opponent and when there was a distance between them. She had neither here. Every attack was met with a wall of water that stopped her arrows. Finally, when she was tired, the second-year student threw a fist, and a ball of water shot out, hitting her in the stomach and sending her flying towards the front of the hall, near Vorden. The water user started running after her, planning to finish her off. Layla struggled but was too hurt to get up. "Hey, you, free me! I can deal with him," Vorden said. "What?" Layla said, looking up, noticing Vorden was speaking to her. "Come on, hurry! We don't have much time! Touch my leg!" Layla hesitated. She remembered what had happened in the room and still had an odd feeling that Vorden was a bad person, but right now he was the only one she could rely on. She crawled over to Vorden and touched his leg. The shackles around his arms and legs began to shake. "Come on, help me, you bitch!" Vorden shouted at her. He was using Layla's telekinesis, but it was weak, not strong enough to break the shackles. Layla lifted her hand, and with the two of them working together, the shackles were finally removed, and Vorden was free. He started to rotate his wrists and shake his limbs as if getting used to his body again. "Finally, I get to come out. It's been a long time." The water user continued to run forward, now more cautious. The last time they had fought, Vorden had earth powers. The last person he had touched was Peter. Vorden then started to laugh hysterically and charged towards the water user. It was an unexpected move. The water user panicked and threw out 2 lines of water blades. These were as sharp as regular blades. As the blades came towards him, Vorden twisted his body in an odd way, avoiding both. He then lifted a black ball from the ground using his telekinesis and threw it. The water user easily blocked the attack with a water wall. But then, a cracking sound was heard on the back of his leg. The boy immediately fell to one knee. As he looked at Vorden in front of him, he only saw Vorden with his hands held out. Then another sharp pain was felt through his body, this time on his other ankle. Without realizing it, Vorden had attacked him from behind, pulling the other black balls towards him. The water user was too focused on the attack in front and never thought about one from behind. It also came as a surprise that Vorden wasn't an earth user. Vorden lifted up 2 more black balls and swung his hands down. At the same time, the balls rushed down at a crazy speed, hitting the student in the forearms, breaking them. The student screamed in pain, and with his arms mangled, he could no longer use his water ability. Finally, Rotten have returned. The second-year students had Quinn completely surrounded. As he took a step to try and break out, a wind strike came towards him. He managed to block it with his hand, but another slash was felt against his back. 12 to 20 HP. The attacks continued with a mixture of weak elemental abilities, mostly level 2 wind and earth users. However, being attacked from all sides, the attacks quickly added up. 1120 HP, 1020 HP, 920 HP. There was a constant cycle. Once he was injured to a certain degree, Quinn's blood bank would auto-activate and heal him. But even with it, there was no getting out of this one. But he knew this would happen. He never expected to win. Ignoring the pain, and instead of trying to avoid all the attacks, he rushed forward toward one of the students. This time, 2 hits from each side caused 2 big slashes on his body. 8 to 20 HP, 7 to 20 HP. He didn't care. His speed was quick, and using the strength in his legs, he moved forward and grabbed one of the second-year students. He went behind the student, grabbed his arm, and held a claw to the student's neck, using him as a meat shield. The second years hesitated to attack, afraid they might hit their classmate. Quinn walked backward with the student until his back was against the wall. "You and I both know you're not going to hurt him, Quinn," Momo said. "If you attack too deep and kill him, you'll be in trouble. Attack too shallow and we'll pounce on you and make you wish you were dead." Quinn hated to admit it, but Momo was right. He couldn't kill the student, and the second he turned his back, they would take him out. So Quinn was left with only one thing. He no longer had his claw hand out, but started to choke the student from behind. He used his strength and carried on until the student passed out. 50 XP gained, 275 400 XP. "No point wasting good exp," Quinn said. As soon as the student fell, the attacks came fast and furious. Quinn was able to block most of them now that his back was against the wall. He started dodging a lot of the strikes, which reminded him of the agility test at the test center. The situation was similar to the holographic spikes that came at him. These attacks were more powerful, but Quinn managed to dodge until he let a strike get in. Then 20 HP. Suddenly, the attacks stopped, and Momo stepped forward with his whip. Seeing the whip, Quinn remembered that a single attack had brought his HP down by 7 points. If he took another hit, his HP would drop below 0. He didn't know what would happen then, and he didn't want to find out. He had no choice but to use his blood bank to heal himself. Even if the others saw him use it, it wouldn't reveal he was a vampire. They would just think it was a self-healing ability. The problem was that Quinn had already displayed abnormal strength. If he also showed abnormal healing, things wouldn't add up. A student couldn't have two abilities unless it was a rare case, which would lead to more questions. Just as Quinn was deciding what to do, Momo sensed something and moved his head at the last second. A black ball flew through the air, past his head, then stopped mid-air and flew back towards him. Momo lashed his whip at the ball, slicing it in half. As he turned, he saw Vorden standing there. He looked at the other second years and saw that a few had already been taken down, and those who hadn't were busy fighting with Layla and Aaron. "So you got free, huh?" Momo said. "Do you not remember what happened the last time the two of us fought?" "Last time, you fought that weakling," Raten said. "This time you're fighting me. I'm not as nice as Vorden." Raten lifted both hands, and 2 more black balls rose from the ground. He swung his hands in the air, and the balls followed the same path. He didn't need to use his hands to use telekinesis, but it helped him focus. Doing this moved the balls with greater speed and precision. The balls moved in a similar pattern to his hands, striking in different directions. Momo simply stepped forward, moved back, or turned his body, avoiding each one. He then grew tired and grabbed one of the balls mid-air as it flew toward his face. "Looks like you really don't remember what happened last time?" Momo clenched his fist, destroying the black ball. He then swung his other whip, destroying the other without even looking at it. Quinn wanted to help. While Momo's back was turned, he tried to go in for a strike, but before he even took a step, the whip came flying out and landed just in front of him. "Don't even think about it," Momo said. Before Quinn took a step, Momo had already acted. Quinn waited for the right moment and tried to move again, but the same thing happened. Momo swung his whip before Quinn had moved. It can't be, Quinn thought. So far, Momo hadn't shown his ability, but how he had acted, it seemed like it was a part of it. Quinn had 2 guesses. Either he had a mind-reading ability or a future-seeing ability. If that were the case, the fight would be tough. Quinn's guess was nearly spot on. Momo could see 2 seconds into the future. It wasn't as clear as others might think. It was a new type of vision that appeared through his eyes when he activated his ability. Everywhere Momo looked, he saw an outline of what a person or object was going to do next. When Momo's back was turned and the black ball came towards him, he could slightly feel the outline of the ball touching him, allowing him to move his head just in time. 2 seconds before Quinn began to move, his outline had already shown what Quinn was planning to do. It was a strong ability, but it took years for Momo to master it. Just because one could see the future didn't help in any other way. Momo's strength, speed, and reaction time all had to be trained to match his ability. This was why his ability, though rare, wasn't a popular choice. But Quinn wasn't the only one who had figured out Momo's ability. Rotten had as well. "Who cares if you know what I'm going to do?" Rayton shouted. "All I need to do is do something you can't block." Rotten then started running toward him. Momo swung his whip, and Rotten held out his hand, using telekinesis to slow it down enough to jump over the strike. With his other hand, something started to form. It looked like water was surrounding his hand. With another swing, a water blade followed. Momo quickly moved to the side, avoiding the strike, but what followed was a barrage of water strikes. At the same time, from behind, 2 more black balls were lifted and were coming right at him. Momo could see the black balls coming and knew he couldn't do anything but take a hit. He chose to avoid the water strikes, the more powerful of the attacks, and moved so the balls would hit his back. After being hit, Momo moved away from Vorden, creating distance. "I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be able to use 2 abilities," Momo said. "You didn't do something like this last time. It looks like you were hiding a trump card after all. But you weren't the only one holding back," he said. While he held a whip in his right hand, something started to form in his left. At first it looked like light particles, but then another whip appeared. This one felt and looked different, as if it were alive, moving continuously like a snake. "Let me show you the difference between the second years and first years," Momo said. Even though Aaron was busy fighting the other second-year students, she couldn't help but sense the power in the room. "So he has one after all, huh? A soul weapon." While the distance between Momo and the others was far, Layla had managed to get away from the other second-year students. Honestly, Aaron was doing fine, and Layla wasn't much help anyway. She quickly went to Quinn's side and saw he was badly injured. He wasn't so hurt that he couldn't move, but he was out of the fight for now. "Do you need some blood?" Layla whispered. "No, I'm fine. I'm not in any danger," Quinn replied. "I just don't want to reveal anything in front of all these people." "I understand," Layla said, then looked at Vorden. "Your friend, I hate to admit it, but he's strong." "Yeah." Looking at Vorden and how he fought so skillfully, as if he had done it 100 times, and using 2 abilities effortlessly, Quinn realized he didn't know much about Vorden. He probably had his own secrets, just like Quinn. But again, instead of running away when he was freed, Vorden had decided to help. Although Quinn wasn't strong enough to help now, he would repay this kindness in the future. With Momo's soul weapon, his confidence grew. He swung his soul whip, and it moved at lightning speed. In response, Rotten created a water wall with one hand and tried to slow the whip down with the other, but the telekinesis was useless. The whip reached the water wall and suddenly grew in length, wrapping around Rotten's arm. Momo pulled, dragging Rotten to the ground, then swung his other whip, lashing his back. Rotten tried rolling to avoid the lashes, but the whip followed him, predicting where he would roll. Rotten was lashed several times and his back was covered in blood. With his other hand, Rotten formed a small water blade. He knew the whip was too strong to cut, so he went for his own hand, completely cutting it off. The whip was no longer attached to his body, and neither was his hand. But unlike what one would expect, blood wasn't spewing everywhere. Rotten was using an absurd amount of energy to stop his blood from gushing out with his telekinesis. He honestly didn't know how much longer he could keep it up. "Damn you!" Rotten shouted. "If only this body wasn't so hurt from before. Now you've done it. You think a soul weapon is strong enough to defeat us? Well, think again. Little one, it's your turn. It's time to give this man hell." Just then, the doors to the assembly hall swung wide open, and in came a tall, silver-haired female. Standing behind her was Peter. "I command everyone to halt this instant," she said. "If anyone does not obey, prepare to be punished." The woman had long silver hair that went down to her waist. On her head was a beret, and at her side was a jagged rapier sword made from a long beast bone. She had a feeling that resonated from her body. She looked like the older sister you could trust to get you out of trouble. As soon as she entered, everyone froze except for one student, a second year too heated in the moment. He had finally seen Erin drop her guard. He charged forward, ready to attack. But before a second could pass, the female teacher was by his side. Moments later, he collapsed on the floor with his foot bloody. When did she get over there? Hey, look at his ankles. Do you think she did that? Momo looked at who had entered and immediately put his soul weapon away. He knew a lot of the teachers and high-ranking people. The person who had entered was not to be messed with. When she said whoever didn't listen would be punished, she meant it. Her name was Faye Dallum. She was a sergeant at the academy and in charge of squad training. Anyone but her, Momo said. Not only that, but her ability was super speed, the worst matchup for Momo. No matter how far ahead he could see, her speed was simply too fast to react. He had made that mistake last year when Faye was still a private. Those of you who are injured, go to the doctor's office immediately, Faye said. The rest of you, head to the dorms and stay inside until you are called out again. Do you understand? Most of the first-year students were silent. They had no idea who she was or what was happening. Seeing their lack of response, Faye drew her rapier again. This time, the students immediately replied, Yes, miss. Vorden went to the hospital, holding his arm. The second-year students went to their own part of the building for treatment. Among the first years, no one was hurt except for Vorden and Quinn. This time, Quinn had no choice but to head to the doctor's office. His clothes were bloody, and he had lost a lot of blood. But after being out of combat for more than 10 minutes, his body started to heal itself. After successfully reattaching Vorden's arm, Haley, the school doctor, went to check on Quinn. When she asked him to take off his shirt to heal his wounds, she noticed that the markings had mostly healed. What is this? She asked. For this much blood, the wounds should be a lot bigger. Quinn laughed nervously. Yeah, my friend has a healing ability and managed to heal me a bit before I got here. Oh, another healer, Haley said, surprised. Well, if you get the chance, send them down here. Their ability is quite good, and it looks like they've done a splendid job. I could use the help, and I'd love to have a student of my own. Sure, Quinn replied. Haley then healed the rest of Quinn's wounds. After she was done, there wasn't a mark on him. During the healing, his body had used a lot of energy, and the message appeared again, stating he was hungry. Blood bank, 90-100. After consuming some blood from his blood bank, he was no longer hungry and didn't have to worry about going on a frenzy for at least another 2 days. Once Quinn and Vorden were back in their rooms, they were told not to leave until they were notified. A private would occasionally call out a student's name, and they would be taken somewhere for questioning. Vorden, Peter, and Quinn were in their room. Thanks for calling the sergeant when you did, Vorden said to Peter. Otherwise, Quinn and I would have been goners by now. No problem, Peter replied, still feeling bad about the whole thing. Although he had done the right thing by getting Faye, he still felt guilty for having tricked Vorden into going to the hall in the first place. What do you think will happen to the second years? Quinn asked. I'm not too sure, Vorden replied. If this was a one-on-one incident, they would have ignored it, but this time several students were involved. Most likely, they will look for one person to pin the blame on. Meanwhile, in one of the integration rooms, a large, muscular man with forearms the size of thighs sat opposite Momo. On his shoulder, the man had the rank of general. His name was Duke King, and he was the head of the second-year students. Of all the people, it had to be Faye to stop us, Momo complained. I did as you asked, and now I might pay for it. Relax, Duke replied. Nothing will come of this, I promise you that. You're only students, and these types of things happen. I will vouch for you. Really? So this won't all fall back on me then? Momo asked. Duke stood up, went behind Momo, and whispered in his ear. Of course, as long as no one finds out about our little secret, Duke said with a smile. The next day was the weekend. Students didn't have to attend classes and were free to go into the city. A curfew was still in effect, and they were not allowed to leave the city. However, for the leaders, their day was not as relaxing. A meeting had been called. Inside the academy, on the top floor, the leaders had gathered in a large meeting hall. A big table was in the center, split into two sections. At the head of the table were 4 seats. One was larger than the others for the head general, which was empty. In the other seats were the 3 generals of the school: Duke, the head of the second years; Nathan, the head of the first years, who looked the complete opposite of Duke, small and wearing glasses; and the third general, the head of staff, whose seat was also empty. The 2 generals sat in silence, waiting for the others. Finally, the doors opened, and 8 people arrived, all wearing military uniforms with the rank of sergeant. They included Leo, the beast weapons teacher, Faye, the head of squads, and Haley, the school doctor. The sergeant sat opposite the generals, and the meeting began. Faye was the first to speak. "We are here to decide what to do with the second-year students involved in the case, with the first-year student Vorden Blade and the students from Dell's and Leo's classes." Faye pressed a button on a controller, and a holographic report was displayed. "I believe you have all read the reports, but this is for your reference. I would like to ask your opinion on how these students should be punished, General Duke." "Punished?" Duke said. "I see no reason for these students to be punished. If you look at the report, it seems Vorden was the first to attack. They were simply retaliating. These types of things happen all the time." "But then why gather the rest of the first-year students?" Nathan added casually. "It seems to me other students were involved. I agree students fight all the time, and we do nothing to stop it. But this seemed a little too much, no?" "Fine," Duke said. "Further restrictions will be put on the second years and first years. They shall only meet when necessary. I will be in charge of issuing the punishments to the second years. Is that okay with you, Nathan?" Nathan simply shrugged, as if he didn't care. He had only argued to annoy Duke. "I urge the rest of the sergeants to take extra precaution," Faye said. "We recently had the death of a student in our school. Unlike with Brandon, Vorden is an original. If his family were to get involved, it would not be good for the academy." "Tch, filthy scum," Duke muttered under his breath. The military didn't have a good impression of originals. When the war started, they were the ones who risked their lives, but the originals didn't share their power until it looked like humans would lose, and not even all of them did. Haley stood up. "I would like to talk about the 2 students with strange wounds. Were there any reports about a beast escaping from one of the portals?" "Your father, who is not present, reported that there was no such thing," Duke replied. "Even using the radar, we were unable to trace anything." "If it wasn't the beasts, then what caused those wounds?" Haley thought, sitting back down. "How are the preparations for the portal outing coming along for the first-year students?" Leo asked. "Everything has been set up," Nathan said. "A green portal has been selected and the base has made preparations. It should all go smoothly next week." "Do you know what planet the expedition will take place on?" Leo asked. "Then I will be able to better prepare my students." "It's best to ask your students to pack some sun cream and their sunglasses, as they will be arriving on the planet Kaladi," Nathan replied. Planet Kaladi was mostly covered in desert and had low-tier beasts. Its day cycles were vastly different from Earth's, with a 72-hour cycle instead of 24. It was brilliant for those who loved sunlight and heat. After the second-year incident, Quinn realized that although he had gained a lot of strength, there were still people he couldn't fight. Momo was strong, but he was nowhere near the top of the food chain. There were many higher levels and even originals whose powers couldn't be measured. Even among the first years, there were powerful students like Vorden and Aaron. If Quinn wanted to get to their level, he would have to get stronger. The easiest way was to consume as many different types of blood as possible, but there was a major problem. After Brandon's death and the second-year incident, security was tighter than ever. More soldiers were on patrol, and it seemed they were keeping an eye on everyone. For now, while tensions were high, it was best to lay low. This left him with another option: improving his fighting skills. Quinn still hadn't learned the two skills, but just learning them wasn't enough. After watching Vorden, he realized he needed experience. "Hey, I'm going to head into town to grab some supplies. Do you want to come?" Vorden asked. Quinn hesitated. He had planned to meet up with Layla to practice the hammer strike, but he hadn't been able to relax in a while. At his last school, he had no friends, but now he had an opportunity to have fun. One day wouldn't hurt, right? "Yeah, sure, I'll come along," Quinn replied. "What about you, Peter?" Vorden asked. Peter had been avoiding them, but since they were roommates, it was impossible. He still felt bad about the situation, but he had made up his mind never to do anything like that again. "Yeah, I'll come as well." The three of them headed into town. They grabbed some food, watched a movie, and had a good laugh. As they were outside, Peter spotted a group of high-level first-years he had met before. They were the same people he had hung out with at the canteen. As he made eye contact with them, they signaled that they wanted to talk. "Hey guys, I just remembered I promised to meet up with a few people from school tonight," Peter said. "It was great hanging out with you, but I'll see you when we get back to the dorm." Vorden and Quinn exchanged a look, both finding Peter's words suspicious. "Hey, Peter, if something is up, tell me. I'll help you out," Vorden said. "No, it's nothing, I promise. I really did make some good friends." "I have to rush off now. Bye, guys," Peter said, taking off. No matter what, Peter didn't want an incident like last time. He would deal with the problems himself. Vorden was strong, but from the fight, he clearly wasn't strong enough to handle the upper years, and Peter knew they were the ones behind everything. Peter turned into an alleyway where 5 first-year students were waiting. "Took you long enough," said the student in front, Earl, who had a scar on his chin. He was the leader of the group and directly under Momo's gang. Earl grabbed Peter and threw him against the wall. "What the hell do you think you were doing calling the teacher the other day?" Earl said. "Now Momo and the others are giving us a hard time for relying on you." He punched Peter in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. "Why should we be the ones to be punished? This is all your fault." Earl ran up and kicked him again. The kick was hard, and Peter's body shook. He felt like he was going to throw up the ice cream he had just eaten. Earl bent down and grabbed Peter's hand, snapping his finger back hard and fast. A scream was heard. "What the hell? Gag this wimp," one of the students said, ripping a part of his shirt and stuffing it into Peter's mouth. "Now we have another job for you, Peter, and you better do it right this time. You understand? Just nod if you agree." Peter shook his head. He had already decided he would never betray Vorden or Quinn again. "What? Are you saying no?" Peter nodded. A vein popped out of Earl's head as his anger grew. A lowly first-year dared to go against him. He was a level 4 student and had to work under someone else. This wasn't the life he expected, and he needed to take out his anger. He immediately grabbed Peter's fingers and started to snap them one by one. Each time he would ask if Peter was willing to help, but each time Peter shook his head. In the end, all 5 of Peter's fingers were broken, and he still hadn't agreed. "Hey, Jerry, get over here!" Earl shouted. Jerry knelt down and placed his hand on top of Peter's. A warm feeling was felt, and the bones in Peter's fingers began to take shape, reforming to what they once were. A big smile appeared on Earl's face. He grabbed Peter's fingers again and repeated the process. After an hour of breaking and healing Peter, his mind gave in. Without realizing it, he no longer wanted to feel the pain and nodded, agreeing to their request. "Good, see?" Earl said. "If you had done that in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through all that. Now this time, you better do it right, and be sure not to involve anyone." With Peter gone, Quinn and Vorden were on their own. They were walking down the high street, which was full of shops and restaurants. Students only received 10 credits a day, but their parents could send them extra. The richer students, who were usually the stronger ones, were free to spend as they wished. Although the city wasn't open to regular civilians, it was open to workers. The city was full of military personnel, but not all were soldiers. There were cooks, administrative staff, engineers, and shopkeepers. They had all been granted special access and lived in nice accommodations, not having to worry about the outside world. As they walked, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the fight between Vorden and Momo. "Hey, Vorden, I know you said your ability resets every day, but you never said you could wield two abilities at once?" Quinn asked. "Didn't I?" Vorden said with an awkward smile. "Well, there are some in my family who can even hold three." "Really? So how does it work? If I told you our family secrets, you would have to become a part of our family. Either that or I'd have to kill you." For a second, there was an awkward silence. Quinn wasn't sure if Vorden was joking. "Relax," Vorden said. "But yeah, I honestly can't tell you anything. You know, originals, rules, and all." Vorden belonged to one of the original families that kept their abilities within the family. Only the Blades knew how to copy other abilities, and Vorden wasn't allowed to talk about it. "Yeah, sorry about that," Quinn said. "But if you don't mind me asking, if you copy an ability you've never had before, how are you able to fight so well with them?" "Let me show you something," Vorden said. They walked until Vorden stopped outside a game store. Inside, there were all types of games. At the back of the shop was a VR pod for people to try before buying. Like everything else, gaming technology had improved significantly after the war. Vorden pointed at the VR capsule. "I grew up playing on that," he said. "What?" Quinn thought. He remembered Leo mentioning a popular VR game for getting fighting experience. "There's a popular game called Power Fighter. The game is simple. It gives you an open, empty room, and two people fight until one loses. It's used to help people train. The VR capsule records all your body's attributes. Anything you can do in the real world, you can do in the game. The only thing it can't do is record your ability." Vorden walked to the capsule and touched a ring on the front. A holographic display appeared with the game's settings. Vorden placed his hand on the display, and a notification sounded. "Welcome, user ID VB copy," the machine said. As Vorden logged in, his user ID and a dummy model of his fighter appeared. It showed his total fights, wins, and losses. He quickly went to another screen too fast for Quinn to see anything. Then he was on an ability tab. The list seemed endless. "Wait, I thought you said the game couldn't record your ability," Quinn asked. "It can't, but to make the game more realistic and a training tool, it uploads every ability that is publicly known. Of course, original abilities and those yet to be discovered aren't on the list, including my own. However, I can select any ability I want. Even if I can't perform it in the real world, I can practice with it in the game." Quinn finally understood how Vorden was so skilled with multiple abilities. This was something that would greatly benefit someone like him. Most people who played the game would only select their own ability. What was the point of selecting something you could never use in the real world? "The game is actually very popular with the other military schools," Vorden continued. "The military designed its own servers, so it only connects to other schools. But you can also play with the outside world. Before you enter, you can input your power level. This way, it will match you with people around the same level. People can lie about their level, but those types will never get better at fighting, just bullying those weaker than them." Quinn walked up to the capsule and inspected it. It sounded amazing, exactly what he needed. This way, he could practice against other students without them realizing it was him. Then he lifted the price tag and saw more zeros than he had ever seen. There was no way he could afford it. Maybe some of the other students whose families could send them credits, but not Quinn. Vorden laughed. "Don't worry about it. You don't need to buy one. The academy has a room full of them." "Really?" "Come on, let's head back and give it a try." The woman standing next to Peter had long, silver hair that fell to her waist. She wore a beret, and at her side rested a trusty rapier sword, jagged and appearing to be made from a large beast bone. A sense of reliable strength radiated from her. She seemed like the older sister type you could always count on to pull you out of trouble. The moment she entered the room, everyone froze, all except for one second-year student who was too consumed by the moment. He'd finally seen Erin drop her guard and continued to charge forward, ready to attack. But before a second could pass, the female teacher was by the student's side. Moments later, he collapsed to the floor, the back of his foot bloody. "When did she get over there?" "Hey, look at his ankles. Do you think she did that?" Momo, seeing who had entered, immediately stowed his soul weapon. He knew many of the academy's teachers and high-ranking personnel, having been there a year already. The person who had arrived was not to be trifled with. When she said anyone who disobeyed would be punished, she meant it. Her name was Faye Dallum, a sergeant mostly in charge of squad training. "Anyone but her," Momo muttered. Not only that, but her ability was super speed, the worst possible matchup for Momo. No matter how far ahead he could see into the future, her speed was simply too fast to react to. Not that he planned to go against her. He'd made that mistake last year when Faye was still only a private. "Those of you who are injured, go to the doctor's office to be treated immediately," Faye instructed. "The rest of you, head to the dorms and stay inside until you are called out again. Do you understand?" Most of the first-year students remained silent. They had no idea who she was or what was happening. At the lack of response, Faye drew her rapier once more. Seeing this, the students immediately answered, "Yes, miss." Vorden had gone to the hospital clutching his arm. The second-year students went to a separate area of the building for their treatment. Among the first years, only Vorden and Quinn were seriously hurt. This time, Quinn had no choice but to head to the doctor's office. His clothes were bloody, and he'd lost a significant amount of blood. But after more than 10 minutes out of combat, his body was already beginning to heal itself. After successfully reattaching Vorden's arm, Haley, the school doctor, checked on Quinn. When she asked him to remove his shirt so she could directly treat his wounds, she noticed that the injuries had mostly healed. "What is this?" "For this much blood loss, the wounds should be much larger." Quinn laughed nervously. "Yeah, my friend has a healing ability and managed to heal me a bit before I got here." "Oh, another healer," Haley said, surprised. "Well, if you get the chance, send them down here. Their ability is quite good, and it looks like they've done a splendid job. I could use the help, and I'd love to have a student of my own." "Sure," Quinn replied. Haley then finished healing the remaining wounds on Quinn's body, leaving him without a single mark. During his healing process, Quinn's body had used up quite a bit of energy, and the familiar message once again appeared, indicating he was hungry. Blood Bank T100. After consuming some blood from his blood bank, he was no longer hungry and didn't have to worry about going into a frenzy for at least another 2 days. Once Quinn and Vorden were back in their rooms, they were told not to leave until notified. Every so often, a private would call out a student's name and they would be taken away for questioning. Inside their room were Vorden, Peter, and Quinn. "Thanks for calling the sergeant when you did," Vorden said. "Otherwise, Quinn and I would have been goners by now." "No problem," Peter replied, still feeling awful about the whole thing. Though he'd done the right thing by getting Faye, he still felt guilty for tricking Vorden into going to the hall in the first place. "What do you think will happen to the second years?" Quinn asked. I'm not too sure," Vorden replied. "If this was a one-on-one incident, I'm pretty sure they would have ignored it, but this time there were several students involved. Most likely, they will look for one person to pin the blame on." Meanwhile, inside one of the integration rooms, a large, muscular man with forearms the size of thighs sat opposite the second-year student, Momo. The man wore the rank of general on his shoulder. His name was Duke King, and he was the head of the second-year students. "Of all the people, it had to be Faye to stop us," Momo complained. "I did as you asked, and now I might pay for it." "Relax," Duke replied. "Nothing will come of this, I promise you that. You're only students, and these types of things happen. I will vouch for you." Really? So this won't all fall back on me then? Momo asked. Duke stood up, went behind Momo, and whispered in his ear. Of course, as long as no one finds out about our little secret, Duke said with a smile. All the students involved in the incident were interviewed, which of course included Quinn and Vorden. However, they weren't asked as many questions as they thought they would be. They were simply asked to recall the events that had happened. Judging by the fact that the person integrating them didn't seem surprised by their accounts, it appeared the interrogators had already gathered everything they needed from the other students and were only conducting this as a formality. The next day was the weekend. Like at any other school, students didn't have to attend classes and were free to do as they wished around the city. Although the curfew still existed, they had to be back in their dorm rooms before 10 in the evening. They were not allowed to leave the city limits. However, for the school's leadership, the day was not as relaxing as a meeting had been called. On the academy's top floor, the leaders had gathered in a large meeting hall. A long table was centered in the middle of the room, split into 2 sections. At the head of the table were 4 seats in total. One seat, slightly bigger than the others, was where the captain of the academy would sit. It currently remained empty. In the other seats, usually flanking the captain, were the 3 generals of the school. There was General Duke, head of the second-year students, with his large arms and muscular build. Then there was General Nathan, head of the first-year students, who looked the complete opposite of Duke, small, wearing glasses, and always casually dressed for important occasions, which irritated Duke. The 2 of them did not get along. Lastly, there was the 3rd general, head of staff, and the rest of the privates and teachers. His seat was also empty. The 2 seated generals waited for the others to arrive in their usual silence. Finally, the doors opened, and 8 people arrived, all wearing military uniforms and displaying the rank of sergeant. Among these 8 were Leo, the beast weapons teacher, Faye, the head of squads, and Haley, the school doctor. The 8 sergeants sat opposite the generals, and it was time for the meeting to begin. Faye was the first to stand and speak. We are here today to conduct the meeting on what to do with the second-year students who were involved in the case, primarily concerning the first-year student known as Vorden Blade and the students who are part of Del S class and Leo S Beast Weapons class. Faye pressed a small button on a controller she held, and a holographic report was displayed in front of the generals and the other sergeants. I believe you have all read the reports, but this is here for your reference. I would like to ask your opinion on how these students should be punished, General Duke. Punished? Duke scoffed. I see no reason for these students to be punished. If you look at the report, it seems like Vorden was the first to attack the others. They were simply retaliating. These types of things happen all the time. But then why gather the rest of the first-year students? Nathan casually added. It seems to me that other students had gotten involved. I agree that students fight all the time, and we purposely do nothing to stop this, but this seemed a little too much, no? Fine. Further restrictions will be put on the second-years and first-year students. They shall only meet when necessary. I will be in charge of issuing the punishments to the second-year students. Is that okay with you, Nathan? Nathan simply shrugged as if he didn't truly care about the matter. He had only made his argument to annoy Duke. I urged the rest of the sergeants to take extra precaution, said Faye. It was only recently that we had the death of a student in our school. Unlike with Brandon, Vorden is an original. If his family were to get involved, it would not be good for the academy. Tch, filthy scum, Duke muttered under his breath. The military didn't have a good impression of the originals. When the war started, they were the ones who risked their lives to save the people of the planet. It wasn't until it truly looked like humans would lose the war that the originals came forward and shared their power with everybody, and not even all of them did that. Then Haley stood up. I would like to talk about the matter involving the 2 students with strange wounds on their bodies. Were there any reports about a beast escaping from one of the portals? Your father, who is not present at the moment, reported that there was no such thing, Duke replied. Even using the radar, we were unable to trace anything. If it wasn't the beasts, then just what caused those wounds? Haley thought as she sat back down. How is the preparation for the portal outing coming along for the first-year students? Leo asked. Yes, everything has been all set up, Nathan said. A green portal has been selected for the students to go through, and the base has made preparations for their arrival. It should all go smoothly next week. Do you know what planet the expedition will take place on? Leo asked. Then I will be able to better prepare my students. It's best to ask your students to pack some sun cream and their sunglasses, as they will be arriving on planet Kaladi, Nathan replied. Planet Kaladi was a world mostly covered in desert and contained low-tier beasts. Its day cycle was vastly different from Earth's. Instead of Earth's 24-hour day and night cycle, Kaladi had a 72-hour cycle. It was ideal for those who loved sunlight and heat. After the incident with the second years, Quinn realized that although he had gained a lot of strength compared to his former self, there were still others he wasn't strong enough to fight against. While Momo was strong among the second-year group, he was nowhere near the top of the food chain. There were many higher levels, and even originals whose powers couldn't be accurately measured. Even among the first-year students, there were powerful individuals, including his friends Vorden and Aaron. If Quinn wished to reach their level, he would have to get stronger. The easiest way for him to do this was by consuming as many different types of blood as possible, but there was a major problem. After Brandon's death and the second-year incident, security around the academy was tighter than ever. More soldiers were on patrol, and it seemed they were keeping an eye on everyone. For now, while tensions were high, it was best that he lay low. That left him with another option: to improve his fighting skills. Quinn still hadn't learned the two skills yet, but just learning them wasn't going to be enough. After watching Vorden, he realized he also needed to learn how to use them, which meant he needed experience. Hey, I'm going to head into town to grab some supplies. Do you want to come with? Vorden asked. Quinn hesitated for a while. Originally, he had planned to meet up with Layla to practice the hammer strike, but at the same time, he hadn't been able to relax in a while. In his last school, Quinn had never made any friends and was the lonesome type. But now was his opportunity to go out and have some fun. One day wouldn't hurt, right? Yeah, sure. I'll come along, Quinn replied. What about you, Peter? Vorden asked. Peter had been avoiding the two of them for a while, but since they were roommates, it was nearly impossible. He still felt bad about the whole situation, but he had finally made up his mind. He never wanted to do anything like that again. Yeah, I'll come as well. The three of them headed into town. They grabbed some food, watched a movie, and had a good laugh. But as they were outside, Peter spotted a group of high-level first years he had met before, the same people Peter had hung out with at the canteen. As Peter made eye contact, they signaled that they wanted to talk. Hey guys, I just remembered that I promised to meet up with a few people from school tonight, Peter said. It was great hanging out with you guys, but I'll see you when you get back to the dorm. Vorden looked at Quinn, realizing they both thought Peter's words sounded suspicious. Hey, Peter, you know if something is up, tell me and I will help you out, Vorden said. No, it's nothing, I promise. I really did make some good friends. I have to rush off now, bye you guys, Peter said, as he took off out of the sight of the other two. No matter what, Peter didn't want an incident like last time to happen. He would deal with the problems himself. Vorden was strong, but the last fight clearly showed he wasn't strong enough to handle the upper years, and Peter knew they were the ones behind everything. Peter finally turned a corner into an alleyway where 5 first-year students were patiently waiting. Took you long enough. The student standing in front of the group had a scar on his chin, and his name was Earl. He was the leader of the first-year group that was directly under Momo's gang. Earl suddenly grabbed Peter, throwing him against the wall. What the hell do you think you were doing calling the teacher the other day? Earl demanded. Now Momo and the others are giving us a hard time for relying on you. He punched Peter in the stomach, causing him to double over and fall to the ground. Why should we be the ones to be punished? This is all your fault. Earl ran up and kicked Peter again in the stomach. The kick was hard, and Peter's body began to shake. He felt like he was about to throw up the ice cream he had just eaten with the other two. Earl walked over to Peter and bent down to grab his hand. He held one of Peter's fingers and snapped it back hard and fast. A scream was heard. "What the hell? Gag this wimp, will you?" One of the students ripped a part of his shirt and shoved it into Peter's mouth. "Now we have another job for you, Peter, and you better do it right this time. You understand? Just nod if you agree." Peter shook his head. He had already decided that no matter what, he would never betray Vorden or Quinn again. "What, are you saying no?" Peter then nodded, affirming his refusal to Earl. The vein on the side of Earl's head was popping out as his anger grew. A lowly first-year student dared to go against him, a level 4 student who had to work under someone else. This wasn't the life he expected at the academy, and he needed to take out his anger somehow. Earl immediately grabbed Peter's fingers and started to snap them one by one. Each time he broke a finger, he would ask Peter if he was willing to help them, but each time Peter shook his head. In the end, all 5 of Peter's fingers were broken, and he still hadn't agreed to their request. "Hey, Jerry, get over here," Earl shouted. One of the first-year students, Jerry, came over and knelt down. "Do your thing, Jerry." Jerry placed his hand on top of Peter's, and slowly a warm feeling was felt as the bones in Peter S.'s fingers began to take shape. They reformed to what they once were. He had been healed. A large smile spread across Earl's face. He grabbed Peter's fingers again and repeated the process again and again. Eventually, after an hour of breaking, hurting, and re-healing Peter's mind gave in. Without realizing it, he no longer wanted to feel the pain and nodded, agreeing to their request. "Good, see? Now if you had done that in the first place, we wouldn't have had to go through all that," Earl said. "Now this time you better do it right and be sure not to involve anyone." With Peter gone, Quinn and Vorden were left on their own. They were currently walking down the high street, which was full of clothes shops and restaurants. Students only received 10 credits a day as an allowance, but that didn't stop their parents from sending them extra money while they were at school. The richer students were free to spend and buy whatever they liked, and sadly, the richer students were usually the stronger ones as well. Although the city wasn't open to regular civilians, it was open to all the workers. The city was full of military personnel, but not all of them were soldiers. Cooks, admin staff, engineers, construction workers, and even general shop runners were needed. They had all been granted special access by the military and, in return, were given nice living accommodations and didn't have to worry about life in the outside world. So, although they worked for the military, they weren't required to be relied on for fighting unless absolutely necessary. While the two walked, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the fight between Vorden and Momo. "Hey, Vorden, I know you said your ability resets every day, but you never said you could wield 2 abilities at once?" Quinn asked. "Didn't I?" Vorden said with an awkward smile. "Well, there are some in my family that can even hold 3. "Really? So how does it exactly work?" "Well, if I told you our family secrets, Quinn, you would have to become a part of our family. Either that, or I'd have to kill you." For a second, there was an awkward silence between the two, as Quinn wasn't sure if Vorden was joking or not. "Relax, will you?" Vorden said. "But yeah, I honestly can't tell you anything. You know, original rules and all." Vorden belonged to one of the original families that had decided to keep their ability within their family. This meant the only people who knew how to copy other abilities were the Blades. Of course, Vorden wasn't allowed to talk to anyone about their ability. "Yeah, sorry about that, but if you don't mind me asking, if you copy an ability you've never received before, how are you able to fight with them so well?" "Let me show you something," Vorden said. The two of them continued to walk down the high street until Vorden eventually stopped just outside a game store. They headed inside, where all types of games filled the shelves. At the very back of the shop was a VR pod for people to test out before they bought anything. Like everything else, even gaming technology had improved significantly after the war. Vorden then pointed at the VR capsule. "You see that thing? I grew up playing on that." "What?" Quinn thought, remembering Leo mentioning a popular VR game among students. Leo had suggested that if Quinn wanted fighting experience, he should play a certain game. Was this what he was talking about? There is a popular game played in the outside world and within the military schools called Power Fighter. The game is simple. It gives you an open, empty room, and the two of you fight until one loses. Although it sounds simple, the game itself is used to help people train. The VR capsule can record all attributes of your body. Anything you do in the real world, you can do in the game. The only thing it can't do is record your ability. Vorden then walked up to the capsule and touched the front, where there was a round ring. A holographic display appeared with the game's settings at the top. Vorden placed his hand on the holographic display, and a notification sound was heard. "Welcome, user ID VB Copy," the machine said. As Vorden logged into the game, his user ID's information appeared, along with a dummy model of his fighter which looked nothing like Vorden. It displayed the total amount of fights Vorden had, and how many wins and losses, although Vorden quickly navigated away from that screen onto another, too fast for Quinn to see anything. Vorden was suddenly on an ability tab. The list seemed almost endless. "Wait, I thought you said the game couldn't record your ability," Quinn asked. "It can't. But so the game was even more realistic and could be used as a training tool, it uploads into its database every ability that is shared out there in the world that we know today. Of course, only the ones that are made public. So original abilities and abilities that have yet to be discovered aren't on this list, including my own. However, I can select any ability I want, even if I can't perform it in the real world. I can practice with it in the game." Quinn finally understood how Vorden was able to become so adept with multiple different abilities. This was something that would only greatly benefit someone like Vorden, who was able to use whatever ability he wished. Most people playing the game would want to get stronger and better at using their own abilities. That meant they would usually only select their own ability. What was the point of selecting something you could never use in the real world, unless you just wanted the experience? "The game is actually very popular with the other military schools," Vorden continued to explain. "So much so that the military has designed its own servers so it only connects to other schools, but you can also just play with the outside world as well. Before you enter the game, you can even input your power level. This way, it will match you with those people around the same level. People can lie about their level, but those types of people will never get better at fighting, bullying those weaker than them all the time." Quinn walked up to the capsule and started to inspect it. It sounded amazing, and was exactly what Quinn needed. This way, he was able to practice against other students without others realizing it was him. But when Quinn lifted up the tag on it, there were more zeros on the price than he had ever seen before. There was no way he could afford such a thing. Maybe some of the other students who could be sent credits from their family, but not Quinn. Vorden started to laugh. "Don't worry about it. You don't need to buy one yourself. The Academy has a room full of them." "Really?" "Come on. Let's head back and give it a go." The sun was starting to set outside, so it was just the right time for Vorden and Quinn to head back to the Academy. When they did, they immediately went over to the VR room. Just like the capsule in the shop, it was a room filled with rows upon rows of capsules, and off to the side was a small shop and counter where students could buy snacks and refreshments. The room was currently packed with students. Just as Vorden and Leo had said, the game was incredibly popular. Looking at the excitement in the students' eyes and faces, Quinn started to feel upset. It felt like there was a world he never got to experience growing up just because he was poor. The two of them went up to the front counter that was stationed next to the small cafe. "Hi, we would like to rent out 2 capsules, please," Vorden asked. "A single capsule will cost you 10 credits per hour," the female replied. Hearing that number made Quinn gulp. For some reason, he had expected the capsules to be free, but of course, they would have to pay to rent them. With the 10 credits Quinn received a day, he could at most play the game for an hour a day. He didn't need the money for anything else. After all, the school provided accommodation and 3 meals a day for them. "All right, are you ready?" Vorden asked. Wait, did you pay?" "Yeah, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go." The woman behind the counter had handed Vorden 2 tags numbered 23 and 24. The two of them walked around the room until they had found 2 capsules next to each other, both with large, bold numbers displayed on the front. "Here we are," Vorden said. "These capsules are only able to link to the military servers. You can fight with others from other schools, but you won't be able to connect it to the normal servers. You will need to buy your own capsule for that. When you log into the game, you can play as a guest for now and just search for the ID VB copy and join my room when you can." With that, the two of them slowly climbed into the VR capsule. When the machine sensed they were both comfortably inside, the capsule lid slowly started to close in on them. Then, before they realized it, their minds were completely transported to another space. Quinn was now in a large, empty white room. There were no walls in sight, and it looked like the room was endless. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. "Welcome to Power Fighter. Would you like to?" Logan, register play as guest. As Vorden had suggested, Quinn decided to play as a guest for now. He went through the system and started to search for Vorden's gamer ID. Once he had selected to join the person's room, he patiently waited for Vorden to accept. "Room invite accepted, transporting in 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Quinn had been transported to another empty white space room, only this time Vorden was there as well. But Vorden didn't look like himself. He looked like a completely different person. Both his hands were wrapped in bandages, and he wore a scarf over his face. He looked like an ancient ninja. Vorden, is that you?" "Oh, sorry," Vorden said, and the next second he looked like the ordinary Vorden at school. "What was that?" Quinn asked. "That? The game allows you to customize your character so you can make it look like whatever you want. The clothes I was wearing were a skin, although they cost credits, so I wouldn't worry about that." The sound of the game was only getting better for Quinn. Allowing users to create a character meant that no one would know it was him, unless they knew his username. "Do you want to watch me play a few games so you know how the game works?" Vorden asked. "Sure." Vorden then created a party where Quinn was able to spectate. Suddenly, in the white space, 4 stands appeared, forming an arena-like shape, and Quinn was teleported to the seating area in one of the stands. The game tried its best to make it feel like the real thing, even for spectators. Once Quinn was comfortably seated, Vorden went to search for a match. Vorden selected the power level of 2. This way, he would only be matched up with level 2s. There was also a quick match option, where it would match you with anyone who had selected the same option, regardless of power level. The ability he currently had his character set to was Earth. He chose this because Vorden himself had been trying to learn the Earth ability better, so that when Peter got stronger with it, Vorden would be able to help him use it. When an opponent was found, they too were teleported into the space where Vorden stood. The two of them started out on the opposite side of the room. Quinn then saw a big countdown appear over the arena. When the countdown reached 0, the match immediately began. Vorden was going up against another Earth user. Earth users were the most common ability to be found. The match didn't last long, as it was clear that Vorden had the greater experience when it came to fighting. The match had only lasted a total of 5 minutes, but while watching the game, Quinn started to figure out how it worked. Above each player's head was a health bar, but there was no way to show how much health each player had. Judging by what Vorden had said, this was most likely because everyone had a different set of health depending on what the VR headset was able to read from the body. Quinn knew this because of his inspect skill. Every time he would look at the stats of a different person, some of them had different amounts, and that included him. The next thing he noticed was the fact that there wasn't actually any damage done to the player. When Vorden would strike or stab the person, the system would cause the player to react to this, either startling the player, but it wouldn't permanently damage the person like it would have in real life. Similar to a game, it would treat hits on vital parts as a critical hit, but the player could continue to fight like normal as long as their HP did not hit 0. After that, Quinn continued to watch Vorden play a few more games, and before they knew it, their time was up. Although Quinn didn't have the time to play today, he couldn't wait to try out the machine tomorrow. It was getting late, and it was almost time for their curfew, so Quinn and Vorden decided it would be best to head back to the dorm rooms. When they arrived, they noticed that the lights were out, and Peter was already in the room, fast asleep. "Does he look okay?" Quinn asked, as he noticed Vorden was looking around to see if he could see any markings on his face or body. "Yeah, he seems fine. But even if he was getting bullied, he could have gone to the doctor's office before coming here," Vorden replied. "Well, I still think we should keep an eye on him. There is no way higher levels would just become friends with a lower level for no reason," Quinn said. Vorden cleared his throat loudly and started to look at himself. "Of course there are some exceptions," Quinn said, smiling. With the other two now fast asleep, Quinn was still awake, messing around with his system. He was busy watching the tutorial videos of the hammer strike. He didn't have enough points in agility to learn the flash step, but with the gauntlets, he did have enough for the hammer strike. The video contained the blonde man demonstrating what to do step by step. It was incredibly detailed, showing everything in slow motion to the point where it also described the feeling the user should have, every step of the way. Quinn repeatedly watched the video as he wanted to learn and test it out in the game tomorrow. After finally remembering all the steps and believing he had a confident grasp on the skill, he shut his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, Quinn had woken up earlier than the other two. He immediately wanted to go to the game to create his character and test out the skill he had been learning all night. Just in case the others wondered where Quinn was, he left a note before leaving. When he finally arrived, the VR room was emptier than it was yesterday, most likely because it was early in the morning and not a lot of students had woken up yet. Quinn then went on to do the same as Vorden had done yesterday. He went up to the lady behind the counter and asked to rent a capsule, only this time for 2 hours. There wasn't much use for his credits other than buying late-night snacks, and at the moment not even that satisfied him. Ever since he had his first taste of blood, food was starting to taste bland. He still got hungry like everyone else, but the taste of ice cream and sweets just didn't have the same rush effect it once had. To get that feeling again, he could only get it from blood, but Quinn made sure to only consume blood when he needed to or to get himself stronger. He was afraid that he might become addicted to the feeling, and if he did, it would only cause more problems for him. Before entering his capsule, Quinn looked around the room and noticed some students carrying their beast weapons with them. Not all students used one like Vorden, but after watching the games Vorden had played yesterday, he did see a few of his opponents have one. This meant that the game was also able to recognize the power of beast weapons. Just on the side of the capsule, there was a large rectangular box, and underneath were the words written, "Beast Weapons." So it looked like Quinn was right after all. After taking off his gauntlets and placing them into the box, the capsule started to scan the weapons. "Scan complete, the beast weapon may no be used with the capsule." He then hopped in and logged into the game. Only this time, instead of logging in as a guest, he decided to register an account. Please create a user ID. Quinn thought long and hard. He didn't want anything that could give away his real identity, but at the same time, he wanted a name that would express his newfound self. Something like Vampire God just wouldn't work and gave too much information. Plus, the idea of putting vampire in his name just sent cringe shivers down his spine. Finally, he had settled on a name. User ID created. Blood Evolver. The name was chosen for a few reasons. Quinn could feel his body getting stronger with each person's blood he drank. It was as if his body was evolving into something else, And in the future, he knew he would be stronger than he was now. He thought the name was very fitting for himself. The next step was to design his character. The body proportions of his character were the same as him, but he was able to choose what hairstyle and simple clothing he wanted on it. Quinn had always been born with black, curly hair and wanted to change it but never got the chance to. Now it felt like he could be someone else. After going through all the options, he finally decided on a red, spiky-haired character who wore simple villager clothing. It looked like a farmer from an old fantasy world. Once the character had been completed, Quinn was once again teleported to the large, white, empty room. That's when Quinn noticed something. While in the room, Quinn was able to walk around freely and move his body just like he could outside. He was currently dressed as the character and even had his gauntlets on. Then, when Quinn tried to open up his system, to his surprise, it appeared like usual, showing all of his current stats. Quinn looked down at his gauntlets and immediately wanted to test something out. Blood swipe. And in that instant, a red, claw-like line left Quinn's hands and scratched the ground. For whatever reason, it seemed like Quinn's system and abilities still worked inside the game. After finding out that his blood swipe worked in the game, Quinn immediately opened up his system to check his stats again. Only unlike the outside world where his HP would have gone down by 1, everything had still remained the same. Was it because using it didn't actually use any blood? When Quinn would use blood swipe outside, the red, claw-like shape would leave his hand, and at the same time, he felt like a piece of energy inside him had left with it. The minus in his HP would indicate that it took part of his life force or his blood. But inside the game world, the attack did no such thing. It was just replicating what his mind told it to do while scanning the body inside the capsule to see if it was possible. To test this, Quinn swiped his hands non-stop, swipe after swipe. Red lines left his fingertips in a flurry, but at the same time, no HP was lost. Just in case, Quinn opened up the game system and checked, and right next to his name, where there was a section to fill in your ability, the words "None" were written in the box. However, another thought came to Quinn's mind. If he didn't lose any HP when using the skill, this also meant that his blood bank skill would have no effect in the game. When he would get attacked, it would do no physical harm to his real body on the outside. He wasn't actually losing health, so inside the game, he wouldn't be able to rely on his blood bank to save him out of tough situations. But the fact that Quinn was able to use these abilities in the game made him think, was his system really an ability? At first he assumed so. After all, he had received the power from what had looked like an ability book. Of course, he had never heard of an ability like this before, but there were many abilities in the world that originals had hidden and kept for themselves. Then he thought back to his status change. Next to race, it stated he was no longer human. Perhaps his abilities were more a side effect of changing race rather than an ability itself. That's why the skills that he unlocked through the system did not really follow a pattern. What the blood bank could do differed greatly from what his blood swipe did. If Quinn's theory was right, did this mean he could also learn a normal ability? He hadn't tried so far because he thought it simply wouldn't have worked. But now, if he was to test this, he needed to think long and hard about what ability to learn. Before going into his first game, Quinn wanted to test out the hammer strike. He had been watching the video all last night and felt like he was ready. Place your foot forward like this, and at the same time rotate your body. The energy should flow through your toes upwards. Then, as you pull back your hand, stomp on the ground, and at the same time, release the energy through your fist, Quinn mumbled as he went through the steps. At first, Quinn did all of the required steps slowly, making sure he did all of the steps perfectly, not using any of his energy or strength. He did everything step by step as the video had explained. After going through it a few times, he was ready. In one motion, he did all the steps as fast as he could, and just like the video had stated, he could feel the energy rising from the bottom of his feet into his fist. The powerful strike left his hand, and a loud bang was heard. A small shockwave in the air was created. "I did it," Quinn said. Although the shockwave was nowhere near the size of the man in the video, Quinn was still happy with the result. There was no longer any need for him to delay anymore, and he went and clicked on the search function. For his first match, Quinn wanted to go against the same power level user as him, a level 1. Technically, Quinn himself knew he was beyond level 1. If he was to take a guess, he would say he was around the same power level as a 2.5, but for his first match, he just wanted to make sure of a few things. The game found him an opponent, and he was immediately teleported to an arena. When the countdown had finished, it was time for the match to start. The student in front of him had no beast weapon, so Quinn was cautious at first, and at the same time, he wanted to test something out. Quinn got in close to the student and was ready for whatever was to come. That S, when the student had shape-shifted his hands into a claw-like shape and scratched at Quinn's body. The attack was slow, and Quinn was able to block but chose not to, and allowed the attack to scratch against his chest. While playing the game, in the user's view was his and his opponent's HP bar placed in the bottom right-hand corner. When the attack went through, a small amount of HP had been taken. Quinn then quickly stepped back a few steps and proceeded to use his blood bank skill, his currently full, unable-to blood bank. It was as he had suspected. Although he took damage in the game, nothing had happened to his real body outside. With his thought confirmed, Quinn was now ready to end the match. He dashed forward, and when he was close enough, he threw out a blood swipe. The student lifted his claws to block. But the second the blood swipe made impact, his claws had shattered. And following up behind the first blood swipe was a second one. The student's HP was now lowered by around 25%. Although Quinn could have easily finished the match with a barrage of blood swipes now, he chose not to. He had wanted to originally play the game to help train his fighting skills, and in the outside world, Quinn wasn't able to use the blood swipes as he liked. Quinn got in closer to the student. By now, the student's claws had already regenerated. The student swung again, but this time Quinn ducked underneath the attack and threw out a punch to the student's stomach, followed by another punch to the student's face, and finished him off with a cross-shaped dual blood swipe with both hands. Winner Blood Evolver. Just then, though, Quinn had received another message from his own system. Opponent has been defeated. 25 exp has been earned 305 400 exp. It was unexpected, but Quinn had received EXP for defeating an opponent in the game. Suddenly, a large grin appeared on his face. After defeating the student inside the game, Quinn received 25 EXP points compared to his regular 50. This was a large surprise to him, as Quinn didn't expect a fight in the game to contribute to points in his system, but at the same time, this was great news. Due to the heightened security around the school, it would be harder for him to find opponents and draw out their blood. That, and the gauntlets he was using, were a dead giveaway. Although gauntlets were a rare weapon, there were millions of military personnel playing the game. Even if he was to use them, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint it to him. But now that Quinn was able to level up, it solved his current problem of getting stronger without the need of consuming blood. Although he didn't know why he had only received 25 EXP. If he had to take a guess, it could have been because he wasn't fighting these people in real life, or the fact that the opponent he went up against was too weak. Without wasting any more time, Quinn immediately went to search for another game. He set the power level to level 1. That way, he would be matched up against easy opponents. An opponent was found almost instantly, and Quinn got straight to work. Rather than reserving his power like in the last game, Quinn decided this time he would just send out a barrage of blood swipes at his opponent. And his plan worked. His first opponent was dealt with so quickly that Quinn didn't even have time to find out what ability he had. 25 EXP gained, 330 400. Quinn's next 3 opponents were dealt with just as easily as the other 2. There was an Earth Elemental user who was too slow to cast his spells. Quinn simply avoided the attacks, and then, when he was in range, would unleash the blood swipes. The 2 after that were just as easy as Quinn's previous fights. He would quickly dodge their attacks, and when he was close enough to them, he would spam his skill. Of course, Quinn knew he wouldn't be able to do this type of thing outside the game. After all, the skill had a major setback of reducing his health. If Quinn was ever in the danger zone and then got attacked, he would be dead in an instant. But he just wanted to level up as soon as possible, and after defeating the next 3, he did. 405, 400 EXP, congratulations, you are now. Level 4, Race, Halfling, HP 25 to 25, 5, 800 EXP, Strength, 13 to 3, Stamina 12, Agility, Shatter. For the first time since Quinn had leveled up, he hadn't received a new ability. He somewhat had expected this, but at the same time was hoping for something useful. He would just have to keep leveling up and wait for more skills in the future. Finally, though, what Quinn had wanted had arrived. The reason why he wanted to level up so fast was because of the free stat point received after every level up. Agility 15. He immediately put the point into his agility stat, and now he could finally learn the flash step from the tutorial. This time, while following the tutorial from the blonde man, Quinn was able to follow him step by step along with the video. Unlike when learning the hammer strike, where he had to watch it repeatedly and was unable to do everything. After several minutes of Quinn practicing the flash step, he finally had a stroke of success. "Yes!" Quinn shouted. However, what Quinn did notice was that while he was in the White Room on his own, his body would never feel tired. He was able to perform the flash step as many times as he wanted without feeling tired. This did not apply to when he was in a match, though. Using the blood swipe did take up Quinn's stamina. He felt this affecting him after sending out attack after attack during a match. It meant the White Room acted like some type of training room where they were unaffected by their physical body's restraints. With the flash step learned, Quinn finally wanted to experience a fight with a tougher opponent. Instead of searching by power level, Quinn decided to select Quick Match and would let fate decide the level of his opponent. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to choose who you went up against, so it was important for Quinn to have experience fighting in all sorts of situations. A few moments later, a match was found. This time, when Quinn entered the arena floor, he could see his opponent standing opposite him. He was wearing a long red cape, and by his side were 2 daggers. Quinn also realized they weren't alone either. There was also a person sitting in the stands watching Quinn and his opponent. "Oh, don't worry about him," the caped man said. "He's just my senior. He's watching me fight so he can give tips." Quinn then tried using his inspect skill on his opponent to see what power level or ability they had, but there was no luck. The inspect skill didn't seem to work in the game. But before the match began, Quinn made sure to open up his status screen and decided to leave it open and off to the side. During this match, he wanted to keep a close eye on it. When both of them were ready, the countdown started over their heads. 3, 2, 1, go! As soon as the sound dinged, indicating the start of the match, the caped man took out his daggers and swung them out fast. 2 wind blades followed. The attack was similar to Quinn's blood swipe, only the distance the attack could be used was far greater and faster. Quinn then decided to attack with his own blood swipe. The 2 lines of power clashed in the middle and canceled each other out. A red color. What ability is that? The caped man wondered, and at the same time the caped man senior was thinking the same thing. This time, Quinn charged forward. His abilities all required him to be used at close range. The caped man, seeing this, threw more wind strikes out, but Quinn just replied back with his own blood swipes, but this time sending out 4 of them. When the first 2 canceled out the wind strikes, the next 2 carried on moving forward. That's when the caped man lifted his cape and spun around. The blood strikes smacked into the cape, but there was no effect, and not even a scratch was left on the cape. "Is that beast armor? And a high-level one at that?" Quinn thought. The 2 of them were now in punching distance of one another. The capped man swung his daggers out fast. Quinn lifted his hands and managed to grab onto the daggers, allowing the blade to just come out from his fingertips. Then suddenly, the aura around the daggers grew, and the wind forming around the dagger allowed the ends of the blade to grow and act more like a sword, piercing Quinn in both shoulders. The capped man pulled back and went for another strike. "I don't know what your ability is, but it's over." But then suddenly his dagger had hit nothing but empty air and space, and no one could be seen. As he turned around, a sharp claw penetrated the man's stomach. Then another attack after attack at great speed was tearing his stomach apart, and to finish him off, 2 more blood swipes. 25 experience gained, 3,800 exp. The man watching in the arena stood up on his feet as he saw his friend lose the match. The two of them so far had been on a winning streak. Taking it in turns facing opponent after opponent, the sudden loss had come as a shock to them. That skill at the end, what was that? Then, just as Quinn was about to log out and go find another match, he heard someone call out to him. "Wait!" the man in the seats shouted. "Please fight me!" Quinn had no problem with this and accepted, but unknown to him, the man he was about to face was one of the strongest students from another military school. The student who had been sitting up in the stands and watching the fight between Quinn and his friend was known as Nate Snell. He was a second year from another academy, and in his academy, he was well known for being one of the strongest second years. Nate often played in the game to improve his fighting skills, as this was important for him due to the fact that it went hand in hand with his ability. He was obsessed with learning all different types of martial arts skills. There was one area in the game that it didn't allow you to improve on, though. Even though the game allowed you to use abilities, it did not have the system in place to use soul weapons. This would be an almost impossible task, considering every person's soul weapon was different, even if they had the same ability. With a keen eye for martial arts, the second Nate had seen Quinn perform his flash step, he needed to know who this person was. The footwork in the skill was so beautiful, so quick, that even he wasn't able to keep track of where Quinn had gone. After asking Quinn for a battle, he was overjoyed that he accepted. For the two of them to start their match, they needed to add each other to their friends list first. Hard Steely hasn't you a friend request. Quinn accepted the friend request and was happy to fight. Honestly, Quinn wasn't too bothered who he went up against, but after fighting against Nate's friend, he felt like he should have a good match coming up that would help him improve. Blood Evolver has accepted your friend request. Blood Evolver? Does his ability have something to do with blood? That would explain those red lines coming out from his hands, but was there such an ability in the system? Nate thought. There were thousands of different abilities in the system, so Nate wasn't sure of all of them, but he had fought many battles in the game, and this was the first time seeing someone with this type of ability. Before the match was about to begin, Nate had asked if he could speak to his friend Sam for a few moments. Quinn agreed as he wanted to check a few things out himself. During the match when Quinn used his flash step, he was hoping his own system would show him something. But nothing happened. Of course, this was because he was in the game, but he knew that the flash step felt like it had taken a significant amount of stamina from him. His current stamina points were at a 12. If he was to make a rough guess, he would say that 4 strikes of Blood Swipe took down 1 stamina point, meaning he would be able to perform around 48 Blood Swipes before running out of stamina. However, if he did this, he would reach 0 HP before even using up all his stamina. But as the blonde man had said in the video, Flash Step took a considerable amount of stamina. At most, Quinn knew he would currently only be able to produce it twice in one game, meaning it took at least 5 points of stamina. Quinn would have to think carefully when using this information in a match. At first, he thought it wasn't so important increasing his stamina. As long as he was strong enough or fast enough, he could win his fights, but in a prolonged battle and matches against multiple enemies, as soon as his stamina dropped to 0, he would be as good as dead. Not only that, but Quinn dreaded the thought of having to fight in the sunlight with these stats. Over at the other end of the arena, Nate was busy talking to Sam about his match. "You are such a fool," Nate said. "I know, I'm sorry," Sam replied. Nate looked at the flapping cape that Sam was wearing and started to shake his head. "We just got this incredible thing, and you didn't even use it properly in the fight. When he went out from your view, if you hadn't turned your back, it would have been protected. Or you could have turtled up with the cape. It's hard to get used to having something on your back. If someone vanishes in front of you and you know they're behind you, you naturally turn around, wouldn't you?" Sam replied. Sam then started to look at the ground as he was saddened, remembering how he had lost the match. "My win streak," Sam cried. Nate proceeded to pat Sam on the shoulder with pity before walking to his fighting spot. "You know the deal. If I win against him, then that means I win our bet, and you'll owe me those credits." As Sam headed back to the arena stands, he was praying for Quinn to kick his friend's ass. He had lost too many bets recently and was running low on credits. 3, 2, 1, and the match had begun. Surprisingly, both of them at the same time had decided to charge in. Although Quinn didn't know his opponent's abilities, his attacks were more effective closer in range. If he was going up against an elemental user, then it was always better for him to get closer anyway. And as soon as Quinn was within 5 meters, he threw out 2 blood swipes. Suddenly, Nate's speed dropped dramatically. His skin started to turn into a shiny material, and his footsteps were heavy. As the blood swipes reached and hit his body, the sound of metal clanging against each other was heard. For the first time when Quinn's attack had hit an opponent's body, it had done 0 damage whatsoever. The metal shine from Nate's body seemed to shift and now was concentrated in his arm. It allowed Nate to move a lot faster and close the distance. He pushed his hand forward, and out came a long metal-silver pole. It was too fast for Quinn to react to, and the pole dug into his stomach and continued to push him back. The attack was strong, and Quinn had lost about 10% of his health. The pole continued to grow and push him back, and his health continued to fall. Quinn then grabbed onto the pole with both hands, and using all his strength, managed to stop its momentum. "Wow, looks like you're strong as well," Nate said, surprised. Not only did his opponent have a ranged attack, but seemed to have super strength now as well. Quinn pushed the pole to the side and swung out his claws, this time firing 4 blood swipes. The pole then started to retract quicker than the blood swipes and absorbed back into Nate's body. He then put both of his hands together, and the metal liquid started to form a large oval shape and eventually formed a shield. Each strike hit the shield, and there was no effect. However, Quinn had expected this result. When Nate retracted the metal back into his body, Quinn was in front of him ready to strike. But Nate remained calm and shifted the metal over his body to the exact spot where Quinn was aiming for his head. The punch landed, but Nate's head didn't even move a single inch, and again, the game had recorded no such damage. Nate then grabbed Quinn's fist and, with his other hand, formed the pole, whacking him to the ground. "Come on, you should be better than this," Nate said. The truth was, Nate was purposely shifting the metal into a pole rather than a sword. This way, the match would last longer. It had been a while since Quinn felt like this, weak. There was only one thing left for him to try. Quinn lifted himself off the ground and started to breathe in, calming himself down. Anger would only distract him. Then he was ready, and Nate could see it too. "Come on," Nate said as he shifted the metal pole back into his body and into one of his fists. Quinn once again charged forward and threw out a blood swipe. Nate blocked the attack easily, lifting his arm and knocking it away, but it was only meant to serve as a distraction in the first place. When Quinn got close enough, Nate threw out his fist, and at the same time Quinn responded with flash step, avoiding the strike and appearing behind Nate. Too predictable. Nate had prepared for this after watching the last match, and made sure his back was already fully covered in the metal-like alloy. Quinn then lifted his foot off the ground, let the energy go through from his toes up into his fist. As he stomped down with one foot, he pulled back one hand and let out another fist. Bang! The sound of 2 solid objects hitting each other sounded loudly in the distance. For a brief second, The two of them were frozen in place, and for the first time, Quinn was able to do damage, and it was a lot. Nate's eyes grew in shock as he saw the attack bring his health down by nearly half. Nate knew he was in danger, and he could no longer take the fight as easily as he did before. He swung his body and at the same time had shifted a piece of metal into a sword. But once again, Quinn had used the flash step to avoid the strike. Damn it again? How is he so fast? As Nate turned to look at where his opponent was, he was surprised to see Quinn collapsed on the ground. Quinn was breathing in heavily. He could no longer move. The use of using Flash Step twice, including the fact that he had used Hammer Strike, had pushed his body way beyond its limits. "Let's do this again sometime," Nate said as he stabbed Quinn on the ground, ending the game. Although the match had ended in Nate's victory, he was more excited than ever. Looks like the military tournament is going to be a fun one this year. After finishing his intense battle with Nate, his hour using the VR capsule was up, and Quinn was no longer able to participate in any more matches. Although he had lost his match, he felt satisfied. He had learned a lot during his battle with Nate. His attacks, including his blood swipe, were not strong enough to do any damage to Nate while he was using his metal ability. However, his Hammer Strike skill was. Hammer Strike didn't increase his strength, but now Quinn had a good idea what it did do. It was an attack that focused on the inside, an internal attack, the perfect counter to those with abilities who hardened or transformed their bodies. Quinn couldn't wait to find out what the other tutorials the blonde man had in store for him, but he had no idea how to unlock them. The blonde man had simply said when he was ready, they would unlock for him. There were two things this meant. One might be when Quinn's stats were high enough to complete the fighting skills requirements, or when Quinn was a high enough level. The second lesson the fight had taught him was how important stamina was. The Flash Step was an incredible skill that allowed him to avoid a strike in an instant, but if he used it more than twice, then he would be done for, and if he was out in the sun, he wasn't even sure he would be able to use the skill at all. This made Quinn think long and hard about what to put his stat points into in the future. Perhaps going for an agility or strength-based character wasn't the best thing after all. With that in mind, Quinn had set up an important meeting with Layla today. There was one thing he needed to learn about more than anything, especially if he wanted to get stronger in the future. It was a Sunday, so Quinn still had the rest of the day off before having to go back to the standard military lessons for the week. The sun was out bright and early, and Quinn was standing outside the school gates, patiently waiting for Layla. Even though it was the weekend, Quinn still wore his school uniform, for he didn't have any other clothes other than what was provided to him, and he had long grown out of his old school uniform. "This damn sun!" Quinn said while his body was covered in sweat. All current stats have been halved. Ever since he had evolved from a human into a halfling, the sun seemed to bother him even more. He was covered in sweat even though it wasn't that hot, and he was starting to have ringing headaches if he stayed outside too long. Finally, after waiting a while, Layla had arrived. She was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her long legs nicely, along with her short hair. She still carried her bow and had her quiver by her side, and on her back was a fairly large bag. "You ready?" Layla asked, smiling. Quinn looked at the large bag on her back. It must have been heavy, he thought. "Do you want me to carry that for you?" Quinn asked. Although with his stats halved and his strength draining from his body, he was hoping she would say no. "It's okay. The bag is lighter than you think. I'm using my ability to make it lighter," Layla replied. Quinn really wasn't sure if she was being truthful or not, and didn't really know what to do in these types of situations. Were you meant to insist and be pushy, or be a gentleman and offer a hand, or listen to the girl? If she said she could do it, then she could do it. In the end, Quinn didn't want to think too hard about it and decided to just let Layla carry on holding the heavy bag. If she wanted him to really carry the bag, then she should just ask him. The two of them walked out of the school S premises and carried on walking until they eventually reached a nice, quiet park. There were some students outside, messing around, playing with their abilities, and at the same time, there was some military personnel relaxing on the benches. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Layla said. "Yeah, it's kind of nice." Then a thought came into his head of all the news he had heard on TV about what life was like during the war, how it could start up again any second, and finally, the death of his parents. But who knows how long it will last? That's why I need to keep getting stronger. Layla placed the heavy bag on the ground, and it seemed like a weight was off her shoulders. Even if she was using her ability, it would be tiring for someone to keep it up on the whole walk here. That's when Layla started to empty out all the contents in her bag. There were all sorts of things inside, several items of thick clothing, such as hats, scarves, sunglasses, and most of it seemed to be black in color. Then she continued to pull out even more stuff, lotions and lotions of sun cream, and finally, she pulled out an umbrella. "Did it cost a lot?" Quinn asked, worried after seeing how much she had bought. "Don't worry about it. My family sent me the credits, and I used up what the academy gave me," Layla replied. "Besides, I got it all from the marketplace, so it was dirt cheap." The marketplace was an online store that was used all around the world. It sold your everyday items such as food, clothes, utilities, and other things. With the use of teleporters, your items were able to be shipped to you in almost an instant. As long as you could afford one of these. If not, you would have to go to a collection point. The military school had one of these collection points for students to use. But other than just your everyday items, the marketplace was also used by people to sell and buy beast weapons, skill books, ability books, and all sorts of things that would be beneficial to you in battles. However, to access this part of the marketplace, you would either need a military personnel ID, which all students got a temporary one to use during their time there, or if you were a traveler. Travelers were people who didn't work for the military but worked for a private company and often went into portals to explore different worlds. "So what do you want to try first?" Layla said, holding the sun cream in her hand. The two of them had gathered in the park, not just for a casual chat and peaceful evening, but there was a goal in mind. And although Quinn usually found Layla obsessive, it seemed like her crazy, strange self would come in handy. The whole purpose of today was to find out if there was any way to either reduce the effect that the sun had on the system or even temporarily stop it altogether, and there was no one better than Layla for the job. She knew everything about vampires, having grown up reading about them. She ordered whatever she thought might have been effective. Quinn looked at all the items that she had brought over. He then noticed a few more things on the ground with her. There was a metal-shaped cross, a clove of garlic, and even a piece of silver jewelry. "Oh, those are for later," Layla said, embarrassed, noticing Quinn staring at her stuff. "We should also try to find out if you have any other weaknesses of normal vampires as well." "All right. Why don't we just try the umbrella first?" Quinn said as he knelt down to pick it up. He then stood still and popped open the umbrella. It was solid black in color to make sure that most of the light didn't penetrate or get through it. Quinn then adjusted the umbrella a few times to make sure his body was completely covered in the shadow. Then, to his surprise, stats have returned to normal. While Quinn was fully covered under the shade, his stats had returned. Then he lifted his hand and placed it outside the shade zone ever so slightly, and as soon as the tiniest part of his finger was outside, the same usual status screen had appeared. "You are being affected by direct sunlight. All stats will be halved." "Well?" Layla asked. "It works. But even if a little bit of my body is in the sun, then I start to feel weak. This wouldn't do." Holding the umbrella, although would return his stats, it would be difficult to use in a fight. One hand would be occupied holding the umbrella, while the other would be free. Also, it was a big, weak target that the enemy could easily destroy. But at least he found out that if he just carried an umbrella with him, he would no longer feel weak. It was a good idea to keep one on him for now. "That's a special umbrella," Layla said. "It's one used to block out the UV from the sun. Although at most it can block out about 90%, it's not perfect." To be honest, I'm surprised it worked. Is the UV rays why I feel weak then? Not necessarily. I mean, vampire lore is all over the place, but these myths had to grounded somewhere, right? Layla then looked at the ground and picked up the sun cream. If the umbrella really worked because of the UV, then the sun cream should have some effect. Layla then walked up to Quinn, squirting some of the cream onto her hand. You ready? Quinn then went a little red, thinking about Layla applying the cream onto his body. Looking at Layla now out of her school uniform, he realized she was kind of cute. So what, she was a little strange and knew too much about vampires. Everyone had their geeky thing they knew about and was obsessed with. Then Quinn felt something cold on his leg. She had taken Quinn's silence as a yes and started to slather the cream all over his body. After making sure everywhere she could see covered in cream, to finish it off, she placed sunglasses over Quinn's eyes. Although we can stop the UV on your eyelids, we can't on your eyeballs, Layla said. Well, anything? This time, there was no such result. When opening up his status, the UV cream hadn't even made a little bit of impact. Quinn still felt incredibly weak, and his stats were still halved. So, it looks like it's not to do with the UV then. Although the umbrella worked, it can only block so much of the UV, and same with the cream, so I was hoping it would have some effect. But this means it's most likely some other property in the sun that we don't know about. To be honest, Quinn was thankful that the sun cream didn't work. The idea of waking up every day and doing it as a daily routine, at some point the cream would wear off too. He also couldn't imagine in the middle of the fight asking his opponent to wait to lather and cream himself all over. He had pictures in his head of asking Vorden to cover for him while he brought out a bottle of sun cream. Finally, it was time for the last test. This one Quinn was dreading the most, the clothes test. He was already sweating and feeling hot as it was and couldn't imagine putting on a load of black clothing. But he thought it was best to get it over and done with as soon as possible. First, Quinn placed a sweater over the top of his body, then a pair of black thick trousers on his feet. Instead of trainers, he changed to black boots, then on his hand a pair of leather black gloves. Finally, on his head, he had a large back-top hat. Looking at him, Layla could barely hold in her laughter. He looked absolutely ridiculous. Breathe, breathe, Layla, she mumbled. Well, anything? No, not yet anyway. Well, we might as well try the rest. Layla then continued to place clothes onto Quinn. This time, she had covered his face with a balaclava, and even where his eyes were, she had put a sleeping mask on. More hats were placed on, and now every inch of his skin was covered. Anything? No! Quinn shouted, but it sounded muffled through the clothes. However, Layla didn't give up yet. She felt like if the umbrella had worked, then this had to work as well. She continued to place all the remaining clothes she had brought with, and then finally, while Layla was piling on the clothes, Quinn managed to shout something. Wait, it's working, Quinn said. Although the clothes had worked, Quinn was around 3 inches thick in black clothing. Layla quickly helped Quinn take of all the clothing, as it seemed like he was a bit wobbly on his legs and was going to pass out any second now. Once the two of them were finished, Quinn opened up the umbrella, and the energy started to restore back into his body again. The two of them sat down on the clean-cut grass and were discussing the results of the test. Well, you can't go out like that, Layla said. You couldn't move in the thing. Agreed, but at least we know that the most important thing is to stop the sun hitting me. Quinn started to feel the umbrella, wondering if perhaps he could get clothes made out of the same material. Then the problem would be, the material would be too weak. Most likely, the reason the clothes didn't work so well was because they didn't block out the sun enough. He needed more solid but flexible material. There was some stuff out there that might have worked like a black latex suit or something. But these weren't strong enough for fighting. It could easily be torn or ripped, and then he would be back to being normal weak Quinn again. Suddenly, a thought had entered Quinn's mind. He started to remember the fight he had inside the VR game. When he had gone against Sam, he had used a cape that was able to block his blood swipe. The material was not only flexible, but strong as well. The cape was most likely made from some type of beast from one of the portals. If Quinn could get enough of this material, maybe he could make a suit of some kind that could not only protect him from the sun, but also be strong enough to be used in combat. A smile started to appear on his face. He now couldn't wait to be transported to hunt some beasts. After finishing the test with the items, Layla was eager to try out a few of the other things she had brought along with her. "Do I really have to worry about something like this?" Quinn said as he picked up a clove of garlic. "Not really, to be honest. I just wanted to try out everything." Garlic always acted more as a repellent in the first place, and the fact that you're holding it like that would suggest it wouldn't hurt. While Quinn looked at the piece of garlic, he decided to use the inspect skill on just to be sure. If something would harm him, he was sure the system would be able to tell him basic information, such as this. Inspect. A glove of garlic. Due to your heightened senses, the piece may test extremely bad. Safe to consume. The good news was the system had informed him that the garlic wasn't poisonous, which meant it would be able to do with the other items as well. The bad news was that he had to still eat the garlic so Layla didn't get suspicious. He broke the glove into a small piece before placing it into his mouth. The taste was incredibly strong. It felt like he was eating dog crap. Not that he knew how that tasted anyway, but if he had to imagine, this was it. Quinn immediately started to spit on the ground, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. "Well, at least you look fine," Layla said. Quinn had actually expected this result before even using his inspect skill. The taste of food had slightly changed ever since his evolution. Sweet food, such as ice cream and cakes, now tasted bland. It was the same with fruit. The only thing that still tasted fine for him was meat. Although everything seemed to taste slightly saltier than before, it was the same with other herbs as well. Although there was one thing that drastically changed for him, and that was blood. It was a greater taste than anything he had before, and was sweet as caramel itself. Just thinking about it, Quinn wanted another taste, but he was still able to control himself just fine. It was the same way when someone thought about chocolate. They suddenly wanted chocolate, but they didn't need it. Before touching any of the other items, Quinn made sure to use his inspect skill on each one. First was the metal cross, a religious symbol that has no effect, the system said. Then the chain. A sliver chain that is made up of 92% silver. Wearing the item can be used as a fashion accuracy. With both the items, there was no such warning. Quinn then proceeded to pick up both of them with no worry. He was starting to trust the system more and more lately, as it had been more helpful and accurate. "So what's the story behind these two things?" Quinn asked. "I kind of get the cross, but what about the silver? And they just for werewolves?" Suddenly, Layla's eyes started to sparkle up. "I'm glad you asked. Vampire lore has gone further back than you think. Even in Greek mythology, they have tales of vampires. The first vampire was said to be cursed by the god Apollo, to be burnt by sunlight. Then when the man tried to touch Artemis' bow, she cursed the human further to be affected by silver," Layla explained. "Of course there are other reasons, but this is one of the older ones. Then, with the cross, vampires have always been seen as workers of the devil, a creature that needed to suck blood to live, and of course God, in the eyes of many, is a fighter of evil, and the cross is a symbol of the god." Layla then grabbed both items from Quinn and placed it back in her bag. "But now looking at you, I can clearly see all of that was a load of rubbish," Layla said, sounding a bit disappointed by the whole experience. "The only vampire weakness it seems you have so far is sunlight, although I have to admit that's a pretty big one. Do you feel like you're not getting older yet?" "What?" Quinn said, confused. "How would I even know? It's only been a few days. I mean, I don't feel any older, but I could say that about the rest of my life. You kind of just got older without realizing it." Then a dreaded thought had entered Quinn's mind. If it was true that he would no longer age, did that mean his appearance would stay the same as it did now? Would he look like a young teenage boy for the rest of his life? With test over, it was time for the two of them to head back to their dorm rooms. Quinn decided to head back to the dorm rooms and see if Vorden and Peter wanted to hang out and do something for the rest of the evening. But when he entered the room, once again, neither Vorden or Peter was there. Vorden, Quinn didn't worry too much about. It seemed like he had been getting into trouble lately with the second years, but currently they were staying well clear of him after the incident. It was Peter Quinn was more worried about. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that these new friends of Peter were not actually friends of his, and was wondering what to do. With that, Quinn decided to sleep for the night and wait till the next day. When he woke up, he was happy to see that the other two had managed to return to their rooms in the middle of the night. For once, the three of them had decided to head down to the canteen together, and in a long time, the three of them casually eat food and chatted about what they had done yesterday. Once the three of them had finished eating, it was time for them to head to their homeroom classes together. On Monday morning, they were to attend a morning class with their teacher, Dell. This lesson would be a theory-based lesson, either the history of the human race or even notice about what would happen. The three of them sat in the back of the class as usual, while Layla sat at the front with Aaron by her side. The students waited patiently until Dell had finally arrived. "All right, class, I have an important announcement to make. The preparations for your first portal outing has been complete. It's time for you kids to go explore the universe a bit more." Before Dell was to inform the students about the portal training they would be participating in, he needed to explain to the students how the portals worked. After all, it would be a first for nearly every student there, apart from a few of them. Portals allowed humans to travel to and back from locations that they had been to before. They were often used to travel to other planets. The technology was obtained when humanity managed to take down their first Dalki ship and discovered a portal inside. Usually, when such advanced technology was discovered, people wouldn't be able to dissect and replicate it so easily. Just because you had the technology didn't mean you understood how it worked. But thanks to a legendary scientist named Richard Eno, he had easily been able to dissect all of the equipment found on board of the ship. Another great contributor to the war against the Dalki. Some people assumed that he had an ability of some sort that helped him along the way, but these were just rumors, and no one knew for sure. However, one thing for certain was, he was a great man. Once he had found this technology, he distributed it not only to the military, but also to private companies as well. He made sure that such power wouldn't just end up in one group's hands. Back then, the world and humans were fighting together, but who knew what would happen once the war had ended? In today's world, there were generally three different groups of people who had and owned portals. The military was the first group. Next were private corporations. They usually had powerful originals backing them. Many of these companies would also form a faction, a group of powerful travelers just for exploring other planets. And lastly was the group known as Pure, a group that didn't believe in the use of abilities. There were three types of portals, each different in color. There was green, orange, and red. Each of these portals meant a different thing. Green meant that the planet it led to had already been explored and there were human shelters that had been built. These allowed people to live there if they wished, or just stay there temporarily. The next was orange. This meant that the planet hadn't been fully explored, yet there were some shelters in place, but the level of the beast could be too high in certain areas, or they just hadn't explored everywhere yet. And finally, the red portals. These were unexplored planets. There were no shelters for regular humans to live in. Only travelers or military personnel would usually go into these portals for exploration, and the worst thing about them was they didn't know if the Dalki were on the planet as well. After all, the Dalki had the same technology, so it wouldn't be too strange to run into them, and although under a treaty, if a few people were to go missing on an unknown planet, it was hard to prove something had happened, and the humans weren't ready for another war just yet. "And that is all the information you need to know about portals," Dell said. A student then raised his hand who seated in the center of the class. "Yes," Dell said. "What about the beasts that were discovered on those planets? Will we learn about them?" the student asked. For now, that's all you need to know about the portals. Yes, this also led us to discover beasts on these planets, and they are what we use to create our beast weapons, but you will be told more detail about that when you arrive. Dell explained, although I will tell you now that you can also thank Richard Eno for that discovery as well. Dell then closed the presentation that was playing behind him. Now for the important part. The portal expedition will take place next week, but before even that, you will be required to form your own team of 5. Although on this trip you will travel as a class, you must have a squad and stick together. Even the green portals are a dangerous place filled with beasts, and the trackers on your watch will not work outside the academy. We will have no way to come and save you. The same student once again raised his hand, and Dell had a look on his face like it was starting to get annoying. Yes. Do you know where we will be going? That information will be revealed to you on the day many of you here have family members who, if they knew where you were, would send guards out to protect you on these planets, but that wouldn't be fair, especially since we will also be assessing you on this. The student once again raised his hand, but Dell this time stared at him back, forcing him to slowly put his hand down again. Now, if there aren't any more questions, your combat classes for today are canceled. Today you are to form a team of 5 and report back to us by the end of the day. Dell then left the room to attend to other business, while allowing the students to form their own group of 5s. Vorden then turned his head immediately. Hey, Quinn, you want to be on the... But standing by Quinn's side already was Layla, who had sprinted from the front of the class to the back. Hey, do you want to make a team with me, Quinn? Layla said, smiling. Sure, Quinn answered. Truthfully, Quinn wanted to ask Layla to be on the same team. They didn't know how long their first assessment was going to take, and if he was to get hurt or injured, he was going to need a blood source of some type. Even if Vorden didn't like it, he knew this was going to happen. Hey, Quinn, you mind if I join as well? He said, smiling, trying to hide his annoyance. Of course, and Peter as well. Peter's face was a little shocked at hearing the sound of his name, and at the same time his feelings were confused. Yeah, that would be good, Peter said. Then when the others were just thinking about who the 5th member should be, Aaron had approached Vorden of all people in the room. I want to make a team with you. Not only were Quinn and the others shocked that Aaron had approached Vorden, but so was the whole class. In Dell's class, Aaron was the strongest student there. Nearly everyone wanted her on their team, but over the last few days, when people had tried to approach her, she had always given a cold response. It seemed like she was disinterested in everything apart from getting stronger. I'm sorry, Vorden said, but I've already decided to make a team with these guys. Vorden's response to Aaron seemed to be even crazier to everyone else as well. They had seen Vorden fight that day when they were surrounded by the second years. After witnessing that, no one would say he was any weaker than Aaron. If the two of them were to combine powers and found a few other strong people, it meant they could easily come up with the strongest team in the class. Aaron then looked at the group of people who Vorden pointed at. To be honest, she didn't seem to recognize any of them. Who are they? Aaron said. What? We took the test together? I even helped you out at the assembly hall, Layla complained. The truth was, Aaron never took the time to remember people's faces. She only cared about those who were strong. When she saw how weak there were in the test assessment, she didn't even bother with them any longer. Although there was one person who had caught her eye other than Vorden, and that was Quinn. She remembered him throwing the black beast balls at a lightning-fast speed and taking out a student. Then when she looked at his wrist, she saw he was only a level 1 user. Why would you stay with these weak people? Surely you can get a better grade if you join me and a few others, Aaron said. The first assessment and future assessments in the portal outing would determine their final grade. For those who had a cozy family to get back to, it didn't matter too much, but to rest, it determined their future. The grade they got when they left military academy would decide whether they could join a strong private company or whether they would just end up joining the bottom of the barrel, being treated even worse than now. I don't care about the grades, I just want to have fun while I'm still in school, Vorden replied. But Aaron was determined to not give up. Fine, I can accept the girl and the strangely strong boy, but I can't accept him, Aaron said, pointing at Peter. Peter's heart suddenly started to thump louder. A fear started to take over him as he heard Aaron speak these words. If he didn't get in Vorden's and Peter's team, he would be in huge trouble. Why do we need you anyway? Vorden said. Wait a minute, Layla interrupted. I think she would make a good addition to the team. Besides Vorden, doesn't your ability rely on those around you to be strong as well? As far as I remember, Beast doesn't have abilities, so you would have to rely on us, and we don't exactly have strong abilities. Layla, I understand what you are saying, but for once I agree with Vorden, Quinn replied. I don't care how strong she is. She can't just come in and kick one of us out. She can join the team, but only if Peter stays. It was good to have strong allies, but at what cost? If Quinn was to kick out Peter to replace him with a stranger, he would just be as bad as everyone else who had treated him like crap, just for being weak. He didn't want to change into one of those types of people. Aaron then started to look around the room before looking at Vorden once again. She thought back to how Vorden was able to deal with Momo quite well before the use of the soul weapon. After looking around the room, there didn't seem to be a single person in Dell's class that matched up to him. Fine, I will join, but I wish for the 5 of us to have a retesting to see where we stand, Aaron asked. Perhaps we can go visit the training center, display what we can do to the rest. Layla and Quinn looked at each other with a half-worried look in their eye. The 5 of them then headed down to the training center. It was the same place that Layla had first spotted Quinn, who had sneaked in the place at night. Right now, the room was filled with multiple different people from all sorts of different classes. All the other classes had also been informed about the upcoming test and had decided to find out what each other's abilities were. This would give them the best chance of defeating and capturing as many beasts as possible and increasing their chances of survival. Well, what do you want us to do? Vorden asked. I've already seen your powers, but I can't remember too much about the girl and the other 2. Perhaps the girl can go first on the strength machine. Layla went up as asked and went to the large circular strength machine. She concentrated her mind and threw out her fist. At the same time, she used the force of her telekinesis to push her hand as strong as she could. The numbers slowly went up on the machine's display until it had eventually reached number 8. Damn it, same as last time. Looks like I haven't improved much, Layla complained. For a level 2, that's quite a weak strength score, but judging by the bow, you're a ranged user anyway. It will be quite handy to have someone like you on the team, Aaron said. She then walked up to the 2 boys, Quinn and Peter. Well, I'm hoping that both of you can at least get the same score as her. Quinn was starting to get annoyed by all her taunts, but he took a deep breath and held it in. With her on the team, it would cause fewer troubles with the others. Even if they did defeat beasts and obtain their crystals, there was a high chance that another team might target them and try to steal them. But just having Aaron on the team would stop that. Peter walked up to the machine holding the mud staff in his hand. Looks like he's still level 1 then, Aaron said. Level 1. Earth user didn't have the ability to extract earth from the ground. All they could do was reform the earth in their hand. They could only control earth they were touching rather than the earth around them. As Peter went to punch the machine, the earth around from the pole started to form around his fist as he hit the machine. The numbers started to go up and finally it stopped at 8. The same score as Layla. Well, what are you waiting for? Aaron said, looking at Quinn. As Quinn walked up to the strength machine, all he wanted to do was punch the machine as hard as he could. He wanted to shut up the arrogant Aaron who felt like she was better than everyone else. Why did she choose to act like this? Simply because she had a better ability than others? Because her family was well off enough to buy her a strong ability book? But Quinn couldn't reveal himself here, especially in front of the others. They all had seen him on the test day, and they all knew Quinn still didn't have an ability apart from Layla. He looked at the machine and started to wonder, if he performed Hammer Strike using all his strength, would the number rise up? Surely the number would be above his 16 strength. He readied his fist and redid his footwork. The gauntlets were equipped on his hands, and Quinn let his fist out. He tried controlling the power output, hoping to achieve a similar score to the other two. Bang! His fist collided with the large drum-like machine, and the numbers slowly started to rise. 8, 9, and then finally the number had stopped at 10. Quinn estimated if his current strength with the gloves was 16, then he needed to use half his strength when hitting the machine to get an 8. But such macro-level control was nearly impossible to get right, and he had managed to go slightly over. "Hey, man, didn't you get stronger?" Vorden said, surprised. "I thought you got a 5 on the test last time. You been working out or something?" Quinn started to laugh, trying to come up with something. "Actually, it was thanks to that game you showed me." Quinn replied, "I met someone who really helped and showed me how to activate the beast weapon's strength properly. I worked hard, hoping I wouldn't be useless for you guys. When I threw that beast ball that time back in the assembly hall, I realized how useful it would be if I learned how to activate the best weapon." This was a lie, but Quinn felt like it was quite convincing. "Didn't the second years say you needed to treat it like activating your ability, though? I thought you didn't have one." "Apparently that isn't a requirement, but just to help you visualize activating your beast weapons," Quinn replied back. Sweat was starting to run down his face. All he could do was hope the others would buy it. "Well, a score of 10 isn't that impressive. The only reason we are talking about it is because you're a level 1, Aaron said. For once, Quinn was happy Aaron's smugness had drawn the attention away from him. "Is this okay, then?" Layla asked. "Yes." Aaron replied, "I still wish to join your team. I believe even with the extra luggage we have on board, with me and Vorden we can come out as the top team during this assessment." After testing everyone's strength, the group decided to discuss a few things, such as formation and what to do. Although the discussions didn't last for long, if they were to travel as a group, Layla would stay at the back for support, and Aaron and Vorden would be at the front. Usually the physical damage dealers would be at the front of the squad, while elemental users in the middle. But in this scenario, Quinn and Peter were considered so weak that they were placed in the center for protection. Aaron felt like it was quite useless to practice anything else after finding out how weak the other two abilities were, so the group's meeting had ended early, and she decided to go off on her own to train somewhere. "Well, if combat classes have been canceled for the day, is there anything you wanted to do?" Vorden asked. "Actually, I was planning to head to the VR capsules," Quinn replied. "I've been trying out a bunch of abilities so I can decide what ability to pick in the future." Suddenly, Vorden started to shiver. "You can go ahead," Vorden said. "I know I showed you how to play the other day, but to be honest, I'm sick and tired of that game. I played it so much growing up and all." With Quinn heading off to the VR room, that left Peter and Vorden all on their own. "Hey, so do you want to practice a bit more with your ability? I know you're saving up so you can buy a few more skill books. Maybe we can get you to a level 2 before heading off into the portal." Peter looked around the room at the other students before giving an answer. "Sure, that sounds like a good idea," Peter replied. But Peter's strange actions didn't go unnoticed, and Vorden had a feeling it had something to do with those students he went to hang around with a few days ago. Quinn had finally arrived at the VR center. He paid his 10 credits for an hour and got into his pod as usual. At the moment, it was the easiest way for Quinn to level up and get stronger. He decided while inside the capsule, he would split his session into 2 halves. For the first 30 minutes, he would spend it facing against level 1s. On average, it took him around 5 minutes to defeat an opponent in the level 1 stage. Gaining 25 experience points for each opponent he defeated would allow him to gain around 150 experience points. Then for the second half of the session, he would use it searching for quick matches, battling against opponents of all different strengths. This would improve his fighting IQ out in the world. Quinn entered the game and started his first match with his plan. He did the usual, avoiding the enemy's strikes and dealing with his opponent with either the strength of his two fists or by using a barrage of blood swipes. That's when Nate noticed that the ID Blood Evolver was online. Nate was still interested in this person and decided to check him out. As long as they were in your friends list, you were able to spectate their matches. Nate then was suddenly transported into the arena and began to watch Quinn's matches one by one, and all that he witnessed was Quinn defeating weak level 1s in a matter of minutes. But it was strange. For someone as strong as him, just what on earth was he doing? When Nate thought of him, he never imagined Quinn to be the type of person to bully the weak. "Let the grinding begin," Quinn said as he took down his next opponent, 170-800 exp. Nate continued to observe Quinn and his fighting style and wondered just why he didn't fight the same as when he fought against him. Quinn repeatedly went into match after match and would only go up against level 1s. It was clear to Nate that he had purposely set the system up this way. Now, some players would do this if they perhaps were trying out something new, but from watching Quinn, all he could see was Quinn doing the same thing over and over. He would enter into a game and then immediately dash in, either using a barrage of the red line attacks of his or a flurry of punches, not caring whether he got hurt or not. It was clear he was beating them with pure strength and trying to win the matches as quickly as possible. Unknown to Nate, though, Quinn was purposely doing this. He didn't have much time left between now and when he was to go out onto his portal training. So the only thing Quinn could do was grind a few levels to get stronger using the system. Finally, 30 minutes had passed, and Quinn himself was growing tired of repeating the same thing over and over again. The only thing that kept him going was seeing his experience go up little by little. That's when Quinn noticed that he had a spectator. Nate, who was sat in the seats, gave a wave back. "Oh, it's him! I wonder what he's doing here." Then a thought came to Quinn's mind. The fact that Nate was watching gave him the chance to ask him something. He then went on to the game system and sent out a part invite to Nate. At first, Nate was just panning to spectate and watch Quinn play a few games. He wanted to study Quinn a bit more before asking him to another duel. But when he saw the party invite, he was quite surprised. The game only allowed for one-on-one battles, so the party invite feature was only really used between teammates for practicing or if they wanted to chat and were far away. In the end, Nate was too curious and wanted to know what Quinn wanted and decided to accept. The arena ground disappeared, and now Nate and Quinn were in a single white room once again. "Hey, how you doing? I hope you're not planning some type of revenge, are you?" Nate said as he proceeded cautiously towards Quinn. "No, actually, I wanted to ask you something. The person who I fought with before, your friend, I wanted to know more about his cape and where he had received it from." "Oh, Sam's cape. That's why you wanted to talk to me." Nate then looked at Quinn standing in front of him. On his hands, he wore his gauntlets. That's when Nate suddenly realized something. The gauntlets that Quinn were using looked horrible. They must have been only at the basic tier. "Wait a minute, are you a first year?" Nate said. Yeah, I will be going on my first portal outing. I thought if you could tell me what type of beast you got it from, I would be able to look for it." Nate was suddenly a little surprised. He went back and thought to how Quinn was able to damage his solid body, even though no one had done such a feat before. He was sure the person would have at least been a second year. "Let me give you a piece of advice then. On your first outing, they always use the green portals. You have the chance of going to one of 3 places: Kaladi, Olympin, and Bartni. Out of these 3 planets, you want to go to Kaladi. There in the desert, there is a winged creature. I can't remember the name of the winged creature, but there aren't many in the desert, so I'm sure if you see one, that will be it. That beast core is what we made the cape out of." "Wait, did you say a desert?" Quinn asked. "Yeah. What's wrong with that?" Usually the word desert meant the place came with heat. The idea of having to journey through that, Quinn was starting to get tired just thinking about it. Nothing, don't worry. Thank you so much for the information. You have been a big help. I'm going to play a few more games now before my time's up. Oh, sure, go ahead. Do you mind if I watch? Nate asked. Quinn thought about it for a while. If he didn't want to let Nate watch, all he had to do was block him or delete him of his friends' list. But at the same time, Quinn felt like there was no problem. He was just fighting people. It wasn't like he was doing anything that suggested he was a vampire, and it was likely that Nate wasn't even from the same school as him. Sure, go ahead. Quinn only had 20 minutes left inside the machine, and using his remaining time, Quinn chose to use the quick match function on the game, matching him with random power levels who chose the same option. This half of his session would be used to practice his fighting skills. In the remaining 20 minutes, Quinn was able to have 2 more games. His first match, he was against a level 4 user who had a transformation ability. His body was made of a rubber-like material, and he was able to stretch it as far as he liked. Quinn struggled against this opponent. The fighting style of the rubber man was strange, and when Quinn wasn't expecting it, he would be hit at an incredible speed. In the end, Quinn managed to get a few blood swipes in and hurt the man, but still ended up losing. The next match there was much more success, as he was matched up against a level 2 user who had a hardening skill similar to Nate, only weaker. He had an easier time dealing with this opponent as his blood wipe deal damage as well as his regular attacks. In the end, though, Quinn decided to take the match just as serious as the others and ended up finishing it with a hammer strike. 195 out of 800. With that, Quinn's time in the game was up and he had to leave. Nate, after watching Quinn for the whole time, had a strange thought lingering on his mind. Just what was Quinn's ability? After their battle, Nate had decided to check out the ability list to see if there was anything similar, and he could find no such thing. The other thing was, it seemed like all Quinn could do was shoot out red lines, which would suggest either the ability he had at the moment was incredibly weak or he was currently a low level. What Quinn didn't realize, though, that all the opponents he had faced that day were thinking the same thing as Nate. They were wondering just what ability Quinn had. The hardening user Quinn had just fought against was so frustrated with his loss, he decided to go onto the online forums and make a post. He shared a video of the match between himself and Quinn titled, "What ability is this? Is he a hacker?" The online forum had started to gain some traction with users who had fought against Quinn. They started to post comments just below about the video. "Yeah, I fought against him too, and he used those red lines on me. I lost in an instant. Is there really an ability like that in the game? It looks like Wind Slash, but why are the lines red?" Of course, even though the post had gained some traction, there weren't many. After all, things like this were posted on a daily occurrence, and usually it was from some people who couldn't accept a loss, thinking the other person must be hacking. But those who did watch the video started to ping the creators asking if what was seen in the video was real. Of course, one of the admin staff for the game came along and checked the video, but this person wasn't any ordinary admin staff. It was a student at the school named Logan Green. Logan himself wasn't ordinary, for he was the son of the creator of the game. And not only that, but was one of the head coders as well. He often visited the forum to check for bugs, and if there were any, he would try to fix them while still attending school. Then suddenly, late at night that day, he noticed that post had started to gain traction. Usually he would not have bothered with these things, but the staff were getting tagged in the post more than usual. After watching the video, suddenly his attention had been caught. Logan immediately could tell that the video was real. He searched up the 2 user IDs that were in the game and then decided to look at the match information. After searching them up, he noticed that the player that was being questioned in the video had selected no ability. No, it couldn't be. Did he really manage to hack the system? Logan then began to dig in deep into the match and checked everything about it. He checked the log of the game and everything that had been written down as the match went on, but there wasn't a single thing he could find that was wrong. Logan actually felt relieved. The game so far had been successful, not only because of how it was able to accurately replicate abilities, but also because the game had yet to be hacked. After finding out this information, Logan had no choice but to think it had something to do with his ability. Although Original's abilities weren't able to be copied into the game, this was the only answer he could think of. But one question remained, and that was just who was the user behind ID Blood Evolver. It was company policy to not keep records of any of the users in the game. The data was scrambled, so not even he could get access to it. But that wouldn't stop Logan. The next day, combat classes had resumed back to normal. Layla the other day had gone to register the team with Dell, and even he was surprised at who was written on the list. The group became the talk of the class. After all, they were the only ones with such a huge difference in power levels between the team. Something that hadn't happened in the school before. In the combat class, the group were told to continue training independently, and if they wished to spar with a partner, they could politely ask. Leo would go around giving tips to the students when he could. In the afternoon, after classes were done, Quinn would head the VR room to continue his daily routine. $275,800. But the more people Quinn played against, the more traction the original forum post was getting, and all of this was unknown to Quinn. He didn't even know there was an online forum for the game. Quinn had never had any of these things in the past. He had access to the TV and internet, but didn't really know much about games. It was only thanks to Vorden showing him everything he knew what to do. Another day had passed, and Quinn repeated the process. For $4,800. Not only was Quinn quickly gaining exp, but he also felt like he was getting a hang of his abilities more. He knew when was the right time to use Flash Step, and also learned how to combine his two skills, so he would be able to disappear and reappear while using Hammer Strike. In 2 days, Quinn felt like he would be ready. Inside the second year's office, a group of first years had been called into the General Duke's office. Standing at the front of the first years was Earl, the same boy who had recently been hanging around with Peter as well as the one who had broken his fingers. I have made sure that the room will be empty for you tomorrow. Make sure you do as I asked. I need you to get rid of them. Duke said, Yes, sir. We promise. Good, Duke replied as he threw over a couple of beast crystals as well as a skill book. You should be able to progress to level 4 with that skill, carry on working hard, and there will be more. The next day after combat classes had ended, Peter had messaged for Vorden and Quinn to come to the training room on the east side. This room was usually off-limits to students since it was also used as a room to store portals. But after reading the contents of the message, both Quinn and Vorden had rushed offer. The message simply said that Peter needed their help. While heading over to the room, Vorden and Quinn had bumped into each other. Did you get Peter's message? Quinn asked. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I knew those friends of his were bad news. Vorden said, Quinn, you stay behind. I can deal with this myself. No way. He's my friend too. I'm going to kick those guys' asses if it's the last thing I do. Vorden could see he was unable to convince Quinn, so the two of them continued together and had finally arrived inside the training center. The room was large, and there were several large metallic objects with an oval shape in the middle. Each one of them had a glowing circle in the middle, shining with a different color. These were the portals that took them to another world. There were 9 machines out in total, 3 of each color, and for a moment it felt like they were unable to take their eyes off the things. When they had entered the room, they could see that Peter was lying on the ground, badly hurt. He laid on the ground just in front of one of the teleporters, and it looked like he couldn't move. Quinn and Vorden looked around the room, but were unable to notice anyone. They both then rushed over to his side. He had bruise marks all over him, and he scuffed up pretty bad with scratches all over. What happened to you? Was it those first-year students? Vorden shouted. Yeah, they got me pretty bad. They went out just a moment ago. I don't think they're going to come back. All right, let us pick you up, Vorden said as he lifted Peter's hand over his shoulder. As the two of them picked up, Peter Quinn had a strange feeling. As he looked at Peter closer, he noticed that even though his clothes were badly torn, he didn't look to be in such bad a shape that he shouldn't have been able to walk. Even the bruises didn't look normal, almost as if they were drawn on. Inspect. Peter Chuck, HP 88. "Vorden, let go of him! It's a trap!" Quinn shouted. But before Vorden could even realize what was happening, Peter had broken free and immediately pushed Quinn as hard as he could. The push wasn't strong, and it didn't hurt Quinn, but it didn't need to be, because that wasn't Peter's aim. That one little push had managed to push Quinn just far enough back to the point where he had entered the portal. "What have you done?" Vorden shouted. The color of the portal was red. The night before the incident, while Quinn was sound asleep waiting for the other two to return, Peter had been called out by the group of first years. They had added him as a friend on his communicator watch and was able to send a message whenever they wanted to call him. That night, they had asked to meet outside of the dorm room building. 5 of the first years were standing outside, including Earl. "So I see it looks like your friends seem to still trust you, and you managed to get on their team then?" Earl said, as he lifted his hand to look at his watch. "Oh, didn't I say to meet here at 8:30? It looks like you're a couple of minutes late." 2 of the first year's students then rushed over and grabbed Peter. One of them held his hand behind his back, while the other held out his right hand. 2 minutes late means 2 fingers, I'm afraid. Earl then held one of Peter's fingers. "Wait, I'm sorry. I needed to be careful. I had to make sure Vorden wasn't following me as you asked." Peter cried. Fine, I'll be generous," Earl said as he pushed down and snapped Peter's finger. Before Peter could even cry out in anger, he bit his tongue for fear that they might do something much worse if someone had hurt him. The others watching flinched at the sight. Although they were helping Earl, even they feared him a little. It wasn't normal for someone to be able to hurt or break someone's bones so easily like that, but Earl was able to repeatedly do it easily, as if it was nothing. "We will only do 1 finger then, but you know what will happen if you're late again," Earl said, as one of the first years came over and started to heal Peter's finger. As the student healed Peter's finger, he could feel Peter's body shaking. His eyes half dead, the boy wanted to say he was sorry, but knew that was how the world currently was. All he had was a healing ability. He had no combat powers and had no choice but to follow those stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be him instead of Peter in this situation. "I called you out here because the general wants to have a meeting with you," Earl explained. The group of first-year students, including Peter, then started to escort him around the school. That's when Peter noticed that they had left the first-year campus building and had gone into the second-year buildings. Instead of going through the front entrance, though, they entered through the back and took the emergency exit stairs. The walk was long, but they had finally reached one of the private integration rooms for second-year students. Earl knocked on the door before entering, and only entered once he heard a voice. "Come in," the man said. As they entered the room, there was a table and 2 chairs opposite each other. Sitting in one of the seats was the General Duke, who was in charge of the second years. "You guys wait outside. I would like to talk with Peter on his own," Duke said. The first years left the room and waited patiently just outside the door. "Relax, take a seat. No need to be afraid." Peter did as Duke asked and sat in the seat, but couldn't help but wonder why the general had asked to meet him. The general was one of the highest-ranking members in the whole city. There was only one person higher than him, and that was the head general. "It seems those people have gone too far with you." Duke then placed his large hands on the table and looked Peter dead in the eye. "Peter, would you like to have the power to fight back?" Suddenly, Peter's dead eyes went slightly into life again as he heard those words. "I looked at your file. You had no ability before coming here, and when you entered school, we gave you the Earth ability. Right now, you're only a level 1, but I can change that for you." Duke then pulled out several Earth skill books and threw them out on the table. "I know you've been saving up trying to get your hands on these. With this, you can finally get out of the level 1 power range, and with that, your troubles would go away. You would be able to graduate the school with a good grade, join a company to go hunting, and earn a good wage for the rest of your life. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Duke said with a huge smile on his face. Peter couldn't keep his eyes off the skill books in front of him. These skill books were ones that only the military had a hold of. Now that Peter had the Earth ability, the only way he could improve his power was through these skill books. Then finally, he would no longer have to live his life in fear. Of course, these things don't come for free. The world doesn't work like that. Those men out there work for me. They do what I say, and in return, I offer them protection within the school and outside of the school. Not only that, but they get rewarded for doing well, he said as he held up one of the skill books. You're going on your first portal outing sometime soon, aren't you? Let me tell you, accidents happen all the time, and every year a student dies on another planet. Now, information has it that maybe this year someone from that team of yours will go missing. You're a smart boy, so I think you can understand what I'm saying. Now, maybe that person will be you, maybe not. So, what's your answer going to be? Last night, it was clear to Peter what Duke was saying. Either he did what the Duke said, or he was the one who would go missing. But the target was never meant to be Quinn. The target was always Vorden. When Quinn shouted and had somehow found out Peter was in on the plan, he panicked. He didn't know what to do and had pushed Quinn into the portal. His hands were now shaking as the realization had hit him. "What the hell have you done?" Vorden shouted. "I'm sorry," Peter said. "You don't understand, I had to do it." "What, let me guess, because you were being bullied, because you were being threatened," Vorden shouted as he continued to walk towards Peter, and at the same time Peter would walk back. "Do you not think Quinn has been going through the same thing as you? He's a level 1, just like you. And do you think they didn't try threatening me when I was tied up and placed on that thing? So what if they hit you, they punch you and make you bleed? You can fight back. As long as you are alive, you can always fight back." Vorden then pointed towards the red portal. "But what you have done? You have basically sent Quinn to death. No matter what, there is no coming back from death. He can't fight back now. Did you even try to fight back?" Peter then fell to his knees as his mind was in a mess. Did Vorden and Quinn truly know what it was like to live his life? All Peter wanted was a normal school life, to go through it without any troubles. And someone was offering that to him. Maybe he took the easy way out, but he didn't feel that way. He had already gone through his own suffering before entering the academy, and even worse now that he was in the academy. Why did he have to be the one targeted by Earl and the others? But there was one thing that Vorden said that did strike a chord with Peter. Did he ever try fighting back? He always thought it was useless. The outcome had already been decided, so why get hurt even more? Perhaps that's what made Duke and the others think he was an easy target in the first place. Then suddenly Vorden started grabbing his head. He started moving all over the place, swinging his head like crazy. "I can't hold him back anymore, Vorden." "You have to try. If he takes over, who knows when I'll get control again." "The shock is too much for him. Looking at Peter is only making his emotions stronger." As Vorden looked up, Peter could see his eyes filled with tears, sadness. Then Vorden looked towards the portal. "No, what are you thinking?" Peter shouted Vorden, then turned around and looked at Peter. "Peter, this is for your own sake, but you better hope I don't come back out here alive." Vorden then ran straight into the red portal, his body vanishing from the room. When teleportation devices were first discovered, there was hope that they would be able to set these to travel to wherever they wanted to. At last, the idea of colonizing planets such as Mars was a dream come true. Spacecraft had been invented, but were unable to travel at light speeds needed to make it viable. However, they were able to create large portals that allowed ships to travel through. But the dream was short-lived. The portals were only able to pinpoint planets at a set location, a place that was not known to their universe, perhaps a whole different dimension together. No one knew the truth, and scientists could only theorize where exactly these portals led to. But what they did find was each of these planets harbored deadly beasts that had never been seen before. Then, when the first beast was killed and harvested for research, The beast crystal located inside it was discovered. Inside the crystal contained a power far greater than anyone could imagine, although many would say the success of defending against the Dalki was due to the discovery of the originals. This wasn't exactly true. Their abilities only took them so far in the war. There weren't many with powerful abilities strong enough to go against the Dalki. Their technology was too advanced compared to humans. Nuclear weapons would be portaled out somewhere before they even hit the ships, and bullets did no harm to Dalki skin. But then a new discovery was made with the Beast Crystal thanks to Richard Eno once again, and that was the discovery of beast weapons. Human combining their abilities with powerful beast weapons was the true turning point in the war, but not many people remember this fact as they were too fascinated with the discovery of abilities that happened nearly at the same time. As Vorand jumped into the red portal, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. The world around him started to warp and displace, and his mind felt like it was melting. It wasn't a horrible feeling, in fact. The feeling received when traveling through the teleportation device even felt addicting to some. A few moments later, and Vordan had arrived at his destination. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed was the place was incredibly dark. The sky was black, and the only light source available was from the 2 moons out in the distant sky. Around him were crumbled-down buildings and structures, as if at one point the place was used to live in. Vordan still had his hands held by his head, but when he opened his eyes, the pain started to go away and his mind started to clear up. "It seems like the little one has finally calmed down," Vordan said. "Any longer and he might have come out and done something." "What does that matter?" Rotten argued. "Do you even know where we are? You jumped through that red portal." Vordan then started to look at his surroundings. It was strange to see building structures around them. Buildings were the sign of human or an advanced civilization, and so far when discovering other planets, there had been no signs of this. When there was building work, it would usually be Dalki structure. But this was clearly not Dalki-based. "Aren't the red portals meant to be unsheltered planets? This place looks like a broken shelter." "I think you are forgetting something," Ratton said. "While orange may mean it's in the process of being taken over and sheltered being places, red can also mean it's too dangerous to build a shelter in the first place. You have basically given us a death sentence." "What do you mean?" Vordan asked. "Are you really being so stupid? Sure, you might have run through that portal so you didn't kill your friend, but what's the point if we die instead? The only ability we have right now is that weak level 1 Earth ability. If we run into a deadly beast, we're doomed." That wasn't the only problem. The place wasn't exactly thriving with people. Not many people had access to teleporters in the first place. Only green teleporters the public were able to use, and they were strictly monitored by the company that owned them, meaning the only people that would be around here would be travelers. With no people around and only Beast, Vordan was stuck with his one ability, and it would only last him 24 hours. Then a thought came to Vordan's mind. Quinn. The portal was unable to send you to a pinpoint location, but it did put you in the same general area, at least within 10 miles of each other. Still, 10 miles was a great distance to cover, and with the chance of Beast being around every corner, it would be hard to find Quinn. For now, Vordan would look for a portal back to the Academy while also searching for Quinn. Somewhere on the same planet, Quinn had also arrived. His heart was beating rapidly, as it was the first time he had experienced such a thing. "Peter, what the hell was that?" Quinn thought. "Damn it, he must have pushed me through the portal. Where am I?" As Quinn looked around, he could see the similar buildings around him, all crumbled, torn, and fallen down. The place looked like a city had once existed but had been left behind for years. However, there was one saving grace about the whole thing. On the planet, it was currently nighttime, meaning Quinn didn't feel weak and had a better chance of surviving. However, before Quinn had even moved from the spot he was in, he spotted something from the corner of his eye. He was standing in the middle of a street surrounded by crumbled buildings on both sides. But whatever was moving around was quick and was using the buildings as cover. Quinn tried to follow whatever it was with his eyes, but it would constantly move around until it had eventually stopped just underneath a pile of rubble from one of the buildings. In the movies, this is where the person would go check it out, Quinn thought, but there was no way he was going to do that. He was on an unknown planet, and all alone, and whatever it was clear it didn't want him to see it. Quinn started to back away, making sure to keep an eye on where he last saw the figure. Then, when he was a safe enough distance away, he finally turned around. In that instant, a sound could be heard from behind. Quinn immediately turned around and could see a horrible figure running towards him. It clearly wasn't an ordinary animal and something he had only ever seen in books and TV. It was a beast. Suddenly, Quinn could hear the sounds of something scurrying towards him at an amazing speed. As he turned, the beast was now in full sight. It was the same size as a large dog with the head of a rodent, black in color and running on all fours. He would have said it looked like a giant rat, however its body parts were muscular around its arms, while its body remained incredibly thin. So much so that the outline of its ribs could be seen. When the creature was a few feet away, it leapt in the air, and claws appeared from the creature's 2 front limbs. Quinn, almost out of instinct, swiped his hand, letting out a blood swipe. The attack managed to hit the beast and sent it flying back. The attack had caused a large cut to appear on the creature's stomach, and black blood started to leak from the wound. While the beast was taking the time to recover, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill. Name: Rataclaw. Basic tier beast. HP: Unlike with humans, when Quinn used the status screen, it would show their HP and blood type. But in this case, he had only received a name and the level of the beast. Seeing the tier of the beast, though, Quinn started to feel a little less frightened. He was in an unknown place, and just because the beast was small in size didn't mean it was a low tier. However, something like the Rataclaw, even Quinn should be able to deal with it. The Rataclaw had recovered and charged straight for Quinn once again. Seeing how the blood swipe was effective, he waited for the beast to get close once again. Blood swipe. But Quinn had underestimated the speed and the responsiveness of the Rataclaw. It had learnt from last time what to look out for and jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. Then it dashed forward, increasing its speed, and jumped out at Quinn. Just in time, Quinn had managed to shove his gauntlet into the mouth of the beast. As its 2 big teeth clomped down onto the gauntlet, he heard a creaking noise. Defense: 1. Durability of weapon has decreased by 50%. Strength has fallen to 3. "You little crap, get off me!" Quinn shouted as he started swinging his arm, trying to shake the beast off, but the beast had clomped down hard, refusing to let go. With the beast stuck to his arm, it was too dangerous for him to use blood swipe and too close for him to perform a hammer strike. All that was left was to do it the old-fashioned way. Quinn then started to repeatedly pound the beast on its head with his other hand. With each blow, black blood would gush out of the beast. The blows were powerful and damaging to the beast, and with each strike, the grip started to loosen. "If you had just stayed away, you could have lived!" Quinn shouted as he continued to punch the beast, until finally its grip had come loose and it had fallen to the ground. Quinn looked like he had just come off the movie off a horror set. His arm and clothes were now completely covered in black blood, but he didn't care, for a message had appeared bearing great news. Basic tier beast, Rataclaw, has been defeated. 100 XP points gained. First basic tier beast killed. Bonus exp awarded. 200 exp. First time killing. Rataclaw. Bonus exp awarded 100 exp. 880, 800 exp. Multiple notifications had been received at once, and everything came as quite a shock to him. Not only did he receive more exp for killing a beast compared to fighting against a human, but he also received bonus points too. Similar to when he faced a new power level for the first time, he had gained bonus points for killing a basic tier, as well as bonus points for killing this specific beast for the first time as well. In a way, to beasts were a gold mine for his system. Congratulations, you are now level 5. Race, Halfling, HP 3030, 40 per 1600 exp, strength 13, 2, agility 15, stamina 12. Leveling up had given Quinn 1 extra stat point. Looking at his stats now, he decided to put the stat point into strength. Strength 14, 2. The reason for this was the skill hammer strike it needed, a total of 15 strength to perform while he had the gauntlets on. They gave him an extra bonus of 3 strength, but when the Rataclaw had damaged the gauntlets, the strength dropped to 2. If his gauntlets were to be destroyed, then he would no longer be able to perform hammer strike correctly. So first, Quinn decided he would get his strength up to 15 before focusing on stamina and agility. But the system still had one more surprise for him. New skill unlocked. Blood Spray. Blood Spray. The user's palm must be open to perform this skill. From the user's palm, a spray of blood pellets will be realized, spreading out, covering a wide range. The closer the attack is to its target, the more damage it will do. Cost: 5 HP. The skill reminded Quinn of a shotgun he used to watch from the old movies, where the small pellets would spread out, hitting multiple targets. The problem was the cost of the skill. 5 HP was a huge amount, and even with his blood bank, Quinn would have to be careful when using it. The plus side was that it was a skill designed to hit more than one opponent. If Quinn had Layla around, he would like to test the blood spray out, but he didn't know how long he would be stuck here, so it was best to reserve his HP and as much blood as possible. Quinn then walked up to the dead beast on the ground. He had punched the creature so hard in the skull it was indented, and blood was leaking everywhere. Looking at the black blood, it didn't seem appetizing at all. He wasn't drawn to it like regular human blood, and it didn't give off a sweet fragrance either. Still, there might come a time where Quinn was required to drink it, so he needed to test it out. Inspect Rataclaw blood. If blood is consumed, is piousness to the body. 1 HP for every millimeter of blood consumed. It was expected. The signs were a giveaway that his body was telling him to stay away. I wonder, why does my body only accept human blood? The system had been oddly specific when his body started to require blood. This made Quinn think that even the blood of animals wouldn't work, even though some were red in color, just like humans. Of course, there was one person who did know the answers behind everything, and that was the blonde man in the video. The last thing he needed to do was rip or cut the body open and look for the beast core inside. It was a small crystal located in a different part of the body, depending on the beast. This could be used to either create more beast weapon and armor, or even be sold for credits. Both of these would be a big bonus for him. Suddenly, though, the sound of something running was heard again. As Quinn looked up, the sight of 10 Rataclaws were running in his direction. Although basic tier creatures were weak, it was odd for them to travel alone, and Quinn had just gotten lucky. After struggling to face just against one, he knew he had no chance against 10. All he could do was run. He ran down the empty street not knowing where he was heading. But the Rataclaws were fast and would soon catch up. That's when Quinn spotted a building, one that was far less damaged than the others. He went inside, but the space was still too large. He then spotted a stairway to his right nearby. After quickly running up the stairway and reaching the first platform, he stopped and turned. He knew he had no choice but to fight back. The staircase was narrower than the rooms, and he had the high ground. With his palm open facing downward, he was ready. Time to test you out. Stood on top of the platform, Quinn had a clear view of the giant rat-like creatures coming towards him. He aimed carefully, and then when they were about halfway up the stairs, he activated his skill. Blood Spray! 25-30 HP. His arm jerked back as the skill activated, and a strong force of blood left his hand spreading out. The 5 rats out in front were sent flying back and toppling down the stairs. However, the shot had only hit the ones in front, and the rats behind quickly climbed over their fallen comrades. Quinn decided to head further up the stairs to create more distance between him and the rats. But then he could see there was a huge problem in front of him. Part of the ceiling from the floor above had crumbled and collapsed onto the staircase, blocking his way. There was no longer any space for Quinn to go up. He turned around, and the rats were just starting to ascend the second set of stairs. The rats from before were quick to make a recovery and were behind them as well. This time, Quinn held out both hands with his palm wide open. The first spray of blood left his hands and knocked the rats over. Then, when the group behind them started to ascend, he cast blood spray again with his other hand. 20-30 HP mar 15-30 HP. The rats had fallen over and were badly hurt by the attack, but knew they would soon recover. There were several small holes over their body where blood would leak from, but they just weren't deep enough to cause any serious damage. He made sure to keep his distance away from them and stayed on top of the stairs. Although blood spray was good at hitting multiple targets, it wasn't as strong as blood swipe. Only the force of knocking them back was powerful. If Quinn was to get close, he was afraid that the rats might recover and surround him, so there was only one thing he could do. He started swinging his hands out rapidly, aiming carefully at each rat. Blood swipe, blood swipe, blood swipe. As the red claw-like lines left his hands, at the same time he could hear multiple messages ding in his head. Rataclaw has been defeated, 100 exp, 14, 30 HP. Rataclaw has been defeated, 100 exp, 13, 30 HP. The messages continued onward until eventually all of the rats had been killed. Quinn then fell to the floor on his knees, gasping for air. The continuous use of the blood swipes along with his new skill, blood spray, had tired him out. 530 HP, blood bank has auto-activated, 30 HP, 50 milliliters remaining in blood bank, 1040, 1600 XP. Congratulations, blood swipe has reached Elvert 2, chapter mid. After sitting down for a few minutes and recovering his stamina, Quinn was finally be able to stand. He took a moment to take in all of the messages he had received. Only half of his blood bank now remained. As long as he didn't get injured, he only needed to consume 10 milliliters of blood every 2 days. This meant the remaining blood in his bank would last him a total of 10 days. He didn't know how long he would be on this planet, but he needed to be careful about using his skills. If he got into a situation where he needed to fight, he needed to use his fists and only rely on his blood skills in an emergency like in this scenario. Who knew if there was another human being on this planet? There were only 2 good things that had come out of the whole situation: the fact that his blood swipe skill had leveled up. There was no change in the description on how it worked, but assuming it had now leveled up, he hoped it was now stronger. If the system was like a game, then it meant the more he used the skill, the quicker it would level up. The only thing Quinn was unsure about was whether or not using the blood swipe in the game had helped it level up quicker. There was no way for him to tell, as there was no experience bar for his skills. The second good thing that had come out of this was the EXP he had gained. To gain the same amount of experience points as he had just gained at this moment, he would have had to play the game for days. Quinn then walked up to the dead beasts on the floor. Before, when he had killed the first Rataclaw, he didn't have time to extract the beast crystal from its body, but inside the building, it seemed like he was safe from other creatures. Using the tip of his gauntlets, he tore open the beasts. He searched around inside the chest, looking for a glowing crystal. Usually, someone doing this for the first time, it would affect them. Maybe they would have even thrown up a few times searching around inside the organs of the beast. But for some reason, Quinn felt like he was unaffected and it didn't bother him at all. He couldn't help but think ever since he had become a halfling. His view on what was normal and what was ent was changing. After searching around for a while, Quinn finally found it. It was a small round crystal ball with tiny little bumps all over and around the same size as an adult's fist. Basic tier beast crystal obtained. Then another message had appeared. Inventory? Quinn thought. You mean I had one this whole time? Quinn selected the yes option, and suddenly the crystal in his hand slowly started to vanish away, and finally it had completely disappeared. He then opened up his status screen, and now there was a tab for inventory. As he selected the tab, he could see the single beast crystal stored inside. I wonder if I can put anything else in there. Quinn then tried using his mind to store his gauntlets into the inventory. If he could store weapons and other things, it would be really handy for future trips. He tried and tried, but nothing appeared from the system. Whenever he wanted to do something with the system in the past, all he had to do was think about it, and it would work. But even taking off the gauntlets and touching them, thinking about the inventory while wearing them, nothing seemed to work. Although he was able to make the crystal he had obtained appear into his hand and back into the inventory at will. Quinn then went to extract the crystals from the remaining 9 rats. Each time he did, he found it easier than the last to locate it inside the body, and every time he held a crystal in his hand, the system message would appear. Basic Tier Beast Crystal, 10. He had collected all 10 and couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. The beast crystals could be used to turn into beast weapons or beast armor, but looking at the rat-like creature, Quinn had no idea what it could be used for. Every beast crystal, depending what beast it had come from, had a different use, and you could try to figure it out from what the beast was like. For example, if a beast crystal was obtained from a large, turtle-like creature, then it would most likely a defensive item could be crafted. Maybe it could be turned into a shield or even a good piece of chest armor. But regardless, even if the item created Quinn had no use for, the least he could do was sell the basic tier beast crystals. Each crystal sold would sell for a total of 10 credits, which meant he could either use the money to purchase beast gear himself, or he could use it to spend more time in the game. After tinkering around in his system and his stamina fully recovered, Quinn decided to try to climb up to the roof of the building. Even though the building he was in was safe, he was on a strict time scale and needed to find the portal back fast. He walked around and looked for any cracks and gaps he could see in the stairs. Eventually, after making a few detours, he had reached the top of the building. The building was about 3 stories high and wasn't the biggest, but at least he now had a better view of where he was. As he looked around, all he could see were buildings that resembled human structures. That's when he spotted something. One of the buildings, without a doubt, had the same crest as the school he attended. So this really is a human shelter. But then why is it all ruined and destroyed? The building was large in size and square-like, but only 2 stories high. Out of all the buildings around it, it was in better shape than all the others. Quinn had recognized the building as they had one in the city he was currently in. It was the military storage room. It was where they kept all their high-end equipment, ability books, skill books, and beast weapons. There's a good chance the portal might be located in there. Quinn then startled to smile. Even if there isn't, I can't waste this opportunity. Unknown to the students at the school, there was currently chaos going on between the upper staff. Faye, one of the sergeants of the school, was walking down the hallway at incredible speed. Even though she was only walking, she was causing gusts of wind to hit the students as she walked past them. Using her ability, even her walking speed was faster than most people's top running speed. Eventually, she had arrived at her destination. A single wooden door in the first-year building which had a sign out front saying the words, General, on it. "May I come in, sir?" Faye said in a loud, demanding voice. "Sure," Nathan replied. Faye barged the door open and quickly zoomed to Nathan's desk. The wind that came along with her caused papers to be flown and scattered all over the room. "Hey, I was nearly done with that," Nathan shouted. As head of the first years, he was a busy person. He would normally be in charge of looking over the new students arriving and doing research into each of their backgrounds. It was important for the school to know who belonged to which family, as they needed to keep an eye on those with a more powerful background. "The portals have been used," Faye shouted. 2 students seem to have been registered to have gone through them." Nathan started to pick up the papers that were scattered around the room one by one. "Is that all? Well, why don't you just go and get them back? I'm afraid it's because they have gone through a red portal, sir." Nathan then dropped all the piles of paper he had picked up from the floor. What? How did this happen? Weren't there meant to be guards stationed at the portal? Apparently there was a scheduling conflict. When the guards changed shift, their replacements never arrived. Nathan then went to sit back in his chair as he struggled to think what to do. Stupid parents. This is why I said we should have cameras stationed in the school, but it was hard enough to allow them to get those trackers put on them. The original families had a big say in what went on and what didn't. Although it was compulsory for every person to go to military school for 2 years at the age of 16, the originals were powerful people in the outside world. During the war, 4 big families had emerged from it, each power as great as each other and equal to the military. The structure of the world had changed. Money hardly meant anything anymore, and a new system was put in place. The credit system. Those who were strong and able to contribute to the world earned credits. An example of this would be those who could kill high-level beasts and obtain their crystals to make weapons, while the others too weak to complete a task such as this were continued to be treated as trash and a waste of space. Of course, the families hated the idea of the military spying on their children, afraid that they might try to learn their secrets. "Do we know which students have gone through the portal?" Nathan asked as he picked up his cup of coffee and started to sip it. "The first one is the student by the name of Quinn Talon." Hearing this name meant nothing to him. He couldn't remember it, so most likely it wasn't anyone important in the school. "And the second one is Vorden Blade." At that moment, Nathan spat out his coffee all over the table. Him again! After the incident with the second years, Nathan decided to look into Vorden's family background a bit more, and if they were to find out, this would be bad news. "Make sure his family don't learn anything. We have to keep this a secret for as long as we can." The next day morning, classes had started. Today was the day of the group assessment, and the first-year students would be heading off to their first portal outing. As class had started for the day, Layla noticed that Vorden and Quinn weren't in their seats. However, Peter was in his, and he had his head face down looking at the ground. "Hey, Peter! Do you know where Vorden and Quinn are today?" she asked. Peter had completely ignored her. "Hey, Peter," she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. All she could feel was Peter's body shaking slightly. "I didn't do anything," Peter snapped. "Huh, what?" Layla said, confused. "I was asking if you knew where Quinn and Vorden was. Did they not come back to the dorm room yesterday?" "Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were there when I went back," Peter said with his voice all shaky. "I don't know why they haven't come to class this morning." Layla noticed that Peter was sweating like crazy. It was normal for Peter to act a little strange, but he was acting extra unusual today. She decided that it was most likely nothing for her to worry about and sat in her seat as usual. "They wouldn't miss today. We're meant to go out portal hunting as a team." Just then, Dell had entered the room. He didn't have his usual cheery face on, and instead had a bland, serious look. "I'm afraid that I have to inform you all that today's portal outing has been canceled for now." Upon hearing the news, the students groaned and complained. "What? But I wanted to test out my new beast weapon." "Yeah, I was hoping to maybe kill a beast as well." "Quit down," Dell said loudly. "This isn't permanent, but at the moment the school staff are busy with another matter, and until they are free, we will be unable to go on the outing." A single student then raised his hand in the center of the class. As Dell looked at the student, he sighed. "Yes. What matter are they dealing with?" "Now, if I could tell you that, I would have told you, wouldn't I?" The class then continued as normal. A few of the students were still annoyed, but then a big question was on everyone's mind. What happened, and why was it suddenly canceled? Layla, on the other hand, was more concerned where Vorden and Quinn were. Why hadn't the teacher said anything about them not attending class? If they were injured in a fight last night, then the guards should have picked them up and taken them to the nurse's office. There was also a strict curfew for them, and no one skipped class. Yet Dell hadn't mentioned a single thing about them. As class ended, the students continued to speak, and it turned out that Layla wasn't the only one who was concerned about where Vorden and Quinn went. Aaron had then come over to where Layla was. "Any idea about the other two?" Aaron said bluntly. "No, I have no idea. Do you want to go look for them with me?" Layla asked nicely. The two of them didn't know each other well, and their interactions with each other so far had been short. It actually surprised Layla that Aaron had come over to her in the first place. "No thanks," Aaron replied. "Now that the portal training has been delayed, I am in no rush to find them, but I came over to tell you some news I heard some students talking about." Layla leaned in to listen carefully. "Yesterday, while I was walking by two students, said they overheard the sergeant shouting at the general something about two students going into the portals. My guess is that's the reason why this whole thing has been delayed in the first place." Layla then stood up from her seat and grabbed Aaron by the shoulders. "Wait, what did you say?" Aaron had moved her head slightly back. She was startled and confused by Layla's actions and felt a little uncomfortable. "Don't you see, Vorden and Quinn have to be the missing students. No wonder Dell didn't say anything about them." Then suddenly, it felt like she was being handed pieces of a jigsaw puzzle one by one, but there was still one missing piece, and she knew exactly the person who could give her the last piece. As she turned her head, she looked Peter dead in the eye. Peter felt like Layla was staring into his soul. This whole time, he had been worried. What if someone had seen him leave the portal room? What if the other first years reported it was him? He hardly had any sleep last night and couldn't concentrate on anything. Then when Layla had spoken to him in the morning, he slipped up. He was trying so hard to act natural, it had the opposite effect. And now the look in Layla's eyes told him she had figured out something. As soon as Layla took a step forward, Peter got out of his seat and ran for it. "Aaron, we have to get Peter. He knows something." "What makes you think that?" Aaron asked. "A person who isn't guilty doesn't run away for no reason." Blood was dripping from the top of his head and started to go trickle down to his eyebrow. He lifted his hand to wipe the blood while holding a dagger made of mud in his other hand. "What did I say? You got us killed, Vorden. Will you shut up, unless you want to fight the damn thing instead?" On the floor in front of Vorden was a single defeated Rataclaw, and next to it was another one unharmed and injured. When Vorden had arrived, he had encountered a Rataclaw out in the wild. Knowing that there were likely more basic beasts in the area and not wanting to attract their attention, Vorden had run into the closest building. It was mainly a large, empty warehouse with several broken crates and scrap metal piles all over the place. With only one entrance, he had no choice but to fight. His skills fared him well. Even though he only had the level A1 Earth ability, Vorden was skilled. He placed his hand on the ground early on as soon as he had stepped foot on the planet and had transformed a piece of earth into a dagger. It was the weapon he was most comfortable with. He managed to dodge the rat's attacks at the right time and slice at the beast. The only problem was the rat's skin was tough and Vorden's powers were weak. He didn't have monstrous strength and could only rely on the ability and skill given to him. But eventually, Vorden managed to cause enough damage to hurt the rat significantly, and just as he was delivering the final blow, another Rataclaw had come up behind him. At the last second, he managed to react, but its claws had still sliced the top of his head, causing 3 small marks to appear. "Fine then, let me take control of the seat and I'll fight this damned rat." Vorden then left the seat in his mind and allowed Rotten to take his place. It was a pitch-black room with a single chair, and above the chair was a shining white light. The light above the chair was the only source of light in the whole room. When Rotten sat down, he took control of the body. Meanwhile, Vorden walked off into the darkness, and inside was another figure that looked just like Vorden, only they were sitting on the floor, swaying backwards and forwards. Their fingers would constantly roll around each other, and part of his shirt was in his mouth. "How are you holding up? Are you feeling better?" Vorden asked. "Yeah. Is Quinn going to be okay?" he said as he continued to sway backwards and forwards. I'm sure he's fine. You know he's special. We all did from the moment we first met him. The other Vorden look-alike then smiled. Special, just like Kaser was, and Marlin and Fufu, but they all died as well. Vorden gulped as he could see the swaying getting faster. This time is different. Me and Rotten are here to protect you. You can stay here as long as you want, and when you're ready you can come out once again. Leave all the talk to me, all the fighting to Rattan, and we can do this together. The swaying started to slow down, and at the same time, so did Vorden's nerves. As Vorden went to walk back to the seat, he could see that Rotten had already dealt with the beast rather quickly. The rat was covered in several earth spikes that were piercing through its body from the ground. Its back tail had been cut off, and black blood was falling from its mouth. "Did you really have to go that far?" Vorden asked. "That cheeky little crap ruined our body. I can't let it get away with that." Rotten then stood up from the chair and allowed Vorden once again to sit in the glowing light and the chair. Vorden then proceeded to carve out the beast crystals, form the two rats, and place them in his trouser leg pocket. It would have been a waste after defeating them just to throw them away, but just as Vorden finished extracting the beast crystal, the sound of clanging was heard from behind. Vorden quickly turned around to see what it was, and to his surprise, it was a fully grown adult man. He had emerged from just behind one of the crates. "I come in peace," the man said with his arms lifted up, although the man quickly put his hands down and started to place his hand around his ribs. Just from looking at him, Vorden could tell straight away the man was a traveler, and a skillful one at that. The equipment he was wearing was at least at the advanced tier beast level, and he had armor all over his body, including 2 short swords on his back. The man then sat down on the ground to have a rest and leant his body up against one of the crates. Vorden walked over to Traveler cautiously. It was rare to even meet a traveler in this type of place, and who knew what the man's true intentions were? Someone had to be at least at a decent skill level to be asked to enter a red portal planet. "Don't worry, I won't bite," the man said. "What's a kid like you doing in a place like this? I didn't know the military was that desperate that they were now sending a single student to a hellhole like this. I got stuck here. It was an accident, and I need to find a way out." Now that Vorden was closer to the man, he had a clear view of him. He had short purple spiky hair, and it had several marks on his face. By the way he was holding his side, it looked like he had some broken ribs, too. "Looks like we both have the same goal, at least," the traveler said. "The name's Ian. I came through another portal and was hunting out a beast in the wild. I was badly hurt and too far away from the original portal, so in a last-ditch effort, I decided to come to this abandoned shelter. I was hoping to either find some medical equipment that could heal me, or maybe even a portal that led back to Earth." Ian then looked at the 2 dead Rataclaws on the ground. "You're quite skillful to have defeated 2 of them on your own, especially for someone as young as yourself. You have my thanks. I was too badly hurt from the beast before. That Rataclaw had chased me into the warehouse, and I was waiting for it to go away. I never expected someone else to be here in this shelter." "You're welcome," Vorden replied. "Well, since we both have the same goal anyway, do you have any idea where the portal could be?" "Sure. There were a few buildings I spotted on my way over here. It's best if we check them out first." Vorden then held out his hand for a handshake. "The name's Vorden." Ian took out his hand and shook Vorden's hand. "I look forward to us working together." As the 2 of their hands connected, an energy started to surge into Vorden's body, and a smile appeared. A few hours had passed since Vorden had first arrived on the planet, and it seemed like it was still night outside. It was troublesome for him, and made it harder for him to spot beasts, especially in the run-down shelter where they could easily hide between buildings. There was no light source anywhere since nearly everything seemed like it had been destroyed years ago, and the only thing that was giving off light were the 2 moons in the sky, meaning while they were inside, it was even harder for him to see. "Do you know when the sun will rise?" Vorden asked, Maybe it will be best if we travel once the sunlight comes out. Then we can spot beasts easier. You really don't know where we are, do you? Ian replied. This planet's spin cycle lasts an entire year, and right now we are only 6 months in. I'm afraid we won't be seeing light for a very long time. But if you want to wait 6 months, you go ahead. With no sunlight, it was hard for Vorden to tell how long he had actually been on the planet, and he could only guess. This was a problem for him. Right now, Vorden had the Earth ability as well as Ian, the Traveler's ability, but without knowing when 24 hours had passed. He wouldn't know when an ability would disappear. After waiting a few more moments, Ian was able to stand up again. He winced a little as he stood up and placed his hands on his side. Vorden noticed it before, but now he was sure of it. The man was badly hurt. You're wondering what happened, aren't you? Ian said, I was out hunting an advanced beast requested from a company. I don't know why they wanted it so bad, but it was from a specific beast that could only be obtained from this planet. Did you get it? Vorden asked. Just then, Ian pulled out a crystal, the same size as Vorden had gotten from the rat, only this one shined a lot brighter and had a clearer layer on the outside. The core itself of the crystal could be seen better. The clearer the crystal meant, the higher tier beast it had come from. Once the two of them were ready, they decided to head back outside, while Ian took the lead. They made sure to travel close to the buildings rather than in the middle of the street. If anything spotted them, they could quickly dart inside for combat. Hey, Vorden, I have an idea. Rotten said, why don't we kill the adventurer while he's weak and get that crystal of his? We could sell it for a fortune or even make some really good equipment out of the thing. Are you an idiot? Once we kill him, then what would we do? His ability would only last for 24 hours. If we don't find a way out of here in time, we would completely be done for. Then suddenly Ian stopped as he spotted something. Look over there, Ian pointed. In the middle of the street laid a single dead Rataclaw. The two of them looked around before proceeding to move closer to it. When they arrived, they could see that the Rataclaw had his head completely bashed in. It looks like it wasn't killed too long ago and had its heads been pounded in, Ian said as he bent down to get a closer look. Then he suddenly pulled out a beast crystal. Whoever it was, they didn't have time to remove the beast crystal. They were probably being chased by something else. Strange. I didn't expect to see one person here, but it looks like there's now another. Hey, do you think that's your friend? Rotten said. Maybe it's hard to tell. We don't even know what Quinn is capable of after all, Vorden replied. Actually, Vorden said out loud, I wasn't the only one who came through here by accident. My friend came here with me and I was actually hoping to find him. I won't ask for details. Ian said, but don't get your hopes up. I was surprised to see you alive, never mind your friend. After hearing from Vorden that there was another student here, Ian felt like he should try help out, at least confirm whether or not this friend of his was alive. He knew that the Rataclaws rarely traveled solo, which meant most likely he was chased by a few more after defeating the first one. He started to inspect the Rataclaw on the floor and found a trail of black blood, single drops leading somewhere. Come on, let's go see if we can find that friend of yours. The two of them continued to follow the trail until it eventually led them to a 3-story building. As they entered the first floor, it was mostly empty with no signs of anything, but Ian decided to continue to follow the trail of black blood that led up the set of stairs. What happened here? Ian thought. As they walked up the first set, they could see more and more black blood splattered everywhere on the walls. Then when they walked up even further, the two of them were stunned at the scene. Lying on the ground were 10 Rataclaws dead, completely still, each one with their beast crystal carved out. Who did this? Are there more people here? Maybe another team on a mission? Ian said. I'm sorry. I thought perhaps the Rataclaw outside was killed by your student friend, but it looks like I was wrong. You would need at least a small team to take out 10 at once like this. Even Ian, who was a well-established traveler, felt like he would struggle taking out 10 at once. Although the beast whereof the weakest tier, it was hard to imagine fighting 10 of them and coming out unscathed. "Do you still think it's your friend?" Rotten asked. "Probably not," Vorden replied. "But if there are others out there, I'm a little worried. Just where is Quinn?" The two of them then decided to climb to the roof. This way Ian had a bearing of where he was and could decide where to go next. They stood on top of the roof and looked down. That's when the two of them spotted something. "Get down quick," Ian said. As the two of them laid on their front, they slowly peeked over the ledge of the roof to once again confirm what they had seen. It was a beast that walked on 6 legs, 3 on each side. Its body stood upright like that of a human, while the bottom half was like that of a scorpion, but then where its head should be, there was a single large mouth for arms. It had 4 large claws. It was a hideous beast that clearly wasn't from Earth. "An intermediate beast," Ian said. As they continued to watch it, they saw the beast slowly enter into a building. "Hey, what's that building?" Vorden asked as he noticed the building was in good condition. "Could the portal be inside there?" "That's the storage room," Ian answered. "I doubt the portal would be inside there. Usually those places get targeted by thieves and such, so they tend to not make the portal area so obvious, and even if it was in there, it would be best if we let the beast leave first. The way I am now, I would stand no chance against the thing." The storage building was a single-level large floor, which resembled that of a hangar. The main purpose of the building at a shelter was to keep equipment such as mechs, airships, and all sorts. They also used it as a temporary room to store things for travelers. Quinn had left the other building and slowly started to make his way to the storage room. He had no clue when the sun would rise and needed a place to stay for the night. After fighting the group of Rataclaws, he was feeling a bit tired. Not only that, but he was hoping that he might come across some treasures at the storage room. He just couldn't see the downside of trying to reach the building. On his way, he treaded carefully to make sure he didn't alert any more beasts in the area. As he walked through form building to building, he spotted a few Rataclaws feasting on something in the middle of the street. "Damn, they're everywhere. They're just like rats back on Earth," Quinn thought. If there was a single rat on its own, then he might have chosen to confront it. But while there were 3 of them out on the street, he didn't want to risk it. The experience points gained from killing a beast was tempting, but to fight 3 at once meant there was a chance he would either have to use his blood spray or at least his blood swipe skill. Quinn continued to head towards the storage building until finally he had arrived. At the front, there were 2 large steel doors which slid open, afraid that they might make a lot of noise and attract unwanted attention. He decided to walk around the building to see if there were any other openings or entrance. After walking around the side of the building, he had no such luck, but as he nearly reached the back of the building, he started to hear strange noises. He slowly crept down the side, making sure to make no noise. With his back hugging the side of the wall, he peeked out to take a look. It seemed like there was another Rataclaw. Only this one was squealing and on its back in pain. Its cries were weak, and he wondered just how long had the beast been there for. After waiting a few moments, there was no sign of any other creatures. He came out from the side of the wall and walked up to the injured Rataclaw on its back. As he got closer to it, the Rataclaw snarled at Quinn and tried to swipe its claws out, but the attacks were far too slow, and the beast could hardly move. "Still trying to kill me even in this state," Quinn thought. As he got closer, the beast continued to swing its arms out towards Quinn, despite it not being able to move. Its legs had been crushed by something, and it had a large wound on its stomach. "Let me put you out of your pain." He walked up to the beast, and with a single blow to its head, it had died. 100 XP points gained, 1140, 1600 exp. As Quinn looked at the back of the building, he could see a small hole in one of the corners. Did the Rataclaw come out from there? Before entering, he gulped at the thought that perhaps whatever injured the rat might be inside. Crawling on his front, he had reached the hole and tried to pop his head in. It was big enough for a human to fit through, but what he was afraid of was inside the building. If he entered the building, there might be 100 of those things or something that was stronger than the Rataclaw itself. Quinn crawled forward to the entrance of the hole and started to look into the hangar. Although the hangar contained no light source and was completely void of light from the moon, his vision allowed him to see clearly inside. After scouting the area for a while, it seemed like there was nothing inside, but of course, he couldn't be sure. He thought about it for a while, but in the end, the possibility of getting a new beast weapon or something amazing was too tempting for him. He crawled through the hole and entered into the hangar. As he stood up onto his feet, he was quickly disappointed by the state of the hangar. Nearly everything inside had been destroyed and just piles of scrap metal and rubbish remained. There were no airships, mechs, and no beast weapons. Whatever was left was unable to be used. However, the building was large and Quinn wouldn't give up just form his initial view. He started to walk around the hangar for a while until eventually there was a room stationed in the corner. It was hard to tell how big it was, but it seemed like it went the whole length of the hangar, and on closer inspection it looked more like a large container. He walked up to the room, and there was a single steel door with a passcode device next to it. The door was military grade, which meant even those with abilities would find it hard to break it down. Perhaps it was the reason why no one so far had been able to enter, including the beasts. But it was clear to him that whatever was in the container had yet to be destroyed, and most likely whatever was inside was important stuff worth locking. Should I try Hammer Strike on it? Quinn looked around the hangar. The ceiling was high and the roof was made of metal. If he was to perform Hammer Strike in a place like this, the sound would just echo out. However, Quinn didn't want to give up that easy. All that stood in front of him and his treasures was a single door. There must be something he could do? He looked at the passcode on the side and pressed 4 random digits before pressing the enter button. Beep. Of course, I'm not that lucky, he thought. Right now, Quinn was desperate and wanted to try everything, he thought. Perhaps if he was to use the inspect skill, maybe it would give him some information. Inspect. A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Just as Quinn was about to give up another notification, sound was heard in his head. Inspect skill is now level 2. Inspect skill will now display more information about objects, humans, items, and more. Ever since his blood swipe skill had leveled up, Quinn was sure his other skills could level up too. But he never thought about his inspect skill too much while using it. Looking at the lock again, his gut was telling him to try it. Inspect? A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open it. Please touch the lock for more information. Quinn then did as his inspect skill said and touched the lock. Nothing happened, but then he used the inspect skill one more time. A passcode machine which is linked to a steel door. Entering the right combination to the door will successfully open. The combination to the door is 2536725364. Quinn immediately tested out the number the system had given him. Beep! Ka-chuck. The door then made an unlocking sound and swung open. Seeing that the intermediate beast was patrolling around the storage room, Ian and Vorden had decided to go to a different part of the shelter. As Ian said, it was most likely the portal wasn't there in the first place. Even though the portal was in a red zone, the portal on the other end still had to be placed in a safe place to make sure either beast from the other planet didn't enter it or destroy it. Of course, a party or a group could bring a portal with them to get back to their own world, but these were very expensive. Simone, at Ian's level, didn't have one of these devices because once they had been set up, they were unable to be taken back with them. It was a one-time use device. Any ideas of where the portal might be? Vorden asked. My guess is somewhere underground. It's safe from most of the beasts that way. Most likely they have a special building that looks like any other, and a secret entrance. Wait. So are you saying we just have to keep going into buildings? Well, we can rule out all the residential buildings. They wouldn't be able to build a large enough base under those. And any of the small buildings or dangerous areas you can rule out as well. There are only so many big buildings that would be large enough to store a big base under. The two of them continued to look into building after building, but there was no luck or no sign of a secret room. Eventually, they had entered what looked like a library, although most of the books had been destroyed and several of the bookcases had fallen over as well. That's when a loud, grumbling sound had come from Vorden's belly. "I guess we have been traveling for a while now. Why don't we rest here for the night? It doesn't look like there are any beasts here and we can build our own fortress," Ian said. The two of them then went up to the second floor of the building. There were large holes and broken-down walls on the first floor, which made it easy for beasts to attack them. Once they had reached the second floor, the two of them started to lift up a few of the bookshelves. It seemed like Ian had the ability of super strength, seeing how easily he moved the heavy bookshelves. But Vorden knew that wasn't true. The reason why Ian seemed like he had extra strength was actually from the beast armor he was wearing. Certain beast armor, once above the basic tier, had special properties. If the user was able to activate these properties, they could increase the base strength of the user, giving him more power, extra speed. Overall, it just improved you as a human being and almost made you seem to be a superhuman. Vorden could see Ian was still struggling, though, most likely due to his injuries, but there was no way he himself could move the giant bookshelves so easily. So instead, Vorden helped out in his own way by clearing a space and moving all the books and piles of rubbish away. Chapter Mid. After an hour or so, they were done. Ian had moved the bookshelves to create a small type of fortress around them. "It's a nice home, isn't it?" Ian said proudly of his work. "Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go inside." As Quinn walked inside, Ian followed behind, and as he did, he pulled one last bookshelf around them, sealing them up in a cube-like shape surrounded by bookshelves. The room they were in was now pitch black. Ian then punched part of the bookshelves with his fist, creating a hole in all four directions, letting in a little bit of light, but more importantly, it was used to let them peek through and see if any danger was coming towards them. He then pulled out a little small stone from his pocket and placed it on the ground in the center of the room. He tapped the stone once, and a warm orange light started to shine from it. The light wasn't very strong, but in the small dark room, it made a huge difference. "Here, take this," Ian said as he handed a small circle pill to Vorden. "Is this a food supplement?" Vorden asked. "Yeah. I'm guessing if you came here on accident, you don't have any with you." Vorden looked at the pill before shoving it down his throat and into the stomach. A food supplement was a pill that contained all the things a human needed to live. As long as a person took one pill of these a day, they no longer needed to eat. Although it gave the human enough calories and vitamins, it did nothing in terms of water content. You would still need to find your own water source. Luckily, in the shelter, it seemed like the waterworks in nearly every building was working, so it wasn't a problem for Ian and Vorden. "You get some sleep and I'll keep watch, then we'll do a little switch later on," Ian said. "Sounds good?" "Yeah." As he heard the sound of the door unlocking, a grin appeared on his face that couldn't be contained. "I love you, System. I swear I'll never talk badly about you ever again," Quinn said as he stepped into the container. But as he stepped in, his hopes of finding legendary beast equipment or stashes of beast crystals were soon lost. The room was simply filled with shelves of books, nothing else but books. However, as soon as Quinn picked up one of the books closest to him, his mind was quickly changed. Earth Ability Book Level 1. Unable to learn, would you like to convert into 10 XP? It was a container room filled with ability and skill books. Although Quinn was unable to learn the ability, he immediately converted the book into XP points. As soon as Quinn decided to convert the book into XP, it started to vanish in his very hands, as if it was disintegrating. A sensation was felt form inside, and finally, the message had appeared. 10 XP gained. 1150, 1600 XP. After absorbing the first book, Quinn started to pick up book after book. After going through the books, Quinn found out that a level 1 skill book would give him 5 XP points, while a level 1 ability book would give him 10 XP points. If he had already absorbed that book again, the system wouldn't even pop up with another message. It was a shame since most of the books inside the container were Earth books that the military had the most control over. Quinn got closer to the back of the container and found that the level of the books would increase. A level 2 ability book would gain him 100 XP points, while a level 2 skill book would gain him 50. This would be the case even if he had already absorbed the level 1 version of the ability book. And finally, after absorbing multiple books, another message had appeared. 1650, 1600 XP points gained. You are now level 6. After leveling up, Quinn immediately put his stat point into strength, and now, without his gauntlets, his strength was at 15, meaning he would be able to perform the hammer strike skill with or without the gauntlets. As Quinn looked around the room, there were still several books he hadn't even touched yet. The place really was a goldmine for him. As he went on to the next set of shelves, with it came a new set of books. He placed his hand on the first one, and it was the first level 3 ability book he had come across. Level 3, Earth Ability Book. Unable to learn, would you like to convert into 1000 XP? Quinn placed the book down and picked the book up, making sure he had heard the system right, but once again the numbers he had received were correct. The level 3 ability book was offering him 1000 experience points. Without hesitating, he had decided to absorb the book right away. 1050, 3200 points. Quinn then picked up the skill book right next to him, and as he though it too had offered him 500 XP points. So far it seemed like a skill book would offer half the amount of points that an ability book had to offer. He once again went on rampage, grabbing every book he could on the shelf, absorbing those that he couldn't and tossing the others on the ground, although he would have loved to take the books with him, as they would have sold for a healthy price. The books so far were unable to go into his storage like the crystals, and carrying them would just be more trouble than it was worth. After going through all the books, Quinn was able to level up a total of 2 more times. Level 8. 45 HP. No new skills were unlocked, but Quinn still obtained the regular stat points for every level up. Now that his strength and agility were at level 15, he decided he should finally increase his stamina points. If there was a fight that needed him to pre-form flash step and hammer strike multiple times, he would definitely be in trouble. After putting the 2 points into stamina, his stats were now looking a lot more even. Strength 15, 2, Agility 15, Stamina 14, 510, 2800 exp. Although the exp needed now was getting further and further away, which made Quinn think if there was even a cap to his leveling, or would the exp amount increase so much so that it was no longer possible to achieve. Quinn had now nearly touched every single book that was in the storage room. Unfortunately, the highest ability Quinn was able to find so far was a level 3 ability book. The further he went into the container, the higher the levels, but for the last few shelves, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like they were just duplicates of the other level 3 ability books. As Quinn picked up one book, the system message didn't go off. It was because it was a level 3 Earth ability book that he had already absorbed. Hey, maybe Peter could use this? Quinn thought. It was only one book. Quinn was sure he would be able to carry it safely with him. But as soon as he thought about Peter, a memory entered his mind, and it wasn't a good one. Peter was the whole reason why he was in this place, and he still didn't know how long he was going to be here, or if he would even be able to survive. To be honest, Quinn was just trying to make the best out of a bad situation at the moment. As he thought about Peter, anger started to enter his mind and body, and he ripped the book up. He was willing to hear Peter out if he ever got out of here alive, but Quinn would no longer help him. If someone like that betrayed you once, for whatever reason, it only meant there was the chance that the same thing could happen again. Then as Quinn looked around the container, he noticed there was one shelf at the very back of the room where he hadn't been yet. He didn't bother going over there yet because it looked empty from a distance, but as he got closer, he noticed there was a single book that had been placed on there. As he touched the book on the shelf, a new message appeared. Level 6. Ability Book Shadow Element. After seeing the first message appear, Quinn couldn't wait to see how much experience points a level 6 ability book would give. Perhaps it would finally shoot him up to level 10, and he would unlock the use of the shop in his system. But then something unexpected had happened. Ability is compatible with system. Would you like to learn? Out of shock, Quinn dropped the book back onto the shelf and took a step back. Out of all the books in the room, it was the first time he had ever received a message of this kind. He wasn't even sure it was possible, but the system was clearly telling him he could learn the ability. Then Quinn started to think back to the name of the ability, Shadow Element. It was something he had never even heard of before, and Quinn was quite knowledgeable about the abilities of the world. He then picked up the book once more just to make sure, and the same message had appeared. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided he would try to place the book in his storage. It hadn't worked with the other books previously, but he thought it might work with this one. And to his surprise, it worked. The ability book was safely put into his system storage with his beast crystals. Before learning the ability, Quinn wanted to make sure he could find out more about it first. Maybe then he could find out why it was compatible with his vampire system, and if so, maybe they were other abilities that would be compatible as well. If that was the case, Quinn didn't want to rush into things. Usually, a human being was only able to use one ability for their whole lives, and it could be the same for him. As he continued to level up and get stronger, he thought about it more and more. His system wasn't an ability. The book that was gifted to him by his father wasn't an ability book, but it had completely changed him. He was no longer human but something else altogether, and it was why his abilities had worked inside the game and why he had received the option to learn another ability. This was the only conclusion he could come to. After storing the book away, he decided to close the door to the container unit and remain inside. It was safe here, and he was starting to feel tired. At least he knew the container was strong enough to protect him from whatever beast remained outside. He lied on the floor, and in an instant closed his eyes. His body was pressed against the cold, hard floor. His eyelids slowly started to open, and all he could see was a white light. For a moment, while Quinn was sleeping, he had forgotten about everything that happened. But as soon as he looked around him and realized where he was, and he knew that everything wasn't a dream. Right now, he wasn't at the school, but was on a completely different planet miles away from home. As he stood up and started to stretch, there was no way for him to tell how long he was out for, but his body felt good. It was a surprise that he slept so well on the floor without a bed. Without realizing it, he was more exhausted than he thought. Not only physically exhausted for fighting against the beast, but also mentally exhausting. The constant fear of the unknown was a terrible thing that slowly would eat away at him. Your hunger grows. Daily quest complete. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. And at last, the system message had appeared. This meant that in one more day, as time, the system would inform him that he needed to consume human blood. He was okay for now, as he still had 50 milliliters of blood in his bank. As long as he didn't get in any more fights, he would be fine. The most important thing for him to do now was to find that portal. As he went to open the steel door, Quinn was half expecting that the sun might be out. After all, the message appearing meant it was a new day. However, he was unsure whether the system clock was related to the time on Earth. The daily quest reset every day at midnight. But if he was in another country, midnight would be different, and right now he was on another planet. But as he opened the door, he was surprised to see it was still night out. However, his mind was quickly distracted by something else. Quinn immediately closed the door back up to the container. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating at an incredible speed. What was that? Quinn thought. That was no rat, that's for sure. This time, Quinn went to the steel door again. He placed his hand on the metallic handle once again and slowly opened the door to take a peek, and as he did, a large beast stood inside the hangar. With the body of the human but the bottom half of a scorpion-like creature, Quinn couldn't make out what it was. From the human half of its body, it also had 2 claws on each side. Inspect. With his new inspect skill, it seemed to now work at a greater distance. Skordana, intermediate-level beast. After finding out what little information was available about the beast, Quinn quickly closed the door once again. Although Quinn had grown 3 levels while inside the container, he still felt like dealing with an intermediate beast would almost be impossible for him. The weakest of intermediate beasts were at least 10 times stronger than a basic tier beast. Of course, this would depend on the beast, for there were some beasts that were just easier to deal with than others no matter what tier they were at. But looking at the creature, Quinn could tell it would be a tough battle. Instead, he decided to remain inside the capsule until the beast had eventually disappeared. It wasn't here when he first entered, so there was always the chance it could leave. After waiting for what felt like a considerable amount of time, he decided to open the door once again to check if the beast was still there, and unfortunately it was. That was when Quinn noticed something else that was in the hangar that wasn't there before. There were 3 round objects right next to the Skordana placed in a pile of scrap metal. Are those eggs? Quinn thought. Inspect. Skordana eggs. Intermediate beast level. As he saw the eggs, a horrible thought had entered his mind. Quinn hadn't noticed them before, meaning she must have just laid them out while he was in the container, or they might have been hidden somewhere. But the first was more likely. Now the fact that her eggs were here meant the beast would protect them until they hatched, or at least it wouldn't be moving for a while. Quinn had 2 options. He could continue to wait in the container, hoping that the mother would have to go out and hunt for food for herself in a while, but beast bodies were completely different compared to humans. Sometimes a single meal could last them weeks before they had to go hunting again for another one. This felt like a risky option for Quinn, for he himself was on a time frame. Then there was the second option. If the Skordana had just given birth, then there was a chance she was weaker compared to usual. With the second option, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. The longer he waited, the more chance the beast had of recovering. In the end, Quinn gritted his teeth and stepped out of the container. Before even thinking of fighting against the beast, he would try his best to sneak out. The entrance to the front of the hangar was completely destroyed. The beast, when entering, had ripped apart the 2 metallic doors before coming in. The problem was, the beast was blocking that exit, but that still left Quinn with the small hole in the wall from where he had entered. Carefully moving in between piles of scrap metal and rubbish, Quinn slowly moved across the room to the other side where he had first entered. Then, when he finally had reached the hole, he could see something else entering form the other side. It was a Rataclaw. Oh no! As soon as the Rataclaw pulled its body through the small hole, it immediately looked up to see Quinn. Before he even had a chance to run away, the Rataclaw started squealing like mad. Shut up! Why did you have to come here now of all times? Then the sound of several steps was heard from behind. Quinn didn't have to turn around to know what it was, but he did so anyway, and as he did, a giant claw was swung down towards his head. Flash step! At the last second, Quinn preformed his flash step skill, avoiding the claw, but he couldn't say the same for the Rataclaw. It had been completely hammered and smashed to the ground in a single strike. I guess we're doing this then. Now that the Skordana had spotted Quinn, he had no choice but to stand his ground and fight. In a red portal planet, there would be more dangerous and higher-tier beasts than an intermediate one. Although he could make a run for it and head outside, the commotion caused might attract even more dangerous beasts, and that was the last thing he wanted. Looking at the squashed Rataclaw, he could tell the beast was powerful, and he needed to avoid getting hit by those claws. Already using the flash step had taken a considerable amount of stamina, and at most, he was able to perform it one more time during the fight. As the scorpion creature turned, it immediately started charging forward. Hoping to scare it away and do some damage, Quinn let out 2 blood swipes. This time, the attack was more powerful than before. The lines looked thicker and larger as they left his hands. The level 2 increase in the skill, on top of his extra stat points in strength, had really improved the attack. However, the scorpion wasn't stupid and covered itself with its 4 claws, blocking the attack. As the blood swipe made impact, the scorpion was pushed back a few steps, but no damage could be seen, not even a white scratch mark on the claws. Damn it! The scorpion's claws are an exoskeleton! An exoskeleton beast meant that the beast's skeleton was on the outside, making the outer shell incredibly hard. As Quinn looked and inspected the creature even closer, he could see that every part of the beast was covered in some type of shell, apart from the upper body. That was the beast's weak point, and that's where he needed to hit. With a plan set in his head, Quinn charged forward once again. The scorpion opened up its 4 claws, ready to attack. The first claw came down. Swiftly, he was able to dodge the attack, then the next set of claws followed. Avoiding the claws was difficult, but right now, Quinn was in full concentration mode. As the 4th claw came out to attack him, the beast's body was now wide open. Then, as Quinn readied his hand to cast his blood swipe skill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. As he looked up, he could see something connected to his body, and when he followed it, it went behind the beast. A tail. That wasn't there before? The beast then lifted Quinn with the tail and chucked him hard up against the wall. As he fell to the ground, his HP had taken a huge hit. 1345 HP. As Quinn looked into his stomach, he could see a large puncture had been created and blood was quickly flowing out of his body. Critical hit. 1245 HP. 1145 HP. 1045 HP. As the blood continued to leak out of Quinn's body, so did his HP. In order to stop his HP from continuing to drop, he had no choice. Blood bank. 10 milliliters have been used. 40 milliliters remaining. 1545 HP. As he absorbed the blood, the puncture in his stomach slowly started to heal. But it wasn't going to be enough. He needed more blood, and with the Scordana charging towards him, he needed it fast. Just use it all. Blood bank empty. 3545 HP. With his health nearly full, his wounds had healed up almost instantly, and Quinn was able to move once again. Looking at the scorpion, he noticed the tail truly wasn't there. Is it able to take it into his body and out at will? This is going to be a pain. If it wasn't for all the levels up he had received while in the container, he would have already been a dead man, and with no more blood bank, Quinn was unable to take another blow. There were no more second chances. Hoping to stop its charge forward, he threw blood swipe after blood swipe. The beast held up all 4 of its claws and crossed it against its body, protecting it at all times. But the beast was powerful and continued to push through despite the blood claws coming towards it. It got closer and closer, but Quinn never stopped using his blood swipes. 3045 HP, 2845 HP. A battle of strength was being displayed between the two. The red swipes were powerful and started to knock the beast back, and eventually even the claws started to crack, but neither of them gave up. 1345 HP. But Quinn couldn't keep it up. If he carried on using the blood swipes, then he soon would completely run out of HP. He had no choice but to change his plan. When the beast was close enough, finally the tail was revealed from above. While its claws covered and blocked its body from the swipes, its plan was to attack from above with its long, large tail. As it fired its tail downward, just before the tail could pierce Quinn again. Flash step! Suddenly, Quinn was no longer in front of the scorpion, and now was directly behind it. He gathered all his strength from the bottom of his body. It rose up into his fist, and as he slammed down his foot, at the same time he pulled back his hand and released all the power he had into his attack. Hammer strike! As soon as the blow had hit the beast's soft human upper body, a large hole was created. It was around the size of a human head, and a chunk had been taken out, allowing him to see completely through the beast to the other side. Then a few moments later, the beast had collapsed to the ground, and so had Quinn, completely exhausted. As he lifted his hands, his gauntlets had completely shattered. They were too damaged from the Rataclaw's bite from before, and it was unable to take the impact of his hammer strike. The gauntlets no longer gave Quinn the extra attack power it did before, but it was hard for him to be upset for long, for a number of messages had appeared. Skordana has been killed 1000 EXP. First intermediate beast kill 5000 EXP. First Skordana killed 2000 EXP, 8250, and 2800. Although, now that Quinn was a higher level, it took a considerable amount of exp to level up once more. Right now, he had a serious problem. His health was incredibly low, 1345 HP, and with his blood bank empty, there was no way for him to heal it back to normal. Then a thought had come to his mind. If his system was like a game, if he leveled up, would his health heal back up? As he looked around the room, he noticed the 3 eggs still there in the metal pile heap. After waiting a few moments for his stamina to rise back up, he walked up to the dead Skordana's body. He had no hard feelings tearing the beast's body apart as he looked for the beast crystal inside. Before, the old Quinn might have shown compassion and been respectful, but the fight he just had was showing him that even on other planets, the strong ruled. Before, even when he got bullied at school, it was never like this. Of course, the strong ruled at school and he couldn't do anything about it, but he never came close to dying. He just took several beatings, but for the first time, he truly felt like he was close to death. Finally, after tearing and rummaging through several limbs, the beast crystal was obtained and stored in his system once again. Now, Quinn looked at the eggs in the room. As he went forward, he lifted one of the eggs. They were large and about the same size as football. He took a few steps back before lifting it into the air and slamming it into the ground. Black blood had been splattered all across the floor, and a little half-grown scorpion could be seen inside. Skordana egg killed 1000 XP. First Skordana egg kill 2000 XP, E252, 2800 XP. To Quinn's surprise, the system had counted the egg as a new beast kill, so he also received the bonus points for that too. He then went over to the over 2 eggs and threw them both to the ground, similar to the first one. Skordana egg killed 1000 XP. Skordana egg killed 1000 XP, 1325, 2800 XP. Congratulations, you are now level 9, 1350 HP. As Quinn looked at the information displayed, for the first time he was unpleased with a level up. The system hadn't given his health back like he thought it might have done. Although his HP had increased, nothing else had changed. It made him realize that although his system was like a game, it wasn't. This was real life. And the next message made him realize that even more. Your hunger grows. You can no longer suppress your need for blood. Your HP will decrease by 1 HP every hour until you have consumed human blood. Due to Quinn's energy and most of his blood being used in the fight earlier, his body was now no longer naturally healing itself. He was too hungry to heal and would need blood. As Quinn looked at his system, a certain number stuck out to him, and it was all he could hear in his head, the number 13. With 13 points, that's 13 hours before I reach 0. And that's only if I don't use any of my skills or get injured along the way. He was really struggling with what to do. Should he sit and wait? Perhaps the school would send someone after him, or should he walk around and try to find the portal? If he did, there was the chance he could run into more beasts on the way. I have no choice. I have to try to find the portal, Quinn said. This was his only option. In reality, he would have liked to think the school would have sent someone after him. This might have been the case if Quinn had a strong family backing him or he was a potentially high-level user, but Quinn was none of those. He was an orphan with no family backing, and the school still believed he was a level 1 user, someone with no ability. Why would they bother risking their lives for someone like him? It just didn't make any sense even to him. He had no choice but to soldier on. Before leaving the hangar, Quinn had to think hard about just where the portal would be. All he knew was that they had to place it somewhere safe, somewhere the beasts wouldn't be able to get to it. The shelter was a big place, though, with many buildings. It wasn't as big as the city the school was in, but still big. To get from one side of the shelter to the other, it would take him at least 2 hours, and that was walking at a decent pace. As he walked through the city, he decided to tread very carefully. Even if he came across a basic tier beast, it would cause all sorts of problems for him. As he walked through the city, he went through at an incredibly slow pace. Once in a while, he would come across a building with beasts inside. Although Quinn's eyesight was incredibly handy in situations like these, the beasts too had good eyesight in the darkness, for they had lived on the planet, but his seemed to be even better than theirs. As he entered the buildings, there would be cases where Quinn had spotted them far up ahead in the darkness. He quickly would shift and hide in the shadows or behind walls waiting for the beasts to leave, and when he was ready, he would zoom past and around. With no direction to go in and just simply wandering around, Quinn had already used up 2 hours of his time exploring the place. 1150 HP, the hunger in his belly was starting to distract him, and it was getting harder for him to focus as his health had gone down. Then finally, Quinn had spotted another building that was relatively in good condition. It was a large dome-like shape building, the training center, a place where travelers could come and test out their skills or practice with new equipment. The outside of the dome was made with special material in case practice matches got a bit out of hand and a stray attack would hit the outside now and then. It was capable of withstanding attacks from some of the strongest beasts and power-level users. "No wonder it's in good condition," Quinn said as he looked at the building. It was the only other place Quinn could think of where the portal could be kept safe. The place was large and had a sturdy outside that was yet to be destroyed. As Quinn got closer to the dome building, he noticed there were several mechs stationed outside that had been destroyed, their cores completely ripped out. Mechs were a powerful device used in the war, but to power them they required an incredibly powerful beast crystal of a high tier. It was a strange thing because the higher power levels preferred to use their own abilities, while the lower power levels could never afford to use such a thing. Most of the mechs were used by the military or private companies that hired low-level travelers to operate the thing. However, it was a double-edged sword for a low-level traveler. Usually, they would come with contracts. If the mechs were ever destroyed, then the user would be asked to pay for them. Of course, a low level in their whole lifetime could never afford to pay back something as expensive as a mech, causing them to forever be a slave to the company. Just another one of the changes that had happened after the war with the Dalki. During the war, humans were brought together to fight the common enemy, but once the treaty was signed, the greed of humans were shown. If the Dalki knew how ununited Earth was at the moment, Quinn was sure Earth would lose the way it was right now. That's why he needed to get stronger, to protect himself. As he reached the entrance of the training center, he could see that 2 Rataclaws were standing out in front of the building. Before entering, he decided to walk around the large dome carefully to see if there were any other entrances, but there were none besides the first one he had seen. He returned back to the entrance and was hidden behind one of the destroyed mechs around 30 meters away from the entrance. Even though he had walked around for about 30 minutes, the Rataclaws remained there unmoving. He decided to wait a little longer, hoping that the Rataclaws might move. 1050 HP, but as he saw the message bring his health down once again, he was only getting even more aggravated. The rats didn't look like they would be leaving any time soon, and Quinn needed to come up with a plan. As Quinn looked around him, he found a broken piece of the mech nearby. It was a long metal shape looked similar to a pole, but he had no idea what part of the mech it was used for. He picked it up and looked off into the distance. He aimed carefully at another mech that was destroyed, far up ahead and off to the side of the entrance. Using all his strength, he threw the piece of metal a great distance. It was an amazing feat, and looked almost superhuman, of course. Quinn was only able to perform this because he had super strength compared to others. The piece of metal landed exactly where he was aiming for, making a large clang sound as it fell on the mech. The rats then looked up at where the noise was coming from and quickly scurried off in the direction of the sound. "This is my chance," Quinn, using all the powers in his legs, bolted for the entrance. He had finally reached the dome-like building. The entrance was like a hallway, surrounded by a wall on either side, and just a little further up were two steel doors. He tried pushing the steel doors open, but there was no luck. He noticed that the doors were undamaged, just like the rest of the building, meaning most likely it was made out of the same material. As he looked around the door for anything, he spotted another access code machine. He immediately rushed forward, placing his hand on the machine, and used his inspect skill. "I hope these works. Don't let me down, system." An access code machine linked to the two steel doors. The combination is 33462537778. However, just as Quinn was imputing the code into the machine, the Rataclaws had returned. As the beasts saw him, they shrieked and called out another two of its friends. There were now 4 of the things. As he heard the sound of the beasts behind him, his hands started to shake. "Come on, come on." Beep. Damn, I must have put in a wrong number. His nerves were getting the better of him, and his concentration had been broken. He used his inspect skill once again, making sure he had the right code. He started imputing the numbers again when he suddenly felt something chomp down onto his leg. Tighter 950 HP. As he looked down, it was one of the rats, and the other 3 weren't too far behind it. Quinn then swung his fist down as hard as he could at the rat, smashing its skull into pieces. The rat was forced to let go, but still wasn't dead. The other 3 were now too close, and he no longer had any time to input the code. Flash step! Then Quinn was suddenly behind them, but he was still too close to the 4 rats. Flash step only had a distance of 5 meters at most. The rats turned and all ran forward towards him. "I have no choice!" He held out his palm and fired. Blood burst! A shotgun-like spray of blood was released from his hand, and it had knocked back all 4 of the rats, killing the already injured one. 450 HP, 100 exp. He then rushed forward to one of the rats on the ground, held both hands together, and slammed it down on another rat's head, killing the second one. 100 exp. Now the other 2 rats had recovered and were quickly after Quinn once again. Out of desperation, he swung his hands and activated his blood swipe, although this time the blood swipes were strong and had killed each one in a single attack. 100 exp, 100 exp, 850, 25, 600 exp, 250 HP. With his time running incredibly low, Quinn didn't even bother to get out the beast crystals. There was also the fear that more beasts might be coming. He went up to the door this time, inputting the code correctly, and as he entered, he shut the door behind him, making sure it was locked. He was now in what looked like a reception area, a canteen of sorts with several seats and a desk at the front. It was in top condition compared to the rest of the city. In fact, it looked like an entirely different place. They were 2 hallways, one leading to the left and one leading to the right, both with the words Training Center written on them. With his health running low, he had less than 2 hours to find the portal. He entered the main training hall. It was a large room with several seats in the stands. It reminded Quinn of the game, as it looked similar. Everything was white in color and had a modern, empty look to it. But as Quinn stared at the empty field in the center, all he could see was disappointment. The arena down below was completely empty. There was not a single thing down there, not even a scrap of metal, never mind a portal. Quinn fell to his knees in despair. He felt like this was his last chance. There was no way he had the time to go walking around the city looking for another room with a portal. But he didn't give up yet. He lifted himself up the ground and searched around the training center. He searched in the preparation rooms, the offices, the gym, and even back in the reception area. But nothing. There wasn't a single thing he could find. He now laid there on the floor in the center of the arena, looking up at the ceiling. 150 HP. The pain in his stomach was too strong. His vision was now blurring up, and he could no longer think properly or move. "So this is how my life ends, huh?" Quinn said. "Mom? Dad, why did you leave me on my own? Why did you give me this book?" I thought when I got this book maybe I might be able to change something, but I guess not. Then the final hour had passed. 050 HP has reached 0 due to hunger transformation will now begin. That night, Vorden struggled to sleep just like every other night. He couldn't remember the last time he got a good night's sleep. Some nights he was able to sleep peacefully and dream just like any other person, but then there were times where his mind was sent to the back room. At that time, no one was sat in the chair, no one was in control. Lately, this was happening more and more frequently. In the black room, the three of them would usually talk to each other while the body rested, but he always had a worry when he was in that room. The chair was empty at any point and time. Any one of them could sit in the chair and take control. For now, Vorden acted as the gatekeeper, but that was only because the little one allowed him to. That's when he felt a slight tug on his arm. "Hey, wake up, kid. It looks like you were having a nightmare," Ian said. As Vorden opened his eyes, he looked around and noticed that he was still in the pitch-black room. "Oh, sorry about that. I hope I wasn't making too much noise," Vorden replied. "Well, this is a scary place. A kid like you shouldn't be here on their own in the first place, so don't worry about it," said Ian. "Do you mind if we swap for a bit?" Ian then switched places with Vorden. While Ian lied on the uncomfortable hard floor, Vorden would look out of the gaps in the bookshelf, keeping watch. In almost an instant from behind him, Vorden could hear the sound of Ian's loud snores. Unlike him, Ian was able to get to sleep almost instantly. "Hey, Vorden, so if you aren't going to kill him now, what about when we find the portal?" Rayton asked. "The advanced crystal he is carrying would be very helpful to us, and no one would find out. You've seen how weak he is, and now we have his ability, it would be easy to finish him off." "While I'm in charge, nobody gets hurt," Vorden replied, getting annoyed. "Fine. But one of these days when we're in trouble, I won't be coming to help you, and when he sees you're doing a bad job, I will be put in charge instead, and I am not going to let you decide a single thing." When doing nothing, it was hard to tell how much time had passed. Vorden didn't even know how long he had been asleep for, and with the sky always showing black, he had no way of knowing. After waiting what felt like an entire day, it seemed like Ian had finally woken up. As he lifted himself off the ground, he continued to wince in pain and hold onto his ribs. "I'm telling you, I can't wait to get home," Ian said. Vorden turned around to look at Ian. Seeing that he was struggling to get up, he offered his hand once again and pulled him up from the floor. But as Ian got off the ground, his face suddenly dropped. In one of the holes he had made, all that could be seen was a single large eyeball looking through. Ian immediately went to his waist and grabbed a small dagger, throwing it at the beast's eye. Using all his strength and the added stats of the equipment he was wearing, the dagger flew right through the eye and out the other end, killing it in a single blow. Then when he pulled his hand back, the dagger flew back into his hand. "Let's get out of here," Ian shouted as he kicked one of the shelves, knocking it over. As the two of them climbed on top of the fallen shelf, they could see that they had been surrounded. All around the library, on top of the ceiling, on the side of the walls, were multiple slug-like creatures everywhere. They had a single large eye on its head, and sticking out of its sides were multiple tentacles coming from the beast's underbelly. "I thought you were keeping a lookout," Ian said. "I was, but the small space would only let me see so far." Vorden was a little distracted deep in his thoughts, but even so, it was hard for him to see beasts like these. For they were able to scale up the side of the walls and hang from the ceiling. They were completely surrounded, not just around them, but also above as well. A few of the slug creatures dropped from above, while the ones around them reached out with their tentacles. There were too many attacking at once. Ian then held out both of his hands with his palms open. Objects from all over the library started to vibrate. Slowly, they were moving along and coming towards him as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. Then shards of metal from all over came flying towards the two of them at an incredible speed. "Stick close to me, kid," Ian commanded, and Vorden did as he was told. The pieces of metal from all over the library and a few pieces from outside had come towards the two of them and formed a ball completely made out of scraps of metal surrounding the two of them. The beast from above fell on top of the metal ball, but no damage was done as they slid off. The tentacles from the slugs outside started to attack and made dents in the ball. Loud clanging sounds could be heard from inside as they continued to attack. The force of the tentacle strikes were similar to someone swinging a bat, and it would only be a matter of time before the metal ball broke. Repel! At that moment, the ball exploded with an incredible force. Just how the scrap metal had been pulled together, it was now being pushed out. Little pieces of scrap metal were flung out so hard it had caused several puncture wounds in the beast's body, killing them all as it went through their brains and hearts. Good thing this planet is covered in metal, huh? Ian said with a smile on his face. Come on then, let's not waste these crystals. The two of them went up to the dead slugs and started to carve out the crystals. At that moment in time, when the slugs had surrounded them, Vorden had tried to activate his earth ability that he had gotten from Peter on one of the beasts, but there was no such luck, which meant that he had at least been on the planet for 24 hours now. However, he still had Ian's ability handy. Touching him in the library had reset the time frame, so even if Ian was unable to fight or they got separated, Vorden would still be able to use the ability for another 24 hours. After gathering the crystals, Ian had handed Vorden half of them. Here, take it. I can't. I didn't do anything. Look, these are only basic tear crystals. I could earn these in my sleep. Fine, Vorden said. Although Vorden had agreed, he had no space to put the crystals anywhere. He hadn't brought a bag, a pouch, or a storage unit with him. After all, it was an unexpected visit. For now, Ian said he would keep the crystals until they returned back to Earth. Finally, it was time for the two of them to leave the library and search for the portal once again. The two of them made sure to not attract any beast on their way, and to their luck, they hadn't come across any more dangers. Then, finally, the two of them spotted something. You see that? Now, if I was going to put a portal anywhere, I would put it in there, Ian said, pointing at the large dome building. What is it? Vorden asked. It looks like a training center. That's exactly what it is, and it looks like it was well built. The beasts around here haven't even been able to scratch it, and it's big enough to build a secret base underneath. The two of them continued walking forward with their next destination in sight, the training center. Just outside the large dome-like building, Vorden and Ian were preparing to enter. The front of the dome was an open field filled with all sorts of junk. It looked like a battle had taken place outside. They carefully made their way along the field of broken rubbish and mechs, keeping cover while inching their way closer and closer to the entrance. After looking left and right for any beasts nearby and seeing that there were none there, they decided to make a dash for it. As they ran forward, they reached the hall and moved towards the door, but stopped just outside as something had caught their eye. Ian bent down to have a closer look at something lying on the ground. More dead Rataclaws. Another group of them, even. Ian then dipped his finger into the black blood. Even though it was slightly dry, it seemed pretty new. It doesn't look like they have been dead for long. Looks like someone's already in there. Vorden didn't want to say anything, but he was hoping that it was Quinn. However, as he walked past the dead Rataclaws, if it really was Quinn, it seemed like the secret he was hiding from Vorden was bigger than he thought. A passcode machine? Vorden said as he spotted it off to the side of the door. Do you know the combination? Are you kidding me? How the hell would I know? Ian then held out both of his hands as he looked at the door. He started to concentrate. After a while, Vorden could see a vein bulging on top of Ian's head. Damn this door, it's so strong! Ian continued to use his powers, but the door was tightly shut and wasn't going to be so easy to break. But then, slowly, the door started creaking and the locks behind the door started to bend. But the sound of the metal door being pulled apart had attracted some unwanted attention. 3 Rataclaws started sneaking around, following the sound until they spotted the 2 humans by the entrance. Ian, you better hurry up. Just deal with the rats yourself, Ian shouted. As Ian put more strength into opening the door, part of the door started to bend. But as it started bending, the loud clanging only attracted more unwanted attention. Soon another 4 Rataclaws joined. There's too many! Vorden then quickly turned to the door and held his hands out as well. What are you doing? At least hold the back or something, Ian said, but suddenly the door was easier to move than before. It was being much more responsive. As Ian looked at Vorden, he could see he too was visibly sweating. It couldn't be? With the 2 of them using their powers, they were finally able to tear the door apart, creating a hole just large enough for them to get through. They quickly ran forward and jumped through the small gap. Now inside the building, they turned back around and held out their hands, once again focusing all of their power. The Rataclaw closest to the entrance leapt forward, and its head had just managed to get through the hole. "Close, damn it!" Vorden shouted. Just then the door bent back, sealing the hole and slicing the Rataclaw's head off. A loud thump was heard as it hit the floor and slowly rolled away. The 2 of them, now inside and with the door shut, noticed something. It was incredibly dark inside the training center. There were a few small white LED lights that were placed on the floor up against the wall, but other than that, the lights above were completely out. As Ian took a step forward, he could hear the sound of glass cracking. "Now why would someone go to the trouble to take out all the lights?" Ian said. "These places are built to last hundreds of years with the power they have, and the outside looked like it was untouched." "Maybe it was the person who came in before us?" "Maybe. Here, take this," Ian said, as he chucked over a small pebble-like item. Vorden noticed that it was the same item that he had used when they had made their temporary shelter in the library. As Vorden tapped it once, a small orange glow emitted from the stone and surrounded him. "What about you?" Ian then pulled out another stone, tapping it before putting it on his waist. "Now, are you going to tell me about what just happened, or are you going to keep that secret as well?" Vorden let out a little nervous laugh. "No secrets. My ability allows me to copy other abilities. I copied it when I saw you use it at the library." Vorden had no reason to lie to the man. He already knew he could use the same ability, and what were the chances that Vorden had the same rare ability as the man? However, Vorden wasn't going to reveal the fact that he needed to touch the man to copy his abilities. That part he would keep to himself. "That's kind of cool. I wish I could do something like that," Ian said. "Come on, let's go. On." Vorden was surprised by the man's actions. He thought he might yell or complain that he had done something without his permission, but this was something that he hadn't experienced before. The 2 of them continued to walk along the dark hall. For now, there was only one direction they could go, and the LED lights helped lead them the right way. "Psst. Hey, Vorden. This is your last chance. Switch with me now," Rotten said. "If the portal's in here, I can save you the hard work and kill him straight away. Buzz off, will you?" "Fine, but that was your last chance." The 2 of them had finally arrived at the reception room. There were still small LED lights placed across the room, so at least they had a sense for the size of the room. Still, just like the previous room, the lights had been taken out. Each of the lights above were smashed in. "It must have been a beast," Ian said. "What makes you say that?" Vorden asked. "Well, a lot of beasts on this planet are on a cycle. For the year it remains dark, they go out and hunt. But when the sun comes out, they hibernate for the year. My guess is that a beast sensitive to light managed to get inside somehow and started to destroy them all. If it was a human that did this, they could have just found the source of power and shut them all off at once, or even just used the light switch. They continued to move forward until they had eventually reached the front desk. Now all that was left was to enter the arena, and they did so, going through one of the entrances. When they exited, they had come out into the stands. "Grah!" As soon as they entered, fierce growls started coming from the hallway. "Quick! Turn of your stone!" Ian whispered loudly. However, it was useless. They could hear footsteps banging against the floor as something came rushing forward from the arena and into the stands. Rock-cock! A loud screech echoed through the entire arena, as the creature had spotted its prey and was now running full force towards them. Transformation will now begin. As soon as this message appeared, a shooting pain could be felt all over Quinn's body. It felt as if his insides were burning with fire. The white of his eyes slowly started to fill with black, and his teeth started to grow in size. However, the pain didn't stop there. His body would jolt itself up and down as if something was trying to break free. His nails grew slightly larger, and his skin started to form around his body even tighter. The features of his bones started to show more, and his hair was falling from his head. Your mind is unstable. Your bloodlust has reached its maximum level. You are now a crazed bloodsucker. All stats will be doubled. Health will be halved. While in this form, all blood skills are unavailable. Although he had received message after message about what state he was in, Quinn was unable to read any of them because his mind was no longer there. A human figure remained, but what was now standing in the middle of the arena was no longer human. With a bold scalp and claw-like hands, the creature was hunched over. As it opened its pitch-black eyes and was startled by the light, it stumbled to the ground as its senses were now super-heightened. Wreck! It then let out a loud, piercing screech that echoed through the large training center. With its eyes closed, it ran forward at an inhuman speed, and when it reached the side of the wall, it dug the claws in and started to climb up. It quickly moved up to the ceiling before smashing the light with its fist. The light was now no more. With the light taken out, the bloodsucker was able to now open its eyes. It could see just as clear as if it was day inside. It let go of the ceiling, causing it to fall the ground. The drop was at least 30 meters to the top, but as it landed, it bent its knees and walked off as it had taken no damage from the fall. The bloodsucker started to roam around the training center. As it entered each room, it continued to destroy the lights. It only had one thing on its mind. It was hungry and was looking for blood. After transforming into the bloodsucker, Quinn's thoughts, his emotions, everything that made him human were gone. His body acted on its own, and that single thought of blood occupied him. Finally, he had returned to the arena in the training center, and as if it didn't know what to do, it started walking in circles waiting for his prey. Then a few moments later, Vorden and Ian had entered the room, although they were quiet. Quinn could hear everything, their soft footsteps against the floor and even their whispers to each other. His head turned and saw two bright lights. At first, the light covered the humans, so he was unable to tell what they were, but when they turned the lights off, he could tell his meal had arrived. Ian and Vorden could hear the sound of something running towards them, but it was too dark to tell what it was. Now that they had been discovered, there was no need to stay in complete darkness. Ian went to his belt to touch the stone, but before he had reached it, the beast was already upon him. Being in the dark had adjusted the two's eyes a little, and the LED lights going across the edge of the arena gave them little light. Now the beast was close enough he could tell it had a human figure. As the beast held out its claws, Ian too came out with his fists. "You want to battle with strength, then?" However, the beast's hands had wrapped around Ian's fist and stopped them in its tracks. Then, using its nails, it dug into Ian's fist, drawing out blood. What monstrous strength, damn it, to meet a humanoid beast of all types here. As it smelled the blood fall from Ian's hands, it started to growl and screech even more. It opened its mouth, reviling two huge fangs. It then tried moving its head forward, clomping down its jaws, but activating all the strength in the beast equipment he was wearing. He tried pushing the beast back and managed to stop him a little. Then the beast lifted both of its legs off the ground and kicked Ian away, causing him to fly into the nearby wall. It started to rush forward as it saw Ian was injured, but before it could reach him, a metal chair from the stand came flying out from the side and knocked the beast away. Vorden quickly rushed to Ian's side and lifted him off the ground. "Thanks, kid." "What was that?" Vorden asked. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, but it looked like a humanoid-type beast. I don't know much about them, but all I know is they're one of the most powerful type of beast to be discovered on other planets. This is my first time seeing one, Ian replied. The chair didn't keep the beast down for long, as the smell of blood was too strong. It attracted the beast, and as soon as it got up from the ground, it immediately started running in the direction of the two again. "Turn on your light stone," Ian said. "Huh?" "Quick, the light stone." As the two of them turned on the light stone, the beast suddenly stopped. It covered its eyes and backed away from the two. "It looks like I was right," said Ian. "That beast must have been the one to take out all the lights. It looks like it's super sensitive." But the two were foolish, thinking the light stones would be enough to keep the bloodsucker away from its prey. The beast didn't need to rely on its eyesight to know where the two were. The smell of Ian's blood was enough. From the stands, it started to rip out the chairs and proceed to hurl them at the two. Luckily, the chairs were made out of a metal material, so Ian and Vorden were able to repel them away. The chairs continued to be chucked at an incredible rate as each one was ripped from the stands. Then the beast decided to rush forward with its eyes closed. As it got close to the two, it started to attack them blindly. "How does it know where we are?" Ian said. "Vorden, get out of there," Rotten said. "What do you mean?" Vorden asked. "Can't you see? The beast is only attacking Ian. Something is attracting it to Ian." With Rotten's words, Vorden decided to break away from Ian and ran down to the arena floor, and just like he said, the beast had completely ignored Vorden and continued to attack at Ian. "We have to help him. Rotten, switch with me." "No," Rotten replied. "We could die." "You had your chance before. It's time you learn your lesson. Get out of this one yourself, Vorden." Then a new voice was heard from within. "I will help you." Ian and the beast continued to do battle. Unfortunately for Ian, the only source of metal he could control in the arena where the chairs and it took him some time to attract things toward him. He had 2 chairs out from the stands and would use them as shield blocking the beast's attacks. However, every time the beast would hit with its fist, it would completely tear through the chairs. The attacks were too powerful. Then the beast leapt through the air with its fangs wide open. Ian had no choice but to shove his forearm into the beast's mouth, hoping to avoid a fatal blow. He screamed in pain. Blood is being consumed 10-100, 14-100. Ian could feel the beast sucking onto his arm. He wanted to push and hit the beast off him, but as soon as the fangs penetrated his skin, it felt like he was under a slight paralysis effect. His body was unable to move. 25-100. As the beast was busy feasting on its meal, it was unable to notice the flying, sharp object coming toward it. Like a spear, a metal flying object had come out and pierced the beast's shoulder. The blow was fast and powerful, knocking him off Ian. As Ian stood up, he looked into the center of the arena and could see Vorden standing there, surrounded by multiple metal chairs from the arena. "I just want to find my pet Quinn," the little one said. The paralysis effect from the bloodsucker was slowly starting to wear off, and as it did, Ian lifted himself off the ground to have a look at just what was going on. In the center of the arena, the area was lit up by the small glowstone where Vorden was standing. But he wasn't just standing there on his own. He had multiple chairs that had been taken from the arena surrounding him. How is he able to use the ability so well already? Even I would struggle to do something like this if I was in top condition. Didn't he only copy my ability a while ago? As the bloodsucker lifted himself off the ground, he pulled the metal object that had been lodged into his shoulder and dropped it onto the floor. 20-25 HP. Rock! The bloodsucker snarled out. Its attention was now fully focused on what had caused him pain. Instead of going in straight for an attack and charging in, though, the bloodsucker dug its claw into the wall and started to climb upwards. "How are we meant to see him now?" said Vorden. "It's too dark and the beast can attack from anywhere." "I have no time to play games," the little one said. He lifted his hands and started to crumble up each of the chairs into several metal spikes, all looming above his head. Then he waited. The beast jumped down from above, and as soon as the little one could hear and see him, he immediately repelled all the spikes in that direction. However, as the beast was falling through the air and the first spike came towards him, it spun around and grabbed the spike, throwing it back at an incredible speed. But the little one had prepared for this too. He had already gathered a pile of chairs from the arena and mushed them together to form a shield. He placed this on the ground so he could easily pick it up when needed. As the spike came towards him, he lifted the shield, but what he didn't expect was the blow to be so powerful that the spike had managed to still penetrate the shield he created, which was at least 6 inches thick with metal chairs. Ha ha ha! Rotten started laughing. Looks like I really missed out on this one. Did you see how strong it was? I would have loved to deal with this guy. Vorden, you would have been killed within seconds. Although the beast was able to throw back one spear, while in the air he was unable to move. The other spears that were targeted had managed to penetrate him, going through his body and sticking him to the ceiling of the dome. 1025. HP. The beast no longer caring for the damage that had been done to its own body, it lifted its legs up against the ceiling and pushed with all its strength, allowing the spikes to completely go through his body. However, the hole marks that could be seen in his body quickly healed up. Although it didn't add to the beast's health, it would still allow him to fight as if he had never been hurt. He landed in the arena stands and began hitting a few chairs as he landed. As soon as it stood up, it began to rush forward recklessly towards Vorden's direction. "This thing, why isn't it dead yet?" Vorden said. A few more chairs had been turned into metallic spikes, and he threw them towards the beast once again. This time, the beast continued to run forward and moved out of the way of each spike. Its eyes were slowly adjusting to the light that had surrounded Vorden, and now it could see the spikes as it left his side. As soon the spike left Vorden's side, the beast would react and move out of the way of each blow. "Is it me, or did that thing just get faster?" Vorden said. "This is bad. The little one isn't at full strength." Rotten added, "If only there were 2 more ability users nearby." The bloodsucker continued to move forward, avoiding each and every spike thrown at it. Then when it was close enough, it swung its claw out. The shield was raised, blocking the blow, but as the claw hit the shield, it was completely shattered, unable to be used again. Now, with no more metal surrounding the little one, the beast was able to freely attack. As it took a step forward, though, it felt something sharp pierce into its foot. As the beast looked down, it was another metal spike. It looked in the distance and noticed that Ian had managed to recover. He had his hand held out and had thrown the spike out into the beast leg. 725 HP. Suddenly, though, tears started to fall from the little one's face. Now that the beast was close enough, the light from the stone shone and reviled the face and clothes of the beast. The beast in front of him was wearing the same uniform, and although it didn't look exactly like Quinn, it had similar qualities in its face. He didn't know what happened to make Quinn turn into a creature like this, but he could feel that the beast and Quinn was the same person. "I've done it again. I have hurt another one," the little one said. "What are you doing?" Ian shouted. "Kill it!" Ian then crumpled up another nearby chair and threw out another spike, this time aiming for the beast's head. It came flying through the sky and was on target to hit, but before it did, it stopped mid-air. "No!" The little one then moved its hand, throwing the spike to one side. Then, using its other hand, it pulled the other spike out of its leg. The beast was now free to move around. It instantly looked at the last person who had hit him and immediately started to run towards Ian's direction. Ian was still under the effects of the paralysis when he had thrown the previous spike. When he threw the spike, he had originally aimed for the beast's head but missed. He still managed to luckily hit its foot, though. Seeing the beast quickly running towards him as every second passed, he panicked and started to fling out chair after chair, but the bloodsucker was too powerful. It simply knocked them away with its hands, sending them flying through the air. Ian then pulled out his trusty dagger ready to attack, but when he looked in front of him, the beast had vanished from his view. The next second, he was staring up at the ceiling with his back on the floor. Then when he looked down at his body, his legs were now completely detached from himself, blood pouring from them. The bloodsucker then dragged the top half of Ian's body away into the hallway out of the arena, afraid that the other person might disturb its meal. The students had just been informed that the portal expedition that was meant to be going on today would be canceled. Although many people didn't know the reason why, they had a good guess that it might have had something with the two students who didn't arrive in class today. Students didn't just not turn up to class for no reason. The city was their whole life. The school was their whole life. For the next 2 years, everything you did there would decide your future. Layla had been planning to confront Peter on the situation, especially since he had been acting so strangely, but before she could even get to him, he had already run away. "Come on, Aaron, let's go find out what he's hiding," Layla said, but as she took a few steps forward, she noticed that Aaron wasn't following her. "Aaron? I have no need to get involved in your affairs. I don't really care what happened to the other two. I hardly knew them before choosing to team up with them," Aaron replied. "Look at it this way, right? You said you wanted to create the strongest team in the class, yeah? You and Vorden are clearly the strongest in this class, and if you want to outperform the others, form the other classes, you're going to have to team up with each other. Our team has already registered, and I don't even know if they can find a replacement, so we might not even be allowed to take part in the expedition." After hearing Layla's last words, her eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you say?" "Let's go find that rat." The two of them, now working together, started to look around the school to see if there were any signs of Peter anywhere, but the two were unable to find him. They knocked on his dorm room door a few times as well, but there was no answer. The dorm room doors each opened via a fingerprint sensor on the door handle. So even if Peter was in his room, the two of them wouldn't have been able to enter. They could have waited outside, but the longer they waited, the more Layla started to worry about Quinn. If he was unable to get blood, she knew firsthand what Quinn could do. As they continued to search for Peter, they still couldn't find him, but they did find a group of people who might have known where he was. It was Earl and his group of 5 other boys. "Haven't I seen them hang around with Peter a few times at breakfast?" The group were inside one of the training centers. This one in particular was filled with testing equipment that they used on new students, and was also an area where students were able to practice on the machines. If they had increased their ability level or obtained new skills, they could test themselves on the machines, write down the scores, and hand them to staff to upgrade the status on their wristwatch. If Layla was on her own, she would have never approached the group, but she had Aaron by her side. "Hey, guys," Layla said with a smile as she approached the group of boys. Before replying, Earl took a glance at her wristwatch and saw that she was only a level 2. "What do you want?" Earl replied. Layla's eyebrow started to twitch, hearing Earl's rotten attitude and tone in his voice. But she was used to this. She had her fair share of bad treatment at her own school. "We're not here looking for trouble, just wondering if you knew where Peter was," she said, putting on a fake smile. The group looked at each other and started to laugh. "Looks like they really aren't his real friends. I knew something was going on," she thought. "Peter," Earl said, "I wouldn't be surprised if that kid tried running out of the city by now." "Yeah, Earl, I can't believe he actually did it. If I did that, I know I'd never be able to live with myself," one of the men standing behind Earl said. Earl immediately turned his head and gave a scorn look at the man. "Sorry, Earl," he said. "Anyway, buzz off, you two. We're not saying a single thing. If you want to find Peter, then go find him yourself." Although Layla was annoyed, there was nothing she could do. She wanted to stand her ground and beat the information out of them. But Earl was a Level 4 user, while the rest behind him were similar level to herself. She had no choice but to turn and head back on her search for Peter. As she walked off, the group started to laugh, but as soon as she passed Aaron, she realized she wasn't following her once again. "Where are you going?" Aaron asked. "To find Peter. These guys won't tell us anything." I see no reason for us to find Peter anymore, Aaron replied. What do you mean? Well, these people clearly by their conversation earlier either know what Peter did or at least also know where Vorden and Quinn are. Aaron then started to walk up to the group of 5. I don't want to waste any more time. Mist and frost started to form just above her hands, and suddenly, a fully formed ice spear had appeared. Before the other students could even react, she had already thrown the ice spear, hitting Earl on his shoulder and pinning him against one of the drums that were used to show a student's power. As Earl's body landed on the drum, the numbers started to rise until it eventually stopped at 20. The group watching this knew she was strong, but the machine had only confirmed their fears. The group had no intention of fighting back after seeing Aaron Powers. They knew their place was under someone like her. However, she didn't care. She then placed both of her hands on the ground and a trail of ice started to appear, traveling across the floor, eventually reaching the group's legs and freezing them all in place. Now, which one of you is going to tell me what I want to know first? Aaron said. Layla, having witnessed the whole thing, was amazed. She knew Aaron's strength, especially after training with her and seeing her fight before, but it always seemed like whoever she went up against was no match for her. Although she had a power level of 5, she seemed to be much stronger than that. Layla had seen a couple of level 5 users before, but they weren't this skillful in using their abilities. Aaron then started to walk up to one of the students whose legs were frozen. It was the man who had let his tongue slip earlier, and Earl had given him a scolding. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and slowly the ice from his legs started to rise and cover his body. Wait, I'll tell you everything. I don't know where Peter is. He was meant to meet us here a while ago, but he never showed up. Why is Peter hiding? Layla asked. Don't tell them, Ben, Earl shouted, still stuck on the machine. If you do, you're out of the gang. Aaron then gathered another ice spear in her hand and threw it once again, this time aiming for Earl's leg. It seemed like she had thrown the spear with more force. As the spear stuck into his leg, Earl screamed in pain, and the numbers once again started to rise on the machine. This time, the numbers went beyond 20 and rose up to 30. The commotion was starting to cause the attention of other students who were busy practicing away in the arena as well. 30. I've never got a number that high. Just how strong is she? But Layla knew this wasn't her full strength. At the test site, her strength alone had reached up to the number 50. She was still going easy on these students. Aaron then looked at Ben and started to form another spear. The next one goes in one of your holes, and I still need the one you're speaking from. Crazy was the only thought Ben had. Who cares if he was no longer a part of Earl's gang? As long as he worked hard in school, he could slowly move his way up the ladder. This was not worth the pain. Wait, please. Peter, we're not sure exactly what happened, but we heard he pushed Vorden into a portal. That's all we know. We don't know why Quinn is missing as well. Of course, Earl was the one who was behind everything. He and his group had given Peter the instructions to push Vorden into the portal. When they had heard the news that 2 students were missing and confirmed Vorden was one of them, they thought Peter had done what he asked. Unknown to them, Peter hadn't actually pushed Vorden, but Quinn instead. After hearing their answers, Aaron did as she said and walked away from the group. Wait! Aren't you going to free us? Ben shouted. The ice will melt in a couple of hours, or maybe someone in the room with an ability can help you. That's your punishment for making me wait instead of telling this girl what she wanted straight away. As Aaron walked off, exiting out of the training center, Layla quickly followed behind her. Thanks for that. That wasn't for you. I just hate it when guys think they're better than us. Better show people like that their place. Although Layla didn't completely agree with Aaron's methods, she knew she wasn't the type to abuse her power to those who were weaker than her. But Layla had something else on her mind. Did Peter really push Vorden into the portal? And if Quinn was missing as well, did that mean he went in after them? She dreaded the thought that there was the chance that the 2 of them could have ended up on some unknown planet. Even worse, she feared that Quinn might have grown too hungry and had no choice but to dine in on his friend. Just then, though, as the two of them were about to exit through the doors. The door opened inward, and a familiar face was seen. It was Peter. Immediately seeing Layla standing there, Peter went running off, but Erin had reached out and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back. She then slammed him up against the wall, before he could even think about running away again. She placed her hands on his and started to freeze him. He was now held up in place on the wall. Seeing Peter here must have meant he was planning to meet up with Earl and the others, and judging by his strange actions, what they had said might have been true, but Layla needed to hear it from his own mouth. "Peter, tell us the truth. Did you really push Vorden into the portal?" she asked. "What are you going to do, hit me?" Peter replied, "Because trust me, I have already had my fair share of pain. Whatever you plan to do to me, go ahead. I guarantee you I have already experienced any pain you can think of." Erin then started to form a small little needle-shaped ice pick in her hand. "Really, I'm sure there are a few places I could stick this in which would leave you wishing you'd kill yourself." Layla then motioned for her to put the ice pick down, and was starting to think Erin had other problems. "Peter, I thought they were your friends, you know. Every day Quinn would ask about how you were to me. He told me that if I ever saw anything strange to come back to him. Why didn't you just tell him? Or even just tell us what was happening?" "You don't know. What would happen if I told you guys? You'd go beat them up, then what? They would just come back for revenge, but do you think they would go after you, Erin, or Vorden?" "No, of course not. They would go after me. So you say you can protect me, but for how long? Could you keep an eye on me 24 hours of the day, and then what happens when I leave this academy and you guys aren't there? My whole life has already been decided for me even before I arrived here." Peter then started to break down into tears. "I didn't want to do it. I didn't have a choice." Layla had clenched her fist and was ready to punch Peter in the face. She couldn't believe after all Quinn had done for Peter behind the scenes, and although she didn't like Vorden. She knew Vorden cared for him too. Seeing Peter's tearful face, she dropped her hand down to her side. "You're not even worth hitting, Peter. You disgust me." She then turned and walked off and had one last word. "You always have a choice," inside one of the meeting rooms located in the first-year building. A meeting had been called. Currently sitting at the head of the table was Nathan, and by his side was Faye, who had been in charge of the investigation of the missing 2 students. As they waited, several other teachers started to enter the room. Dell, who was Vorden and Quinn's homeroom teacher, Leo, who was the beast weapons teacher, and finally Haley, the school's doctor. Nathan didn't want word to spread out about what had happened since the first-year students were his responsibility. Therefore, he called his most trusted sergeant by his side to inform them of what his plans were. "Faye, would you please inform the others of why they have been called here today?" Nathan asked. Faye then stood up with a report held in her hand. "As you have been made aware, 2 of our students have gone missing, and due to that, we have had to delay the first year's outing. However, if this was a simple missing persons case, we would not have called you all out here today." Faye then pressed a button on her controller and a hologram appeared, revealing a certain planet, and around it, there were 2 moons. The missing students seemed to have entered into a portal, but not just any portal, a red portal. The faces of the others started to drop as they heard the news. How or why we do not know, but one of the students was Vorden Blade, an original from a powerful family. The mission is not to bring him back alive, but to at least bring his body back. That way the family can say their goodbyes and it should calm down their anger. "What about the other student?" Leo asked. "The other student is not a priority. He goes by the name of Quinn Talon, a weak level 1 with no family and orphan. There is no need to worry about him." "Do you know where the portal leads to?" Haley asked. "As you can see in the diagram, the red portal leads to an abandoned planet named Pioletic. It was one of the very first planets the human race had ever created a shelter on. It was safe for the most part, but as the place was filled with weak beasts. However, that was until a year had passed and nightfall had come. Beasts stronger than we had ever seen before came and attacked the shelter. We had no choice but to abandon the place. Faye explained. This is why we have called you four, Nathan said as he stood up. The four of you will head out through the red portal immediately. Don't worry, our latest reports say that the beasts that attacked the shelter have long since moved on. The place is mostly filled with Rataclaw scum and the odd intermediate beast here and there. Dell then slammed his fist onto the table. Why should we risk our lives for a couple of students who may have just jumped into the portal themselves? Would you like to be the one to go to the Blade family and explain to them why their son has died and gone missing? How even though we insisted on these watches to keep track of where they are, we still weren't able to keep an eye on them? Nathan said, This is an order, not a request. Meanwhile, Layla was still worrying over Quinn. Now that she knew he had most likely gone through a portal, her worries only started to double. Don't worry too much, Aaron said. If Vorden is with him, he will protect his friend. Of course, unless they went through a red portal, that is. But she was more worried that Vorden might be used as an emergency ration during the trip more than anything. Without any food or water supplies with them, perhaps Quinn would suck him dry. As they were walking through the hallway, they noticed that a group of students were gossiping, and as they walked past, they heard Vorden's name being mentioned. What did you say? Layla asked. Would you mind repeating that? The girl looked slightly nervous as Layla was directly in her face. We were just talking about the missing students. Dumbo here has the ability of superhearing, and had heard in on the meeting saying that Vorden was stuck on a red portal planet. After hearing those words, Layla felt her blood pressure suddenly rise. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have jinxed it, said Aaron. Do you remember anything else? The name of the planet? If another student went with them? Aaron said now, shaking Dumbo, who was standing next to the female student. Yeah, they said the planet's name was Pyoletic, and they said something about Quinn being there as well. Layla then got out of Dumbo's face and immediately started rushing towards her room. I'm sorry, Aaron. I've got to run somewhere. Thanks for all the help. I wonder what that was all about. With her two teammates stuck in another world and nothing else for Aaron to now do, she decided she would continue training while she waited for them to return. Layla had rushed off towards her dorm room as quick as she could after hearing about what planet they were on. As she entered the room, she locked the door behind her and placed a chair on the handle. Her roommate luckily wasn't in at the moment, which meant she was free to do what she had planned. She then bent down under her bed and pulled out a small little box. As she opened the box, a circular black sphere-shaped ball was inside. I already checked the room for any microphones and there didn't seem to be any, said Layla. I guess the other families really did put pressure on them not to invade privacy so much. She then tapped the top of the sphere and a clicking sound was heard. A white ring started to light up and went around in circles for a few seconds before it finally completely lit up. Agent 83, what seems to be the problem? A voice said from the ball. Is it to do with the mission? I have found someone who will be a great help to our cause. However, it appears he is stuck somewhere. Would you be able to check if there are any agents on a planet named Pyoletic? Layla asked. Give me a few moments. I'm afraid all our agents have left that planet a while ago. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, that is it. Thank you, Layla said. Then may I wish you luck in your mission. May Pure be with you. May Pure be with you, Layla replied. On planet Pyoletic, it was still nighttime outside, and it still would be for another 6 months. The two moons shone brightly on the shelter, showing signs of a great battle that had once taken place. Inside the training center in the dome-like building, a single boy was alone on his knees, tears running down his face. Was that really Quinn? Vorden asked. What happened to him? He looked so ugly, Rotten said. Shut up, the little one screamed. The little one then immediately left the chair inside the dark room, leaving it open for Vorden to take control once again. As he left the chair, he went into dark space and sat down on the floor. He held his hands over his knees and started rocking backwards and forwards. "I did it again," he mumbled. "I hurt another one." Now that Vorden was back in control, the tears had suddenly stopped. Vorden lifted himself off the ground and started walking forward. "You do know he will be like that for a while now," Rotten said. "I know, but we have more serious problems to worry about. If that really is Quinn, what happened to him? And can we even help him turn back?" Vorden then stopped walking forward as he had reached the torn-apart body on the floor in the stands. All that was left of Ian was his 2 legs that had been torn from the waist down. "Well, at least you aren't the one that has to kill him anymore," Rotten said. He then continued to walk forward, following the trail of blood. The beast had taken the top half of the body, which left a trail behind which made it easy to follow. "Hey, wait! Check the man's trousers. He had that advanced tier beast crystal, don't you remember? Now that he's dead, we may as well take it." Although Vorden didn't like disrespecting the dead, and didn't often agree with Rotten, in this case, it made sense to not let such a precious thing go to waste. People's abilities only went so far. Apart from original abilities, the ones that were known to the public went up to 8. But even beyond the level 8, there was a power difference between them all, and the simple reason for that was beast crystals. The equipment that could be made from different beast crystals could heavily sway the favor of the fight to one person. It was the whole reason why the Pure Group was such a threat to begin with, even though they chose not to use abilities. After searching Ian's trousers, though, there was no such luck and no crystal was found. "Do you really think it's a good idea to follow that thing?" Rotten asked. "I need to see if that thing was really Quinn. You know, if I don't, the little one will punish us." Vorden then looked around and held out his hand. Attracting one of the chairs formed the stands and held it in his hands. He held it in front of him like a shield as he walked forward. "Like that's really going to do anything. Did you see the same monster as I did?" Rotten complained. "Why does he put an idiot like you in charge?" The bloodsucker continued to drag Ian's body across the floor, looking for somewhere safe to eat its meal. It turned and turned several corridors until it finally arrived at what looked like resting quarters. As it approached one of the rooms, there was a metal door in front, blocking it, and next to it was another access code machine. The beast looked at the door and kicked with all its strength, causing the door to go flying into the back of the room. The room was mostly empty as it was only designed for temporary stay. The only thing that was in there was a single bed, a sink in the corner, and a desk. It then went to the back of the wall before sitting down. It continued to handle Ian's body like some type of rag doll, turning him around until he was in position. Then finally it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 of its large fangs, and bit into Ian's neck. 35-100, 42-100. As the beast continued to suck Ian's blood, a notification screen appeared, slowly rising up until eventually the number had hit 100. 100-100. Sufficient blood has been consumed. Transformation will now end. Your mind is starting to stabilize. Just then, shooting pain once again started to enter Quinn's body, only this time it was starting to revert back to normal. His claw-like hands began to shrink down and go back to shape to what they once were. His incredibly tight skin softened around his body and face. His ears were no longer pointed, and his teeth, too, returned to normal. And finally, the white in his eyes could be seen once again. As his body returned to normal, he started to huff and pant heavily. His whole body was sore, and his mind was ringing like crazy. Then images started to flash into his head, everything that he had done while he was the bloodsucker. Even though he had no control, he felt like he was there every step of the way. "Vorden! What's he doing here?" Then more images started to flash into his head, and finally, he remembered slicing a man in half. As he opened his eyes and the ringing pain had stopped in his head, he looked in front of him. He could see a half-torn, eaten man with 2 large puncture wounds on his neck. "That was me!" First human killed high-level user detected reward. instant level up. Although Quinn was still in shock that he had killed a human for the first time, he didn't have much time to think about it, as the system had hit him with multiple messages at once, and there were even more to come. Congratulations, you are now level 10. Evolution process has begun. Evolution process. Just then, Quinn's heart started pounding harder than before. His veins all around his body started to show as the blood rushed through. Quinn could feel every little part of his body, but it wasn't a nice feeling. It felt like his blood was made of spikes, and as it went through and around his body, he could feel it tearing everything apart. Just then, a footstep was heard entering the room. Vorden had arrived. Quinn? The room looked like a prison cell brawl gone bad. Inside was the top half of Ian's body on the floor, blood still oozing from the bottom half and his guts spilling out. If Vorden had never seen a scene like this before, it would cause a normal person to throw up all over the place. Then when he looked up, he could see Quinn kneeling on the floor in pain. It was as he thought. The creature that attacked him before was him. Although he no longer looked like the beast anymore, it was clear, the damaged uniform, the dead body on the floor. "Hey, Quinn, are you all right? Is something wrong? Do you need anything?" Vorden asked. "Get away!" Quinn groaned out as the pain continued to shoot through his whole body. "Maybe I can help?" "I said get away!" Quinn's voice sounded deep and dark, and as he lifted his head, Vorden could see his eyes were now glowing red. "Hey, Vorden, I think you better listen to the kid. He could be turning into that thing again," Rotten said. But it was too late. Vorden had taken one step too many and was now within striking distance. Quinn lashed out, flinging his arm at Vorden. However, he was able to lift his metal chair up in time, blocking the attack, but it didn't do much. The metal chair was immediately ripped by Quinn's hands, and the attack managed to craze Vorden's chest, flinging him backwards. "Blood!" Quinn screamed. "Give me blood!" The smell coming of Vorden's chest was so sweet. "What did I tell you? That chair was useless!" Rotten complained. "Quick, seal the door shut!" Vorden no longer hesitated, and using his abilities, he pulled the broken door back in place, and using all his powers, quickly sealed it up. Quinn was no longer chasing after Vorden, but instead knelt on the floor, crying in pain. Vorden stayed there with his hands held up, holding the door in place, fear that whatever was inside or whatever was happening to Quinn would come out again and attack him. The screams continued for a good 15 minutes until they eventually died down and stopped. "Quinn?" Vorden called out softly, hoping not to startle him. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah," Quinn replied. "Just give me a few moments. I'll let you know when it's okay." The pain had finally stopped, and Quinn really did need a few minutes to get a hang of everything, for the system was revealing so much new information to him in one go. Congratulations! Evolution was successful. You are now a vampire. Level 10. Race Vampire, 0-100, EXP, HP 60-60. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Stamina, 15. Charm, 5. Blood family, bonus, 0. Just looking at his status screen alone, so much had changed. Quinn had yet to put his extra stat point, but it seemed like 2 more options were added to the stats screen, the first one being the charm stat and the second being a blood family bonus. Although with no explanation, Quinn was clueless to what these 2 things did. But what he did understand was that he had gone from a halfling into a full-fledged vampire now. Quinn had expected this change might have happened as he continued to level up. He only hoped that it didn't happen so soon, for there was the worry, now that he was a vampire instead of a halfling, what happened when he stepped into the sun. However, there were even more messages to come from the system. Skill. Blood Ritual unlocked, 0-2 members. New skill, Daze. This skill has no cost and can be used on the opponent to stun them between 0.2 seconds and 0.5 seconds at a time. Must have direct eye contact with the opponent. The skill has a chance of failing, depending on the strength of the enemy and on the user's charm points. The more the skill is used on an opponent, the higher chance they have off resisting. 2 new skills had been unlocked, although there was no description at all for the first one, which just left Quinn confused. However, now he knew there was some use for the charm stat. But the messages didn't stop there. Shop has been unlocked. New tutorials have been unlocked. System Level 2 will now activate. Just then, a screen had appeared in front of Quinn, and once again it was the handsome blonde man he had seen the last time. The man who had taught him the hammer strike and the flash step. "Congrats," the man said. "You have now officially joined the family. I thought maybe a simple human wouldn't be able to make it this far, but it looks like my little experiment was a success. Now that the system has been upgraded to Level 2, I had a good friend of mine install an AI system with my voice. It's amazing, right? Now you'll never feel alone again. And if you ever have a question about the system, just ask." What? Quinn thought. Why wasn't the system like this from the beginning? Now you're probably thinking, why didn't I design it this way from the very beginning? The truth is, you needed to be able to get this far on your own. From your own mistakes along the way, they can only make you stronger. For some reason, Quinn felt the urge to punch the man if he ever met him in real life. Now, before I leave you, although the AI system will help you answer any questions you have about the system, it is not able to go beyond that, so here are my final recorded words. I'm sorry, but now that you are a vampire, others will come looking for you. They have already blended into society, so it's almost impossible to tell who is one and who isn't. If you want to live a life of freedom as I did, then get stronger, create a force of your own, and fight back. Good luck, my friend. With that, the recorded message had ended, and the screen had disappeared. Quinn had many questions he wanted to ask the man, but he knew it was impossible. With the new system upgrade and the shop unlocked, he wanted to check out all the new things. But as he looked at the dead body in front of him, reality had hit him. I'm really not human anymore, am I? Quinn wanted to get stronger to protect himself and others from the abuse of those above, but now he had just killed a man. But for some reason, he didn't feel sad about it. In fact, it felt like it was just something he needed to do to survive. Before Quinn was to check out all the new things the system had reviled, there was one more problem he needed to face, and it was on the other side of the door. It was time to confront Vorden. Around 10 minutes had passed since Vorden had last heard Quinn say anything, but he preferred this over the screaming Quinn. Before he felt like at any second a rampage might start up from him. But right now, he was relaxed and no longer had his hand held up holding the door. He leant up against the door with his back propped up against it. "Hey, what are we still doing here?" Rotten asked. "Any second now that guy could be eating us, I don't understand." "But he isn't, is he?" Vorden replied. "Do you think he couldn't have eaten us just now, to be honest? I don't even think me holding up the door with my ability would have been enough to stop him." He then lifted his hand across his chest. The wound had dried up and was starting to scab over. Then movement from the other side of the door was heard as Quinn started to lift himself up from the ground. "Vorden, you still there?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, I'm here. You all right now?" "Yeah, I'm okay. You probably want to know what just happened, don't you?" "Well, I would be lying if I said no." Quinn then took a deep breath as he prepared to tell Vorden the whole tale. It was hard for him. Unlike Layla, who had been so accepting of it, not everyone was like her, and he was afraid of Vorden's reaction. He slowly started at the beginning about how he had obtained a book, and after using it felt different all of a sudden. Quinn then went on to explain the events at school, and even things that happened with Layla, all up to the point where he had arrived in the portal world, eventually turning into the bloodsucker. There were some details he decided to leave out, though. There was no reason for him to reveal that his ability was like a system, but only that he grew more powerful with blood. He also left out everything to do with the system, including the mysterious blonde-headed man. These mysterious was his own problem to deal with, and he only needed to tell Vorden what he needed to. There was silence between the two for a few moments as Quinn finished his story. Vorden was, of course, shocked by the whole thing. Vampires. He didn't even know there were such things, and if Quinn had told him this before, he would have thought he had gone mad. But Vorden had seen it. He had seen what Quinn had turned into, and Ian's dead body in the room was proof of that. "You know, I knew you were different from the moment I met you," said Vorden. "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "Do you know how abilities work? Every person has a number of mutant cells inside their body that they can activate. The more cells a person can activate, the stronger their ability level. My ability allows me to replicate these cells from one person into my own body. That's why if someone is only a level 1 Earth user, I can only copy the same number of mutant cells from them. But when I shook your hand, I felt the different cells in your body, Quinn. Just for whatever reason, I couldn't replicate them. It tried and tired, forming and breaking down, but every time they would end up in failure. It was the first time something like that had ever happened. Are you scared of me, Vorden?" "Scared, Quinn. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want others to know. Some more so than others. It's understandable why you hid it. The government, military, and the big families would all be trying to get their hands on you, trying to use your power for themselves." Vorden then turned around and moved the metal door out and into the corridor. The metal door was placed to the side, and when he lifted his face, his mouth remained wide open. To his surprise, Quinn looked almost like a completely different person. He had a whole new energy surrounding him. Quinn had grown a few inches in height, his skin looked super smooth, and had gone slightly pale, while his face looked a little more masculine. "Now, this might be a tough one to explain," Vorden said. Before leaving the room, Vorden went to check on Ian's body. He continued to search and search, but could find no sign of the advanced tier crystal. Was he lying about it? But what he did see was 2 bite marks on the neck of Ian. Right now, Quinn looked completely normal, but looking at the bite marks on Ian's neck. It reassured him that everything Quinn said was the truth. The two of them went looking around until they had come across a toilet. Inside was a mirror for Quinn to look at himself. The changes weren't so drastic that you couldn't tell it was Quinn, but it looked like he had just gone on a 12-week model training course. They continued to walk around and ended back in the arena where the two of them fought. The two looked at the mess they had caused, Quinn thinking about when he was a bloodsucker and Vorden thinking about the little one. There were scarps of metal all over the place, multiple broken chairs, and across the floor, blood. For now, Quinn was full from his last meal, and he also had mained to fill up his blood bank. Based on Ian's information, the portal was most likely to be in this building, a secret switch of some sort hidden somewhere, but the two of them had no clue where that would be. After searching around for a while and no success, the two of them sat down on the arena floor. Quinn asked why Vorden was even here in the first place, and gave the simple reply of, "I came after you." Although they didn't stay on the subject for long, as it seemed Vorden kept steering away from the conversation. Quinn assumed it had something to do with Peter, and right now that was the last person the two of them wanted to speak about. That's when Vorden's stomach started to growl. It had been a while since he had eaten the last food pill. "You hungry?" Quinn asked. "Aren't you?" For a second, there was another awkward silence between the two. "If you want, I can give you some of my blood," Vorden said. "You know, I do eat normal food as well." The two of them started to laugh and joke about a few things as time passed by. "It's a shame you can't use your abilities in school. If it was a normal ability, my family could offer you protection. The military wouldn't try hurting you." Although Quinn could try pass of the vampire abilities as something normal, there was the problem that there was no skill like it. They would immediately assume he was an original, and there was now something that worried him even more. On the video the system had shown, the blonde man stated others would now be looking for him. Were others referring to other vampires? If so, he needed to keep this a secret even more so than before. From the sound of the video, they didn't sound like they would be welcoming to him. Then something clicked in his head. There was something he could learn that wasn't a part of his vampire skills. The Level 6 ability book, the Shadow Book. While Vorden continued to search the arena for some type of secret exit, Quinn was pretending to look for one as well while walking around. Instead, he wanted to inspect the ability book he had received earlier from the metal container. As soon as he thought about his inventory, a screen appeared in front of him. Then, when just thinking about the item, the system would come up with a message. Would you like to take out the Level 6 Shadow Ability Book? This time, rather than a monotone, robotic voice the system usually played in his head, it was the annoying, energetic blonde man's voice. Inspect Level 6 Shadow Book can only be learnt by those that have been blooded. As Quinn used his inspect skill, a weird word had been added at the end. Blooded? Was that another name for vampires, perhaps? When Quinn tried the other ability books, he wasn't able to learn any of them. It started to make Quinn ask more questions about the book. Why did the military keep such a high-level book locked away? Was it because everyone had died, or were they planning to sell it off for the future? Either way, he had never heard of someone possessing a shadow ability before. Just then, the annoying voice was heard again. So it looks like you want to learn more about the book, huh? Well, I can tell you if you want. Do you want to know? The AI system seemed to be just as annoying as the man himself. Please, Quinn said while gritting his teeth. Your guess is correct. Blooded refers to those that have been blessed or cursed, whichever way you want to look at it, with vampire blood. It doesn't matter if they're a halfling, a vampire lord, or even a ghoul. As long as they possess some of the vampire's blood, they are able to learn these abilities. Do you know why the book was here? I have no clue. The AI system had surprisingly answered in great detail. It was like the blonde man said. While the inspect skill was able to tell him information about items, his system would clarify things to him related to the system. Quinn was still unsure about whether to learn it or not, as he still needed more information, and it seemed like the AI was the perfect person to ask. Is this the only ability book vampires can learn? And can vampires learn more than one ability? Just like humans, vampires are only able to learn one ability. Whether or not there are other ability books out there like this, who knows? There may be some stronger, they may be some weaker. The AI system was only an AI system after all. Even though the man sounded intelligent with a stupid voice, it was limited to what it could answer. The problem was, if this truly was another ability that Quinn was unable to use in the outside world, he didn't want it. Another ability that the world didn't know about meant he would be targeted. However, the question remained if there even was an ability that vampires could use as well as humans. Quinn had asked the AI more questions, hoping to get an answer it had no clue and would just reply back with sarcastic answers. With that being said, there was one person in the room that was knowledgeable about these things, and he might just know about the shadow ability. Vorden. Although the system stated blooded were the only ones that could learn it, maybe there were other vampires out there that had used the ability before. As the two pasted by each other while making their rounds around the stadium, Quinn popped the question. Vorden, have you ever heard of an ability that uses shadows? Shadows. Honestly, my gut instinct would be no, or at least not the world anyway. But you were honest with me, so it's time I'll be honest with you, said Vorden. The two of them then sat down a few chairs apart in the stadium. One of the rows that hadn't been trashed formed the fight. Remember when I said earlier how I kept an eye on you because I couldn't copy your ability? Well, you're not the first one, or not the first one in our family, said Vorden. As you know, I'm an original, so our powers have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. In my great-grandfather's journal, there was a time he said he had come across another user with an ability. Now, back then, this was rare. The whole world still didn't know humans had super capabilities. But each time we would come across one, our family would log it, especially since our ability relied on others. For the first time, he had come across someone's ability he couldn't copy. So, is that why you were so interested in me? Vorden's face started to go a little red as he was embarrassed hearing those words. When you say it like that, it sounds a little strange. I assure you I don't think of you in that way, Vorden said awkwardly. But then his face went serious. Now that I told you, tell me, how would something the public not know about? Would you know about? At the moment, Quinn lifted the ability book in his hand, which had the words Shadow Ability written across it. For a second, Vorden had to rub his eyes to check he wasn't seeing things. He thought perhaps Quinn might have learnt something when he turned into a vampire about it, but to actually have the ability book in his hand itself. Whoa! You actually found it! I was sure it would have been an original skill, but there was actually an ability book. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's learn it now. We have all the time in the world, and we're stuck here doing nothing. Well, I really did want to learn it, but the problem is, if I did, others would be after me just like they would for the vampire ability. Vorden started to think long and hard if there was anything he could do to help him. Then his master plan had come to him. I think we can use the situation we're in to your advantage, said Vorden. The school must know by now that we have been sent to another planet, a red portal planet at that. There are things that have been undiscovered on these planets all the time. You can just say you found the book here, that you learnt it for your survival. They all know you're level 1 trash. Vorden paused for a moment after saying those words. I mean, they all think you're just a level 1, right? I'll say while we were in the portal world, I protected you, and as payment, after learning the skill, you decided to hand the book over to me. That way the people will no longer be bugging you for it, but my family instead. Vorden smiled as if he had just cracked the toughest case in a mystery novel. Are you sure your family will be okay with that? For a split second, Quinn thought he had seen Vorden's face drop, but when he blinked and looked again, it was completely normal. Yeah, they'll be fine. With the plan or set, let's get to learning that ability book. I can't wait to see the faces of everyone when we get out of here. If we get out of here, Quinn said. Do you have to be so negative? Vorden and Quinn stood opposite each other in the center of the stadium, not too far from each other so they could hear each other without having the need to shout. Now, what I'm about to tell you they would probably teach you at the school later on anyway, but I'm going to tell you now because it should be helpful when learning the ability book. Vorden then started to use the magnetism ability he had obtained from Ian. He pulled over a small bolt and began to levitate around in his hand. Everyone knows about the power level system. There are 8 levels in total. These levels are actually determined by how many mutant cells you are able to activate in your body and not actually determined by strength. Let's take the Earth ability as an example. Someone with a low number of cells is only able to transform the Earth they can hold in their hand, while a level 5 Earth user might be able to lift the Earth from the ground without touching it. These type of ability books contain information on how to activate more mutant cells for your specific type of ability. But if the power levels don't actually determine strength, then why the test when we started school? Quinn asked. Good question, said Vorden. The test the military gives you is actually to put you into the subcategories they created, the 1.1, 1.2, etc. This can sometimes be determined by what skills you have as well. Vorden then lifted up his wristwatch and showed him the number currently displayed, which said 6 on it. Quinn was suddenly confused because he was sure he had seen the number 5 on it before. These watches are the answer. The watches they put on us are able to determine the number of mutant cells in our body. Before even taking the test, they knew what level we were at. They simply just set the watches to an off mode the moment we arrived. When I use my ability, I also copy the number of mutant cells in their body, which is why the watch now shows the number 6. Quinn seemed to be learning so much, it just proved that the information that was reveled to originals compared to the rest was different. This also further confirmed that Quinn being a vampire wasn't an ability. The number on his watch had never changed, or maybe it was the fact that his cells were no longer human. Think about it. Not every test is able to determine someone's strength. Some abilities allow you to tell if someone is telling the truth, some allow super hearing, and some can help you see into the future. Although these might not be strong fighting abilities themselves, they require a high number of mutant cells to activate in the first place, and now that brings me to your book, Vorden said as he pointed towards it. Not everyone can activate a high number of cells. Some ability books are just too high for people to learn. They try, but they will never be able to succeed. To put it simply, their fate was decided for them at birth. It might take a while before we can tell if you have the ability to learn it or not. It sounded harsh, but what Vorden was saying was true. He had heard examples of rich CEOs who had bought their kids high-level ability books, only to be disappointed when they weren't able to succeed. Now we move on to the second problem. Even though you have the ability book, what about skill books? With no skills, you will most likely only be able to unlock 1/10 of its power. But don't let that get you down. The ability books and skill books are only shortcuts to learning these things in the first place. When the originals discovered their powers, they had no books. They learnt and discovered everything themselves. Quinn thought about everything Vorden had said. He further went on to explain that each book would explain a technique that could be used to mutate a specific type of cell. The higher the ability book, the more information it would reveal about the method used. Some abilities just didn't have lower levels and required people to have a high number of mutant cells to use them. There was another little bit of information he reviled, but decided to not go into too much detail. It was the fact that your soul weapon also had something to do with the number of mutated cells in your body as well. This would determine how strong of a soul weapon you had. The example Vorden gave was Momo. Although Momo's ability wasn't too strong in a fight, his soul weapon was incredibly powerful as a level 6 ability user. Vorden had explained that learning a level 6 ability book of the Bat would take months to learn, but while here they could get a head start. But Quinn thought differently. There was one thing Vorden didn't know, and it was his vampire abilities also worked like a system. He touched the book once more, and the system message popped up again. Would you like to learn the level 6 shadow ability? There was no going back after this. Yes. The book then lifted into the air, and the pages started turning and flashing in front of him. Suddenly, there was the sense of déjà vu. Vorden stood on the sideline and took a step back. He had never seen anything like this happen before. Then finally, once all of the pages of the book had been flipped, it disappeared and vanished into thin air. Vorden immediately rushed over to Quinn, who was holding his head with his hand. What happened? Are you okay? Vorden asked. Yeah, I'm fine. As the pain in his head slowly went away, he looked up, and in front of his vision, he was greeted with multiple messages. Congratulations, you have learnt the level 6 shadow ability. You have now unlocked the Shadow Skills tab. You have unlocked the Mutant Cell stat. 10 skill points have been added. New shadow skill, Dimensional Storage, has been activated. New skill, Shadow Control, LV.1 has been added. The ability book had vanished once again, just like the old book he had received. This time, he had also been given an entirely new tab that was dedicated only to his shadow ability in his system. Hey, Quinn, what's wrong? Did something happen? Where's the book? Vorden asked. Quinn then went to tap his head a couple of times with his finger. Inside? Said Vorden. What? You mean it's inside your head? Quinn nodded. Vorden was surprised, but at the same time not. He had learnt so many crazy things today, and this one was probably one of the least shocking. He could imagine that maybe whoever created the shadow book might have put a condition on it. Maybe once it was learnt to vanish or disappear, it would also explain why many weren't found or how none were sold on the market. Vorden didn't ask too many questions and gave Quinn a few moments to sit down and rest. He didn't really understand what he meant by it was all inside his head. Of course, this was Quinn's way of getting around telling Vorden it was a system. Status race, vampire ability, shadow, HP, 55-55, MC 100-100, strength, 15, stamina, 15, agility, 15, charm, 5. The first thing he decided to do was check out his stats screen. One of the messages had stated he had obtained a new stat called Mutant Cells, or MC for short. Looking at his MC stat, it currently displayed 100 or 100. "System, can you explain the MC stat is to me?" "Ho ho," a cheery voice said. "The MC stat is how many mutant cells you currently have in your bod. Every time you use your ability, the MC numbers will go down, but worry not, for it will auto-regenerate itself over time." Quinn then looked at the two stat points he had obtained. One form leveling up to level 10, and then the other from when he had consumed Ian's blood. But when he tried to see what he could do with them, he was unable to increase his MC points, meaning it was a similar stat to his HP. The question was whether it would increase on its own, like his HP. "I can tell you the answer to that," the system said. "The answer is no. Those mutant cells have a cap in your body. This can only be increased by a certain technique specific to the shadow ability. You would either have to find a higher level ability book or a teacher." With that said, Quinn decided to put his stat points into strength and agility, as he has been doing so far. Right now, he only had one skill that required the use of charm, and he didn't know how useful it would be. Strength, 16, agility, 16. As he increased each stat point, he could feel the changes in his body ever so slightly. The feeling was starting to become addictive. But he was still a long way off from the others. Aaron, who was a level 5 ability user, was able to produce a score of 50 on the strength test. That was also without the use of any beast gear to improve herself. While Vorden was still giving him space and walking around the room, it also gave Quinn the time to check out a few of the other things he had unlocked earlier. First, there was a new tutorial video. There was a single video called Combination Skills. The video was a long watch as it took time to explain the process. Quinn didn't have time to watch it now and would watch it later. The next thing was the Shop tab. When selecting this tab, he was able to search by category, and there was a whole bunch of items, weapons, armor, rings, and all sorts. But there were no skill books or ability books. The only problem was all of the items were grayed out, not allowing him to select any of them. To the side of the screen, it showed his inventory, where he had 16 basic tier crystals, 1 intermediate crystal, and also an advanced tier crystal as well. He didn't know when he had obtained them, but at some point, he must have done. Was it while I was a bloodsucker? But Quinn couldn't remember killing anything other than Ian. It was the only explanation. When he had murdered Ian, did all his crystals transfer over into his system? The section to the right allowed him to select the item. He first chose the Rataclaw crystals. The shop auto sorted itself and gave a message in the center. No items can be made with these crystals. Then, when selecting the other 2 crystals, items had appeared up in the center this time. Although these items were still grayed out, but Quinn now knew the reason why. 3. Intermediate crystal required to create this item. The items required several crystals to make them. After searching through the shop more, he realized there were some weapons and items that only needed a number of crystals, while others were more specific and needed a specific type of beast crystal. When selecting the advanced tier crystal, the shop auto sorted itself once again, and a ring was shown on screen. 110. Advanced Tier Deathbat Crystals. Effects. Allows the user to walk in the sun for 3 hours without being affected by the sun. This was a fantastic discovery. While Quinn was planning to create an outfit that completely blocked out the sun, there was a ring in the shop that had the same effect. The only problem was it required him to kill 10 of these deathbats, which were advanced tier beasts. Thinking back to how he had nearly died from the intermediate beast, there was no way he would attempt to kill an advanced tier beast. Then there was a second problem. Beasts, especially on the higher tiers, were quite specific to what planet they lived on. At some point, if Quinn wanted to earn the ring from the shop, he would have to come back to this planet through the portal. All in all, the shop was a good find. Quinn started to question the AI system further on how the shop worked. and he had explained that as long as he brought the items that it asked for, it would be able to auto-create it and give it to him. This was another excellent find, as usually after obtaining beast crystals, you would have to take it to a beast weapons crafter who would charge for the making of the item. Then a question hit Quinn's mind. Crystals could only be turned into one type of item, which all had the same effect. The quality of the item created would depend on the crafter, but if the item was destined to be a ring, a sword was unable to be crafted from the same type of crystal. Did Ian know what item the Deathbat crystal would give him? And if so, why would Ian need such a thing? It might have not even been Ian in the first place, but whoever had hired him and taking down the Deathbats. With no way of getting any of the items from the shop, for now he decided it was time for him to check out the Shadow tab, a whole new section of his system that had been added as soon as he obtained the ability. Underneath the tab was a list of around 10 different skills. Each one grayed out apart from the 2 skills he had learned previously. Below he could scroll down further, but everything just appeared as several question marks. The first skill. Dimensional storage. This skill will allow the user to store items into its shadow storage. As long as there is a shadow nearby, you can take out and put in items as you wish. This includes your very own shadow underneath your feet. If only I had this skill sooner, Quinn thought. Back in the storage room, there were many items that Quinn wished to bring with him. There were multiple skill books and ability books that he had already converted into XP and wouldn't be able to gain anything again. At the time, he wished to bring them with him to at least sell on the marketplace, but was unable to carry them. If he wanted to do that now, it meant leaving from the safety of the training center and heading back outside where the beasts were. While Quinn's system allowed him to store crystals and specific ability books inside, it did not allow him to store anything else. So, the dimensional storage was a great skill to have. The second skill. Shadow Control Elvir 1 allows the user to control their own shadow. The description was short and didn't really reveal much. Even if he could control his own shadow, what use was that? But the significant difference with this skill compared to the last skill was the fact that it had a level by the side. If it was like Quinn's blood skills, then as long as he carried on using it, it would eventually level up, maybe even allowing him to create shadows or use his own shadows. Quinn then looked at the Skills tab again. At the moment, he was able to see 10 skill in total while the rest were covered. Next to each skill was a number. Shadow Cloak, Elvir 1, 10 skill points to unlock. There were multiple skills, but Shadow Cloak was the only one that he was able to unlock right now. He only had received 10 skill points and wondered how he would be able to obtain more. Judging by its name, perhaps the skill would be able to surround him like some type of shadow. He started to wonder if it would also be able to block out the sunlight, which made him feel so weak. His excitement got the better of him, and as long as he could unlock the other skills later on, what was there to worry about? You have successfully unlocked Shadow Cloak Elvir 1. This skill allows you to use your own shadow to surround you into the darkness. You opponents will struggle to see you depending on their level of perception, best used in the shadow or at night. It wasn't exactly what he was expecting, but it seemed like it was a type of invisibility cloak, one that would work well on beasts that were weak, but not those of a higher level. Quinn then stood up from the ground and was ready to test out his skills. He could see that Vorden was still walking around the stadium, seeing if he could find anything. It was hard for Vorden to see due to the lights being broken, and he didn't have the same type of vision as Quinn. That meant the whole room was dark. Perfect. Shadow Cloak activated 1 MC for every 10 seconds of use. His own shadow below started to lift up from the ground and slowly crept up his body, from his toes to his knees, all the way to the top strands of hair on his head. Now, when looking from the outside, a strange, foggy-like mist could be seen covering him. As Quinn walked around the arena, he could see that his MC stat was like a bar. While using the skill, it was slowly going down. He crept up slowly to Vorden in the stands going between the chairs, and it seemed his skill was working. While Quinn was stood around 10 meters apart, it looked like Vorden had no idea he was there. But then when he took another step closer, Vorden immediately jumped back and attracted a chair into his hand. Although Vorden was struggling to see what it was, he could feel strange energy disrupting the flow around him. The hairs on his body were standing up. Then when he concentrated, he could see something shifting in the air. Vorden went to repel the chair, throwing it in Quinn's direction. The chair flew right past and into the stands. "Hey, wait, it's just me," Quinn said as he deactivated his skill and could be seen ducked down. "What the hell, Quinn? You almost gave me a heart attack. Do you not remember just seconds ago I was fighting to the death against you?" Vorden complained. "I've been on high alert since." "Sorry," Quinn said as he let out a little nervous laugh. "But man, you already know how to use the shadow ability already? And that seemed like a skill?" Vorden asked, amazed. Usually, it would take months to learn how to use an ability and some skills even longer. Yet here Quinn was being able to handle everything straight away. "Like I said, when I read that book, it seems like all the information was inserted into my head. All I have to do is think about it, and I can do it." Vorden then walked over towards Quinn and took out his hand. "Do you mind this time?" Vorden asked. "Sure, go ahead." The two shook hands, and the same message had appeared as last time. "An ability has been detected. Ability has been blocked." "What's the meaning of this?" Quinn asked inside his head to the AI system. "The system will try its best to do whatever it can to help the user. It will tell you when abilities are being used on you and all sorts." "Can I temporarily cancel the feature?" Quinn asked. "It's not really a feature. It's just informing you of what your vampire body is naturally doing. Besides, even if the boy could copy your ability, he wouldn't be able to use it." "What do you mean?" "That skill book you used is specific for vampire cells. Inside your body right now are vampire mutated cells. This is the reason why he can't copy it. Your body structures are completely different. But you could always turn him into a blooded one? Would you like to activate skill blood ritual? Yes, no." Quinn was wondering what the blood ritual was after all. There wasn't much information revealed about it. But now that the system was offering for Vorden to become a blooded one, it all became clear to him. It was a ritual that would allow Vorden to turn into some type of vampire. Underneath the skill, it also had the number 02. This would assume that at most, he was only able to turn 2 people. This number might increase in the future, but for now, that was how it was. "I can't just turn Vorden into a vampire. He would have to deal with the same crap that I had to deal with." Quinn thought, maybe I needed it to make myself stronger, but for Vorden, who was already strong, there's no upside. A thought then came into his mind. The blonde man in the video had told him to grow his own army, and soon others would come for him. Was this what he was talking about? In the end, though, Quinn decided it wasn't his decision to make. Vorden had helped big time, and if he wanted to, then it was his choice. And it would be nice to have people to go through this with. "Hey, Vorden, if you had the option, or let's say I could turn you into a vampire, would you?" Quinn asked. "I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything like that, but the answer would be no," Vorden replied. "Being weak for most of the day, sure it's fine while we're on a planet like this, but besides, what would happen to my ability?" Quinn waited for the AI to answer his concern. The AI actually started to seem smarter than he first thought. From what he said earlier, and also giving him the option to use his skill, meant it was listening in on everything that was being said. "Fine. I can see you're waiting for an answer. His whole cell structure would change, and he would then become a vampire, or something like one anyway. Which, yes, would mean he would no longer have his ability. Not only that, but it might be a while before he could learn one as well." "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "You didn't learn the shadow ability the conventional way. There is no longer an ability book to learn from. It would be nearly impossible for you to teach it to him. Then you would have to wait until you found an ability book compatible with your vampire cells." "Yeah, Sorry, Vorden. It probably would get rid of your ability, Quinn said, scratching the back of his head. I just thought I would ask. You might have been one of those types obsessed with vampires. There are people like that? Vorden replied. The two of them then started to head down the stadium floor, an area that was designed for combat. They had been looking around the room for an hour now, and it seemed like they were unable to find a place where the portal could be. They needed to make a decision, whether or not to leave the training center and head outside to look for another place. But before deciding any of that, Quinn wanted to get the hang of his new skills. Vorden was also interested and thought he might be able to help since he had experience with using elemental abilities before. The first test was his dimensional storage skill. Just like with his other skills, all he needed to do was think about it in his head, and it would activate. While activated, the shadow from his own body started to wiggle and swirl about a bit. It looked like an ocean continually moving. Using a piece of metal he grabbed earlier, he slowly pushed it into his shadow, and the object started to sink in until it eventually disappeared. That's kinda neat, Vorden said, watching. Can you get it back out? Quinn then placed his hand into his shadow. As he did, his arm sunk into it, but he could feel nothing. He then thought of the piece of metal, and suddenly he could feel something in his hand. He pulled, and out came the piece of scrap metal. The two continued to do more tests with the dimensional storage. Quinn found out that not only his shadow could be used to gain access to things, but also Vorden's shadow, or any shadow, cast by the wall and buildings. When Quinn touched these shadows, they too would start to wiggle like his own shadow. The next test was to see if they could store items bigger than the shadow itself. Vorden gathered a bunch of chairs from the stadium and formed them into one giant flat metal circle. Then Quinn placed one hand on the circle while the other on his shadow to store the item. The shadow underneath his foot started to expand into the shadow created by the large circle. Eventually, the whole thing dropped inside. It seemed like the size of the item did not matter. And the good thing was it didn't take up any MC to use it. The next skill is the one Quinn was looking forward to the most, Shadow Control, a skill that didn't say much in terms of description. Shadow Control LV1 active. Then inside Quinn's mind, something had clicked. He felt like he had a new set of arms he could control. The shadow underneath his legs was alive and could freely move about. He lifted the shadow, and it was like a dark moving mist that continually surrounded him. I guess the skill is limited to just the shadow around you for now. It's like a level 1 Earth ability, said Vorden. I wonder why it needs so many mutant cells to activate and is considered a level 6. Using the shadow around him, Quinn was able to extend it out and lift the small piece of metal that he pulled from his dimension earlier. It was like controlling another person. After using it for a while, Quinn seemed to get the hang of it. He could move the shadow to go anywhere around his body, or he could form it into whatever he liked. Even weapons, but when changing it into a sword-like shape and trying to cut the metal, it did nothing but go around it. It seemed like the shadow sword did not have the same properties. Well, now that you got the hang of it, you want to spar a little? Vorden asked. Having the shadow just active and moving about didn't take much MC. It only took about 1 point of MC per minute, which meant he could play about and activate the shadow for around an hour and a half if he didn't use any other skills. This didn't change, no matter what he did with the shadow. However, there did seem to be one downside. While he was using his shadow control skill, he was unable to cast Shadow Cloak or even use his shadow dimension. The shadow underneath him was no longer there and was being controlled. If he activated Shadow Dimension, the shadow would immediately fall to his feet again. Now the two of them stood opposite each other, ready to have a friendly fight. Vorden this time had a couple of metal balls hovering around him instead of spikes. Be careful, Quinn. Although these might not be like the spikes, they can still do a lot of damage. It's all right, Vorden. My body can handle it. Not using his full strength, Vorden repelled the ball at a decent speed, heading towards Quinn. At that moment, he lifted the shadow from his feet to form a type of wall. As the two made an impact, the ball seemed to slow down. It started sinking through the shadow slowly, then part of it could be seen from the other side. Quinn stared at the ball carefully, and then when the ball had nearly passed through the shadow wall, it started to accelerate. Oh! The ball left the shadow wall and slammed right into Quinn's stomach, falling to the ground. Ah! Quinn shouted as he tried to breathe in some air. Well, I wasn't expecting that, Vorden said. Try again. Quinn groaned. Vorden then fired the second ball of metal, and once again Quinn lifted up his shadow shield, and the same result had appeared. Only this time, Quinn moved to the side, allowing the shadow to stay where it was before moving the shadow. The ball then carried on moving forward and banged into the stadium wall. Let's see how physical attacks work, Vorden said as he moved forward and swung a long metal pipe he had in his hand. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked again, and the same thing happened, however. Vorden was easily able to pull the object away from the shadow and attack in a new place. He also noticed that the shadow was only covering Quinn's front and was not big enough to go around his back. If he was to use his attract skill on one of the metal balls, he would easily be able to hurt Quinn right now. Vorden continued to attack with the metal pipe, and Quinn continued to block moving the shadow in the areas where Quinn was attacking. That's when he released something. Every time Quinn would hit his shadow, his MC points would go down by a chunk or so. The same thing had happened when he threw out the balls. The stronger the attack, it seemed the more MC points would be used from the shadow. Then, when Vorden was about to attack one more time. "Wait, stop, Vorden!" Quinn shouted. His shadow had vanished, and he had run out of MC points. The shadow acted as a type of shield. It wasn't solid enough to block attacks, but would be able to slow them down. Later, when Quinn's MC points were restored a little bit, he did a few other tests. If Vorden was close enough, he could use the shadow to grab onto him like an extra pair of hands, or even grab onto his legs, slowing him down. But there wasn't enough of the shadow to use it in both of these ways. He could simply either use the shadow to attack or to defend. "Well, I can see why your ability is a level 6 now," Vorden said. "I think it's more to do with how freely you can use the shadow, and my example would be the skills. Normally, a skill would just be a different type of attack, but your ability, your shadows can actually be used to do entirely new things. A separate storage space, masking you in the night and even as a defensive shield. It's almost as if you have 3 abilities combined into one." Quinn was happy with the results of the shadow ability, and hearing Vorden talk about made him feel even more confident. He couldn't wait to unlock the other skills in the shadow tab of his system. With the spar over, the two of them decided that once Quinn was fully rested and his MC points were back, they would exit out of the training center and go exploring again. After all, if they did nothing, they would soon start to starve, and Vorden didn't want another instance where Quinn got too hungry. It took around 30 seconds for Quinn to gain back a single MC point, so it would take around an hour for all of his points to be restored. Then they would make their move back to the outside. Outside, in the abandoned shelter, somewhere in the city between 2 broken-down buildings in the middle of the street. A specific area started to appear distorted. The space itself looked as if it was bending. Then little sparks of electricity were seen coming from it. Zap, suddenly, 4 people appeared holding hands together on the street. As soon as they saw where they were, they immediately let go. "Is everyone here?" Faye asked as she did a head count. The homeroom teacher Dell was here, although he was still wearing clothing like he was ready to teach. Then there was the Dr. Haley. She was dressed more appropriately with high-end beast gear all over. She didn't look like her usual self in her white robe and looked almost intimidating. It was what one would expect, as her father was one of the generals of the school. Then there was Leo. He was wearing light armor that fitted tightly to the skin, similar to Faye. Both of their abilities focused on speed, so it was important not to wear something too heavy. "All right, our goal is to find the children," Faye said. The rescue team had arrived. When entering the portal, as long as there was one on the other end, it would throw you somewhere within a 1-mile radius of another, as long as there was already a portal set up on the other end. The reason why the group were holding hands is to ensure that they would all be teleported to the same place. Unlike when Quinn and Vorden entered the teleporter one by one, they were chucked to different locations. On Del's back was a fairly large rucksack that looked quite heavy. As he walked with the group, Hit footsteps stomped the ground and his back was arched. "Why do I have to carry this thing?" Del complained. "Right now, you're the weakest of us four, right?" Faye replied, "So if you want us to protect you, it's best that you carry the portable teleporter." Del then looked at Haley, who was by his side, and even he had to admit she looked quite frightening for a doctor. She was in a full set of large beast gear, a frightening-looking chest piece that looked to have a face on it and spikes sticking out of the shoulder pads. On her back, she was carrying a large single great sword that was nearly the same size as herself. She almost looked like a professional traveler that went hunting in these types of places all the time. Rich people, that's what happens when your father is a general in the army, Del thought. Fine, I understand that, but why even the need to bring the portable teleporter in the first place? Isn't the teleporter fine on this end? Del asked. It's back up. Leo said, Look around you and look at this shelter. It was basically the size of a city. Don't you think they had people protecting it as strong as us? We might encounter a strong beast and have to make an emergency exit, or there might even be beast blocking the current portal. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Okay, with that said and done, let's head for the training center. It was the place the portal was last known to be, and we can see if it's safe or not. Leo will lead the way for us. I don't want to stay on this planet for long, and I don't want to find out what destroyed this shelter. Leo walked up front, and using his ability, the group were able to avoid trouble. In a way, although blind, his sight was better than the others. His ability allowed him to see an aura around things and see them in different colors. A beast's aura was always red, while humans' yellow. It also allowed him to see the aura through most objects, such as building walls and so on, allowing them to avoid any confrontation with beasts. However, if the group saw only a few Rataclaw that they could deal with, instead of taking the long route round, Leo and Faye would often head out and deal with them quickly. The two of them were both swordsmen. While Faye would use her longsword, Leo would use his katana blade, not even giving the rats a chance to live. As they continued to walk, Haley had a question on her mind after seeing the two of them deal with the rats. I always wondered, which of you two are stronger? Haley asked. The two up front suddenly froze, and Del looked at Haley like she had no sense of personal questions. Hey, you can't just ask something like that, Del whispered. Of course he was interested. Everyone was. These types of questions came up all the time. Faye and Leo were both of the same ranks, 2 of the 8 sergeants at the school. Talk always happened between the other teachers and soldiers about who was the strongest out of them all. This also happened regularly with the 3 generals. It's okay, Faye said. I can easily answer for you. It's Leo. I don't know if you two know this, but we had to practically beg him to join our ranks after the First War. Back then, he was only a private, but he had made so many accomplishments. It was unbelievable. He had one condition when joining the army. I would like to become a teacher. Leo didn't say anything after that. In fact, he never spoke much in the first place, but Del was still wondering how it was possible. Leo's ability was handy, sure, and it might be a high-level ability. But that was only because it required a high amount of MC to use, not because it was powerful, while Faye had the ability of super speed. If the two of them fought, there was no way he could see her losing. In the end, Del thought she must have just said that to be kind to her senior. Faye was still quite young, after all, only in her late 20s. Finally, the group had arrived just outside the training center. We'll make sure the portal is safe first, and then, after, we will go out looking for the kids, Faye said. The entrance looks clear, said Leo. They walked onward and eventually saw the dead Rataclaws just outside of the entrance. Not only that, but the entrance to the place was completely busted. It had been bent and mismangled, but was still covering the door. Faye went to the access machine and tried the code, The sound went off, indicating that it was unlocked, but the doors wouldn't move. They were too damaged. "What happened here?" Haley asked. "Do you think it was the kids?" "I think you mean kid," Dell added. "Only one of them has an ability, remember?" "Ah, Vorden the original, correct. His ability is to copy that of others. Although we don't really know how it works, it could be possible. If he copied a strong ability, then I could see him being able to kill these rats," said Faye. "Well, if we find Vorden, we can go home, right?" Dell asked. "Are you suggesting we leave and not bother looking for the other one?" Leo asked. "The mission stated to only find Vorden. Anyone else is considered a bonus. Would you risk your lives for one student?" "When I joined that war, what do you think I was doing?" Leo asked. "I was risking my life for the sake of everyone, for the sake of the human race's future, and you know what? That is these children." "Enough, you two," Faye snapped. "Technically, Dell is correct, but I see you are passionate about this. We will scout the nearby area using your ability. If we find nothing, then we leave. Fair?" Leo didn't say much and started to walk up to the door. He drew out his katana blade and readied himself. "Isn't that door made out of glathrium? It's one of the hardest materials we know of. It's why this training center remained unharmed in the first place?" Dell said, chuckling at the idiotic attempt Leo was about to make. "I'm assuming you wanted to know why Leo is stronger than I am?" Faye asked. Leo slashed the door with one swing. No sound was made, and it seemed like the door wasn't even touched. Then a few seconds later, a vertical slash was seen in the door, and the top half fell backwards onto the floor. "That's why," said Faye. After entering through the glathrium door, the group then went to lift the fallen part of the door up and place it back up. It was heavy, but with Haley's help, the door felt extremely light, and they managed to set it perfectly like a jigsaw puzzle. While it might not keep the beast out at least, it would deter them from entering. Dell, watching the whole thing, hated to think just how high a level of beast equipment Haley was wearing to be able to lift the door so easily. They continued to walk in the hallway, which was covered in darkness, although for Leo leading the way it made no difference. But while walking, Dell couldn't get out of his head how easily Leo was able to break the door. It wasn't like Dell was a student, he was a professor too. He had participated in the war back then as well, and never saw anything like what he saw today. Could it be a demon-level weapon? He thought. But he quickly came to the conclusion that it was impossible. At the moment, there were only 2 demon-level beast weapons in existence. One of them belonged to the army, while the other belonged to the group known as Pure. However, it was clear to Dell that what Leo was using was at least a top-level beast-tier weapon. They had entered the reception area, where several doorways were leading to different sections of the training center. At the front, there was the reception desk with 2 hallways leading to the arena. Then there was the actual reception room, which could also lead you to the canteen and the living quarters. "Wait, stop," Haley said to Leo and Faye up front. She bent down and studied the ground. "Can you see what this is? It's blood and leading that way," she said as she pointed to the living quarters. "How can you tell which direction it's coming from the stadium as well?" Dell asked. "Well, the blood tail, you can see that it's heading in this direction and there's a lot of it, almost as if someone was dragged this way." "Come on, let's hurry, it could be one of the students," Faye said. They made sure not to rush, but quickly headed in the direction of the blood following the trail. If there was a beast inside, they needed to make sure they wouldn't startle it. Leo also no longer took the lead, and instead, it was Faye. Usually, Leo's ability would allow him to detect auras and abilities through walls and such, but it didn't work through glathrium, and the whole place was made of it. Although he could still direct himself, he couldn't tell if there was danger up ahead until actually seeing it. They followed the trail until finally it led them to the hallway, with a broken door outside and a ripped-apart chair. Faye peeked her head into the room with the broken door and immediately turned away. "Haley, I think you better take a look at this," Faye said, turning her head away. Haley took over and went inside the room, while Dell also took a look and turned his head away. "Did you see the body?" Dell said. "Its body was ripped in half, guts spilling everywhere." Leo, who was standing next to him, turned his head and looked him in the eye. "No, I didn't see anything. I haven't done so in a while now." Haley continued to examine the body. She went around the man's neck. Underneath his beast armor, she pulled out a colored dog tag. While holding the dog tag, she continued to inspect the body, and that's when she spotted something. Again, 2 bite marks on the neck, just like the other students, Haley thought. Is there really a beast inside the academy somewhere, the same thing that killed this man? Or is it something else? Haley then stood up from the body and walked forward. "Do you want the good news or bad news?" she said. "Just tell us everything," Faye replied. "Well, the good news is it's not one of the students." Haley then pulled out the tag, which was attached to a chain, and dangled it in front of the others. "The bad news is he was from one of the Big Four families." Each person's face dropped as soon as they heard the news. "Which one?" Faye asked. "The tag says True Dream." Faye immediately slammed her fist against the wall as she heard those words. "Why them out of all the families?" The Big Four families were the ones who had the power to rival the military. They were originals with immense power who chose not to share their abilities. However, the True Dream family were the most unique out of the 4. They had the closest connection with the military, enough to even have a seat at the council table. This was all because of the head of the family who had the ability to steal others' abilities. If anyone ever tried to rebel against the army, then they would get a visit from the True Dream leader, and they could never use their ability again. The only problem was, True Dream could only take away their abilities, but not use them. So he needed a strong ally, and that's why he got close to the military. Then when he felt safe and protected, he started to gather his own men. The abilities he had taken, he would gift to those he trusted, and they were truly grateful to him. But there was always this fear in the back of his mind. He could be betrayed by his own. With no powers for himself, he chose to stay by the military side. This fear kept people in line. This fear was what made people complacent with the system the military had today. Although many didn't agree with the cruel ways and the carrot-and-stick approach the current army had, they had no choice. "We can leave him here for now, but it's best before we leave. We bring his body and take it to the True Dream family." "It's a pain, but they should be thankful we brought back one of their own," Faye said. After leaving the body be, they decided to follow the trail of blood back outside and into the stadium, and that's when they spotted the 2 kids lying down on the floor. "They're here, what luck!" Dell said as he ran forward. Haley, Faye, and Dell immediately went forward, while Leo was the only one who stayed back. For in the center of the arena he could see a color of aura he had never seen before, one which was purple. Before the rescue team had arrived, Vorden and Quinn were both sitting down in the center of the arena. The 2 of them didn't have much to talk about, so they just chatted about their old lives at school. Quinn's life seemed horrible. He went on to explain how he was raised with no parents and how he was bullied since entering school. The bullying wasn't really bad until the treaty was signed. When there was no more war, that's when people started to go crazy. However, whenever Quinn would ask Vorden about his school life, he would give a simple answer and ask Quinn a question. The first few times, he didn't really notice anything strange, but then Quinn started purposely asking questions that were harder to avoid. But again, Vorden seemed to avoid the question. In the end, Quinn decided to stop. It wasn't right integrating someone like this. If Vorden had something he didn't want to share, then it was up to him. "Hey, I just noticed something," Vorden said as he pointed at Quinn's wrist. Quinn lifted his hand and looked at it, and even he was surprised by what he was seeing. The number on his wristwatch was still saying he was a level 1. "I thought you said it would change when I activated my MC points." "Well, that's what's supposed to happen." Vorden then placed his hand on his chin as he thought about it for a while. "Do you think it's because you're a vampire? Just like how I can't copy your shadow ability, the watch might not be able to measure your type of MC in your body. Hearing this news, Quinn was actually a little upset. With the use and gain of an ability as well as Vorden's plan, he was looking forward to being able to use his powers freely. As a level 6 user, people would no longer challenge him just as he walked around the school. But now, if he showed he had shadow powers and the number on his wristwatch still indicated 1, they would be just as suspicious about him. They would say the watch was broken and get him a new one, but it would just be the same result. "I think it's best if you hide your shadow ability for now," said Vorden. "You've already hidden your vampire abilities for this long, you can hide your shadow abilities, right?" Vorden could see Quinn was a little downhearted by the news he had given him. After learning what Quinn had gone through at his last school, it was understandable. In a way, Vorden thought he was helping him by getting revenge and attacking those second years, but it was just making him and Peter a bigger target. "I'm so selfish," Vorden thought. "Don't look so down," said Vorden. "If we find someone in the school that's good at technology, we can get them to tinker with the watch. They don't need to find out about your cells, but just get someone to hack it so it displays the number 6. Plus, look at the bright side. The military tournament is coming up, and it would be good if you hide your ability until then. Show everyone on the big stage. Besides, if you came back with a level 6 now, they would be more shocked about how you learned it so fast, so it works in our favor." Hearing those words did cheer Quinn up a bit. There was always a geeky person who was good at technology in the school. The only problem was approaching said person. Maybe this was something Layla would be better at doing. Just then, the sergeants and professors had entered the room, and surprisingly, the first person who ran up to the both of them was their homeroom teacher, Dell. He continued to dash forward until he gave the two of them a big hug. "I'm so glad you're both safe," he said with tears rolling down his face. Quinn and Vorden thought it was sweet and didn't realize the homeroom teacher cared about them so much. But the truth was, Dell didn't care about either of them at all. He was filled with tears of joy that they wouldn't have to stay in this scary place any longer. He felt like the longer he remained in this place, the more likely he was to die, especially after seeing Ian's dead body on the floor. Haley then came over to the two of them and did a general checkup to see if they were okay. "You look a little different from the last time I saw you," Haley said. "You remember me?" Quinn asked. "Of course, I do. I remember you taking that girl to my office at that time." Not many people even remembered what Quinn looked like after seeing him the first time, which is why the other teachers had no reaction when seeing him, so he was quite surprised. "Boys your age do grow quick. You're looking like a man already," she said, smiling. She didn't know why, but as she was touching Quinn all over, she could feel his bulging muscles. His body was toned for his age, and a certain feeling was coming over her a little. "Looks like the charm effect is working." The system said, "It's a shame you didn't save up all your stats and put all your points into the thing. She would have confessed to you right here and now." At first, Quinn thought the system was joking, but looking at Haley's face, she really was taking a little longer to check up on him compared to Vorden. Suddenly, she snapped out of it and took her hands away. After checking all their vitals were fine, she handed both of them a food pill. Vorden took the pill immediately while Quinn did the same. Although Quinn felt full, he decided to still take the pill regardless. However, as the pill went into Quinn's mouth and down his throat, he started coughing wildly. It was as if he was choking on the pill. "Is he choking?" Dell asked. "I highly doubt it. The pill is around the same size as a pea, and it dissolves almost immediately." Quinn continued to cough with his hands placed on his knees until he threw up all across the floor. Faye, who was standing by his side, had a worried look on her face. "Haley, quick check up on him. There's blood in his vomit."